Yo! I've returned! Sorry I didn't stream this weekend. I'm not sorry. I wanted to take time off. And I was doing knee stuff yesterday. Finally met with my surgeon. Boom, boom, boom. We're good to go. Got a date for June to fix my knee. But, who cares? Deadlock. Big patch. Boop. We're already into draft. I'm gonna go over this draft and then I'll do more macro stuff.
Right, it's been a while since we've seen Kelvin at that level of pick prio.
OBS changed everything. I kind of hate this.
Maybe you just think, hey, we can win every fight inside of a dome.
Okay, it's fine.
You know, you can't, like, even Doorman's not getting played so much. Although I would love to see Loki W maybe get a Doorman much later in the draft.
Mirage Man, Pocket Man. You're gonna see these bans a lot right now. Maybe not Pocket as much, but Mirage for sure.
Fighting inside the
Kelvin first pick, probably best sport in the game right now. Kelvin
completely locked in the silver pick because not only is she worth the first pick on her own, but you definitely don't want to give up silver Kelvin, where the dome plus silver means you're just done.
Guy's probably the best M1 outside of Mirage right now.
Not too big of a surprise given where things were
maybe
last
Venator,
week
probably like equal strength.
Rules. But Jake, as I look at it here for Abrahams, one of the two next picks almost certainly is going to be a Ven. I feel like when you're rounding out your draft and you need an M1,
Celeste Venator would not blow me away.
Now, arguably,
they could go Billy if they wanted.
Like, so, depending on how you're
playing
playing
with the dome.
I think Celeste Ven
Abrams is slightly better now. I would say Billy and maybe not Shiv.
Yeah,
Shiv's pretty good stuff. Other
people
are overreacting to Shiv again.
Because I like the matchup into Silver, which is the evasiveness that Mina can, you know, kind of kite away. But no, they're gonna go Van. I still think there's a possibility for Mina later, but probably not, since I think in the EU she's generally been played in like the hard carry slot. Where NA I think has been a little
Venator's
bit more,
probably the best true M1 in the game right now. Mirage
spreading the love in that regard.
Right now you're gonna play him P1 because he's better there, but he does have the flexibility of P2. He's very similar to Mina like that right now. Apollo comes in.
Right, like in terms of just
too early frontliners for Loki W. You're gonna see a return to frontline Prow, I think. In some sense, I don't know about top three. Top three might be kind of locked still.
Give them the chase down to maybe give Kelvin a little bit.
Base HP is up, up, up. Vitality changes are very big. Time to kill is up, up, up. Strong frontliners are very good again.
Yeah, now mid-stage bans. Billy out of the field for Loki.
Billy comes out, really good ban here. Kind of push him down to the tier 2 frontliners. I think I would just go Shiv, lock the Kelvin Shiv.
I'm almost surprised to see that Billy ban.
Here's what they're gonna take here. They could go with support here.
In this spot.
I wouldn't take the Billy. I kind of want the double frontline here with the guy. He already got a lot of beef. I think the Billy would be kind of. They go Abrams though. Wow. Okay, so they're going full beef. So they're big on Vitality's Giga OP now. Just get as much tank as possible.
That much in the way of frontline left. I guess wherever you rate Shiv right now, I think Shiv is still probably pretty good, barring the bloodletting changes being a little bit more severe than we may have anticipated.
Yamcha comes in.
Yamato, of course, also an option, so that's where they're going to go frontline wise. Shiv's still an outside possibility, but if you're Abrahams, I don't think you need to pick it right now.
I think Celeste indirectly got buffed as well with time to kill up. I think Celeste being able to get out of fights, kite in and out of fights, is like insanely strong now. Paradox dropped in Prow, but still really strong character though.
Yeah, you just want that initiation. I mean, Taz is one of the top players I think on this character. I also kind of like it with the rest of the draft they have.
The bigger thing I want to see is Mo. Yeah, like everyone's spamming it. Like, where's the Moan Curl? Where's the Mo Curl? Where is it? Mina comes in. Mina's still very, very strong. Again, the Siphon bullets transcend the cooldown. Build is actually probably better now with more base HP in the game. You can just soak so much more HP under yourself and just be unkillable. Where do they go last? They go Bebop. Okay, so they're gonna go Pick.
For going for Pick, like Hayes ult. It may be a little bit more
so no support
pubs right now because people
so this Abrams Bebop gonna be or Apollo. We'll see.
Could be a thing, but no,
it's gonna be a P1 Geist and a P2 Mina. Again, I was talking about this with Mirage. Mina has a lot of prowl right now because you can play P1 or P2, and then GT.
And not too surprising.
Has value this game, right? You can go into the Mina. You can cancel Bebop ult. It has some value.
It's a little bit of a scary GT game in my mind because maybe.
But yeah, there's a lot of lockdown.
This character, you're in a rough spot, right? You kind of get that. You don't really get that get out of jail free card, movement escape. It's probably not going to happen. If you get hooked in deep, you are going to be in a world of hurt. However, characters like Mina,
I kind of get why they didn't go Mokril here. They already have a ton of beef. They want someone kind of with some mobility for their pick.
Quite nice on some of these characters, or against rather some.
The Mokril fucking stands are out today. Holy moly!
Of huge spirit nuking between Yamato and great talent.
Yamato
and Celeste. Like it's a little bit scary for Loki W, but I also think Loki W have a really devastating like run you over comp.
Yep.
And so ultimately for Abrahams, I
Correct,
think the Kelvin pick is going to be crucial. Like Kelvin's game, his ability to turn around some of these fights.
Edge. Soon
or are they going to be too reliant on their Kelvin? So I think both teams like showing the experience. They look like solid drafts to me. And I really think this one is going to come down to the execution. I think both have set themselves up for success. Taz Paradox first. Who do you think plays the?
There's a lot of sustain on the side of Abraham, so it really depends how ahead the silver gets. I think if the silver can kill people in the dome, it's going to be rough.
Where what it would be.
But I think we're playing front-to-back fights. Well, like Loki W can just run at them.
Sometimes on front line, it could be Psy.
It really depends how much the Abrams can be enabled to with like the slams. Like if you're slamming these two, fights are going to go very well. Even Celeste.
Wait, isn't that
wait, what am I saying?
Leviathan.
Yeah, that's Leviathan. Loki W.
Is it Drake plays their initiators?
Drake was on Lash.
Or maybe Mazag, right? Who's the newest addition to the team?
No, it'd be Mazza G.
Yeah, Mazza G.
Yeah, Mazza G was playing pick. He was on Paradox before. He was also on GT one game. So yeah, Mazza G is going to be on the Bebop. In fact, I think he played Bebop last week, now that I think back on it.
They were big on the hams. Wow.
He played it in recent memory.
More balanced comp for sure, but
last week.
This will be a great game to see like how much the meta has actually shifted, unless they like Turbo Troll, obviously. But
Sonya Sniper on the carry matchup
here, like this seems more
a big one to watch too. The Venator versus Geist. I mean, this has been the style of carry. Very much
the Bebop. Bebop's kind of out of nowhere, but
the carries who can
like if they're gonna go on a Paradox here, it's a big Giga comp.
Like a relevant spot in the team fight and almost dare the enemy to like come try me, like come try to gank me. I'm sieging your tower, I'm pressuring your objective, I'm taking mid boss, and I'm just so tanky that when you go on me, my team is gonna have ample time for response and counterplay. And I think Venator and Geist are really. I don't even know if there's a preferred pick among the two. I mean, I guess for Loki W it is the Geist since they chose it first, but I think both have a lot of merit in that style and the teams, I think, especially in EU, the drafts are not nearly as greedy as NA, where in NA I think we see a lot more like these secondary carries, like playing a little bit more for that style. And I mean, for both these teams, yeah, there's a lot of heroes that can scale, but in the end, there's really only
a lot of EU teams are moving away from the no support, which I don't know if I
though, as I see that, is sort of the NA look where they've had the Mina as a little bit more of a secondary or not even a backup carry, right? Just playing a faster tempo spirit style and not quite getting the same soul count as we've seen from players like OCs on the Mina, getting the full free.
OCs.
Well, actually, it's funny you mention OCs because on the topic of Leviathan, I actually think regardless of who wins here in the challenging match, I think both of the teams will likely make it a priority to not let OCs play Mina. There's a lot of talk on the EU side of things of just, okay, maybe we just don't let this guy play this hero, because a lot of people think that OCs on Mina, like, not that OCs is terrible on other characters, but OCs is like so disproportionately good on the Mina that it is worthwhile to deny it by any means possible. Also, going back to a point you made about team comp here, it's not even low key on the W. Like, you can remove the low key and their team name is just W with the frontline disparity. Like, their entire thing is they can actually just walk at Abrahams, and Abrahams is the team here that has to play this a little bit more finesse style until they get a lead. I think if Abrahams is able to get a 20k lead, then you actually can just kind of run at people with Kelvin, Celeste.
Take away the
weird where
take away the Loki.
If you get a lead on Celeste, you can actually be ridiculously greedy in how you dive into people. Even barring the fact that, okay, you give Abrams like a little bit of space, but you can get out of danger and you can also push a limit pretty damn hard on Celeste.
I could see like Celeste, like the AoE spirit damage that Celeste provides.
I feel like Geist Silver is going to run this game.
Like kind of heavy brawly tank setup that might be kind of grouped up. However, I also think this is kind of a scary Celeste game in that it was picked so early. You get
like the swap is cool and all, but like, are you actually going to one-shot these characters now?
One of the best tools against Celeste, like preventing her.
So I like the Venator Celeste. They do like consistent DPS and they have burst for executes and stuff.
You have Bebop hook and Abrams. So I actually think this is going to be kind of a scary Celeste game. Like I think Celeste is going to get all the aggro thrown to her. She's going to be the one who has to kind of get in.
Don't Giga believe, but I believe.
I feel like the lockdown.
It could be just a bounce back week for Abrams though. They could just destroy them early game and then
actually. So
you're playing into meatballs
of the Celeste in this particular game for Abrahams. Like we've seen in EU, some of these Celeste players get super active early, and maybe there's something to that. Like like even getting all the skills online.
Mobius updated and everything's so different now. There's going to be
a spot in the mid game where you just don't have the tankiness to survive a Bebop hook into like some follow-up stuns, and I think that's gives for me Loki W a kind of a big advantage in terms of their ability to take.
Hold on, I check my live stream. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Check my live stream. Hold on. Hold on.
Itself, Abrahams is unable to have voice.
Hold on. Check my live stream. Hold on. Hold on.
Itself,
Okay,
Abrahams is unable to have.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Thank our patrons, Jake, which is actually
W patrons.
And it was my bad from the chaos of the Discord show to not talk about this here, but
Matthew S., long-time executive member.
The patrons for making this possible. Support is very much appreciated. And yeah, I mean, the wall just grows every day. I think we've talked about Jake here. We're going to have 2 slides soon.
Or just like fill the whole screen instead of like a nice little graphic.
And hopefully we have some cool new stuff to announce that we can't drop just yet. But it's the Patreons who've done so much to
sponsor a quiet for night shift,
and all of you supporting not only on Twitch.
They had Intel really early. Did they have Intel when it was Fight Night?
The community around Deadlock has been so strong.
It might have been early night shift. I can't remember.
Like developed into esports so
I think the
quickly,
sponsors
right?
are moving in.
Like
Sponsors are moving into the Deadlock.
And the community has
Hydronation got it
running this
picked up by FPS
Lounge. We could be trying to make
you guys didn't see that.
Happen, and like
big congrats to Pure.
Everything right. And we could still be in a much weaker place if the community just hadn't been so huge and supportive regarding this. And like
I'm assuming the next ones will
every week. Keeping the lights on here.
I'm assuming Abrahams, if they keep dominating, will get like if they return to form, they'll probably get a sponsor.
Give you guys enough love,
and then obviously Melee Creeps need a sponsor.
Our Twitch subs, it all comes together.
If Floormen keep
plow all the money
plowing ahead here, they might be the next one to get a team.
Keep running more shows, and hopefully.
Glad for the pros. Glad the pros are finally getting some moolah.
Also, Graveyard Shift planned for tonight with Pure content, although that was before the delays, so we'll see if that's still going to be available for Pure content because he was on a little bit of a tight schedule. Also, to give you an idea of where we're at Discord wise, we have found Abrahams a home on our public Discord server in a channel we have now made private, is now giving them voice functionality. That is the state of Discord right now on this day, March 25th, 2026.
I don't remember the last time Discord has had like a crazy outage like this. It's kind of wild. You think like the level to which everyone in the game community is on Discord now. Like it's like the voice of choice in like pretty much every esport is my understanding. Like that's pretty much what everyone uses now. So it's kind of wild to see this, like the level of
07
expectation that the community has to keep the service up and running. It's kind of cool though that it exists in the first place. Kind of reminds you, some of the great things we have available to us in gaming these days.
Also, we hear you. We will be getting
Jake with the gratitude
up shortly for those who wantonly want to just throw your channel points in support of either you.
Uh-oh.
I just heard join.
I think you're back.
Okay, it was me leaving, but I left for only a split second. No one can tell the difference.
Yeah. So I mean,
what is this?
Who you got in this one, ZP? Like, I actually think this one is
and it's
genuinely. I think this one's a coin flip. Like,
what does this mean?
There's somebody on like 40%. I'm gonna bet my channel points on them just because I like those odds. Like, I think this one is gonna come down to that execution, and it seems like players are ready. We're doing our game start screen, so you gotta believe we're going into the game soon.
To answer your question, I think Abrahams.
There's no special characters.
I would be shocked if Abrahams lost 3 weeks in a row, or at the very least lost back-to-back
house slippers
matches. Even though I have all the respect in the world.
Some tells me this is not actually what this means.
The last few weeks.
Some tells me I don't know. Okay, we're
Abrahams does not
have
a
Kelvin. Interesting. Gives Aventor some sustain. 10 minute Abrams. A lot of bursts.
That's how it has to be, Jake.
Into
Insider
GT
here on the night shift. ZP just exposing himself.
Yamato, I never know where to put GT, honestly. I just never know what's a good lane for this hero or not.
Gonna be enough to
Bebop Apollo, and then Geist Silver into Celeste Paradox.
It's a heavy melee on the Bebop. I just see that. Was that a heavy? If so, that's kind of a wild one from together.
Demoth gonna be on the Celeste. Interesting.
No one expects the heavy melee at that point. It's like, what do you mean I had to be prepared to parry? Just like, what are you doing?
Betting me.
Like 6 months ago, that was like every lane. People were going for those, and then people like really, slowed down on that in a huge way, recognizing the risk you take is just way too big. It's too easy to parry, but hey, man, you're not ready for it. In theory, you should be able to react, but if you just don't think that that's ever going to happen, you might just not be in the headspace for it.
Also, in terms of lane combos, I actually really like the lane that Abrahams has on the right-hand side, the Ven Kelvin lane. Like, I've inadvertently played that a decent amount recently, and that lane is strong. Like, the actual mechanics of it, I think, just naturally work out where you get a little bit of extra sustain. Kelvin's still able to set people up or rather set Ven up for like favorable gut shots. It
together?
works shockingly well.
Okay, hit one, I'll lose.
Let's get a little bit of poke here in mid. Apollo.
Ooh, and the punch. Safe punch move gets parry, falls into the
lane is kind of massive. Like now that
Veil?
I see it, like Apollo is like every skill is a nuke. Bebop has some pretty powerful damage, and Yamato is a character that
easy small cam steal here.
Wants to play around
Ooh, big
those
deflect,
slashes,
nice.
right? And get
who's
some of the
just
life
fucking getting in there, by the way?
Getting a big
And
steal. What a parry onto who? The counter parry that
Oh!
comes in together. Wait, it's a burger box for the ages right now. Together, maybe getting the worst of it. And
So
the
they're
health
definitely
advantage
dead.
really started to pay off for Apollo and Bebop. And it's a double kill in the mid lane. Overkim.
Bugga.
Absolutely stunned. Wait, hold
Bugga.
on. Who's still here? I thought he was dead.
Who is going in? Who doesn't give a fuck? Who's dead? Okay.
The bomb from Maza G.
Holy Kim just gets away with murder.
Getting some of those bomb stacks up super early into this.
Holy burger.
Just unlock your future sight there, Jake. You're seeing a few seconds in the future.
Ooh, another parry.
Oh my god. Another parry.
Why is everyone fucking...
Though, the one who parries but gets
Wait,
parried in turn. The burger boxing just continues.
Trying to
over the
double
entire
heavy
map.
punch?
What has happened
Brother,
to
you gotta be like frame perfect for that shit.
Obakim
Not frame perfect, there's like 5 or 6 frames. I don't know what it is.
Pretty annoyed Yamato cursive together.
Okay, everyone's fucking noobs.
When you counter kill like that, you'd actually.
We're starting off with the noobs, I guess.
You kill somebody who's a higher net worth, and he even gets a small camp.
I kind of fuck with
it,
it,
so that
though.
kind of saves the mid lane in a way, right? If
Life
we can able to like,
strike.
restore his resources there and kind of come back into it, would be super.
So for this
scary,
week,
but
I'm going to pay attention a lot to the
importance of
vitality
the
investments.
early
I'm kind of
dominance
interested to
you
see
know,
what people are going to
always something
go.
we talk about
I
here
think
on the night shift,
sustain
and
is going to be valued a lot
especially
higher
important he's
now.
able to get that counter kill and keep the lane in contention.
So things like life strike,
Lightbringer a little bit
like
about
you might see that
Yamato in
more
her, current form, and the one
because you're getting a lot of base HP from it, and then if you can get sustain on top of that, that brings a lot of power now.
You need to get ahead. More so than
Miller strike was already strong, so now it's just like a really good buy.
Like you're not gonna have impact on the game. You actually do have to get
life steal?
overfarmed more so
called, right?
than the norm for other characters like in similar roles. So
Yeah, melee lifesteal.
if you're Abrahams, together getting rich has to be part of your game plan, but it's also kind of
Look it up,
interesting
look
though,
at
Jake,
a
'cause
rich.
together normally isn't the get rich guy. Like he's playing Yamato more pure frontliner.
Well, not
Yeah,
really.
some of those early
Like these
kills
two can
could
be the
end
ones that you
up
care
paying
about.
pretty big dividends. We see a bit of a trade
Yamato's-
coming off in the side lane.
Yamato or GG's
Apollo's
going to be your
here,
P3
though,
in this game.
interrupting the 2v2 and adding a bit of roam power, but has to just riposte out of there. Recognizes that
Like the amount of
there's just a little bit too much
consistent
pressure, and
DPS you can do if Celeste or Mentor get ahead is very
counter-rotate, so
good.
together, keeping up this
But again,
pace,
like we'll
big
see how
power
much it
slash connects onto
matters
Silver,
into
that
the
could
beef.
set up
Is
for
the beef
Achilles.
too
We have
much?
A little bit more follow-up onto Cosmetical.
Cosmetical
And
got
Demon's
shut
going to
on.
grab that one. See if Geist and Apollo can
The other is
respond
here.
back.
I would have maybe just
Now,
caught the full reload, but he gets
Bebop
3
does
light
go down,
melees
but
off.
It's continuing to be a bloodbath. Another power slash available. Parry the tower.
Oh my god, he just fucking light punches him
And with the
a
ultimate to
million
spare as well,
times
he can
over.
continue this one. It looks like he will. He's gonna full commit
Oh,
here.
he hit the tower.
A little bit of a misgrab though on the tower. And the massive
Oh,
counter
he
is
did.
huge from Apollo, enough to even get through.
This
the
is
shallow
spicy, bro.
transform and get him out of trouble. So
Obakim lives
this one is just
again,
an
bro.
absolute bloodbath compared to some of these
Again,
NA
the
games.
Obakim
Nice and
lives.
slow in the early games.
Early monster rounds for the Kelvin.
Look,
Interesting.
if you didn't tell me the region,
I would assume
and
they would
this
have
was
push in this
2 or
lane,
3
but
months
maybe the
ago,
love bites is just
and
too
you
much.
said guess EU or NA, I would say that this was been an NA game, like absolutely 100% verified NA.
Verified
He
NA.
normally wasn't playing like this.
I swear the NA games these days are so slow in the early game. Like people are very conservative.
Yeah.
And now EU has become
NA has
the
become
region of
very
just
different.
Unfiltered.
Dude, especially like
brawling
back
this
in
early
like I don't know
tempo in the game.
4 or
A
5
life
patches
up
ago,
on
like
Mina
it was just
is gonna be a
perma gank,
pretty big pickup
perma
for
fight.
MT Dreams. He's gonna be very happy
It was
to take some of these
insane.
trades, right? Like, oh, but the bird catching him just off the Sanguine,
Ooh.
and here's Yamato as well. And again,
Alright.
together it's just tempoing into every fight. Doesn't
Yeah,
even have ultimate.
together lane swap
Still
is
roaming into this
working
one,
out,
and those
or the
kind of
rank
kills
or
you're finding
the
on Yam,
gank, I
trying to
guess,
stay
just like
ahead of the
extended
game.
gank.
5,000
They're gonna
souls
get
here
small camp off
for
that too.
together.
Egg Arcane Surge for the
world's
A-Bums.
shortest lived vitality buff at that point.
The blue man is back.
but
The
off
blue
to
man
Novo
is
go.
back.
Taking a look at Obakim.
Who's
as
getting
Maza
farmed?
G able to find who
Dude,
towards
Loki
the end,
W's
more aggression
fucking got
in from
hands in this
Apollo,
early game.
and together,
They're fucking everyone
still
up.
going in, absolutely no fear, but may need some fear against this Apollo.
Yeah, you
Goes
got
for
in the
parry,
wall, brother.
doesn't
You're
get
just
it.
dead.
Riposto gonna
You're
connect
just dead,
together,
brother.
Sliced up underneath and mid.
Yeah, the laser from Maza G just too threatening.
Dome comes in. Mina
Nice
dies
dome
too.
from Kelvin. Another death back to back onto Empty Dreams. That's a big find here for Sonya on the Vener, assisted by the Kelvin, and they might be looking for more. Abrams just trying to run out.
By the
of
way,
this one. He's
I just
trying to
realized
hold
we
on
kept
to
talking
the
about
ultimate, wants to
Osius.
save it
That's
for a
what
future
that's what
fight.
PP
We'll
said.
get out of
Osius
it
is
this
on
time.
fucking Leviathan.
But that heavy melee.
He's not even on Loki though. We're just so
maybe
used to
Charger
Leviathan being in
on,
the challenger match.
Venator is going to make that heavy hit insanely hard when he's able to get a wall
Whoops. Whoops.
Owl out from Hoot.
Oopsies.
Off, over, and its target is going directly back into the fountain. So
Get him! Get him! Oh, double.
Well, actually, that came shockingly close to killing. Like, that was far
that was
closer
going
than
in
I would have
again.
expected at that point.
If he didn't get back to the
over and in,
he would have.
Power shot over the top. Looking for
Santo actually
right
the
now,
richest
hasn't
player
really
on
taken much away damage.
the
The
hands
chase
right
down
now, but
underneath
he's
is
just
happening.
fucking.
Shadow transformation forced out by
He's
together.
just fighting and fighting and
Still
fighting.
the target of focus.
Oh, let
Shadow
him live though.
transformation, though, makes it pretty durable.
Become a Patreon supporter of the night shift. Hook him up. Hook him up.
Yeah, Hoot finding a bit of nice damage there.
I'll move back once it's
Does
gone.
kind of slow down the attackers.
It's the one thing they ask you not to do is
deeper.
block their
Completely
graphics and
even
stuff.
soul status right now. ZP is.
I should probably just be over here, but I
I
like on the right side.
Both teams really evenly matched here. Venator finding a little bit of room to farm, but and the threat of the hooks from Maza-G is very real. As he grabs the slowing hex, it's going to get him up to the spirit spike. Already has 2 levels on the bomb, so this Bebop's a pretty significant damage threat.
Bit of a problem.
Game.
This
Definitely
Bebop,
looking
bit
for
of
him
a
to
problem.
get active and find some of these kills. We used to always think of Bebop as really this crucial high-tempo early game hero. And I think that's still true to some extent, right? Like, especially when you go for the spirit spike first, you kind of need to be finding these kills, and it looks like he's going to go looking in. But it's actually already a brawl in the mid. Fighting all across the map. Celeste under massive pressure has to just full run out of this one. Takes 3 players in the mid just to stabilize here for Abraham.
Another owl coming out from Hoot. We'll see what the
Scariest thing right now is the Silver Apollo are real big. They're real big.
Is at half.
Do they have the tools to deal with these? And then Empty Dreams gets farmed again, bro.
Owl successful as together making the roam up
Sharp
and over. Maza-G gonna be the target.
Together
here.
just
Bebop
perma-active this game.
and it's gonna be
I
another
love
one
it.
here for
I
together.
love it.
Yeah, this is a very early game build for Yamato. A really interesting one, right? Like he's got the backstabber.
Great reactive barrier game though.
What's it called in here? It's not backstabber anymore, right?
No, it's
Stalker.
Stalker, yes. It changes name like every 3 months.
And again, even Yamato's going melee lifesteal now. Like,
yeah, Dome.
just a very, very good item right now.
So I think a bit of anti-synergy for Saint.
Okay.
Nice move.
Okay, Saint.
Full running out of this one, but just has to try to escape now.
Ooh, that boy gliding on him. Ooh.
Cheeky movement with the wall jumps though. And Apollo's just running him down, but I don't think he just has the damage for this. And yeah, with that ice path,
He still dies. Holy fuck. Obi Kim is turbo fed.
Actually, despite my expectations, Apollo does find that kill.
Spirit Spike.
You know, for say I thought another
Spirit Spike is in fact nerfed, but
I'm just
if it's ahead, like,
just
you're
a
still
game
gonna
of
get value,
GT
obviously.
where, take notes. If you're playing GT in your pubs, let the owl loose just about every cooldown.
Pretty
Hoot's
much.
gonna be coming back up, and I guarantee you a bird's gonna be in the air in the next 20 seconds, but won't be in time to save this Guardian, that's for sure.
Okay. Guardians equal out.
D-Mob.
They also get the silver on the other side for the hams. Here comes the
He's just gonna try
bird.
to use it to assist this push on the mid lane. Might even just hit the tower with it. He's gonna nuke onto Maza-G, put a little bit of pressure down there. He's not gonna mind this too much, but it will secure that mid lane Guardian take. So a bit of map control advantage now for Abrahams.
When you look at soul allocation, it's kind of interesting. Nobikim has had a very, very good game so far, and you know,
Vitality Rush for Celeste. Holy fuck, man.
Way more aggressive.
These are really good items for Celeste too.
By the nature of how his kit works out, but
especially this game,
also been
little
pretty
heal
good
bang.
together. Off onto the buffs, Task getting caught. 2 seconds before buff spawn.
Interesting. Bebop's still going to Spirit Rush.
Swiftly
I guess
picked up
slowing
by
hex you
Silver.
kind of just need in this game.
Both teams jockeying in and around the urn. D-Mob able to find Nobikim. Both down 1 here so far. And up over the top, Maza-G. We'll see where he goes for. Hyper Beam likely about to be used. Used in over the top onto the urn. Forcing Saint away, but not before Saint's
Not
able to
like
pick
the
up
greatest angle though.
Yeah, and if Saint
Only
just
had the
gets out
angle
of
to
here,
the
they're gonna be pretty happy
one
with this
side.
trade. I think that's
But you
gonna
just
be
make
the
enough
call
space.
here.
Listic's
Wait,
able
as
to
I
pick it
say
up.
that, though, hold on. I think the urn snatched back in the chaos there by Abrams. Bird could come and knock it out of his hands. Likely will. Maybe they're gonna look for actual finished kills though. As Taz finds
Melee lifesteal on Venator.
Bird could come in. It's gonna clear. I think
Nothing
a couple
else
of those
changed?
creeps as well as stunning Maza-G. But
Still going the punch.
this may be a
Cultist
free
build
done
for
for
Mr.
Abrams, which I
Venator.
think even with
Untouched
some of these
again
deaths,
in
it
another
justifies
patch,
it for
by the way.
LKW. Those 3,000 souls are gonna be nice, and it's only Hoot to try and
Hoot's
hit a melee
here, but does he actually get on him?
Oh, he's gonna go for it.
He does.
He does get knocked out of his hands. Hoot in a really rough spot, but hold on. Flying up into the air, dodging that Abrams
Dome
pin,
comes
and
in,
now
nice.
inside the
Good
Kelvin
dome, good
Even with the
dome.
parry, it's not gonna be
W
nearly as
dome.
enough. Overwhelmed here.
Follow
Little strong proc now.
charging.
Held up, gonna put a curse in on
Empty Dreams
Taz, but the urn dunk does come through.
gets the
Another parry onto
Guardian.
Apollo. This fight going
Hams do get
entirely
the
in
urn
Abrams'
though.
favor right now.
Holy
It's
fuck,
cosmetically
Kelvin
the silver
value.
does find Hoot,
Holy fucking
but they're
Kelvin
just
value, by the
begging
way.
for scraps now. I think 3 or 4 deaths in that fight already for Loki W. Abrams also claiming the urn, and now they're looking for more.
Goodbye, Sam. Just move to the Guardian. You're not killing those guys.
A dive on this Geist, though. Vrake with the ultimate maybe is going to be dissuaded from that.
You know, just seeing the mechanics of that last fight, I really do see the vision of the first pick Kelvin, because not only is Kelvin best friends with the Silver, both in disabling people and getting people in the dome.
Miss Mina.
Quick little hook here on the Paradox, though if you're Paradox,
during speed,
could be ultra afraid, but you're a little bit more realistic coming in later into the fight. Hyper beam,
another awkward,
kind of ambitious towards
another awkward angle for
looking to
Mazaji.
get away as Abraham's reconvenes, but
yeah, the cooldown on beam is like really not that bad,
I think
though.
Kelvin not only works as an impediment to Silver, but is also a best friend to Silver. So if you're not getting the Silver yourself, going to Kelvin first actually makes sense, because it makes the enemy Silver less good. And if they don't pick the Silver,
GWR,
you get to pick Silver and have it be awesome.
All right, we're right back into this. Bird immediately contacts.
I don't know what GWR means.
Bebop. I don't know that's going to stop them from stealing away.
Get something ready? I don't know.
Nice little find
Did
there.
he just fucking smash his keyboard instead of saying R?
From Mr. Wizard TV, thanks for the $5. Straight to the prize pool, guys. If you do ! Donate, we crowdfund the prize pool, so that all goes straight to the players. We don't mess with those donations at all. Straight into the prize pool, giving these players a reward. For
Still the Spear Rusher in.
They put on for us week after week.
Like, you're essentially one maxing now for your sustain, though. So you're just getting like a ton of ability range, and then a little bit of spirit power, even on your green investment. Probably gonna get a healing booster here, and then another 16.
It's kind of wild with how back and forth the fight.
Like, look how big this one is, bro. Holy fuck. And it's centered around you now, so you get more value.
Keep an eye on here.
If you get pulled up on from behind.
Is Empty Dreams is starting to get a bit ahead.
It's not just who you're running at, who you're hitting most of the time now. Reactive barrier, okay. And then probably healing booster next.
Can be when Amina gets that on farm. The other thing of note, I mean,
11k, 2 spikes for Abrams.
12K is average farm.
He's gonna be a strong boy, and look at that, right?
Players for Abraham,
even before his vitality spike, he's already at 2k health.
Top of the list.
So we're gonna watch this health as soon as he hits his vitality spike.
He has some of the highest skill expression in the game in Celeste. You know, I do wonder if we're at the beginnings of D-Mob.
Biggest thing is that it's percentage base HP now. So if you're a tanky character, you get more HP for getting a vitality spike, and if you're a squishy character, you get less.
And to have a lot of that individual agency. Gonna put some
That's how it used to be.
It's gonna create a little bit of space.
I think they changed it during the shop change.
Could be good, but there's a lot of Abraham's players here. They could be looking now
for some silence wave.
Kills. Bird is gonna connect. Abrams with that reactive barrier is tanky. Ballistic's just out of there. So 4-player rotation plus the bird from GT not finding a kill is actually pretty painful in that moment.
So 2.2k HP on a Celeste. Pretty crazy. Everyone just has more HP right now.
See if Abrams is able to find a pick between then. I mean, Swap is up. And Taz right now.
So we're actually going for a gun spike
There's
first.
a chance for a pick here on Empty Dreams, but Empty Dreams already on the way out. Meanwhile, Hoot in some real danger.
Hoot just got
by Mazaji.
Absolutely deleted.
One way to stop the constant onslaught of the birds.
Yeah, this is a scary game for GT. Like, you are just going to be
especially because
these gangs
like,
that do end up
I guess he's not that behind.
Mina now in the sights.
They have a lot of tools to fuck him up.
Ooh,
big swap.
Pulls her out of the TP. It's going to be a little bit scary.
That's Celeste above. Celeste can chase the Mina. Celeste can chase the Mina.
Really desperate to find this kill.
Wow, Celeste doesn't keep up. That's, I feel like D-Mob fucks him up there.
Baiting that rotation is enough space to allow you to pressure this Walker. The Kelvin Dome comes out from Saint.
Charging. Ooh, hits 2.
Force the profit before that Walker stun comes down, get a couple curses in. But Loki W.
You get all that together, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
Get the Walker, but now you're just in desperation mode on Obakim, looking for this counter kill onto Taz.
It's crazy, like Loki W's been up almost the entire game, but they're losing these fights pretty hard.
Saint sees it coming, punishes the light melee. Still, reasonable amount of HP.
Ooh, whiffed the silence wave.
Hits 2. Together, though, is actually feasting this fight. Second kill here so far, but now Obakim needs one more shot, finds Taz on the back end side. No one really wanted to go in after the Apollo.
Gets the Aaron, though, in the chaos.
Bides his time, finds
the
from
Loki W.
At the very end.
They also got the Walker, right? So
Listic's way.
Fight doesn't go their way, but net win for Loki W for sure. Got the Aaron pickup.
Rather, if you're a Loki W, you're happy to get the slot.
True.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Walker souls were more valuable than I expected. Right?
Fortitude by, weighted shots coming in, okay. They get slowing bullets, you're going to see a lot more slowing bullets too now. With fights going longer, slowing bullets has more value.
On top of that, like you mentioned, having that
also just more chuds in the game that you can just like
from the first
slow to
always a nice one.
A walk.
Not sure who's going to be really build limited by it just yet. I guess.
Recharge, interesting.
No one's really going to be like too upset about it, but it's in those next like few thousand souls where a lot of these characters that
guys have gone like a suck build now. You just want to go full sustain kind of thing.
Really like having that extra slot.
But then your gun core is pretty similar. This is the first time I've seen this though.
All sorts of recharge here on the break. Still a swap up, but no opportunity to
Holy
use it.
deleted.
The burst damage far too high. But
look at all the fucking silence waves too. They got a nerf silence wave again. I don't know why they buffed it again. Anytime you give this item too much damage, it's just gonna be so OP.
And while mid-blocker is down at half,
you still have it. Saint's ice path just stuffed Hoot's bird, completely stifled in its tracks.
Also, with the amount of spirit in the game, enchanters
you do find that
become a lot more useful.
That's one of those kills, EP. I'm not.
The spirit resist is really, really nice.
Loki W are split farming across the rest of the map. You find a kill on Rake, which should be really high value, but this is not some like mega overfarm guy. So as they say that, a catch on the Bebop, adding insult to injury here in the mid lane.
So all the silence waves paying off too, right? Like as soon as you hit a swap, you can just silence wave them. They can't go fucking anywhere.
Just the slowing hex really for that utility.
Say they hit it on the Mina or the Apollo.
Turn it now to a mid walker take if you end up going deeper for this one. Break does still have the swap, but you gotta be a little bit careful.
Because they're a bit
trying to take down this guy could end up being a bit scary. The silence wave comes through. Together,
full push on the walker.
A leash, yeah, he has to just die for the walker.
Yeah, they do end up getting it.
It's an expensive.
They're dropping waves on the bottom left here though.
Surely? No.
Yamato just gets to walk out.
Found. As it turns out,
Silver's chasing?
Okay,
no,
okay, not entirely. Cosmetical finally does chase it down. Just takes longer than expected. Another skirmish taking place.
Fucked up his wall bounce. Sonny might die.
You're Ven though. You're
look at his melee charge distance though. Holy fuck, man.
Every movement trick in the book. And here's the downside though, Jake. The forcing.
And they're hitting. Okay. I like this. Dome down. No Yamato. No ball either. They have a swap. Sonya could free hit here, but I like this. No, I like this.
This is risky, especially because together
they bait the fight, they hit the hook, they got everything they needed. This Ventor's dead. Ventor dead. There's a chance they get the Paradox. I wouldn't chase the Paradox though.
Taking off one of the strongest fighting members of Abraham's.
Are they gonna hit again? I wouldn't hit again now though. Oh wow, they're hitting again. Okay, yeah, because now the GT can free hit here, and then the Kelvin's here, so I don't know how good this is now.
And GT,
I think Loki W's overcooking now.
Wants to be able to find some of these burst finish kills together. Takes down Cosmetical. The Bird could get a good connection there. It's good enough onto the Apollo. Should be able to finish him off as well in this second floor. A nice parry. Slows down, but seems to be inevitable with the Kelvin Dome. It's just too hard to fight through. Abraham's getting back up. This is a massive resource gain from Saint.
And now Abraham's getting hit. Oh my god.
They gotta fall back off of this one.
Loki W. That was not it. That was not it. They have a lot of tools here. They got beam. They got bats. They can do a lot of damage. They have Listic Slam. They have a lot of tools here.
I think at this point you realize you may be giving up some of the rejuves, but either way, both teams are in. The parry attempt is in. It is full on assault onto the rejuve.
Goes down insta though. 3-0, but 2 insta use.
Instantly.
A lot of deaths though.
Now we'll see how the rest of the fight takes over.
Still a net win for Abraham, especially if they keep this last one.
Yeah, now in on Empty Dreams gets
look at the waves too here.
One sanguine charge already used.
LBM has to early leave and just hit here. Who's gonna match him anyways?
Power slash gonna connect.
Waves are really bad. Waves are really bad.
A little bit more and nope.
I think you on this right side. They can steal doubles here.
What a well.
There's gonna be a big net increase for Abraham's.
Little too hasty.
Look at this Mina timer. It's like 43, 44 seconds.
Who got a lot of value, big damage in that fight.
Push. Steal doubles. Do something. Play the map, please.
Silver maybe looking to continue to chase this one down, but the movement is too good. That superior stamina gets him out of trouble.
Okay.
So the soul advantage has flipped towards Abraham's, but I think
we're just not using the Mina timer. I don't know what's going on.
The fact that they're able to take all those rejuves off.
They just want to set up for buffs, I guess.
The moments after the big boss fight is going to mitigate their losses pretty significantly.
They're stacked left side here.
Because the
Ventor's going to get this right side buff.
Early. I mean, we have such a long period of time in the game with mid boss not being
maybe you guys can get there in time.
Neither team actually having the rejuves on top of it. Where normally a lot of your time in between mid bosses.
Oh, guys actually gets the right buff.
The fact that one team has
she had tempo because she pushed the wave.
No rejuves and still 5 minutes until mid boss is a thing. So it gives you a very unique slice of Deadlock gameplay where the consequences for
can we see this left side, please? Please, can we watch the left side, please? Okay, Listic dies.
Catch on the Listic though.
LBM gets the urn.
More damage. Low key W.
Dude, this fight isn't going on for 10 seconds. Can we please watch it? Please, observers, please.
Looks to be in a little bit of trouble.
Actually gets punched. Together ends up with the urn.
It seems like with Cosmetical falling back on the silver, Abraham's are going to be happy to just take that urn.
Maza zoning with the beam again. Counter spell fortitude.
Okay. Lanes are pretty rough right now though.
Guy says 3.2k HP with her vitality spike. Holy fuck. Holy shit, man.
Exit out of this side angle, but Hoot's thinking about going for a chase down.
That's a lot of HP.
Not just thinking, Hoot looking for it actively.
Hoot chasing.
Hoot's actually been pumping damage. Just
God, look at this percentage health though.
The power shots coming on in. Last one doesn't hit, but Guy's still eating the half HP tax. Uh-oh. Does have the soul exchange available, but okay. A little bit of pressure from Mina. Meanwhile, Together is able to get onto Cosmetical as Abraham's really trying to push.
Oh, Dome comes in.
Here now, Sanya.
Dome and rescue.
The Dome.
Look at the sustain. Look at the sustain.
Damage, Dome or
They're gonna
not,
die now.
now Sanya turn the tides.
Really depends if they can trade kills. The bigger thing. Yeah, Mazza does get traded. The rest of the team's here now, though. It's a real fight.
Gets hit by Listic, who enters fight a little bit late.
Together did get the urn
for Loki W. Only 4 players alive, and with Abraham's now here in force, are you really going to stick around in this one? Listic says yes. He says he's still got the
if she had flash there, holy fuck, she could have hit like 4.
Putting in overtime work here. Taz on slivers of HP. The nice pin on
gets buried.
Kind of denies the chase. A parry from Listic, styling on the frontline brawl, but the better parry responsibly.
No swapping the guys. No swapping the guys. Oh, she does.
That power slash gets cleaned up by the Mato, and the healing coming through into this Yam in the front line is pretty huge. Now, with Empty Dreams back here at full force,
like just no one dies, man. The fights go so long.
Loki W, everyone else is tanking all this
damage.
Ends up
being pretty even though.
Empty Dreams just here to clean house on the Mina.
Celeste does die a long fucking time on the Celeste, 61 seconds. That's not good.
Stop him from going further, but yeah, it's the early Boundless on Mina. Very aggressive, high damage build. Not what we typically see on this hero. Most people go for the E shift. They go for a more passive choice, but
so Hams do get the urn though, so they're gonna be net up on souls.
They need it now.
Walkers are pretty even.
I think it makes sense given the team comp they're in. I mean, who else is gonna be dealing that level of damage? Maybe. You know,
the Hams get this Guardian set though that's already chunked. They can keep this wave perma push with the fast minions.
Loki W, so it's not the type of game right now where a Geist is going to be taking over the way that she could if she had higher level farm. But the interesting thing here, Jake, is that I think the reason why
Boundless comes in for the Mina.
Some of the fights like we just saw there is just because
another fucking silence wave, dude. This item is so disgusting, man.
For another, 2.5 minutes when it took place, and there's still no mid boss for a long period of time.
Kelvin needs to get a Dispeller and Unstopper really soon.
Because
he's gonna have a hard time getting Dome off for mid boss and stuff.
As it is when
he did go Warpstone, so Warpstone's another like really good value buy to try to dodge him, but I think with the amount of silence waves, like 1, 2, 3,
a couple Boundlesses have been picked up for Loki W.
Wouldn't be surprised if Mina gets one.
Next item buy.
Wouldn't be surprised if Mina goes Focus Lens too.
Pretty significant considering his farm level.
So if Loki W like spreads out their silence waves well, I don't know if the warp's gonna be enough.
I mean, no kills on the Geist, just not having exactly the game she's hoping for.
We'll see though.
We talk about Geist.
Maybe Saint's him.
40k souls, right? Who's just taking over the game.
Saint could just be him.
Your ability to frontline without that kind of a net worth is far reduced, especially considering the level of damage coming in from the Abraham's comp. Sonya on a much more comfortable level here on the Venator.
I actually think when you look at, even though the aggregate lead is less than 10k, I think Abraham's is playing at an enormous advantage right now. When you look at the overall farm that Demov and Sanya have, and the fact that Drake is relatively poor by comparison, I think Loki W is so incredibly reliant on either Cosmetical or Empty Dreams going wild in some of these team fights. And the fact is Cosmetical is going to be running the Kelvin obstacle course for the most part. So
yeah,
all you have to do as Abraham's to win these fights is apply good pressure to Empty Dreams. And that's probably all it's going to take. It's
I think you need to find a pick on this Kelvin, right? Like that. Remember, thinking about the past, right? What we've seen against some of these Kelvin comps is the super investment in silence waves, like 4 of them, and you just chain silence the Kelvin. And
Ballistic comes in, Recharge comes in. This is a big Venator.
Silence waves is making a huge resurgence as an
item. Venator Celeste,
so especially
richest on the team as well, so they're going to be able to do a lot of consistent DPS.
It'll a lot of these kills could come in.
Can be testing the beef.
Looks like just a wave clear.
But again, like souls aren't that crazy. It's only 8k, so the fight should be somewhat even.
Has Dispel Magic play.
Paradox gets Giga Chunks. Yamta's getting Giga Chunks.
The damage comes in, he's forced to Shadow Transform, but already quite low. Still fighting around.
Silence Waves comes in. He is still able to get the Dome off though.
Not good enough to keep together up. Loki W
Swap comes in.
Despite the heals are good, but this Dome.
This isn't looking too good for the Hams. Big beam, big beam.
Players alive. The laser over the top from Mazza.
Oh, Deem overcooked.
Down under into cover, but it's not enough. Obakim still finds that kill, and Abraham find themselves in a full retreat here. ZP. Sonya,
really good trade back kill.
Huge one back though with the final shot.
Yeah, that was really big from Sonya.
That's a backbreaker, Jake. Everything in that fight had actually gone really well for Loki W. They got the engage they want.
He might be going for pickup, maybe.
Sniper lives up to the name, lands a crossbow shot on the Mina.
Loki W gets pick up. Okay, they can close soul gap here.
And that is
Venator, please go get your buff, bro. Please go get your buff. Please,
for Loki W doing things right now. So even with 2 kills,
a lot of wave dropping right now. A lot of waves being dropped. We saw it here. This is the second time multiple waves have dropped into the walker on the left side. Like, I don't even think they've hit this walker like once. I think it's literally just been waves doing this damage.
On mid boss, GT is going to even clear out this left side wave. That's going to provide yet more map pressure.
Keeps the zip. Really smart. Ult from Hoot there keeps the zip.
Off the map right now. But Abraham's
so they can't move up and take
recognizing
space.
Without the Celeste, it's a bit of a risky go. Maybe both teams just willing to let the dust settle and run it back another time.
Run it back. Run it back. So Mina is giga rich.
You got off a little bit light there.
But this is what you're saying about the multiple front line, right? Like, this is a poor Geist. This is not a carry Geist.
There too, Jake, at the very end. So he misses.
You wanted your guys to be P1 or P2, but so with the way souls are gone, they've obviously put Mina on the P1. So they want this to be a P2 Geist, but she has like bottom value for souls wise. Like, she's getting out farmed by Apollo and the silver. So I don't know how useful Geist is as P3 and beyond.
A lot of damage has been purchased. Tends to be the build for
maybe the sustain is that good, but
sometimes see, but a dunk being considered here, even past the wave. Zip's not the best for this. Are you really going to send it break?
Yeah, I feel like they just donated her in here. This could be really bad.
We could be into a big
Together can just like go for this.
It's like,
oh, you might get one shot actually. Oh, he's just dead. Look at the sustain. The rest could be not.
Far too much damage in.
Way too overzealous.
Into the air. Can you catch the last?
Hams are getting rolled again, bro. Okay, overcut from the Abrams. Overcut. Whole lot of torment pulses. You're gonna see a lot of torment pulses again too. With this much beef.
Cosmetical into this wolf form right on top of Sonya's sniper. The biggest damage for Abrahams is out of the
Silver is looking real nice with the vitality buff, bro. Looking real fucking nice.
A lot of players, maybe they learned some of their lessons, wanted to just
miss the rake.
Reset the rake. Just a little bit out of range. The heals from Kelvin keeping Taz alive, but it's not enough. Empty Dream still able to find that finish, and now a much better closeout fight for Loki W. They might be low on a couple players, but mid boss absolutely a reasonable thing to consider here, especially because Hoot limited by the cooldowns on this GT.
No dome, no bird.
Do to threaten these players on mid.
All right, Loki W coming back.
Not much.
They get the Urn there too, so they take soul advantage.
And
clean fight from them. Honestly, I was kind of just together trolling though. I thought he'd get that Urn too, but
I think Abraham's really
kind of went way too forward.
Yeah, I mean, even the odds of
I thought if anything he was gonna sit on it and then ult to try to like bait, but I think he was on the Urn long enough where it silenced his abilities, so he couldn't just ult.
The better play is to eat the 3 rejuves and go for the parry attempt. Wait, they go for it. They go for the parry attempt. Do they get one? It's parries.
Oh my god, they threw the whole game. How the fuck did that happen, bro?
We stand corrected. Jake, I can't believe what you just saw.
Are you actually kidding me, ZP? That was a terrible scenario.
What just happened?
They get
how did they
triple rejuve into a massive team wipe? Hoot gets a triple
The Hams just talking shit after that. They should though. How the fuck did that even happen? Empty Dreams got popped. I don't know how the fuck that happened.
That is one of the most insane turnarounds.
And then they had triple in the pit.
We have ever seen. Abrams
was Empty Dreams just not hitting
the money match, and now Listic in no man's land.
Mid boss? Like, how did they have time to get there?
Swarming him. This is the last kill to be found on the map.
Listic guys, dude, holy fuck, they're gonna lose both walkers here, I think.
Team wipe every single player on Loki W. In the respawn.
Okay, you know what you should do here is you shouldn't take this one first. Yeah, there we go.
A massive jungle behind that.
Bro, they just threw the whole game. Holy shit.
Can we get it over ZP, right?
We need a replay.
Yeah, we need a replay. Thank you, ZP. Like, what the fuck just happened?
Replay. I don't know if we have one. Like,
what just happened?
Actually dropped.
I will say, Saint went in for like an early parry on Kelvin, and I was looking. I'm like, oh, he's just feeding. Like, there's nothing. Like, that's not gonna work. And then Together came in with the Swift Strike and grappled all the way into the rejuve, and I believe got some parries that led to the actual snatch.
Holy moly.
Like they
look at all these buys.
The parry with
escalating,
just kind of like running it down.
Spellslinger,
and then Together came in
extra
for the
stamp.
parry, the one that they actually
it's interesting, like, you're valuing the sustain and heal cut items so much that you're going to delay the mastery, the stamina mastery on Celeste. Super interesting.
You're chasing for just a rejuve charge here. This is a little bit scary. Some more shots missed, and
they should be able to kill him twice, I think.
Players coming in to bail him out of this one. Demov commits the Shining Wonder. Cosmetical,
oh my God,
just as a
pausing, bro.
Pause from Obakim. Pretty inopportune time for some of these Loki W players as they try to plan their retreat.
Demov dropping the WTF after, but okay, we need to look at here. Can we get a chance for a replay? I looked at the stream, which is on delay, to see what had gone on there. But yeah, Saint got the miracle parries. And while everyone was stunned, like actually everyone was stunned,
Everyone's like, no,
spamming parry.
We're gonna get a replay after.
Dumping damage into all of Loki W. Like Hoot's damage stats from that one fight alone had to be obscene, but we're back into the fight. Up and over, Bird into Yamato into Dead.
Bro, they just blew this game open. It's Abraham's special.
And now the chase down is Loki W.
They're even behind this game though. It wasn't even like an even game that they just blew open. They just
now, Jake, after how they got to this situation.
Yeah, Abraham is absolutely smelling blood in the water. It's a life of Apollo, pretty tanky, but this would be a lovely kill to find. One of the best heroes harassing you while you're trying to take those shrines, and now he's going to be off the field. Shrines on the menu. Loki W, 3 players alive. You have the Bebop, but I don't even think you could finish your plate if you do get a hook into Fountain. Together, going straight for those shrines, recognizing this is their ticket now.
They're bringing the next wave here too.
Abraham's team that looked to be in a pretty rough spot at the start of that rejuve. Now finds
Yamato also going tournament pulse.
Holy fuck, man. Rightful space, competing for the top slot in EU.
Loki W, things were looking so good for them, but one errant mid boss where Abrahams pulls the impossible has put this game in a very, very different spot. First stage patron about to be dropped.
All right, replay time.
Abrahams replay time. That's enough for now.
They actually don't end up getting the left guardian
lead on the way back out.
Still, they might only have one observer for EU. They're always like lower production quality for the first EU match. I think people are getting home from work and shit.
Makes a mistake because then you can just end the game, and that's exactly what they're looking for here. The re-engage while they still have rejuve. Can they get a pick?
They want to find these catches. They do get with a swap, but I don't know what the hell happened there, but he gets hooked in, actually. Listic is super low though. The re-engage looks good right now from Abraham's task, pulling a lot of attention to himself on this paradox. Gotta watch out for the threat of the patron. For now, though, Abraham just focused on the kills, but it's not going spectacularly.
They have a lot of money here.
Found the one.
Still got 2 rejuves though.
Low HP, but he just lives on the guys.
Rick, I think he's trying to get a swap off here.
Big laser over the top from Maza G.
Let's see if he gets it.
In the back line, doing enough.
He swapped someone, but they weren't very healthy.
Both incredibly low. Still a fight to be had here. Another
That's
deep look from Maza G.
Big fucking dome. Big fucking dome.
Saves Taz.
Holy dome.
Committing in, doubling down under the patron.
Yo, how did Abrahams win this game, bro?
Going all in with the player advantage, but with the health bars dropping, Loki W now struggling to stay in the pit. The Shining Wonder isn't maybe gonna be enough. Maybe you don't even need any more though. Break is down, and yes, eventually
flip this whole fight. By the way,
Loki W just running out of gas now. Abraham's hard-fought battle, but eventually they get it over the line.
Holy shit, man!
Of all time.
Wow. Okay. Well, I lose.
Rejuve steal. Loki W. They are going to be on tilt for days after that.
So
yeah, that is.
Together got there. By the way, like I'm thinking back in my mind, Together got there towards the very end, but most of that was engineered between Saint and Hoot. It was Saint parrying and Hoot dealing the most absurd damage ever thereafter. The two-man team that bought enough time for Together to get there. And I mean, 4 people just straight up died to the damage post parry. I'm still processing, Jake, how Abrahams won this, but won it. They did. That's not even proper English. That's how shocked I am. I was convinced they wouldn't even attempt the contest CP. I was like looking at the game state, and I'm like, you're down 2. Everybody's up for Loki W.
I'm getting all these spam calls, but I'm like expecting calls. Like, it's annoying.
You don't get test this. I mean, just Abraham's on a different level, man. We got to check out some of these replays. Check out some of the highlights. This game was just absolutely back and forth, right? For the first 20, almost 30 minutes of the game, right? It was still incredibly even. This one's gotta hurt so bad for Loki W, and for Abraham's a new lease on life for our many-time champs.
It is kind of interesting though, is that if you're Abraham's, are you happy with the way you won this game?
No.
Given the fact that they were the perennial champions for so many weeks, they made some really bad mistakes to get to the point that they needed a miracle mid-boss play. And yes, they got the miracle mid-boss play. But I feel like if you're Abraham's, you're upset that you were in that situation to begin with, because they were at a really good game state. They had a lead. They had a better scaling comp, and they were just in really bad spots that Listic was able to punish for some of these bigger fights.
I agree. I mean, I think for Abraham's, it's like, it's not the way you would want to win. You want to have like a nice tactical outplay, win your lane, snowball the game, full control, but it feels like EU is way too competitive for wins like that to be realistic, right? With how closely matched the teams are, people have really caught up to the dominance that Abraham's once showed.
Kelvin Versmick showing its prowess, though. The Dumbs were like flipping the fights over and over again.
These incredibly difficult mid-boss fights. You're going to have to be able to find those perfect parries in a moment of desperation that to just have like a dominant
Wait, no, this is the
snowball
first one.
win
This is the first mid-boss.
realistic anymore at this level of play.
This is the first mid-boss.
Man, I'm just thinking there, like, as I drop the MVP recommendation, but how many other two-man heroes could have done what was just done? Like, something like Doorman.
Yeah, Celeste Venator is looking a
little
over two.
Obviously, Door in the
for
car.
real.
But that was interesting because it was basically successful parry into Hoot.
Like, they were not ahead for the
bomb.
large majority of this game, and these heroes were still pumping
which
damage.
Killed 4 people pretty much outright. Like, the amount of
We don't
damage
get a
Hoot did
fucking
there,
pilot
Jake,
in the
was
mid-boss. Bro!
Unreal.
I'm
When
looking.
you all stack up, right?
Wait, I need my stats, and then I'll look.
And you just end up in a spot where every single power shot is just hitting like 3 players, and you're just blown off the field. I mean, it's one of those spots where low-key W, it's almost the hubris. You think we're so strong, we're so ahead.
Strong.
They probably thought the same way. Maybe they won't even contest, and if they do, we'll just kill them for.
Nope.
Really playing the fight as intelligently as you're supposed to be. You're not really considering the threats that Abrahams do have to bring to bear. And you know, props to Abrahams, an insane read to even attempt it. Incredibly well executed to make it work.
What happened here, bro?
Honestly, for low-key W,
we can look after.
there are probably some mistakes made in there. It's fair to say.
Bro,
to
2 people are alive here.
And the team wipe from a +2
How the
player
fuck
position.
did this happen?
Yeah, I mean, that.
Yeah, I'm going even farther
How
back.
that went down was absurd. I mean, that's one of those things where I want to get into the replay ID and look at that from multiple different angles of how that went down, because that.
Give me my stats.
Blowing my mind. I'm thinking back to
Give
it.
me my
That may have been
stats.
The
So I
most
can look at this.
unlikely rejuve steal we've ever seen.
True.
Yeah, truly. I mean, the team play to go for it and to follow up and believe on the call. It's like reminds you of why Abrahams have been at this spot for so long, right? Like they've shown us so many dominant games where they snowball and they crush a win, and you're like, yeah, like of course they're always going to win this game.
I want to see the
But they've
vitality
also been
items.
that team that in the past, at least, has been
Give
down
it to
souls
me now.
and is able to make comebacks. Like there have been teams that have pushed them, and they've been able to win some of the harder games too. And maybe as in recent days,
Dude, I don't know why
been
it's game
Leviathan
on EU.
able to come out
They
on
sometimes
top in
don't
those
do
matches. And like you said,
Again,
maybe you would have rather
coming
had
from
a little
work,
bit
but
more of a dominant showing in this
they're
challenge
NA
match, but
based.
in
There
the
we go.
end, you're back in the
Ah,
match.
we got the weird
All
one.
this forgiven.
Anyways.
It's time to reclaim the throne now for Abrahams. We can take a look at some of the stats.
Infuser on the
dropping a
unfollow.
60 bomb very nearly.
Look at the heal bangs. Look at the heal bangs.
on GT. That is
Yeah, you end up going healing booster, so we predicted that correctly. Also got Dispel Magic.
Maybe came from that one rejuve.
Dispel Fortitude. Spirit
Saint has
Resilience.
60K
You're going to see a
heal.
lot as
That's
well.
almost
It was
more
on the
impressive. What
Geist.
the hell? Saint, actually insane Kelvin stats. I know the guy. I mean, 60K is absurd, even on Kelvin.
Same pop the fuck off,
That is
yeah.
out of control. He's doing
Warp
more
some
damage.
worked
He's
out.
doing
Oh no, he
equal
went to
damage
spell.
to the
Okay, yeah,
top
so.
damage in the entire
So instead of going
server
unstop, some
on
people go
healing.
warp plus
On
dispel.
Kelvin, like,
Which, if you have the
Ross
slots,
Kelvin
it's
is,
probably
like,
worth,
carrying
honestly.
this game.
Especially because you can go
Also,
debuff
I think
reducer
when
earlier
people
if you
wonder,
really,
how
really
did
need it.
Abrahams have
I like the
such a long
rebuttal buy
streak to
too.
begin with. I think what it comes down to is that for
Not
as
a big
much as
dome.
we
That,
sing
so
the
that, this is the
praises
interesting
of
thing about
a
Saint's
player like
build. He
T-Love,
went
right?
very
Just
small
being
dome
able
this
to
game.
be,
Very little ability
one of
range
the
except for
most impactful
the
players
the
around.
one. So
They can do this from
pretty
multiple
interesting.
different positions.
But
In
with
this case,
double dome,
it was a Saint and Hoot show in this game. Overall too, not just the.
but it kind of makes sense, right? When you're playing with this many frontliners, you don't want a bunch of frontliners in your dome. You want to get like 1 or 2 people or the squishies and just burst them down and then
It's going to be
play
wild.
the second dome
curious
after,
to see
right?
how Abrahams go into the
I
next
don't
one.
mind it.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be trying to pick Kelvin some more though, because
Yeah.
wow, like the
Silencer.
line, the way those team fights felt with how powerful the dome
Escalating
was at
exposure
turning
plus
around
spell slinger.
engagements, I understand why they first picked the Kelvin. I was
Spirit Amp
I
is
was
really
a
good
little
for
concerned
team
about it when
comp,
it
right?
came out,
So
but
Escalating
it looks
is pretty
very
good.
justified given these stats from Saint.
Or for Celeste.
Also, people
'Cause
asking
I don't
for
actually-
mid-replay,
I don't think it works for
so
teammates,
Apparently,
right?
the play was so impactful it broke
I think
the
I used to
replay
think that.
machine in the middle. Like of all time,
Yeah, increases
that
your
would
spirit
happen.
damage.
It
So,
was such
but
a
again,
monumental
Celeste
play
is
that,
a
we can't get a replay just yet. But
spell
we'll maybe
spammer.
figure out another way before the show.
So it makes
is,
a lot of
said
sense.
and
That's
done.
also why you
We
see
got
Spell
Crowder
Slinger a lot.
MVP, and honestly, you can give it to either Hoot or Saints, but this time around, we're giving it to Hoot, who dropped multiple nukes, including the big one in Rejuve.
Okay, we gotta look at this, because, like, what the fuck happened? Okay, look at this. So this is the setup. Look at how many people are fucking dead. 4 people dead. Okay, long-ass fucking timers. For some reason... Oops. Saints going here. I have no idea how Empty Dreams dies. Like, how does Empty Dreams die? He's half HP. So he's the one, like, tanking mid-boss somewhat? The aggro's kind of fucking them. He goes on Apollo, though. So Yamato has quick zip, so Yamato does get here in time. GT on the side. Does he get birded or something? Like, look how low he is, bro. Okay, honestly, I don't even blame him, though. This mid-boss aggro is so fucking finicky sometimes. Or did he get hit by a GT arrow? He's not in the pit, bro. Wait, no, yeah, he is. He's right here. So maybe GT's above them right now? And he gets hit by like an arrow? He must have got hit by... Yeah, okay, so GT's like on the stair above them. Hits him with an arrow. And then he sees him go this side. Nade comes in. And then he just gets fucking arrowed again. Empty Dreams insta-dies. The Warp Stone from Saint. Parry didn't work out. Went way too early. But then it's just parry central. Parry, parry, parry. Everyone's getting fucking parried. Parry, parry, parry. And it's just... And the nades, bro. Look at it. Who gets a fucking triple arrow here, by the way? Because after he kills Empty Dreams, he's uncontested, right? Like, he's literally just standing here free arrowing. Because he didn't dive pit. Really good, like, patience. And not, like, freaking out by Hoot there. Just dive for the crystal. Silence Wave comes in. So everyone's silenced. No one can use their abilities right now. Like, Varric can't swap. And then a nade plus arrow, triple kill. Holy fuck, the game's just over. And then the game's just over, bro. Empty Dreams just got shit on by Hoot. I'm not even gonna lie. The GT literally just won this whole mid-boss. Without Bird, by the way. This is just arrows. And then the snare for silence. I just don't know where Hoot is. Is he above or is he on the stairs? Because Empty Dreams goes into the stairwell and still dies. Like, you see that? He's like in the stairwell right now. He's right here. When does Hoot hit the arrow? Oh, Hoot's in here. Okay, so Hoot's... Wait, is he? I think Hoot's in the stairway with Empty Dreams. So I think he was shooting from up top, and then he saw Empty Dreams go this side, and then he dropped this side. And then Kelvin goes super early parry. Shake was not wrong. But it's kind of weird when you early parry. It creates this, like mental... Like, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Because as soon as you see this, you're like, oh, I can punch now. I can punch, I can punch. He fucked parry, he fucked parry. And then Yamato comes in and parries, like, 3 people. Obikim hits his deflect on people doing damage. And then the nade into arrow, and the game's just over. Holy fuck, man. It was super even, though, here. I thought, yeah, they were 60 up. I guess they just got a big shutdown for killing Empty Dreams. No, it's from the 3 kills that they get the 4K. So they were down, like... Yeah, pre anyone dying, they were down 10K. Which isn't, like, a ton, but... To win the game this hard here? Holy shit. No Yamato Wall, no Kelvin Dome. And they just stomp. D-Mob's here late, too, so he's not getting his ball off. Because he was dead. Not like he was... Like, not coming in time or something. Holy shit, bro. That's crazy. That is crazy they lose the game like that.
I think it's fair to say a stronger game than
I gotta use the bathroom real quick.
I don't know that this would be enough to win against Leviathan and how consistent they've been. So really excited to get into our money match, and we'll see you guys right after this quick break.
Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your, and your, whoa. It's your Equinox with advanced safety features. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Did I forget to do last week's? Oh, I'm gonna forget to do last week's. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You know, in our opening tweet, Jake, we said that today would be explosive here on Night Shift. We just didn't know how explosive it would be. We didn't know that Discord would be exploding. We didn't know that birds would be exploding for people at mid-boss. But what a start to the day. ZP here with Jake to bring you the EU money match coming up as Abrahams looks to retake the throne after being knocked off of it 3 weeks ago.
Still, I mean, that's the one hand in the narrative that Abrahams are trying to make the comeback and get back in the top spot. The other way to think about this is Leviathan looking to just continue the defensive streak. And based on their recent performance, you got to consider them a heavy favorite. After week one, I was even saying, hey, well, you know, you won once, but are you really going to be able to win again? Like, I'm surprised that they have flipped the dominance this quickly, but they've been winning. They won 2-0 last week, right? Like, this is a team that maybe is the squad to beat. As we take a look back at the history, that Abrahams logo features prominently, but
the
3 in a row now for Leviathan, and Abrahams didn't even get a chance to contend last week.
And I think the key for Leviathan is that going into it, people are wondering, oh, okay, you know, Abrahams just underestimated them. They got Mo and Krilled, where, bear in mind, they got Mo and Krilled before Mo got buffed. It was just a wonderful pick into Celeste that, you know, turned down Celeste and stopped her from taking over the game at a time where people thought Celeste was unstoppable. And people wondered, well, okay, you got 1 week Leviathan, but no, they're up to 3.
But
and they've kind of proven that they are for real, because 1 week you can sort of chalk up to, okay, they were just really hot that week. 3 weeks in a row, at that point, Jake, you're pretty much proven.
I'm curious the way you're thinking as well, ZP, now that we've seen 1 game on this newest patch about some of the hero priorities. Like you mentioned, maybe wanting to take away the Mina from OCs, but then does that mean you let through things like Barrage or Silver? And for Abraham's side, there's like the Kelvin. I mean, after watching Saint this game, I'm like, I do not want to let him have Kelvin. Like the domes were huge in a lot of these team fights. The clutch parry on mid boss, I think, is more about the player than the hero. But in the end, the Kelvin looks formidable, and you sort of wonder why he even fell out of that top level pick priority in the first place.
Well, particularly for Saint, where Saint had a period of time where he got to play nothing but Kelvin for many months at a time. It was the Shiv Kelvin, uncontested from Abrahams, back when teams just weren't valuing it as much. And in that case, I think you have the happy marriage of really good player skill on the hero and the fact that Kelvin is really good again. I think, though, the Kelvin priority goes back to the idea that Kelvin right now is both the #1 enabler of Silver and also the #1 counter pick against Silver. So if you're not going the first pick Silver, picking Kelvin works out really well for you, because it also is kind of a natural hit on the Silver and limits the amount of damage you can do.
Yeah, I mean, if you give up Silver Kelvin together, you just kind of deserve to lose at this level of play. Like that duo cannot be allowed to exist. Even when they were weaker, I feel like that duo was insane and was maybe one of the strongest in the game. And now with both of those heroes being top tier, that one's like an unforced error if you allow the other team to grab it. Still, between these 2 teams, I'm very curious to see the Mirage also see some play. I wonder if it doesn't get more likely to get through that initial ban phase because of some of these teams having those different preferences. But of course, before we get into the draft, we got to introduce our teams.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the first roster here.
Leviathan.
It's gonna be Leviathan.
Triple Mo, never defeated.
We'll go to them and be like, guys, you can't just be 3 Mo and Krills on the production screen. But
if it were any other heroes EP, we would have a problem. But it's Mo Krill.
True.
What the people want, the people get.
You know, it's actually 9 heroes that you have on here if you count each Mo and Krill as 2.
True. Not wrong.
One thing that's accurate, though, OCs on the Mina. I think the wide consensus in Europe is that OCs is vastly better at Mina than maybe any other hero in his pool. And, I mean, it's interesting. While teams aren't thrilled about the idea of having to use a first ban on Mina, I think against Leviathan, it is absolutely the play. And yeah, you're going to let them do some good stuff. They'll probably get a Silver. Rayek will probably come in on the Celeste, because Rayek, that's been his special as of now, where it used to be Holiday, but people just don't feel like Holiday has the power level at the highest levels.
We're good. I got everything.
But all in all,
almost ready to go.
Other things to note here for Leviathan. You know, Freemock on a championship team again. Used to be back in his Aegis Aurora days. He's found his way back to the top. Oftentimes on frontliners now, whether it be Silver or Shiv, and it's really been a core part of making this Leviathan squad work.
And for the Ivy, you don't think it's interesting? Ivy was completely, I believe, uncontested in the last draft, right? Like no one even considered her, and
nerfed real hard.
Like I know they took off some of the spirit scaling on the stone form. Like the nuke isn't as powerful as it once was, but I still think like that was just one of the builds that made Ivy look good. I'm a little surprised. I wonder if it won't be considered a little bit more in this game, especially if maybe characters like Kelvin are banned out. You go a little bit deeper into the support pool. But that's Leviathan for you. There are defending champs. They've shown a lot of versatility. And they're going up against Abrahams, who've earned their chance against all odds in that last game to now play once again for the title that they have held for so many months here on the night shift.
Also, to answer your question about Ivy, I think the interesting part is that NA must have changed in the last few days, prioritizes Ivy as a first-round pick or at the very least first half of the draft pick most of the time. So NA and EU are worlds apart in their valuation of Ivy at the moment. But yeah, I mean,
curious to see this week, though. I think Ivy probably will fall quite a bit.
But, you know, talk about some players we haven't talked about as much tonight. You know,
I don't think it's like unpickable. I think the fact that you can still pick up with the support is good.
In the pick role, whether it be playing Paradox,
like I wouldn't be surprised if Foreman still pick it and put Goober on
the Bebop. I mean, Abrahams can just rely on Task.
Because I think people think Viscous is weaker, but I don't.
You think about the history of Abrahams, all that much. He came in to replace Jamside, who took a step back. And
I think the punch build is a little bit worse. I think the full spirit build or ball build is still really good.
You think about one of the flashpoints in the middle of last game where that game could have taken a completely different slant if Sanya doesn't land the fadeaway Iradomini jumping into the shaft that takes down Empty Dreams and basically prevents a mid-boss.
Yeah, a game like that, right? It comes down, you look back on all these little moments of coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? Trying to find that difference. I also think on the flip side, Together on the Yamato played a very, very active early game style, and I think was a huge part of the success for Abrahams getting towards that mid game in a pretty even state. Like his rotations on the Yamato, I mean, often we see this character, I think, played a little bit more greedy, a little bit more on the farm side, and you run a big risk on those rotations. If you don't find a kill, if you know the rotation doesn't really produce anything positive for your team, you start to fall behind, and Yamato is that character that really hates that game state more than pretty much anyone else in the frontliner category. So Together, I think putting it together really nicely as we take a look
together, putting it together.
Pay bounty
bars from Jake.
$200 bounty.
Bars.
If Abrahams can upset Leviathan, reclaim that championship, they're going to not only win the base prize, but also a potential $200 prize on top.
And if they just get one map, they get $100. Not the biggest prize, but definitely a nice little consolation, even if you have to leave in defeat. So, you know, for Leviathan, the streak has been going on, but that just makes the rewards all the more better for those looking the challenge. But
I like the incentive,
I'm super curious on this draft now.
Keeps them motivated.
What I need to see from Abrahams, I think above all else, force Leviathan to show a different look.
I getting
I want them to get rid of Mina here. Maybe you lose, but you don't.
Looking back at these games, like they weren't even getting kills
in a row.
Yeah, I also wouldn't mind them trying to pick it for themselves. It's hard though, because you know, like, yes, OC's insane on the Mina, but with how good Mirage is right now, it's like, are you really going to give him that as an alternative? And with Leviathan having second pick, maybe you need to contest the shift. Kelvin, they go once again. They just think, hey, we ban Pocket and we pick Kelvin. We're going to be in a great spot.
Why are you seeing Pocket ban? Pocket
here. Maybe that's a little crazy, but
does percentage health damage. So when you're going to be drafting a lot of beefy boys, it's a very good
like Abrahams is showing
counter into front line.
Clear understanding of the game. This Kelvin don't
They're going ult max right now. Mirage. They just gave him a built-in inhibitor on the Scarab. No idea why they did this. Mirage was like slightly weak last match, and now they just made it Giga OP.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly why they're banning Pocket. I think you're exactly on the money, is that the one thing that with the Affliction rework is that it doesn't play nicely with Frozen Shelter. I mean, Kelvin hates the existence of frogs. So Kelvin is going to get picked. For Leviathan, I think one of the first two picks here has to be Mina or Abraham's will.
It's also good to Kelvin,
I do feel like they're confident in stealing it away. So one of two goes on the Mina.
Right?
Yeah, I think they have to go Mina Silver. I actually don't think they have any other options here. So Silver comes in because you can't give up Silver Kelvin. Mina needs to come in because Abrahams is going to steal Mina if you don't.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially with Mirage banned. I would like to see it for Leviathan. They might also consider some of these top tier frontliners, and I think Celeste maybe even more important. But I think you might be right, ZP. I wonder if they live to regret this. There's also options like the Venator that I think Abrahams are going to be pretty excited to get their hands on early in the draft. That they kind of maybe need to contest right now, lest they lose the opportunity later.
Shiv Venator
also, but instead, okay, they go Geist. So
Geist
they're either
Venator?
giving up the Ven or they're giving up the Mina. Maybe they just go Ven. It would be a repeat of last draft if they go Ven. I think stealing the Mina makes more sense because Leviathan is not.
I'm not sold on this Geist P2 shit.
I would be.
I'm not sold on it.
So the last opportunity that
I haven't seen anyone like really pop off on it yet. Yeah, they go Venator.
I'm a little surprised to see the Geist Venator. It is like the
people
top 2 heroes
are trying
in that
to
category
Geist
of like
PT stuff. I don't know.
Carry, but of all teams, Leviathan I think has been one of the most willing to play
just never
Mina
dies,
as the hard carry and to just like
I feel like you want soul, so your drain actually does damage.
It's gonna be like high tempo fighting, and Mina just has lots of opportunities to come in and take the fight. But they actually think the Billy is going to be more important
the Billy
to that potential frontline style.
Double frontline.
Surprised to see this. Maybe
they're picking stuff that's good into dome. Just kind of all 3 of these picks fit that theme.
But I mean, we saw from Saints Rebuttal last game. It's maybe a little bit scary to throw too many hands at this Kelvin.
GT ban. Wow.
I think.
Will they ban the Mina?
The overall meta that makes sense. I think for Leviathan that seems very odd because surely you would think Abrahams comes in here and bans Mina. You're not giving up that much to do a mid-stage ban on it. You know it's Leviathan's most favorite comfort hero. You don't have to pick a Mina with the comp that Abrahams has here.
Yeah. Great ban.
They take down the Mina. So
for
Leviathan, this Billy pick may come back to haunt them. Not because Billy
and what M1 are you gonna go now? Mirage out,
we'll see what
Thunder out, Geist P1 is out.
Right? Is it like the Warden? I mean, you really are
you could just go full anti-dome. I don't think the Warden's that bad.
Mirage out of the pool.
Yo, Graves.
Go for the Graves.
What?
Oh, wait. I like this. You know me. I'm a Graves.
No, God, here we go.
This hero is actually one of the best heroes in the game. I think. At the like indefinite sustain battle, and Venator and Geist are more about their
Sinclair. Okay, well, huge counter pick here into the Graves. This is a great read. Sinclair, you have Graves ult up half the time.
You get a Graves with like the max passive. You
can even go refresher on the Sinclair and just have double tombstones. It's really OP.
Even though you're in the dome,
and they take it away from Leviathan, where they could have taken it to steal dome.
Inside the dome.
Paradox. I'm really liking Abraham's draft so far. I'm not gonna lie.
Abrahams, though, they grab the Sinclair, which is kind of the classic counter, stealing that Grave with a max.
They force them onto the off meta M1,
like,
and Graves isn't really like
tempo to have that reduced cooldown on the Graves.
I don't know, man.
Basically, it's up all the time.
So
Rem gets through dome. They're going very anti-dome.
One of the players. Now, this is a player opinion. This is not necessarily my opinion, but Relay, they said OCs needs heroes with iframes in order to have a good game. No iframes equals bad game.
Then Vindicta. Okay, the Vindicta's kind of out of nowhere.
Jake, that OCs is gonna be
but they just needed consistent DPS.
And OCs is either
that's a player coping. That is a player coping about Mina and Mirage being good. I'm just gonna translate that for you, ZP.
No, but what if they're right?
What if they're right?
Because there is something to be said is that when you're playing these heroes that have like, free escape buttons for that long, and then you have to play something that's a little bit more honest on getting out of bad situations.
I think they're overcooked. I think Leviathan overcooked in this game 1. I think this is an overcooked.
When I'm looking at this draft, Jake,
they're going very anti-dome, but they don't have a lot of answers for the other shit in the game, right?
Graves arguably got better.
Like even Silver Billy Graves, with how the fights are going to be going, Sinclair's going to be able to bunny these people over and over and over again in the dome.
You are the full Graves build.
I believe this hero is good. I've been believing this hero is good.
And they have like low mobility characters in the Graves, Rem, Vindicta that the Paradox can have so much value into in finding picks. The only thing is they don't have a lot of frontline, so. If say like Saint gets behind, domes might not be.
I don't think we've seen it really
as I think you're going to see a very different Kelvin build from Saint this game. I don't know if double dome's going to be the move.
Playing Graves more as like still side laning a ton, but ultimately playing a more of a brawly style. And
I think he's going to go for boundless this game. I think
the Graves I want to see this game is really going for like turning up more at the deeper stage.
Are you a gamer?
Are you a gamer? Are you?
Rake plays both Celeste and Vindicta.
Yeah, super curious about this one.
It could go. I mean, what else is the carry, right? For OCs, it's. I mean, I don't know. Vindicta.
Yeah,
carry,
there's nothing left to play, man. There's nothing left to play.
I feel like it almost has to be OCs. Like, there's not really. They don't really have.
I just can't believe they proud the Billy over the Mina. That's kind of crazy to me.
Semi carries like Billy and Silver, but you just really.
They might just be full on double frontline believers now with the new patch.
They're gonna risk their championship status here on a Graves pick, and I want to believe ZP.
If it's OCs on the Graves,
I think that Sinclair find was really good.
The allegations of being an iframe merchant, because Graves is many things, but an iframe merchant or someone that has easy escape options is not one of them.
Damn, we're just shit talking Osis right now.
Graves.
Osis been dominating AU 2 weeks in a row. We're just shit talking him.
Looks like it's gonna be maybe Hoot on the Venator. We've seen him play this before. I think he looks really solid on it.
We'll see what happens.
It's sort of not his conventional pick where he plays these like super heavy movement hero.
Excuse me.
Just like one category of hero, he can play these.
We're doing a Kelvin Venator lane again.
an OC's Graves.
We're doing a full-on lane swap here. Holy moly. They're trying to get Graves a
I like this
lane that she can live in.
Does want the matchup against the Venator and the Kelvin. This makes a lot of sense to me.
How much are they going to miss for this, though?
It's so interesting how the Graves-Ven matchup works, because on one hand, if Ven gets a drop, like, you can easily delete Graves. But if Graves like gets a drop on you, all of a sudden, like, you actually feel the burn from the essence theft.
Down the world,
where you're just, oh, my abilities don't do damage to you.
They're gonna match the swap. Look at these lane swaps. Holy shit! They're gonna match the swap again.
A little bit, you're just not gonna do real damage.
Look at this force from Abrahams to get the Venator away.
Here in middle.
Let's talk about these lane swaps. This is crazy. Hams swapping the swap.
And they just lane swapped again, by the way. So Abrahams are really trying to have the Sinclair matchup against Graves. Makes a lot of sense. I think this is probably one of the harder matchups in the game for Graves because of that stolen tombstone. And
another monster round by from Saint. His core is not going to change. It's going to be more like what he flexes into later
on Sinclair. So I think this is really intelligent from Abrahams. They are actually respecting this Graves pretty significantly, as there may be another lane swap. Uh-oh.
They're waiting to ambush the lane swap. Okay, Abrahams this is next level, what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, so this is, you can tell these teams have been screaming the fuck out of each other.
Now, is it actually going to be a punishment? We'll see.
It's a Billy under tower. I think they overcooked that one a little bit. It's a Billy Rem coming to your lane. Like, are you really ganking?
I think he's got damage on the Rem,
though. Some good punishment, though, from the Vexing Bolt, but Billy is, I think, more than happy to take this kind of a trade with the Rem healing in the lane.
Well, we'll see if we get another swap as, you know, Ven. Now you actually have the mini game as a viewer or even a caster right now of, is it a box run?
And then they get the swap back in. Okay, the Graves gets back into the Venator. Holy moly!
But we're
looking like early League of Legends right now. We're just fucking lane swapping, not anymore, but
as we see Freemock,
what League was forever.
3 on left, and
Break just zooming.
Man, that movement is all over the place right now, Jake.
Celeste happy to, you know, shirk some ganks mid, but I think both teams like are just.
I think we're gonna see another
early game rounds.
Triple vitality buyer for the.
Aware of the punishes. I will say this game state with all this chaos.
Celeste.
I think it's very good for Urazumi because people are just happy to defend their towers, get the solo.
Yeah, it's actually huge for Rem. He's just like.
What is he buying? He has about 9 enemies. There's no way he's hard rushing Cult Sack. Is that is illegal if he does that? He has monster queued up, right?
Yeah, the hard rush Cult Sack
might be a decay rush.
I think one of the only players that actually might be a decay rush shift would be Pashi. Like Pashi used the hard rush.
Splitting his points here too.
Okay, no, he's just
he's just getting components.
He just waited. He just mined the monster to clear waves. That makes sense.
He's just using his tempo properly.
Yeah,
like yes. You don't want to waste time buying.
He was playing M1 as opposed to being on Rem, where the Rem Zac Rush would have been a little bit wild. But pillow over and in. You see Hoop on a little bit of a retreat. The candle blasting.
Skiller dead. Oh, Skiller's dead.
Actually pretty significant.
Good roam.
Caught together down.
Good roam.
And I mean, all those overlapping CCs between the Bola and the Pillow, it kind of adds up. And Yamato without the stamina to get out of that, no ultimate online just yet. It's a nice little pick for Leviathan.
Rick gets fucking giga shit on there. Holy.
Yet, but after all these crazy roams, it's been a chaotic early game. And Abraham's, I don't think they've been able to find that early edge they were hoping for.
By the way, I'm going to call it. I think you're going to get a lane swap to Sinclair going to left-hand side once Speed Zip comes online. Because you can do lane swaps really quickly if you're willing to burn the Speed Zip.
I mean, I think he's going to be trying to lane against Graves literally the entire game. I think that's how you want to play this matchup. Just keep stealing the tomb, spam tombing. Because Graves actually is one of the worst heroes in the game at clearing the enemy zombies when it's stolen from Sinclair. Because you can't headshot with the gun. The auto-aim doesn't really help you against those zombies. So it's... you know, a pretty difficult matchup for a lot of reasons.
When are we going to get a new Sinclair model, bro? Every time I see this model now, I'm like, this is just like so out of place.
Question is, can you execute?
It's just so out of place, bro.
I don't think the counter's going to be as hard felt because OC's probably just going to be chilling in the jungle pretty deep into this.
Bow.
Also, early rebuttal buy on Together, which makes sense. The Billy on the other side. I actually think
Billy Silver. I think it's nice.
Yeah. I think even in pub games, like people underbuy rebuttal, especially against Viscous, where you should just buy it, period. But you know, if you're up against heroes that are going to be sneaking in more melees.
Oh, really good bait by Arizumi here, by the way.
Comes on out.
This Yamato can't go anywhere. Yamato's just dead. Arizumi actually just fucking outplayed the shit out of them, by the way. Completely baited the grapple into the Billy ult.
Just a full run, but
completely outplayed them. Holy shit.
Great catch from Billy.
Arizumi shining again. We need to start talking about this guy for best support world. I'm telling you, this guy is really good.
Leviathan as they look to expand this lead in the early game.
Silver up over the top, slam fire into just a quick retreat out of TAS.
Oh, Leviathan. Catch here.
Up over, lands the bola. Just needs a little bit more damage. Health, absolutely
Holy deleted, by the way.
That'll do it, and out comes the Lycan Curse, going directly here onto Hoot. But then decides, nope, gonna go for the Guardian because I trust Overseas to finish it off.
Yeah, great sequence of trades there for Leviathan. Maybe they won't get the Guardian down. Maybe they will, though. Those buff minions from Ram are going to put a lot of pressure on. And it's just, I mean, Leviathan are just aggro across the map, and they're winning. It seems like just about every trade. Hoot still doesn't even have the ultimate online. So OC is going to be pretty comfortable getting towards that early farm game. And all the action that we've really seen in this game has favored Leviathan. Like every kind of a trade, every kind of attempt, it's been comfortable and clean. Ultimate's online, though, for Abrahams. Maybe that'll be enough to allow them to turn the tide as Hoot does pick up the first Guardian.
Also, you know, I was thinking Hoot maybe would go for another swap, but hasn't been the case. Hoot for now, not looking for the matchup versus OCs here just yet. Content on the right-hand side.
Billy with the Stalker, showing he wants to get pretty aggressive onto this one, and with Rem behind him, it's kind of nice on Billy. You have the luxury of really not buying nearly as much of the defensive utility that often you will be grabbing. Stolen chain getting close players in, but still with a lot of tools that tag along for Rem.
Follow up from the Sinclair.
He's just going to ignore the fight and just go straight for the tower. This
I agree with those.
Level of aggression. The parry is beautiful from Hoot, though, and that should potentially seal the deal onto this Billy, who's now just trying to run for the hills. Another Vexing Bolt connects.
The Bear Zombie just dipped. He knows Billy's dead.
They do take down Overseas. Kind of an expensive one. Cost him a tower.
Again, just use your tempo, right? Like he's boom, tunnel time, tunnel time.
So I don't think it's really the end of the world for
You're not going to be able to match this wave into them. Just
definitely needed.
Let your Billy catch it.
Also,
go TP, go get boxes.
In terms of farm with Abrahams being behind, a lot of that has been evened up after what was a little bit of a tough start. I mean, even on the aggregate 33K, the 34K. Also, in terms of farm, you know, OCs, who normally is the most well-farmed character, a slower start here on the Grave so far, but looks like a collapse on the Saint, perhaps. Well, they're looking on the left-hand side. Saint, for now, able to shake some of the pressure. But that is a roam from Leviathan on the left-hand side. See if it turns into a little bit more.
Gravestone's left side.
Sai has been a real mainstay, I think, for this team. He's been a huge part of their success.
Very even with the Venator.
Some of these souls away.
I think it's really big that Sanya's this ahead. So I actually think they're going to do P2 Venator, which is really interesting.
Definitely
Sanya on the guy showing you. This is probably going to be P1 for Hams.
Trades under the motto are always nice, but
Leviathan getting the early Rem buff advantage though, up 3K here. If you just look at net worth, Celeste,
in the end, just overwhelmed Kelvin,
Rem, and Billy,
pretty
much out even net worth.
Movement control. The swap is good.
More ahead than I thought.
Out of position without stamina, man. You
Zabele.
On the chase down now is
should be that Kelvin.
Parry attempt from Saint, not gonna hit. Fremox hit though.
Early life strike.
Connecting.
Life strike is back.
So
this is a very good way to get your vitality spike on the silver.
Of course, they already got the Guardian.
I was kind of surprised we didn't see this in the other game.
Here from Ray.
I think Free Moves got it down.
Looking for Tess. Time Wall going to come down, and Ray decides, nope, I don't want to fight that because reinforcements are coming. Stolen Shining Wonder has a feel to be
reactive, heal bane, stat mastery, extra region.
Interesting. You're Celeste, you're at decent HP. You have options to get out of this, but
so can still go the early stat mastery if he wants to, but could just hang on to the.
Can you really fight the silver?
The extra champ he wants.
The Lycan Curse going to be more than happy to take these trades. The heals come in from Irizuma into this one, and Sai.
The Rem follow-ups are looking real good right now. The speed-ups are
Leviathan a little bit
very nice for this comp.
Active Yamato. Taz also gets
big rebuttal though.
Kelvin though, nice parry onto silver. Might be enough to get it out. Shining Wonder is bouncing, making some awkward escape movements from Abrahams, but just the two deaths is all they're going to have to tolerate into this one. As I say that, though, Sai
owning early game right now. Owning.
Snipes, so more profit here.
Saint just briefing? I don't think he knew two people were here.
They're still sitting around looking for this kill.
He's got his triple burst. Oh, fucked up his movement. Saint should have died there, or at least blown dome.
To set up for the urn, but okay. Swap.
Good peel from Rem.
Missing into a.
They try to send it on the left side, and they're gonna get punished, right? They sent 3 left side here for not a great reason. Celeste doesn't know where the rest are though, so she's not going to insta dunk. But
also, a very quick earn run here so far, right?
Yeah, they don't get punished. Quick sips pay off.
To the other side of the map, but Abrahams,
they're here though.
Often will go.
But look at the pressure, right?
Vindicta
gets pushed now.
Guardians, in turn, decide we're going for the full urn defense.
We're sniping the Guardian.
Turn into Walker pressure against Leviathan.
Yeah, they're going to need to put some pressure on because I think across the map here.
Ends up being a trade though. Who gets the left side? Holy shit!
Some of this pressure. Celeste steps up into the fight, but maybe bites off more than she can chew. Yamato more than willing to counter dive back onto the tower.
I don't know what we were doing with that.
The level of aggression that Abrahams are willing to put on, even
that was like a turbo grief.
And although Graves, putting some defensive tools down, that Walker
Billy's gonna gank here. Rem's here with no sleep though.
Back in for one last power slash, just gonna fall back for now.
And they're gonna lose.
Tombstone's gonna be dropped by OCs. Trying to add a little bit more.
All right, Rig.
Fight, but there's not to be
turbo ends it and ends up giving an 11-minute walker. Wow, that was really, really bad. They could get earned though for it, but they're still here. They have dome as well, but they're gonna give. Okay, so they do get the earn for it, but like, is this worth?
Nice quick dunk here. Leviathan
pressuring left side. I think Silver's gonna die
for it, but the big rotation comes in.
So they keep their soul lead at least, but holy fuck, losing 11-minute walker is not it.
Solo earn souls for Sonya Sniper. It's a pretty nice one to be able to find.
So yeah, this is the full-on M1 build, split shot, duration, active reload.
Very high damage.
Look at the sustain on the sick hero, bro. This is what Jake's talking about. Graves loves the long sustained fights.
Very early into this one.
Loves it. Loves it, loves it, loves it.
These kills in the fight is really huge for a Graves that has gone for more of a farming build than a fighting build.
Every time I see Graves chase someone down like that, I just think back to the old OW Apex meme of beautiful tracking. Someone's gonna say that unironically in a broadcast someday, and it's gonna be terrible. It's like, oh man, this Graves just hit so many shots, Jake.
Oh, Celeste? Is she gonna stick around for that mid walker?
Ooh, look at this spike. Torrent pulse, full front. This is a strong Celeste, bro.
One moment of the wave crashing is gonna be enough to finish it.
Good return here from Leviathan to get this walker low.
Game state
but again, soul lead is not actually evening out.
Even when looking at soul allocation here,
even after the earn,
no massive outliers.
Big fumble losing that walker from Leviathan. I just don't know what Riddick was doing. I don't know if he got sent on or he went in. It looked like he went in.
The difference between a Geist at 14k and say
just
11k at this point in the game is scarily larger.
I'm just pretty much guarantees like what ult you want to steal, so he can just jump in, get the ult on.
This game is how does the Graves
even the Graves is hiding and then get out.
At 13 minutes.
So it can, like, if there's one ult you really want in the game, it's a great way to confirm getting that ult.
People are going to get to their build. So what is the build for
and also you're just fucking uncatchable now with a simple sleep. Like, if you get caught, that's on you.
He's gone for the split shot, the rapid reload, or the active reload. He's gone for basically an all-in farming build.
Billy follows the Venator.
So he wants to go
TP's back and gets
late with this one, and a nice little snipe. Extra damage onto D-Mob. Stats being built up here. But a catch onto OCs would have been happy just to farm this one up. A stolen tombstone. It's going to put him on the retreat. But OC's actually not backing down. Sticking around to this one. Has some support.
Sinclair insta-loses his tombstone.
With the rapid hex, it's going to be a little bit scary to continue.
I don't know. I think Graves can kind of just keep going, yeah.
Ends up getting immobilized.
I don't think it's that scary for her.
The sleep is good as well from Irizumi trying to add on.
Kelvin has to stay, but Graves can just perma-drain.
Kelvin doesn't have it online. Now the tower dive comes in from OCs. He just starts to
Graves looking good, bro.
He can't die. He's taking away all of their damage into this one.
OCs has been stable, I think is the easiest way to say it, but oh, here we go. D-Mob on the chase down on Ven, takes Celeste out of the sky. All the movement in the world, it doesn't quite matter. When you got a crossbow and you got the ability
life strike for D-Mob.
Click.
He's an extra regen enjoyer instead.
Yeah, some big buys.
Curious what he's gonna go for his green spike
this game. He's gonna also get to a pretty respectable net worth total. Gonna have a lot of debuffs to bring him down.
That's value this game, but I don't know. Not like insane value.
With a movement on mid swap. Goes wide though. That's for Taz. It's like, man, you get so much pressure on him to hit these. But I think Leviathan are just very aware of the threat, especially around the mid lane with no Guardians up. Like, this is...
Irizumi keeping his
if you're going to come to this part of the map, you need to have your head on the swivel when it comes to playing against Taz.
Also, Jake, we haven't really talked about late game versus early game here, but when I look at the comps, I actually think Abrahams is totally fine with this going late between the Ven and the Geist. Leviathan, I think, is under more pressure to get things moving early.
Yep.
Like, I don't think you want to go to 30 minutes and have it be even.
The amount of mid-boss control this comp boss is crazy. Rem's good at mid-boss defense, but you can play counterspell against Rem. People kind of learn how to play against Rem the longer he's been out. So he does opt for the early stat mastery. Probably
Celeste needs to get around one.
Gonna save him. Oh, Irizumi.
Perfect from Irizumi together. Cal caught maybe a little bit deep onto this one.
This guy's so
started to chase down.
good,
So is Graves. Abrahams blew a lot into that one. And maybe even just an earn dunk to be done here by the Billy. It's only Hoot in the neighborhood.
Point like Stalker.
Stifle this one. And the dunk is good. Hoot had to just TP out. I mean, he would have certainly been in real trouble there.
All right, Leviathan get another urn. They're running the urns this game.
Risk it with the assistant.
Yeah, one of the few items in the game where you actually can stop Sinclair's
walkers are now even
escape ability. I mean,
I didn't realize they got this mid one, the blue one, but
like they
did get it really low before, so
it's arguably the best escape in the game.
Probably just easy pickup.
But as we look at it,
early spare resistance for Mr. Sanya.
Given the comp they're running and the game state they want to have.
That's the other thing, interesting thing about Graves is her zombies do spirit damage, so she's a interesting amount of split damage. Obviously, her one is like gun, but
doesn't get farmed.
The rest of her kit does a lot of spirit damage. So
here, Jake, and I think you actually need to on this character. Like the difference between a Geist that's at par versus a Geist that is at 20-30% of the game is tremendous. But into mid we go.
Dome comes in.
Out. Frozen Shelter gonna be popped pretty early into this fight.
Killer doesn't have ult though.
Desperately trying to stay alive. The Frozen Shelter not enough.
Not enough. Saint's gonna die.
Under the gun, Mike and Curse directly in his face.
Express shot build.
Shreds.
A little more burst on this.
Leviathan just coming into unfriendly
Silver than you think.
Taking down 2 quick kills. Maybe Saint
early counterspell.
We're in so deep. Surely the dome's gonna be enough.
For the Sinclair.
5 players here for Leviathan, and they could be looking for more. Abraham's trying to punish a little bit, but you're still very healthy on the side of Leviathan. This is far from a free clap back here for Abraham's, especially without the Kelvin dome.
Ooh, they're starting.
And yeah, they're going to say no dome. We're going to gamble mid boss, although we've seen this.
They are going to have the Yamato ult here. I don't know if Yamato gets her in time, though. She's going for staircase.
Check Saint. Does he
get Yamato? I don't know if she's here in time. They have a lot of contests here. This is spooky.
Time for the parry. Here we go. In comes Abraham's. Rabbit Hex is out. With the first
Why do people keep throwing mid boss on Abraham's? They 3-0'd it. Are they gonna die though? Might be worth to force the fight. Yeah, already dead too. Silver's down though. Rem's gonna die. Rem got away.
And now Leviathan still the ability to fight back together. Low, hoot, low.
It's gonna die as well. Saint's gonna get run down.
Graves still healthy, still chasing them down. The Toxic leading out for Saint, and now here comes the 1v1 potentially. Oh, he's not going to chase the Venator, playing this one a little bit more slowly. Pops the tomb to help push out.
Okay, well, yeah, that's...
And the waves are going to be bad enough where...
Even without Dom, they have a ton of tools to contest the mid, so... I think a 3-0 is a bit unlucky, but I don't think they had very much confirm here, especially without the Rem sleep. But the fight kind of went their way, but I think Abraham's takes this, right? Like what ZP was saying earlier, they scale a lot better. So the fact that now 6 minutes, no rejuves on the map, I think is a W for Abraham's. It's a big dub.
One thing as I look at that, though, the mid-boss call for Leviathan, I think it worked out in the sense that they're not behind at the end of it. But man, I mean, calling mid-boss with so many still up for Abraham's, particularly when you're dealing with things like Yamato, like
and Paradox
Sinclair.
Like their mid-boss control is
It's
insane.
a gutsy call, just because of how things like Shout Transformation and Rabbit Hex can completely turn a mid-boss fight.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's kind of wild, but it ends up maybe paying off into this
Warpstone
one.
on Celeste. This is
chasing a Celeste,
the most cancerous thing I've ever seen.
Warpstone with the superior stamina. At this point,
how do you catch this hero, bro?
So much is clearing waves in a position that.
If I'm Kelvin, I might buy knockdown this game. Loki, this is a crazy knockdown game. You can cancel Rem.
They have a low HP walker.
This is an insane knockdown game, actually.
Look at the objective state.
You should for sure get knocked down this game.
For Abraham's, but
Celeste.
Maybe change that.
She has counterspell.
The TP for just a second. Is it gonna be enough? He TPs through with
the Vin, so he might have already seen that.
Getting a little bit awkward on the
chase.
So
doesn't get as much value, but
did he do the flying strike?
I'm pretty sure you can counterspell midair now because you can use items while scoped. So I think
as the TP went and went to the other side of the map. I'm pretty sure that happened. And now, Lycan Curse is nearly down. D-Mob. Can D-Mob find a way? The parry is huge.
Plus rebuttal.
Freemog deals with D-Mob in the Veil. No,
D-Mob's not just like perma farming though. It's kind of awkward.
I think D-Mob maybe was also
surprised by
Together's ability to slip out of that one with the
Buffs
crazy
up.
flying strike.
We go 2-0 to Leviathan. They're gonna get picked up again.
Now Urn control should be grabbed. Although Rem in trouble, maybe needs to jump to somebody just to live
again.
This one. It's a good escape for him, and Billy.
Zumi's really good at playing on the fence.
Better if it can turn around, maybe turn
oh, look at his bounce around.
Remember, Venator's down into this fight. Leviathan coming back into it. Here's the dome, out to slow things down for Abraham's.
Here's Zumi's just making space. He doesn't have it right along now.
Some snipes coming in, but in the end, Abraham's they pop a lot.
Wow, good contest from Abraham's. They end up getting it.
But there's going to be a lot of pressure.
Silver running at people. Silver running. What's the Silver?
25 on the Graves. Wasn't even in that fight, and
getting chased down by the Celeste though.
The Abraham's.
No ult on Together. Together's dead.
Together
dead.
In all sorts of trouble here. Shiny Water comes out, and nothing wonders about that side with the
dropping waves here too. They had to catch the blue wave, and the right wave didn't even get fixed.
Grab the urn, preventing the comeback.
Yeah, they can come back in for this re-engage though.
Sanya.
Saint doesn't have ult. Nah, maybe they can. Everyone's fucking 1 HP, bro. Insane counterspell.
Caught by OCs at the very end as Leviathan continues to add on to their advantage. Saint also really low towards the end of this fight as the Walker defense continues.
OC's not low, man. OC's still healthy on the Graves. I think they are
Hams end up with it still, though.
I guess recognizing that fighting under the Walker
got
is
far
still
in the back.
a little bit too scary into this one.
Together got far in the back with the urn where they couldn't snag it after, so big comeback urn.
But Leviathan at least are going to be able to claim a
Walker. I think Leviathan are saying fucking just take the Walker. Maybe 2 Walkers out, it's going to be a huge advantage for them. Even with the soul lead. Together still doesn't have ult, by the way. Together does not have ult. Oh. Graves is really deep. What are we doing here, Graves? Little deep, bro.
To back
He's
up
gonna
when
die
he's
to the
showing
mid,
her
I
in
think.
this level of aggression to kill onto this very high net worth hero is exactly what you need.
Oh my god!
Really well needs to make it to the zip. Crucial that he lives into this one.
Holy shit! Insane. His death timer would have been giga long, by the way. This is really good that he lived.
If he doesn't live there, that would be a massive.
And then they're gonna win the post fight.
The rest of the Leviathan are gonna be able to get the cleanup. You came in deep for the carry kill. You don't.
Holy shit, Leviathan!
It's gonna cost you Taz and Together's lives.
I think OC's just beat.
They're pulling this shit off, bro. It's crazy. Didn't sleep there. The Graves is popping the fuck off.
More impressive than the standard Mina escape, is what I'll say. But Jake, reviewing the game state, Abraham's still in a world of hurt. Down a little over 15,000 here.
Yeah, even with the comeback urn, like they're not in a good spot, bro.
Can actually do the most basic of math.
I didn't see if Celeste got over there for the contest. She might have been able to steal some.
You take a look at the farm situation. I mean, Sanya's in okay spot, but the Graves is continuing to be a problem. You know, you mentioned the farm on the OCs, and Graves is one of those heroes where if she
look at the carries inside of Abraham's. They've just been dying. Like Demon's been dying. Sonya's been doing a better job, but going double defensive too, right? Counterspell plus warp.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the damage. Rico, but once he gets things like inhib, that's going to really change things. Guys build a lot of
inhib is crazy value for us this game, especially with split shot. Holy fuck, man!
You don't have as much damage when Graves especially
starts
producing it. A catch though on Celeste leads to a quick kill onto Rake in the mid. And even some Walker pressure simultaneously from Hoot on the left side of the map. So for Leviathan, caught maybe flat-footed here. A deep dive comes in onto the Vindicta. That's an ideal target to start on side. Running for the hills. One more
has counterspell.
Be good.
Literally one.
Enough for the kill. He lives on
literally one.
Trying to get that one last bullet.
He's all in Together found him though.
But it's going to cost him his life. He's in so deep for this one. Silver here for the
chase. A lot of time though. Got the silver. Silver's not in his dome because of him going deep. Good sleep here too.
Graves is not losing HP right now, ZP. Saint is down.
Osis is just being able to free hit the whole time. Osis is in that dome, just free hitting. Abraham's lost their right guardian here. These waves are going to go quick.
Graves isn't even damaged at the end of it. Mid boss up in 30 seconds. Now, I do wonder if you're Leviathan. Do you even consider going mid boss here? Because Abraham is going to have the ability to contest, and I feel like Abraham's dead in terms of contesting mid boss with anything.
One thing about this quick tip though is you're able to like sit here and farm for Sonya. Sonya might be able to actually like get back in the slow curve.
Powerful zip on the right side of the map.
Yeah, bro, everyone's fucking juiced.
I think they're gonna probably look to continue.
Everyone's tanky now.
Because around the Graves right now, I mean, the one thing about
seeing
this
double frontline come back.
Terrible mid boss damage compared to most carries at this damage level. You really don't have meaningful DPS in the mid boss, but it looks like they're just going to be baiting it, looking in on the fight now.
Osis just free hitting again.
Up into the sky, a stolen Graves.
The other just dies. Holy shit! They baited the med really well.
Ricochet inhib is going to be taking all the damage away right now. Even
Geist dies. Holy GG, by the way. Look at this split shot inhib and Rico.
Sucked away.
This inhib's just getting applied to everyone.
Fall back off the play, maybe hunting down this Kelvin who got caught.
No, I saw that though. That was really fucking funny. It was 800 too.
As well, assisting potentially on this chase down.
I was like, what the fuck? How does that even happen, bro?
Maybe over the top. Good jukes from Saint.
Oh my god, he bottled McGinnis? That sounds so cancerous.
Looking at the map, they're not really in position to actually contest this mid boss. You have
they're not here. Sinclair went for Urn, so now he's not here for the contest. Kelvin has Dome, but he'd be alone. This is free mid boss 3-0.
They get the extra bonus souls for killing.
Yeah, I can imagine, bro. Holy fuck.
And I mean, even just getting the Urn dunk here,
perma freezing everyone in the beginning.
If anything, it's more of an Urn deny.
Do you have to imbue it to an ability? Like, do you have to put it on turret or on ult? Or is it just for all abilities?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think we've seen anyone.
I think it's just all abilities because it's a legendary item.
Like the late game carry potential seems very real, and even Kelvin now caught outside the base. This is a worst case scenario. This is the hero you want to be able to turn fights around. He's super low, has the dome just to live, but still just can't even find the opportunity to get it off. A tether. He's good enough to
insane heroic value this game for Billy, by the way. It's a good buy.
Sai assists that one with a powerful snipe from that Vindicta, stacking up yet more damage. He's also, I think, been kind of a relatively.
Dude, I'm loving the Rem,
for him, but has been a key player in a lot of these burst kills.
Rem fits the tempo here too. Like he can keep up with the soul curve, and they're just fucking hard winning these fights, man.
Going down, and the win conditions for
how do they have a zip
Jake
here? What?
Are very rapidly declining.
Wait,
We're
what?
not only
the wave is all the way here. How do they have a zip?
Deficit, but still got another 3 minutes of rejuve to deal with. And I mean, I'm just thinking about good things for them right now. And even if you swap OCs and jump OCs with 3 or 4 people, I'm not convinced OCs loses as a 37k Graves at this point.
I mean, the rejuve is really insane right now. Build because your only risk, right, is being bursted before you can sap people's damage.
Excuse me, pretty good.
And with the rejuve,
we're playing with the sub.
You just have that backup extra life.
You're good, bro. You're probably watching my streams. It's probably like 2 or 3 in the morning for you. You're good, bro. They went pretty good. We were playing with the sub. We won a game. It was good. But the regulation tournament for DSL got
and you're just hostage the
yeah, it was 3 in the morning for you. Don't worry about it, bro.
Everything outside.
But regulation tournament got canceled, so now the league's just going to start on April 12th. So we're going to take the scrims off this week and then start up next week. Since we're not playing for like 2.5 weeks now.
But Graves is continuing to chase this one down. You're diving on top of a Geist, but she doesn't have the ulti. You're just disrespecting your free buck as well.
So, which is kind of nice because then I get to learn the patch more and learn what the fuck's going on.
And now Leviathan stepping up, trying to siege these shrines down. Rest of Abraham's playing out of their own base.
Oh, nice.
Nowhere else safe for them on the
map.
Well,
66 is way more fun. Glad you found a stack.
In looking for a pick on the Celeste, but the damage is just not there.
Dead.
You're a bit
game's over. Holy shit, Leviathan.
Instead, you go down and turn the quick response out.
The Graves pick was crazy good.
Apart. Not much more left for them here as Leviathan turns the screws to what is likely to be a map 1 victory.
Flash is fun.
Graves does it, ZP.
Especially in 66 when people actually follow up on your ult.
Honestly, I don't think Abraham's going to be spawning on this one. 2 players with 50 seconds. Demov on 40.
Gankers,
maybe you get Demov
You're
on
a Tempo King.
Against triple
Tempo
rejuve,
King.
massive net worth advantage. This should be game 1. Done and dusted. Leviathan
it's over.
Sticking around here as the patron transforms.
Graves can just re-go off of the
fountain here, threatening players who even dare come up, and you're not even able to get that.
They tried to trap somebody with dome here, but then the Rem value double sleep. It's over.
Just demonstrates the level of this game.
The Joseph Joestar mod?
And no one can stop OCs. Gets the cleanup on the throne. Leviathan, an innovative draft that pays off big time as they deliver a dominant beatdown to Abraham's here. You might be back in the money match, but you are far outside of the money right now.
No Mina, no problem, says OCs. Also, I think completely deflating any of the allegations before they could get any steam of, oh, this guy's an iframe merchant. No, watch me play Graves, still get super.
I just forgot who Joseph is. That's funny.
By the very end, and
dude, the amount of mods in this game is just crazy.
That level of performance, I don't even know if you consider Mina a high priority ban because OCs.
I don't know JoJo, bro.
Other things now.
I'm not an anime man.
One-trick ponies type of situation, as some may have thought.
I'm not even capping ZP. That is like almost exactly the items I've been building on Graves. I'm not.
Yeah, I heard a lot actually. I hear JoJo come up a lot. I hear Death Note come up a lot.
Here at EU as OCs makes a character that has been
Attack on Titan, shit like that.
Certainly, I think it's fair to
say
has
probably
been
the ones I hear the most.
Of the Old Gods New Blood update, right? Like the one that really hasn't seen play, and.
Man, nice car.
Edge.
The Geist, they just fell flat. I don't think there was really a moment in this game.
I think putting the Geist on P1 too was kind of troll.
Take the 1v1 against the Graves, other than maybe the first few minutes. Oh my god, look at that bounce. Look at the cleave.
Who's the worst
Graves
character?
Is like, have fun with the rejuve, bro. I'm just gonna kill you.
Oh!
Yeah, that's the key difference between this rejuve fight and the one we saw in the last game is that the last
game
didn't have a Graves just cleaving everyone with split shot Ricochet.
That's a good
I don't
question.
know if she had Ricochet at that point. She had split shot for sure, but either way.
He like rushed the max passive, which is really interesting. It's like a super greedy build, right? All in on the farming. But then when you're in these like
Shiv got really nerfed.
Fights,
I don't know if he's actually that bad though. People always overreact to that shit.
Look at that team. I think that's just like the crazy
Word's not the greatest, but he has spots.
It just lets you. I think there's basically nothing in the game that stops Flying Strike from just
Shiv players cry every time their character gets touched.
Honestly,
Bebop's kind of weak.
Yeah, right.
Doorman,
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm not sold on the doorman yet.
It's the defensive.
I honestly probably Holiday right now.
Man.
Because like Lasso doesn't really mean a lot because he can't burst people as much. So Holiday's pretty niche right now.
A week that, look, we still got plenty of series left to go. It still may be. But for Abraham's coming in, going,
it's probably
it's our
Holiday.
time, give us back our throne. They're not really looking like the favored team.
Holiday or 7 can scale though. Probably Holiday, yeah. Or Victor got fucking giga gutted actually. Victor's like almost unplayable now. It could be Victor now. Because he lost his lifesteal. Yeah, like these Victor changes are fucking hurt, bro. He has 30% less effectiveness from lifesteal. So like Victor like can't like sustain anymore. So Victor's really weak now too. This is like a huge change. Hates aiming, got put on Holiday. Oof, that's rough. That is not fun. Oh, Mike Waffick!
No matter what, we'll throw in the Graves.
Mike Waffick!
No. In this case, Jake, the Graves was a force of nature and
boom.
A big contributor to why Leviathan actually won this. Man, oh man.
Dude, Warpstone with the new Vitality is so insane now. Because you can just pair it with something like this.
In 1 week of play.
Warpstones, you're gonna see Warpstones fucking everywhere. The item was already good, and now it's just turbo broken with the new Vitality.
Over and above by
yeah, bro, Leviathan's been looking good, man.
That's always
Abraham's lost them 2 weeks in a row now.
Approaching the game is they really
and there's a bounty system now too, so if Leviathan win this, they get a plus 300 prize pool that they can cash out if they win 5 weeks in a row.
Like even overseas, he's 9-20 with only 25k damage. Like these are relatively low damage.
I like their comp this game too. They just got turbo shit on. Like the Graves just got ahead. This game was super interesting early game because they were perma lane swapping, so the Graves could get into the Venator, and then they kept trying to get the Sinclair back into him, and then they just kept swapping and swapping and swapping. It was really interesting.
An underrated part of the success here for Leviathan.
Leviathan knew their win con really well.
In terms of who's playing what, like I get why Dmon
like as soon as
up on the Ven.
Inhib gets bought by Osis, like I don't know how Abraham's really fights, bro.
I don't know if that was the most natural hero for Dmov, where you're actually getting like the most.
Yeah, right. That's really good. It's just compared to the other M1s, her early game is still bad. So it's like
that have the ability to
she's really good because you'll have time to scale unless your team is like turbo dog shit. But in like Venator,
sort of hero. It doesn't have the movement to
Geist is technically still in M1, but not really. Like people like the drain now.
This is a safe engagement.
Venator, Mirage, like there's all these M1s that have a better early game than her. So she struggles into them, but if they're banned or not picked, like Brit still has value for sure.
Otherwise does ridiculous things on heroes like Calico or heroes like more recently Apollo.
It's just Wraith used to be like the scaling queen, like no one could scale like Wraith, but now there's other heroes that can kind of scale similarly.
Something that has more mobility to really make those plays, which is just such a huge factor for so many characters in Deadlock. But also Venator and Geist
keep a straight face as
tier
grading.
Right? So like you can't really fault Abrahams for going for these like top tier meta picks. I just think Leviathan had a read and they had a way to counter the meta.
Like, dude, this is bold for someone to do that for a school project.
Puts you in the driver's seat. It's so much better if you have the answer. Then you end up in such a dominant position. If you get the better pick in theory, that
I would never do that for school, bro. I feel like I would get called out so fast. I would never do that.
Still get it. Now I think this kind of throws things into whack because now you have to really maybe consider with the way game 1 went, how you deal with the Graves in the draft, which may not have been something that Abrahams have thought about once so far this patch.
My guess is they don't want to deal with it at all for the rest of the day. There's going to be a rage reaction next draft. That's my prediction. But guys, we got to go to a break. When we come back, Leviathan looking to put down Abrahams again, 2-0.
How autism affects social interaction? Okay, yeah. Makes sense. I'm trying to read the rest of this patch, bro. Like, Silver's like first pick again. Oh, what the fuck? That's really big. Dude, you can boot kick someone from fucking a million yards away now. On slide how autism manifests in people, my friends thought, well, making a slide during the crafting of the PowerPoint to have an image of a girl with Down syndrome there was a joke. But he never took it out. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not good. That's not good. Boot kick now uses a break off angle when grouped, allowing upward momentum if enough. Interesting. Oh my god, bro. Your friend's throwing you under the bus, bro. Increase from 1 to 1.5. Blacking curse now? Dude, why did they just buff silver? What the fuck? Oh, nice. Boom. Easy peasy. Easy grade. Increase from plus 150 health. Dude, they just buffed silver. Like, what the fuck? Why? You get a buffer for kill credit? Like, what? We just buffed silver 10 fucking times. Why? Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Like, silver was already good, and then they buffed vitality. So if you have a lot of, because now it's back to base health how it was before. So if you have a lot of HP already, you get more HP from building vitality. But if you have low HP pool, you get less. So silver is just fucking crazy now. This is disgusting. And then Mirage is like the most broken character in the game. Yeah, like I don't. Celeste, all her changes had never made sense to me. Like, they nerfed her movement one time, and then they immediately gave it back to her. It's like, I don't know. In game, yes, of course. Like, I don't understand the Celeste stuff. This hero is just so good. She finally has fall off on her gun, at least, but she has less bullet resist. Increase from, but then she got an increase in her gun scaling, so Spellslinger's even better on her now. Like, what the fuck? Light year spirit scaling increase from 0.23. I don't know her abilities. Which one's light year again? Is that her 1? That's her 1. Okay. Housing check no longer grants +1 move speed. Oh, she had inbuilt move speed, bro? What the fuck? Why, man? Housing check increase from 2.2. Oh, and then they just give it back to her later, bro. Why, man? I just don't understand this hero, bro. I just don't understand what we're doing with this hero. Rain Dagger Spirit Scaling increased from point. Dude, isn't that a lot? You can spam the fuck out of this ability. And it just gets 0.14 scaling? Why? Radiant Dagger's 2-2 increased from minus 15 seconds plus 60 damage, minus 18 seconds cooldown plus 70 damage. Jesus Christ. They just buff. This is just a flat buff. This isn't even a change. This is a flat buff. More scaling, and then you can spam it more, and it does more flat damage. Like, what? The hitbox in this thing is ridiculous, by the way. It goes all the way to the skybox and all the way to the floor box. It's so insane. Fire increase from 6% to 7%. Shining Wonder range reduced from 40. TT reduced from plus. So then they made it bounce. They decreased the range by 1 meter and it can bounce 2 less times. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, why is Doorman? Doorman can now continuously emit slow. Oh, yeah, okay. This is why people are playing Doorman. Impact spirit damage, spirit scaling from 1 to 0.7. So you can like zone control with it now. Interesting. Or you can like perma slow a wave. That's interesting. Explosion damage, spirit scaling reduced from 1.7 to 1.4. Change from +1 to +1. Oh, and you get built-in charges instead of radius now. Interesting. Can no longer grant +1 charge. Oh, so you can't build like rapid recharge anymore? Oh no, the T3 never grants +1 charge. Oh, I thought it said no charges. I was like, what? It also grants +4 radius. Oh my god. So you get like the Gigabell later instead of early. Okay. Well, you can at least dodge in the lane now. That's actually a good way to balance this lane a little bit. Okay, they're back from break. Just gonna wait for draft. And you get scaling later now. Interesting. 0.4. Dude, the T3, like you just max Bell now? This is what you do? T3 Bell is just crazy. But you don't get this, so you get the slow up front now. And you don't have to shoot the bell to get the slow. Interesting. Dormer now shows the range of where the second door can be placed on the minimap. Oh. That's actually just a good QOL buff. I think that's smart. 2-3 distance spirit scaling reduced from 0.25 to 0.15. Holy. So you can't put the door as far anymore. Like that's a lot of range off the door, no? 0.1 scaling off the door? Like you can't go those far with the door now. T3 reduced from +50 to +45. Fixed luggage can't move targets unstoppable through a doorway. Yeah, there's a lot of bugs they gotta fix with the door, bro. The door is still like really, really buggy. It's like not.
Debate your rebuttal parry with the sound. That's the new level. That's the next level. You gotta.
Mirage pocket ban again? Are we doing it again?
At least like you get another rebuttal in like 2 seconds. Like,
again?
Like
Kelvin ban.
The counters to Viscous. We don't.
So they don't want to first pick the Kelvin, so they're gonna ban it. Interesting.
Let the punches happen. It's okay. It'll be fine. You'll get back to the spawn one way or the other.
Well,
yeah, Mirage is fucking Thanos now.
Signaling they don't want to play against the Kelvin, but they're not going to be playing it themselves. Angling here for what
his character is just turbo broken. He just has an inbuilt inhibitor.
Nothing but first pick all day long. And I think if you're going to play the silver, angling to get the Kelvin out for the other team is going to make your silver that much more effective. So
it seems like an obvious pick to me.
He's just like I don't understand the Mirage change at all. Mirage was like,
I don't know.
Not like a top
like
M1, but he was still solid.
Like, because
and then they just made him those broken characters in the game.
With their
Silver first pick, yeah.
They could still just grab the pocket later to deal with the.
I see why Silver's jumped to priority again. Holy fuck!
With that heal off of
these changes are insane.
Priority, even with Kelvin not in the game.
I'll have to see. I'm also curious.
Celeste,
what's going to be
Venator.
So
what do we think?
They decided to go for Celeste, but the second pick is probably what's most interesting to me here. Is that you
a lot of people like people who play Lash love
prioritize the Graves if you feel
Super
like
TF loves Lash. It's like all he plays.
I think they will.
Well, not all he plays, but it's definitely his main hero.
So, what do you see as good? Instead, you go Geist. People just see Geist as that good.
Venator what? No Kelvin, Venator pocket. You could go pocket here.
Jake, bare minimum is.
I think pocket's good. Venator pocket.
Yeah, I will say. I
may want to start grabbing frontliners.
Really perfect in that game.
Like if you go Abrams here, you have set up for your silver, and then they're pushed onto the Billy.
Geist, these heroes
you could go Mina to take it away from OCs. You can do a lot on this.
I do think against certain carries, like against like a Mina or something, you're gonna have a much harder time on the Graves to stay on top of those targets and actually chase them down.
Because they still have to go frontline, and they already have two like HP staggers. Venator is very good. Venator is like similar to Mirage in some ways, just like slightly less broken. Venator scales really well, and he has shove and lane.
For the Geist, old.
All you need is Warp Stone. As soon as you get Warp Stone Venator, he's a very good hero. I'm really surprised by the Billy pick. I don't really like the Billy pick.
Well, let me pose a question to you though, because I think the mid-stage ban is going to be used against OCs no matter what.
It gives you your silver setup.
They go for Graves.
They go for Graves again.
I realize Graves is going to get banned.
They don't give a fuck.
My question was going to be, do you just ban the Graves and accept the Mina? Well, you don't even get the option of
Leviathan is all in on the Graves. Looked really good last game.
Leviathan is coming out of this with first pick. Looking at this, what is the most likely to come out as first pick? Do you ban
pocket maybe?
Because I feel like Leviathan. Well, no, I don't think you need to. You know why, Jake? Because I think it's going to be Rayek on Celeste, who otherwise would be playing pick heroes to begin with.
Yeah, it's a specialty ban. Who plays
it? The pick hero slot. So I don't think that's what your ban has
Who's
to be.
very good at GT. And then
Apollo. Go for Apollo. Okay.
Get rid of the Apollo.
So it's getting rid of more frontliners. So now they're pushing them onto the lower prio frontliners.
I wouldn't mind a pocket for Leviathan.
Abrams is fine here, though.
I think the healing.
The amount of sustain you'll have.
Taking off the healing.
But anti-heal is going to be giga good.
It's actually pretty huge. And these are frontliners that don't have much of an option to like.
They go the Rem again. Okay.
That thread.
They really like this Graves Rem.
I think this is kind of their vision last game. Is the macro pressure from Rem Graves together. I think it's better than the sum of its parts, right?
Yeah.
If you have just one of these heroes, yes, it can be annoying that like
you can even skip Surge of Power and just get like Boundless, bro. Holy fuck, you do so much damage.
If you have 2 waves free pushing without heroes invested, that's pretty massive for Leviathan.
But yeah, Spirit Burn is really good on GT.
Because
you just insta pop up with Bird.
I actually, with
the just go Boundless later, yeah,
I don't hate the idea of a pocket here either.
No weapon Spirit.
Yeah, like I think.
You want
of all heroes
full-on
here,
Spirit Burst.
I actually think you go pocket in this next pick, not even the Paradox, and I mean you still have the option to go Paradox later. But they go
if you're playing into a lot of dive too, I think Arcane Surge could actually be good on GT because it makes your arrows bigger, so you'll just never miss your arrows, and then you have extra stamina to get away.
Theoretically, Leviathan could still pick.
You could also make your traps bigger and shit.
I think that might be a bit.
I don't know if it works on Bird.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
I think they missed the opportunity to have the pocket to deal with some of these players. Oh man, I feel like now you really need it, right? Now you really.
There we go. Okay, we finally see a shift pick. Finally.
Deny pick the pocket for Leviathan. I almost think it's still insanely good.
Yeah, Bird's ridiculous.
Bird's arguably we don't have the Hoot hero picked yet, so it would be pretty comfortable for Abrams to go for it. See if Leviathan agree, or if they just want to like build a bunch of DBs.
Okay.
They're gonna go Mo Krill, which I actually think, I guess it makes it a little scarier to go for the pocket, right? It's a very powerful catching tool that
pocket is insane here,
like
but
Paradox Vin or even like a Spirit Nuker like pocket. I still think you should go pocket. I think it's the right pick, honestly, for Abrahams, and I think it could make some big plays.
How do you just see chat spamming the Mokrill? Mokrill.
They still go pocket. I think this is actually a really powerful 6th pick, and you shouldn't have allowed it through. That being said, you do have the lockdown from Bo. And
People are just so last match biased with the Gamba. It's so fucking funny.
But if it's not a big like team fight full affliction, it's not gonna feel.
I think the pocket's a great answer into the Graves. Also has a ton of value to the Shiv Mo. You can burst the Rem.
I mean, I'm thinking about ways some of these team fights can go down. Chain gang into.
If Paradox buys knockdown this game, holy giga worth, by the way.
I mean,
I don't know why Paradox just hates buying util items though.
On some of these engages is actually unreal. Like, yeah,
like they want to rush their guns so quick,
some of it, but I mean, also
I just think the silver with this much setup,
right? Like, like you get chain gang, you're gonna get
I like
staked into outfire into like.
I'm 0 for 2 today though.
Dead, you know, so
I haven't been hitting my.
I agree with you. I think there's a ton of.
The Graves might just be too OP.
If you look at the
I feel like they have way more tools to do with the Graves this game though than they did last game. Yeah, Paradox is hard, bro. Paradox is probably one of the harder characters in the game. Not easy. A lot of skill shots.
It's range, but for silver,
really movement dependent. You got to be able to get around the map fast to get value.
Feel as confident going for it.
Paradox got nerfed
though with the Geist on the pick.
Hold on. I don't know if Paradox got nerfed. Curious. No. So people are off the double bomb really fast. I thought people would still be going double bomb, but I guess the Spirit Spike got nerfed too as well, right? Yeah. Spirit Investment got nerfed, so maybe that's hurting it a little bit.
But with the Geist on the field, it's going to be, I think, a little bit less comfortable to have that like very greedy build-up.
Oh, with the West?
I think it's going to be the exact same build, and the main reason is just think about who's playing it. Like, I don't see OCs wildly changing their Graves build. I think they are laser-focused to play Graves in one specific way. But I don't know, as I look at this draft here...
So we're going to see it again this game. They're going to hard try to get the Graves into the Venator. I'm curious what Abraham's going to do. I would just put the Venator on blue, maybe.
I feel like too much got given up to Abrahams here.
So you can bounce to a sideway really fast if they show up.
Terrifying. Like, you look at the draft here.
They put it in silent so they could use the TP to get the lane swap.
I actually think Abrahams is way less
super curious.
Chain Gang has so many natural combinations in this draft. And there's a lot of ways to set it up.
They have so much setup, bro. The silver is going to be eating good.
Vin on top of it.
Same with Pocket.
You could potentially have Chain Gang into Tether Crow.
I think Pocket's just going to perma-die with the Graves, though.
Thrown in here. I mean,
if you get the inflect on the Graves, your fights are going to be a lot easier because you can just burst the Graves.
You have a few things to deal with it, like Shining Wonder if you're a little bit too close, or nap time.
Spirit burn value. This game is so crazy. So crazy. You're going to see heal banes too. Like Vindicta's going to get a heal bane. It's probably going to be a util Vindicta.
I think the team fight combos
going to go like Elkfire and heal bane and shit.
I think though, like Mo could be able to make a lot of solo plays in this game. Like there's a lot of squishy targets that should go down pretty easy. Even for Billy, like you're gonna go running forward, chain ganging people, like playing with a ton of
spirit damage. It should.
You could just be comboed and like
increasing spirit damage per second. It should proc heal bane
and Geist and Celeste. You know, like
the amount of like heal bane abuse and spirit burn abuse that come out here.
Shiv, the knives damage is going to be
Izumi's really good on the Rem though. He makes the Rem look really good.
The tankiness.
He's tempo king.
Like a few knives in you might just like bleed out from full, or get hunted down by Shiv, and you know I think that actually does mean, or rather does make this one a little bit still more scary. I think for Leviathan, though, they need to, as you said, evade those big team fights. Like if you end up, I think if Abrahams gets a chance to force mid boss with like Billy ult and Pocket ult and stuff, it is going to be really hard to see your way through all those AoE spells. We need some insane
you might see 5 fucking warp stones
whether that prevents you from being pulled in or block something like the affliction.
It's just so good into the Venator, Silver,
Abraham's
Pocket, Billy goes gun, some gun, Paradox goes some gun.
As we get into this one, stakes are set. Leviathan up 1-0 over Abraham.
Like, Silent is just like not okay, man.
Graves absolutely took over the lobby
just not
from
okay.
OCs. One of the first times we've seen that.
You get a flash every 16 seconds,
do it again?
bro.
They're going to double back-to-back pick a hero.
And then you get bullets.
Barely seen pick twice in all of Night Shift so far since the hero came out.
I mean, one way or another, we're about to see a show. Personally, I think this is all the makings of something going to 3, which, by the way, very welcome news to Melee Creeps, where the side story for NA is that Saya had some
so you can do more damage with his ult. And there was this fucking build that this guy named Gibbs goes who plays with Cloud. He went Warp Stone, Phantom Strike.
They're up first.
Even just like
ahead of time that they had
go a million billion yards away from you and hit the ult and one shot you. It was so fucking funny.
Saya, you have to be an Abrahams fan in this game, because otherwise Saya may not be playing for the vaunted Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge match that's taking place right after this.
Yeah, you gotta cheer for the long series. Buy him some time to get back into it, because that'll be a scary one, right?
Monkrell does not care.
To start off NA, man.
It's real and true.
Games today. Question is, will this be one of them? We think Abrahams have some powerful tools, but last few times
Graves, Mo, oh, they get the lane into the Vendor pocket, so you might see Abrahams insta move here.
Arguably is closer because Abrahams gets some like nice execution.
It's a custom skin.
A lot of those rejuves away, which we know
DLNS does custom skins.
But in the end, the macro
they have one for
game
Abrams
is what
too.
decides the winner more often than not. You can make some nice.
So they do like
plays,
sub goals, like if they hit like a certain amount of subs, they release it to the public.
So the
Mo Curl one's already out.
Might not be so.
And I don't know if they ever hit the sub goal for the Abrams one.
All right. Map number 2, Abrahams on the brink once more. Can Leviathan?
He's just a mod.
Here and now, that is what's at stake. Looking at the lanes here, you got Billy Vindicta for Abrahams on the left-hand side.
Dr. Zomboss.
Silver
That's
Paradox
funny.
in middle, and then Pocket on the
yeah,
right.
the fucking, I kind of feel bad for all the artists, bro. Because as soon as the game comes out of open beta, like all the skins are, the mods are just gonna be gone. But
games here today,
some people put some real work into some of these, bro. Like that cartoon Ivy and shit. Like holy fuck, like they should just be. I wish it was like Team Fortress 2 where they'd actually just do like community voted in skins. But
take these like level 1 rotations. This lane
oh yeah, once the game's in open beta, bro, because Valve wants to sell skins, right?
Early game, I think that one's going to be pretty comfortable. But
so they might. It'd be cool if they did like community voting for like some of the mods being able to come into the game. But once the game's in open beta, they'll probably get banned. And mods will just be banned in general.
Shiv ganking with the extra charge knives, actually kind of scary. Like if you have to hit a few knives and just get out of there, that's some very annoying harass in the lane for Billy to have to deal with. And it looks like he did hit that second knife, so. Maybe a little bit annoying there.
Yeah, bro.
For the lane that already is going to be under huge pressure. This is a red
Dunk
lane.
Abrahams is hilarious.
These are hard to clear.
Also, you take a look at the farm. Fremont didn't even lose any farm there.
So they're not actually swapping here. They're just gonna full on play the Vendor pocket lane. I think with the pocket, they think they can get enough burst off on the Graves.
You know, unsymmetrical pressure.
Blocked by Che.
You know, the results actually seem pretty good so far as together. A bit pain.
Are you into March Madness at all? I'm watching that right now.
Yeah, these super early Shiv ganks, I actually think there's something to be said for that. Whoa,
it's been a good year to watch college basketball.
Shiv in trouble. Ben, happy to just clear off some of these creeps to maybe mitigate the pressure coming in, but I expect to see this lane continue to be a problem.
Yeah, I love basketball, bro. I love basketball.
Not enough to kill him.
Played like my whole life.
I mean, he's got to go back to base, right? If he was going back to base maybe anyway, but once again,
oh yeah, I played my whole life, bro.
He's going to crash on this tower.
I can't play anymore. I just fucked up my knee again.
Solo defending.
I tore my ACL meniscus on my left knee when in 2018, and then 2 months ago I tore my right knee.
Team fight tool that some of the ult rushing heroes really like to have.
Yeah. It's hard on your knees, bro. It is a very hard knee on your knees, especially if you have like growing pains and stuff. Like I had growing pains when I was younger because I'm super tall.
People that you want to have a big game.
It is hard enough. Oh, Mo got hyperlined.
Yeah, Sanya comes on in. I thought that was Demov for a second. That usually is the Demov special, but Mo
what a find
behind enemy lines.
Okay, Sanya.
Looking all sorts aggressive, tries to get the parry.
He dies to Graves though.
Just get into life, just so
Pocket's here. Oh my god, he lives. Holy shit.
Pocket coming in just.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna quit now too. After I hit my other knee, I'm like, this is not worth it, bro.
Yeah, Pocket also.
This is not worth it.
Crazy, man. I think that there's like some sick reads, right? They just expect that petition's coming in. Here comes the counter gank though from Ray.
Oh my god, Ray comes in out of nowhere.
This one kept in a dangerous position by
the
he
lives.
Mo also back and
Mo gonna run. Oh, Sonya moving right now.
Being able to grab the zip there should have gotten him out of trouble. So great footwork from the carry of Abrahams to stay alive, denying the value from the roam.
Sonya doesn't die. Holy shit. Finds the hyperline.
Fighting for their tournament lives right now.
Pulls 3 people towards him. Gets away.
Potentially,
yeah, it's dope.
3-man.
That's a good skin.
Leviathan over in mid lane. So
I don't really like the Abrams one as much. Looks kind of weird.
In on the drive-by.
The Mo one sucked up.
Back. Of course, we're taking a look at Billy on the left-hand side.
Oh, missed Barry.
Together, just keeping the wave pushed up.
Close quarters stalkers for the Billy. Interesting.
Just staring at middle, and it was much ado about nothing. Hoot and Tess were able to deal with some of the pressure that came on in, and God, you talk about early leads here. Hoot about to get Lycan Curse up. Gets the last hit on the OCs.
He's kind of like an alt bot now. Honestly, Billy back in the day used to be fun to play, but like if you get good at him, you feel very strong. But right now, he's kind of just like an alt bot. You kind of drafted for your comp. Like this game, they picked the Billy for setup. Because Silver kind of needs setup to get max value out of your ult and stuff.
Absolutely feeling that pressure. An early affliction. It's going to be online very soon. Sonya already has the Aerodomini. I mean, this is a scary lane.
The ult is really, really strong. So they kind of nerfed the rest of his kit because his ult was so strong.
So both sides, I think, winning with their hard carry lanes. I guess.
Lash just isn't a frontliner, so it's like it'd be hard to fit in this comp, right?
Guys, this game is Graves under
like with the vitality buffs, you're gonna see teams go back to like double frontline. So like Silver Billy, where you have a really strong frontline. Versus if you went Lash here, you'd only have the Silver. So it'd be a little harder just to like fight front to back.
Been quite good. Also, one of the scariest things to see is a Ven starting to hit higher breakpoints, but gets parried.
Like last patch, like Lash, you definitely could have gone Lash here for setup.
Into the parry on the tower, still looking for the.
But now with Vitality being stronger and Spirit Spike getting nerfed, it's like you kind of want more beef again.
Drop some frogs thereafter. Not enough to save Sanya, but Mo may be paying a price
Demov gets killed
towards the end. The frogs doing their dirty
bro,
work, and Demov
cool
not sated here. Jake looking for the kill. How deep does he dive?
Ooh, Silver
respected for now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a little scary. That kill into Sonya is probably worth it because just how good of a game Sonya is.
Dude, Leviathan's ahead every early game. Like
on the mid
they're actually kind of just shitting on him.
Aggressive, trying to pressure a tower.
Yeah, he's hilarious, bro. He's a very larger than life hero for sure. He's very funny.
Tag along now onto the Graves.
Billy.
Right out of this one, but he's staying slowed down.
They both Billy's headbutt now too. You can go more vertical with it, but
he's gonna get in that
not enough.
Should he want to deploy it?
They're jumping Vin as well.
Early fighting investment on this Graves.
I just realized they don't have support, so Saints on
Vindicta. I mean, the value of Irezumi.
So this is for sure like a utility Vindicta.
Turning around some of these fights, and he's at 6K net worth. I mean, he's top net worth on Rem, getting a lot out of the map right now.
Yeah, Irazumi's very good at Rem, bro. It's probably his best hero, honestly.
Wealth at times, you don't see it as uncontested.
Nobody uses tempo like he does on Rem.
Just the part
he's always like top 3 net worth on his team, which is how you get max value on Rem.
Either way, off in the middle, speed boost on the Celeste.
Opting into Guardian work early this game probably makes sense. He had a Shiv and a Mo.
Comes out.
Honestly, he's full dive. I'm curious because Arctic Blast this game. There's a lot of divers.
I think maybe able to get escape. Is he ticking down from knives right now? Freemock was looking for it. But a parry back in the middle. In off the parry. Celeste down.
Rake goes down.
And get the finish.
I feel like Rake almost got baited by getting that parry, right? Sticking around, couldn't quite get the finish.
Ult onto Sonya. Oh,
combo comes in, a parry as well. Sonya styled on here overseas. What a play from Cyan overseas. And after an insane start,
overseas being farmed, this game is really good for Leviathan.
Very good for Leviathan. Still, Abraham's winning.
Had a little bit on Sonya early here.
Grab this mid guardian together. Could cost him his life. Super
going full on gun investment first.
Exact that price.
Stalker into point blank. Wow.
Abraham's, even though it was looking good for them at the beginning, now actually down a little bit overall. Though, in terms of purely you want to have farm, Sanya's still been having a pretty nice game so far, last fight notwithstanding. Also, speaking of Sanya, on the right-hand side, gets the gut shot.
Oh, he missed the first shot. Oh, he missed. Oh, he missed again.
Misses 2 shots here so far.
Oh, he hit the third one.
Doesn't miss the third, though, directly.
I think you can kill this Mo, by the way. I would fight the Mo. I would fight the Mo right now.
Hot pursuit side, trying to make Sanya pay. Melee off to the other side. Demov in support.
Should both a good way to learn him, though.
Affliction is
you're gonna notice you're not as strong as you think early.
On the outskirts, can't come back into the fight, may actually be dead, but no,
light melee reloads your gun. Keep that in mind. Every time you hit a punch, it reloads your gun.
Oh, the snipes. Thinking
I think
about it,
while you're blasted, though, I don't know if it's.
Kill.
I think it's just while you're blasted.
Maybe just a little bit too picky on this one.
It's been a while since I played Billy. He's really good with like support heroes.
Freemock. It's been super
like Page
for quite
or
some
like
time
Kelvin.
now. He's having a solid
when you have
game
shielding
to
or
boot,
sustain, he feels a lot
really
better.
Across the board, it's not just that you're relying on OCs. There's a lot of players having decent games here for Leviathan. And OCs, I think, finally is going to be in his comfort zone. Has this right side of the map to just kind of farm up. Restore his levels, going for that split shot next item.
Okay.
Get the center stolen away
been the exact same build.
Nice prize to grab for together.
Rebuttal for Mr. Mo. Glad people are finally buying Rebuttal more, man. Fuck.
Item is insane value for away until first earn drop and
he blinded.
Buffs and down underneath mid. Hoot takes a bite out of Rag.
Silver is going to be a problem
before the action gets even more intense in just a moment.
Looks like Graves dodged another gank there. The swap from Taz wasn't enough for the kill.
Sonya just popped off the last 2 minutes, by the way. He just shot up to 9.1k.
Definitely a nice stabilization effort. Or rather, for Abrahams against Leviathan.
He's ahead of Osa's now.
I think he's going to be rushing Divine Barriers EPA. He's going with Silence Wave first, which makes sense, but I think it's going to be a very quick
DB. Great example of meta if Abrahams pulled this off.
That is,
because their 2 frontliners are big, and then their M1's big, and then they have the pocket doing okay to deal with their front line.
Okay, Demov.
Which is big.
Takes a jump pad. Ends up.
Actually, it probably is more BV, but it's a
mouse. Able to clear out distance. Lee was able to capture the buff.
Need to be catching the pocket over and over again, or the Vin.
I mean, Abraham's stronger position over on the left, but oh my word, Sanya. Caught by the
Sonya
combo
goes down. Not a bad ult by the Mo. He gets a free stag.
I feel like Sanya's been sticking around on this tower defense too long, right? He's died, what, 3 times defending this tower? Like, it lives a while, but just a T1 Guardian is really not worth all that.
Yeah, 3 deaths. Yeah, that huge spike, but again, now he's going to be tied with overseas and post this again.
And brought him back down
Soul
to earth.
wise.
Kind of just running with the pack here.
That's a really good point. No, it's an excellent point too, Jake, because
Abrahams also get the pickup here, which is very nice for them. It dropped and look
like
on
a 2-shot ability versus just contributing damage, but
look at the drain on this Walker, bro. Holy fuck.
Really committing onto this push on the right-hand side.
Gets a swap onto Sonya.
Helping defend, but Sanya up and over.
He's playing the verticality well. Here comes Billy with the chain gang. Maybe gonna pull people deep under the Walker to try and get some counter.
Oh, I didn't get a stomp out of it. Does get the kills though. Holy Arizumi dies. Oh, triple dead.
And it turns into a clean triple kill. So great punish from Together.
You're gonna be able to push this left side tier 2. They're gonna cover the left side.
3 kills is a high price to pay for that one.
It's not just the 3 kills, it's also the fact that they're giving up Urn turn in. Yes, you're able to punish Hoot on the other side, so you get.
So they do get a Walker, trade it for Urn.
Abrahams. Well,
I
actually think you're okay being down a little bit at this point, but OC's on Graves.
Anyone who's on the fucking...
A little bit chase down onto Taz.
Which side has been dropping waves on this left Walker all day? I don't know why.
Yeah, definitely good execution from Taz to get out of that one. I mean, if you get that second kill, it would have felt much better, I think, for Leviathan.
I think it's the earliest they've had a lead in the series so far.
Abrams to try and find a Walker of their own.
Or all day, I think, because they were behind him on the Loki W series too.
Close to max, if he's even really prioritizing that level, given that Pocket, I think, is a very ability point hungry hero, right? You really want those levels on Cape and Suitcase and even Barrage, right? Like, there's a lot of important mid-game investments in your
Bucket's gonna walk in a Mo here.
Be able to be, I think, a little bit more up-tempo.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
He was insanely deep, by the way, on the map.
Oh, he did. He has to TP back.
I think ability point-wise, all the abilities, like, across the game are a lot more meaningful, but okay,
whoa, what an interaction.
Freemock might have been
be okay. No, he might be okay. He's doing crazy things. He's doing stylish moves.
Doing tricks on it.
Combo, but it's onto the Billy, and Billy's still healthy here. He's continuing this fight. Remember, Sai with the life up, super tanky. This one may actually be favoring Freemock and Sai, man. Insane brawliness.
Yeah, Freemock just
on this
dying.
Sonya went in deep for this one. Can he manage to get out of that? The killing blow does miss, but Freemock...
Dude, he stalled so much time. Oh, he doesn't have any more dashes now, though.
Desperation for this punish, but a beautiful parry.
Oh my god, how did Freemock not die, bro?
Coming a mile away.
Holy shit.
Just barely
Lives with literally 1 HP.
Almost no HP,
Why
but he's
outplaying them inside lane?
What a profitable engagement from Leviathan. Insane movement. And it's going to turn into even more. Saint committed for those kills. Got clapped back. In the end, it's a 3-0 right back in Leviathan's favor.
Also, the pain just continues for Sanya. I mean, you were calling out earlier, and you take a look.
A little camp steal here.
I feel like it's been about 5 or 6 minutes since Sanya had a good fight, and anyone who's played, especially an M1 hero, knows how frustrating it is to be in this situation. Tess, dealing with this less pressure, just
not good for M1s to be dying early in the game.
Don't want any part of that.
But he's keeping him soul curve. It's kind of weird.
Also,
so I guess Osis has died 3 times.
Hoop was starting to get ahead in middle, and things have calmed down a little bit for Hoot. At the same point,
oh, got out.
Getting hit with the swap, but off the swap, able to tag along.
Early sound wave for
gets the safe
Mr. Rem this game. Probably good this game, though.
Back in the overseas now. Leviathan.
Not a movement character.
Looking to punish after the swap attempt. Deflection dropped.
Pocket and shit.
In the middle of the fight. Not quite sure how many Demoff hit, but Leviathan. It's enough to
flight as well and Vin.
Yeah, Freemock maybe in trouble here, trying to just move out of this one, but I think Leviathan recognized the affliction just a little bit too much to fight into.
All right, it's to see the inflict value.
HP. They do not want to feed away
hits
these
2 or 3. It's hard for Leviathan to fight.
Very deep on the left side Walker. He's getting ganked right now. Graves still healthy though.
Dead.
Maybe try to resist this one, playing around with that tombstone, but with this
Leviathan are jumping Sonya again though.
The zombies are hitting. Taz low does die. He's in the end. The toxic
Sonya dies. So actually, that works out for Abrams.
And despite the 3-on-1, he still claims a prize and a kill and clears the creeps. Like, that's a very strong play from the Graves.
They're gonna clear
Graves,
the way.
one of the few heroes in the game that can be completely dead and still get a kill towards the end. You know, the zombies picking up the cause.
Right,
I will say, though,
we're gonna
relative
be
to the
spawning
last
right
game,
side, buffs in 25.
has a lot of things that just kind of auto-kill a Graves here, whether it be a Silver coming in or being lower HP and having Saint on the finish.
Yeah, big burst hitting this guy. She does not have the swap and has gone for very greedy.
Fuck.
He's getting around the corner with this chain gang, but he can't quite do it. No swap available.
Billy's looking crazy this game. Chain gang is going insane. Early Spirit Snatch by.
Does get him out of there. Takes
With
away a
an
lot
early
of
Dispel
those
Magic too.
status effects that Graves loves to apply.
Hey, looking to get active.
Definitely a good trade. It's a full court press here. Leviathan hitting on all sides of the map, not dissuaded by a couple deaths in the mid lane. Sai tanks a trap, but with the burrow, he's going to be tanking enough. Just get out of this one.
Left Walker will survive for now as Earn Control goes to Abrahams.
I did die. Abrahams do get picked up too.
Also with Sai dead for 20 seconds, I think you just run for the quick Earn Dunk here. I think you have a window of opportunity.
Then having gun buff ahead here is going to be kind of nice. Oh, they don't even go for it. They give it to Venator instead.
I don't think it's a great idea. They don't even have nap time.
I see him moving over here.
Like, with no nap time, I actually
they don't have Walker right side though, so I think it's fine to full commit left side just for Walker like this. Silver can just catch the waves.
They're thinking about it though. They're popping the Graves to him. But even walking up to just get close to this
I don't know if this can go well for Leviathan. They made him drop, but
Earn out of his hands, and Fremont slipping away scot-free. This could turn into a big team fight.
Affliction hits like 2, I think.
On the Geist, maybe the Graves, but this fight's actually looking good.
Geist is out of the fight though. Geist just insta-dead. Yeah, I don't think this is good for Leviathan, bro. They're kind of getting shit on double silence wave. Oh, they're fucked, bro. They're fucked.
Graves also knocked out of this one.
There's here late. Doesn't have ult. Dude, they're gonna get rinsed.
Leviathan dropping like flies now. It's
not good.
To really bring
if they get full wipe, they might be able to do mid. Oh, Billy died though.
The highest power kills. This gun buff is paying huge.
Everyone's low.
So
Holy shit.
Damage being pumped into the shiv. And the
Freeberg's dead.
Gonna finish him off. Great read from Sonya. 5 kills.
Overseas can come back in.
Trying to find something back, but might just be giving his life as well.
I'm surprised the Leviathan contested that so hard. Like they were.
Very few heroes in the game.
They were gonna be late to everything. Urzumi was late.
But a blessed stake and a few shots of Irdomini will set you right. I think the real hero to me.
No, I'm not gay now.
The way that fight started out, it was
Pocket
bad positioning from Leviathan,
accelerated, and the Silver.
And I think Dimov did get a 2-man affliction.
Hams are looking good, bro.
Kind of set the stage for 2 of the early
Hams
picks.
are chilling.
Season a bad spot, assuming he did get
I think we're gonna see the Graves looks not as good when he's behind Soul Curve. I don't think it's gonna look nearly as good as last game, especially with the tools to deal with that.
So like it's so hard for them to fight Afflicted. They kind of send it anyway. Maybe just feeling like the Earn is too big a prize to give up, but it ends up with a very expensive fight, about as bad as it gets really for Leviathan. I mean, they got pretty much 6-man wiped plus Earn Dunk against.
It gives Abrahams a pretty distinct advantage, and also I think the dark side of the Graves comp, for as good as it looked last game, is that all the power of Graves, where it's like, hell yeah, I feel like the best stat checking hero of all time. You do not feel good about your inability to outplay if you're actually coming from behind.
HP for the shiv.
It is not a hero that wants to be behind.
With the decay.
You need to be threatening.
Yeah, this hero's so weak. So fucking nerfed, bro. It's so dead. God, fucking chip players just never stop complaining about this character, bro.
Abrahams have not shown weakness in that regard this game, right? They've been very aware of the threat of
this character will never be balanced. They literally need to rework the character if they want to balance it. Oh, Fremont fucking up his movement. Ooh, nugget.
Hey, you know, everyone has movement moments.
Bit of a move. Wait, so deep on the map.
5, 2, 12, popping off.
Crazy for this
4, 2, and 10 for Saint on the Vin as well.
And on the opposite side, with no Walker here to protect, they're going to chase down the Billy, but with the Dispel Magic.
I'm surprised on Shiv people are still going Decay with the amount of Dispel Magics on the game right now. I guess, like,
trying to defend the Walker.
If using Decay just insta-gets to Dispel Magic out, it's like probably not that bad. I feel the same thing about Disarming Hearts. Like if I force you to use your Dispel Magic to start a fight, I think that's kind of good.
They're gonna trade Walker for Walker, but
yeah.
Arguably that's an advantage considering Leviathan are behind in the souls. This is their second.
They're gonna get a collapse on here too. Abrahams is full. Oh, Silver might die though. Silver didn't get bursted. Leviathan's gonna get wiped. 4v6. They're about to get wiped. Inflection came out.
In a rough spot in this fight, Fremont
they just need to try to get out if they can.
Viking Curse online as he looks to
Silver chasing. Oh, the pillow!
+1, but the TP away. Probably gonna be a powerful tool here.
I love using pillow. Run, little guy!
Wolf gets in there at the last moment. Back in the wolf form we go, but not a great situation for Rem. Shots of slam fire, just crushing the HP as Dimov gets a finish. Where, by the way,
other lives with 1 HP.
Dimov's afflictions have been ridiculous the last few fights. I mean, you're seeing why I think even going back to last game,
Snare for Celeste, dude. The snare just less. It's so nice.
Is it a waste rather than putting Demov on something like the
gonna
pocket?
die.
I think yes.
They're gonna try and fight this one.
Ham's oversaying though.
Now popped Sonya looking
Spawn
for
timers
kills.
are still short. We're only
Still
at 18, 19 minutes. Ooh, Sonya gets a trade kill though.
Grave zombies running it down on mid.
They don't have Walker here though.
And Celeste senses an opportunity to pounce here on the Silver.
Celeste doesn't have ult
They
though.
need more damage.
Dude, she has 6k. Go buy, bro.
Tether comes in as well. A lot of focus fire on the Celeste. She needs a bit of support into this one, but OC's has no interest in this fight. He has to back off. Too low to continue.
Like, what?
Tether.
Oh, you got rolled? Sorry, bro. Yeah, Billy's
actions of the game.
He's very good for a team comp. I don't know if he's an individually good hero right now though.
Tiny little area. Honestly, Jake,
I could see him being kind of ass
and pretty close to game over.
Free brawl as well.
For Leviathan, even though it's only a 10k lead.
You're not if you don't get ahead, you don't feel good.
Don't give up any dumb picks. I don't think Leviathan is running a comp.
Majestic Leap, Soundswave,
comeback potential. Like you're dealing with
Ult Max has changed how you build a zero, bro. Holy.
Mo, you're dealing with a hero like Graves that does not function well.
Right, Hams get pick up again.
This is.
They're gonna have all their ults up for this.
Abrams wants to be, and
I feel like they should tempo this, right? Like I would want to dunk this faster rather than.
I actually don't think Leviathan has
waiting.
a lot of.
You have ult advantage
to get back into this game.
Yeah, I think the max out of
kind of
Affliction
spread
is huge,
too. Like
right?
I don't
Taking
know.
Away the
you don't have a Walker at the side or a blue.
Here. Oh, but hold on, maybe a catch with the combo.
Ooh, Mo nerfs OP. Doesn't get the grab.
Positioning so
you definitely would have got the grab on Sonya there before the nerfs.
Also would have been maybe risking a team fight because Billy was right behind. Maybe
yeah, now they have to stall this turn.
Be lucky they didn't get that pick.
That's the other thing too. I mean, we talked a lot about draft, but the natural synergy of the team fighting.
I want Silver in this fight too. Like I want Hoot over the side, but he's gonna be the one grabbing wave.
It's probably one of the most powerful team fighting compositions we've seen. A lot of ways for them to initiate fights. A lot of ways.
Yeah, like Leviathan are here, like full scouting. Like I don't know. This is a hard earn. I kind of like them letting a reset. Ooh, this is a dead paradox.
Nap time though. Gonna be the way they start up.
Oh, they whiffed the nap time actually.
Takes down Ray.
Oh, never mind. I'm completely wrong. Hoot just runs down the Celeste.
Definitely gonna be scary now. Down one.
Rig just got fucking deleted.
Abraham's looking to expand the lead, looking to force
never
a game
mind
here. And they're doing this one clinically, right? They're just not yielding anything. Leviathan keeps making these looks. They keep trying to find some way back into it.
Leviathan are hanging around here.
Do from behind, right? Try to find your moment.
Silver's gonna be able to TP flank. Won't have ult.
They're continuing to fight this one. Combo onto somebody, and
I think it's on Demov.
Sonya's gonna grab the Urn Dunk, but no one's dying just yet. It's actually Sai who drops despite deploying.
And then Sonya gets free.
Still has that affliction. OC's has
gets a kill, but Silver's here now. Dude, Leviathan can get wiped again.
Very terrifying. Life buff on Graves. She's trying to just play away out of this
Graves is getting card CC'd later, bro. Look at all these.
Graves just cannot live into the team.
Graves can't just fucking run at people.
Sonya
just getting ran down instead.
Oop. Geist now up next in the targeting block. Still, everyone's low for Abrams. Not exactly free, but 3 versus 5.
Oh my god, the Celeste coming in though. The ball is doing work. They're all 1 HP. Oh, Hoot transforms though.
The second liking curse of the fight.
Billy should go down.
I think this one actually, maybe in the end, is still turning towards Shiv.
Rem healing's coming in clutch. They're all kind of getting out though.
So you can look at Fremont towards the end. I mean, for Leviathan,
wow,
not the worst result.
All the Hams get out, so it actually still big dub for Hams.
Still though,
get the urn.
20k, and you take a look at how some of the things transpired in that fight, where the difference on Graves, where you're even to a little bit behind in the game versus
rescue beam on the vent. Like holy, this is like full util.
Be more profound. OC's was
did you go duration as well
in the last game towards the end because of the lead. Whereas in this case,
Sonya
just walks up, gut shot, melee, Iradomini, and
I don't mean it makes sense, right? But
basically deleted from the server.
People just hate the normal sport characters now, except for Kelvin.
He's got a lot of snipe kills at this
point. Narazumi's a Rem enjoyer.
Like he's more relevant than you would think, and has gone.
Dude, they're down 20k. They're about to inflict up again.
He's especially hard to kill, or rather dispel magic. Excuse me. And the rescue beam to kind of pull people out who are comboed. It's like a really
Graves
nice
behind here. Wouldn't bowl resilience early and Spear Sam because she can jump down so much, so she's gonna be late to her 6Ks.
Irizumi with the divine barrier can deal with like one of the targets who gets afflicted, but in the end, right? Like what you're really worried about is when it's like a multiple key players that the divine barrier goes to the right person.
I don't know, man. DB's second all on Rem.
Is it? Are you really?
It's good in the pocket.
I think this is more of a harassment.
But every time I play DB on Rem, I'm like, I don't know if this is like good. Like I know it's like
don't need
technically
to follow.
correct.
And you agree.
Because you just want to get your Celeste or your
chasing Shiv is a
Graves like cleanse from
Shiv's
inflict, but
and about to die to an
it just doesn't feel good.
One character has vastly more movement options than the other. Like you're just not catching a Shiv as a Ven under normal circumstances.
It's been a slow game the last few minutes, EP. Like very conservative from Abrahams. I feel like they are really sweating this one, and fair game to them, right? Like this is tournament life on the line.
I think they get outskilled though.
Gamble this one away and you know.
But again, like this Geist, this like low net worth Geist has just not looked good, man.
To game over, right?
Like each team has picked it, it just doesn't look good.
That's the kind of engagement that you should really want as Abrahams, right? To play around Affliction, to play around Billy, some of these team fight combos we discussed. But playing things slow also makes means there's opportunities for Mo.
Rem's not caught here. He's
crucial
doing
pick off kill, take away one of those key members of the team, and maybe the fight isn't going to be so easy for Abrahams.
I mean, you've illustrated where the game is at. For Leviathan,
Hams get pick up
you
again.
are hoping for the big proximity Mo pick to get a 6v5.
Hams are starting to kind of slot locked. They're about to hit this wall though. Like they can still sell their 800s and stuff, but they're hitting that wall.
Given the farm difference, you are not winning anything close to even. So if Abrahams, for example, on this urn, just gets together with the full 6 for the urn turn in, if you're Leviathan, you really just cannot fight. Like if you fight, what's going to happen is you are going to lose.
True.
And they're going to go mid.
6-man dunk.
Yeah.
All right, Rogue's got his helpers on blue wave.
Like, they're all grouping up for
the urn. This right wave push too.
And Leviathan, I mean, if they go the
actually no,
this
this is pushing for Hams.
There's an absolute
second wave coming
pushing
faster.
down mid. Abraham's electing to completely ignore it. It's a risk, but it's one that could pay off. But they need to get this dunk in sooner rather than later. That mid wave is going to become a problem.
Kind of awkward, bro.
Players stepping up now together. Calls the bluff. He's going to go for this dunk.
It's never anyone is.
Maybe
The position is making him show though.
Both teams
escalating on this Celeste
now. The time advantage is there for Leviathan, and
they're not committing.
Wow. Says, hey, I'm gonna maybe step up. I'm gonna maybe start this fight sooner rather than later.
Celeste is in, gets ball off.
Dazzling trick.
Ooh, gets snared though. Oh, look at the snares. Oh, and then they swap to Celeste. Billy gets a 3-man. This fight is really split though. The Billy's gonna get fucked. He's gonna get comboed. Yeah, Billy's just dead. I don't know how many people inflict hit.
Everything's falling apart. The Affliction
Overseas dies without swapping.
It doesn't seem to be enough. Leviathan, it's a 5-on-5 now though. Net worth advantage.
Silver can still transform. This is Ham's favored. They only have sleep left.
Would be happy to tank them for his allies.
Shots are going off the other direction, but so far it's not the best Zero Domini. It's not a high value.
They get earned. Oh, that's not a good sleep. That's not a good sleep. That's not a good sleep.
The urn gets turned in the range.
Taz moves out.
Alert, Graves is cooking ZP. Abrahams, they're low HP. The Graves sapping the damage. You're on the fallback. This is where Graves is strong. She hasn't been on this front foot.
The Silver's going waves.
This game, but finally the opportunity.
Now.
A deep swap under the walker.
Ooh, big swap from Taz.
Clamps down on Sai. And maybe Leviathan.
Yeah, the Rico's doing work, but they just don't confirm any kills.
Graves fully trying to run away out of this one. Gonna pop the tomb to maybe cover the retreat or no.
Ah, we're going back in, bro.
Re-engaging. D-Mom has to teleport out of there. This is a player advantage and a net worth lead, and yet Leviathan still.
Okay, they actually catch.
They can force this one.
Saint out of position.
I mean, it's a little bit sloppy for Abrahams. You're able to catch Saint a little bit out of position. A lot of the ults.
All right, DB actually getting value here
early on. I mean, you only have Lycan Curse still up and available. So I figure Leviathan, you
fully
kind of
eats
like
the
the
Billy
burger boxing here a little bit
damage
more
combo
while you have things.
Oops, Celeste.
D-Mom's about to get Affliction and could rip this wide open.
Ooh, big fucking suitcase.
Off the flying cloak. Frogs
doesn't
ready
have,
to go.
Doesn't have a max.
For the right opportunity.
He didn't get his ult off though.
He doesn't see it. Doesn't get the Affliction off. Maybe he's gonna go in this time for it.
There you go.
It's
3. Yeah, they're gonna get rinsed.
Oh, that could be more than enough. ZP.
Triple inflict ticking. Hoots just going off. Yeah, they're all dead. They're all fucking dead. That's mid boss.
Charging forward, looking to rip and tear.
Really good patience from Hams there. They kind of got like re-engaged on, but didn't panic. They don't get a lot of kills here though.
Really well. I wonder is Fremont gonna tick out from this one? He's on almost no HP.
What's Pocket buying here? Again, they're slot locked now, so I don't know what Pocket buys. Sells his cold front for the Spirit Burn. Definitely worth.
So
I don't know if they're gonna insta go mid here though.
On CD for 40 seconds. Same with overseas.
No, they're going
you go mid here, especially because you think about ways to contest mid boss.
They're hovering. I don't know if they're gonna
your best
insta commit.
Nap time. And Ren himself
then they're gonna buy it. Billy's really low.
Yeah, it's a risk, but it feels like one that any other version of Abrahams wouldn't.
They still have tools, right? Like they have ball, they have combo, but like they don't have a lot to deal to like actually contest here. Mo's moving though.
So far today, ZP, is it almost too much to ask?
She's looking for a slice and dice. See what happens.
This could be the game.
Tombstone comes in.
Souls. Are you going to gamble for the retake contest?
3-0. 2-1. Okay.
Grab one rejuve back.
It's the pops.
Graves going to be able to dominate in this pit.
They get both rejuves out. Oh shit. Leviathan still has a... One goes down. Sonya's really low. Is he gonna die though? Oh no, it's silver time. I think it's just silver time. I think it's silver time, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no.
It's fucking silver time. This is the silver. This is silver time.
The hallway of death. Hoot is feasting up and over. Somehow also Sanya got
Somehow Sonya didn't die. Yeah, now he's just getting his free ult. Oh, the ult comes in. Yeah, GG.
Leviathan, I mean, is a valiant contest here so far.
It's taking the longer the fight goes, better for Hams. Oh, they got the swap off though. Oh, Sonya died. Oh, never mind.
The Lycan curse is faded.
Somehow Graves didn't die there. Giga Chad is running forward like 70 HP.
ZP. Yep. No Kappa 1, and OC's maybe out of this one together. Needs to get the cleanup. Needs to finish this fight.
Both the frontliners going in.
This Geist anymore. They've got the support.
Now this guy's grand.
Hoot does not have that ultimate up. Just a few more seconds. Oh,
that works though. This guy. Look at the sustain, right? Rem on the Graves. Okay. Good contest from Leviathan. Holy shit.
As the dust settles, though, that's a good fight for Leviathan.
He just got popped right away for Hams.
The absolute comeback domination they were hoping for, but it keeps them in the game.
I think that's the
still on 20k, but really good scaling, right? Graves is hitting 34k now.
The raw macro
Rake is like getting his items, and then slot lock, right? Like Abraham's definitely slot lock now. They are not getting these walkers, so and now a comeback urn for Leviathan. I think the momentum's swinging pretty hard here.
The comeback urn here, like you look at the positioning, I don't think Abraham
taking advantage of the death timers.
Take mid. This is a free urn. They're also maybe looking to grab an extra kill on top of it. Taz running away. Seems that Taz maybe
really well played from Leviathan. Holy.
Leviathan holy. This, though, ZP, and this urn is going to get them quite back close to even.
I like the aura by Hunter's aura on the Geist this game. I like it.
I think this Graves hero in the ultra late is terrifying. She didn't get there first, right? She wasn't leading and dominating the game the way we saw in game 1, but I do think this hero becomes more and more powerful in these ultra high net worth late games. I think you're one of the better like ricochet debuff heroes in the game, which for me is one of the more threatening carry styles.
Do you know what the objective is for OCs though? Staying away from the rest of the team. Do not
get
afflicted.
Do not.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing though. If you get afflicted, make Dmov commit for the solo affliction. If you're Dmov, you're looking for OCs +1. That is your ideal opening for affliction. You do need to get OCs in it, and I mean, the dream would be OC shit.
Oh, they swapped the Mo with the Mo though. Oh, never mind. Holy fuck, they're bursting the shit out of him. Doesn't die though. Still has combo if someone chases him.
Maybe able to get out of this one.
The DB!
The divine barrier and a bit of assist from the Rem. This guy is not taking damage. What the hell is this ZP? You're also now into the bog with Graves. Sai eventually does go.
They committed a lot to try to save him too.
For Leviathan to make this all worth it.
Team got his ult off,
exactly the prize you're hoping for, and you find him.
Turning pocket for Mo is pretty nice. Mo didn't get combo off, but
Rem doing overtime in that fight, keeping it contested.
Yeah, Rem is looking good, bro.
For more though, it looks difficult.
I mean, with Dmov out of the picture and no Iridamini, you can, well, I'd say you can, but problem is you got to deal with Hoot, who able to find one in the middle.
Shiv is not bot though.
Lycan Curse ready to go. And yeah, now maybe you want to get out of this fight.
Sleep from Zoom. These fights are kind of hectic though. It's hard to find a good sleep.
Or to middle. Graves versus is
still has transform. Can he get it off though? Got it off. He's on the Graves. He's on the Graves.
Into the Graves. Lower HP. A little bit.
Oh, he gets him. GG.
But it's not gonna be enough. Finally, Hoot will finish up.
Oh, the silence wave.
30 HP in the dream.
But look at how much pressure Hoot's drawing, right? Like
going absolutely the distance now.
3v1ing the Shiv in the Veil.
Still
like.
healthy. Would love to find some cleanup kills onto Fremont. An ideal target. He's kind of
nice
surrounded on all sides. The stun is going to be good enough for the finish.
No mid bots to take though. They're dropping waves, but they finally have relieved the slot lock.
I think a winning fight for Leviathan. I think they recover a little bit of that network disadvantage. Great catch from Saint though. And that's going to be enough to set up for the kill under Razumi.
He's trying to stall time so he can go into a tunnel, but he's getting chased. Need to be out of combat for a certain amount of time.
1v1, much less a 1v2.
GG.
Also, there's going to be a price extracted here, and that price is going to be mid-walker.
Yeah, they get mid-walker. So the slot lock is no longer.
You know, the fact that Leviathan just doesn't have
that's pretty big.
Up to
they did crunch the soul a little bit from Leviathan, but after that it's like not as much.
Resist, I guess, that the heroes have.
And then not being slot lock for the Hams is big.
I don't know that you're going to be able to
see some big 6K items
economy-wise, like a big wave crashing on the left. Well done by Rayek. It provides a bit of work for Sonya and Dmov to do. little bit of time to farm up the jungle. Overseas,
go shard, double snare.
Perspective is also, I think, pretty crucial, right? It's pretty hard right now for Graves to really single-handedly do this, but Geist has
cheap
felt
death on the
Geist.
Geist.
Maybe this makes sense in terms of like Affliction also kind of hard countering Geist.
2, 9, and 11.
I'm not sure about this, but I believe
I'm still not sold on this.
Right? So does Affliction mean your ulti does
Geist,
not?
bro. But as the game goes longer, right? It's another
somebody?
like
I think it
another character that scales pretty well.
Sure though. How this
I don't know if it's how well it scales with these items, but we'll see.
Truthfully, even though I've been playing more Geist recently, I haven't had a Geist into a pocket in that specific scenario.
Spirit Burn,
it could go either
Silencer,
way.
and Vamp Burst for Sonya now.
Assumption, but something to test.
Inhibitor and DB for the silver and bladed. Holy fuck.
Or series break, and then let people know. We won't be casting into NA, but either way, but we'll find out. Or people will just say in chat.
I just like everything. My brain is telling me that surely this is an Abraham's game. They have every advantage. Like this is their time to go game 3. But I just like Leviathan is sticking into
saving
this
it for the Graves
longer and longer, and with every fight,
Hams get picked up.
Either win or just draw.
Late game though, so you might not see people hard commit for their as much.
The way back into this, maybe that's a misplaced hope. Siphon bullets.
Graves keeping this right side push with that putting Tombstone down there. That's good. Already half cooldown now.
Room tested for Hopium because I think Abraham's is gonna have to throw pretty badly for this to end up against him. Okay, nap time.
Sleep.
Forced out early into Chain
Finally
Gang.
asleep.
Okay,
Sonya's free hitting though. Sonya's free hitting.
Chain Gang dropped. Sanya
finally backed up
here in the back. Domini good to go, waiting for the fight to develop a little bit more. Leviathan.
They use sleep and ball for that.
Decent amount of HP before any affliction has been dropped.
Good E shift there, just to stall time.
Now Affliction ready to
now
go.
they can look for the inflict onto the Graves.
Chain Gang's been used already, so
most
chunks actually not the worst for
repick up. I think they can force a fight at this urn here now.
In the position to immediately
I don't know if Leviathan wants this shit now. Missing ults.
But also, if they go to dunk here in the second here.
But mid is up, right? So if they hard commit for that, then they can force the mid.
I mean, with mid boss up, I don't know that you can really go for the urn right now. Looks like they're recognizing it.
There a lot of mid contest though.
Baiting. Showing
Can zombies go up the...
Will they really commit for it as a combo out from side?
Is it
going to be good enough?
Inflict comes in. Not on the Graves. Graves looking hard. Holy shit. Holy shit, the Graves goes untouched.
Running for the hills. He's down 2. Overseas gets the clear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're not get behind. I don't think it's like a huge throw.
Follow up right behind him.
Siphon, Inhib, Rico on the Graves. Just fucking melting people.
Abraham's base. Leviathan could be right back in this one. ZP. Who can he do it again, man? Abraham's have an incredible test.
Not healing overseas here. They want him to get the swap. Oh my god.
Oh my god, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. You're
Tech boss. Tech boss. Report them. Tech boss.
You know, good thing Vindicta's dead right now, and there's no Domini. There's no line up the shot. Which, by the way, stop doing that in pub games. Like, that became like the
that shit's annoying, bro.
Where I feel like if you do a day of pub, you're gonna run into at least 2 Vindictas.
If you do that, I'm insta unpausing on you on your DCs. There's absolutely no.
True.
You get absolutely 0 pause respect if you abuse pauses. You get a DC. Good luck. I hope they get back in the next 30 seconds. I am spam unpausing you.
Like, we're gonna lose the ability to move camera during pause because of people doing that. Like, just okay. So Abraham
can think better. They're not gonna chase. They're going for this. They're sending it. How's
DB on the shift too? Wow.
Single stun. It's just Sonya.
I actually kind of like it.
You don't have swap up either. Even
this
if
tank shift shot's looking
pretty good.
Who's in here?
Who's in?
DBs. Who got one?
Who just got one so far?
No way.
Who got 2, bro?
Down in numbers. Hoot somehow gets 2 rejuvenator charges.
What is
Taz?
Hams are just the mid whisperers, bro.
Charges immediately. But even if you die here, getting those rejuves out is massive. And now
look at the movement.
Great escape.
Hoot is too good at this game.
Thievery.
What the hell am I watching? I think he might get out, dude. That is illegal from Hoot. He steals 2 rejuves.
This guy's actually too good at the game, bro. What the fuck?
This guy is one of the greatest to do it in Deadlock right now. Are you kidding me?
Also a DB for Hoot. Interesting.
That how do you know? Like, if you're a Leviathan fan, you're like, yeah, they did it. They're gonna get it. And then
I guess DB just has more value when you're tankier, right?
It's insane from Hoot. And hold on, wait. As they look for
Lightning
but the one
Infuser
may be enough, right? Like everyone still has the one reju for Leviathan. You can give up 1 pick and still be into the fight. And so I still think this might be enough of an advantage, but it's far from the decisive blow that Leviathan would have wanted to inflict here.
True.
In this series point game 2. Together, just close, but I just don't think they're
all right. Leviathan back ahead, bro. Holy shit, they outscale too, bro.
Shiv's on top of him.
They for sure outscale.
Billy has to run out of this one. Threat of the chase is very real. Celeste has 10,000 souls. Leech up.
Graves, Celeste,
into a tank, man. She's starting to sense that level of threatening aggression.
Fights are getting real hard. The inflict is not looking as good anymore.
I mean, it's a powerful Lich Hand. Just have 4,000.
Sponsors are more spellbreakers instead of the DBs.
He's going for the cooldown too to have go for like the mega
because there's multiple debuffs.
Threat.
But I guess if you get CC'd at all,
stack of creeps here slamming in on this wave.
CC cleanse from the Vin and inflict cleanse is really good.
Instead, some more players coming in on the chase down, but I think Leviathan giving this map state, they're going to be kind of happy to look for a fight. So I would love to find some kind of a combo to start this one off.
Rejuve too. Mo's gonna look.
Shining Wonder bouncing around.
Well, this is how the fight. With the no affliction, you want it? Okay.
Rest in peace.
In on the rake.
Oh, big swap though. They're really deep now. They're really deep. They're really deep.
The swap. All sorts of chaos here. Billy down and dirty in the midst of the fight. Last rejuvenator is gone.
Hoots evolved. Hoots evolved.
And LC together and not really taking much in way of damage. Sandy was able to land some serious shots from Miro Domini into the back line.
Transformed. I don't even know why
and
I said evolved.
Even with the affliction off the table,
that was a big fucking swap, by the way. Dude, Paradox into Mo is like a real thing.
Abrams cleaning up right now.
With the multi-man swap?
Almost no HP. Fremont goes, hold on, he does find Hoot. Shiv is still healthy, but Graves bursted into the wall.
Dunked on him.
Evicts the Lich. Slowing Hex as well onto Fremont. Divine Barrier comes in. They're trying to peel him out of this one. Tons of support being poured in from Irizumi, but it's still so much to ask for. Fremont, the entire
swap
game
hard
now
won
running
that.
him down. Shiv, one of the better movement heroes in the game.
It was like swapping the
inflict,
I think.
with Taz on top. Another wall bounce. Shotgun starts going the other way, taking them on kind of a wild goose chase here. If he can make it to the TP, he could be out of this one. What is this movement from Fremont?
Bro's out of there.
Good lord. I mean, this is peak Shiv movement.
He
got his +1 stamina, and he is just moving through the sewers like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle right now. And the swap doesn't hit.
Disarm though. Yo, disarm low-key tech to make his movement not as good.
That was not
That's actually kind of smart.
Easy chase down.
It's a good game for it too.
The penalty to the chase down.
Really good disarm game.
No one grabbed the urn. This could have been an easy urn dunk for Abrahams, and instead, it's going to be an urn hold for Leviathan.
Both their shrines are down to half. Like the creeps did work in that team fight. Like the value of having these base guards down is these extended fights.
Just has to buy Dispel Magic now for this.
Very costly for Abraham.
I guess there's DBs. So you can DB the.
But it needs to be better.
It
needs to be even more than that. Here comes the combo, catching Taz. Some players not here. D-Mob's not into this fight. Even down some players, Leviathan recognizes they have the advantage in this spot.
In this DBs are saving people from the combos too.
Maybe just a bridge too far. Mo. Not going to be able to find that kill. They're just going to be satisfied with sending Taz packing, but it keeps them in urn control, which is going to be potentially difficult to contest considering what we said about the macro threat from Rem and Graves, right? Like that's been really the one of the few keys to the strengths for Leviathan. And when it pays off, it could pay off big time. If you get shrines with those minions, like the game is going to get really rocky for Abrahams if they even get one shrine down.
I think that's a great point, is that macro-wise,
Abraham's
they're kind of out of mulligans on mess-ups. I still think Abraham's
40K guys now too.
The better team fight as, okay.
Has Spellslinger.
Geist. Potentially
Geist
here,
gets
dangerous for
Gets
overseas. Gets takes the swap towards the end. Has to use the Geist swap in turn.
The spell is a vault, by the way.
Soul Exchange used. Hoot, though, knows it is go time onto the Geist. Although, Life Drain
are you going to burst the 40K guys? I don't know, man. I don't know if that's going to happen. Decay's on Silver as well.
Demov in real danger, has to use E-Shift. He's gonna live here. This is turning into all sorts of chaos. Affliction is already used early into the fight.
Combo used.
Leviathan, this may be the opportunity to make something
happen.
The Demov goes down.
Leviathan, waves crashing against Abrahams in the mid here. They're happy to take this fight, extend this one, looking to turn around and just burn, clear this backline off. Fremont still considering a chase down, but just thinking of being a little bit more cautious. This is
get out.
A wise move from Leviathan. They have a bad wave on the left side of the map now too, one that they likely need to respond to keep their own base guardians alive. TP over from the Geist as she looks to maybe continue getting active on the mid lane.
Just trying to get boxes.
This one could continue into a burger box. Still more players committing into this fight. Leviathan +1 though, maybe this is their opportunity.
Instead of Leech, I like.
I think Abrahams, you would love to get some form of pick here before mid-boss comes up. Mid-boss is going to be up when Demov is still down.
I don't think they kill Graves, bro.
Taylor's getting hit from all sides.
I don't think Graves does.
A brutal spot for the other being right now. This is going to create enough of an opportunity.
I think this guy's kind of chilling.
The Earth Mini was already popped. And now we look at Graves. Still looking pretty tanky, hiding behind the line. Billy
still dropping his wave on the left side by Leviathan.
Leviathan. With Demov down, do they go for mid-boss here? I don't know if it's quite right.
They're going to lose their shrine. There's an
Hoot is being so annoying this game.
From Abraham's crashing in their base. They will lose a shrine if they don't respond. Geist is going to grab it. And with Psy and Fremont both low, definitely playing. Oh my god!
Look at the money.
That is like 3,000 soul wave for
Dude,
Geist.
this Geist is ginormous.
She just bought out the crippling, and she's now.
I started. Oh, who finally overcooked? Maybe no. The swap, dude. Paradox is actually the Mo counter.
Healing back up now. Psy tethered and potentially in trouble, but who not finding his hands onto any good targets just yet. Leviathan, do they want to stick around in this one? Demov, he does have that affliction. Are you going to continue forcing this? Overseas says yes. He continues to step up, put some pressure on.
Oh, four man.
It's huge. Demov's already down. Leviathan.
He has refresher as well, by the way.
To lose if you give up this fight, you almost have to continue this contest. Refresh up, looking for another affliction. This one, I don't think it gets anything. Leviathan maybe.
Oh, popped your Zumi though.
In this fight, they're down 2. It's just up to OC's overseas.
OC's still hitting. No.
In the 3v5, but Demov
coming back in. Do they have anyone to deal with OCs? I don't think they do.
Graves passive is now taking a lot
of
the
damage. Parry.
Parry from Graves keeps
they don't have any. They're just not going on.
And that's going to be enough to drop
the
down
Graves. Well, the Graves is piss chilling.
Against the world, the leech, the inhib, the siphon bullets. No one can challenge her.
Demov also gets caught towards the very end. What was looking like a surefire thing, the 4-man affliction.
Billy's really deep.
Wrong for Abraham's.
Oh,
on the end.
nice crushing fist value.
All roses here.
Oh, that was a huge crushing fist value.
With a little bit of the help from Saint at the end.
Insta pop the silver shield.
He's ready to immobilize. Is good. Finds a connection.
Bro, this is fucking insane.
The world, 2 of the strongest 1v1 heroes in the game. Who? You might have the Lycan Curse. Are you sure you can really take this fight? You're not dealing damage. You're not able to proc the Lycan Curse even. Can they find Hoot? This would be one of the most important kills of the game.
Like, how does he not die, bro? But they're dropping waves on the left side.
And what a brawl.
Hams lose a walker.
45 minutes. Most Deadlock games don't make it past 20 or 30. And we are going the distance. I don't even know if you can take a mid-boss here.
Maybe not, but also the fact that Leviathan is keeping this close with so much team fight advantage on Abraham's is
I just like they have so much shit to do. I think Leviathan just wins now.
Just is that character as you get later
Geist
into the
scaled.
game, but a 4-man affliction.
Celeste is scaled. Like they just have so much shit they have to deal with, bro.
Situation. That is damn.
And no refresher now for the pocket. Like holy shit.
That's like the dream team fight. He has a second affliction. He doesn't get anyone, I'm pretty sure, on that second cast. So that one's really gonna bite him. Sonya also getting parried by OCs. I mean, even with how late this game is, it comes down to the absolute wire. Overseas, there's still 2 players on the other side. He's gonna step up.
Disarmed though.
Does get disarmed though.
HP on the
this Paradox Bomb, by the way, just did 2k damage.
Here comes Boot
2.1k
on the silver, but trying to chase down into the Graves is a little bit scary. Psy incredibly tanky on the Mo, threatening into the front line. Is he gonna look for a combo? Yes. The answer is he's deep in onto the Hoot. But the rescue beam from Vindicta pulls him out of trouble. Leviathan, are you going to continue to fight this? Abraham's looking healthy. Hoot finds OCs. The Graves is down. It's one of your crucial damage dealers. Overseas also looking low. Leviathan maybe biting on more than they can chew. And Abraham.
They got on fucking Graves though. Let's see how much the Celeste can actually do here. She's coming in now. They're just not helping Freemook. They're just letting him die. DB is late, so it doesn't cleanse the snare. They were so split there. They just didn't want to like recommit.
Still caught. And with 2 dead,
just running at motherfuckers.
Walking forward
now
on the silver. No
Who doesn't give a fuck, bro?
3 seconds away for another slam fire. Overseas desperately trying to get away. 3, 2, boom, kick, slam fire. Cheat death procced.
No, he's DB, bro. He's big chilling.
And then he buries him. Punch. Parry dead. Here comes Abraham's.
Oh my god, how do Hams keep finding these angles? Dude, the silver hero is fucking insane, man.
Yeah,
actually insane.
That big team fight they were hoping for. Psy cleaning up some
Juggernaut,
of the creeps here. They were thinking maybe
they're still slot locked to the Hams because they don't have that last walker.
So crucial at this phase of the
Juggernaut onto the for Sonya just a slot fill.
For Leviathan, we see the difference with and without the Graves, right? When they go deep into these low numbers fights, the Graves is
if they got on the Graves, I guess it's still winnable.
Like she cannot be stopped.
But Celeste just didn't like follow up in that fight, and then they just got ran down. They were like kind of like in the fight and out of the fight. They were just very like split there.
Found his target. This one's going to be scary for OCs. Really is going to need the divine barriers. I mean, he might even need to buy his own divine barriers.
And now the rejuve, they feel way safer just full diving the Graves. Like Demov is just down to just fucking go and get the ult on him now, then refresh and hit his ult on the other people.
Nearly 50 minutes in the game, there's still a walker up. We didn't really talk about that, but you desperately need
so Hams instantly going for this walker. They want to use their soul advantage.
Going to be huge for their overall power level.
because they just want to be able to fill the slot. They're all going to get like a 6K here. It's really nice for them.
A tomb just to, you know, put up some distraction and maybe send a wave crashing back the other way. The one advantage Leviathan have is the base guards. If they could just get one shrine, I think it would really change the game in their favor.
Yeah, both shrines are low,
feels far away right now. I mean, your ability to even take a fight is pretty suspect with the double affliction from D-Mob.
No, it's too late. You're not going to get stack value.
What even
Man,
can
what
you
does
do
he
here
go?
other than yield a pretty massive net worth advantage? Everyone's thinking about, like, what do I want to buy? Like, no one's
Frenzy now. Holy fuck, this silver is unkillable.
11,000 souls on that urn, by the way. Insane value.
We're going the values never before seen.
I think you can earn it. Like, this late in the game, earn doesn't mean too much, honestly.
Difference in that last team fight, Jake, where we called out earlier in the game, affliction on to Graves.
It's in a cooldown curse now.
On the Graves.
Curse has huge value.
Focus fire to take it out.
You can toss on Celeste. You can toss it on any of these heroes. You can cancel the drain from overseas. Really good buy.
Have been more stark. If you're D-Mov, you
unstoppable for Graves.
For OCs. At least
so if she can pop the unstop before she gets cursed, she can actually do something.
But a solo affliction on the Graves, I think, is actually
Scourges.
When both teams are committed to a full team fight.
You beat multiple curses on this side.
Barriers, right? So there are options.
They're looking to curse Hoot.
Send it.
Because Hoot doesn't have unstop yet, I don't think, actually, which is kind of crazy.
I think a curse was attempted there from overseas, but D-Mob maybe dodging that one, getting out. Trying to siege the base is pretty
hits four.
It's a massive affliction, but will it cost them a couple of rejuves? Leviathan Sai, slivers of HP
cheat death on that.
Needs to live. D-Mob cheat death proc.
Influx
is
bag.
Go down in the exchange. It costs one rejuve already. Will it cost more? But that's OC's out of the
OC's
fight
dies,
too.
yeah.
No, that could be the beginning.
So you just saw right there, D-Mob just like full face tanks. Has cheat death now too, like you can go fuck. Please don't go on the base, Hoot.
I mean, the base drops quick. A swap forced.
Saints like, can you fucking chill, bro? Can you relax?
How to Tame Your Wolf, Geist Edition, where a silver goes in, gets swapped, and
D-Mob dies.
Runs out.
Still has an inflict though.
Was at Death's Door
Look how big these fucking minions are.
Rejuve, but you know, downside there is that D-Mob's back to full HP. Affliction.
Doesn't have Majestic Leap for 10, so bit of an awkward window, but I don't think it matters too much.
Gone. Patron about to get dropped, and with one rejuve remaining, I think if you're Abraham's here, Jake, you stay the course.
You stay.
I don't even think
20 seconds. You just look for an inflict. Yeah, boom.
20 on OCs, and affliction goes in.
Spear burn on the guy. Spear burn on the guy. Guys. You should be yelling, guys. No one is helping him.
That rejuve is super low, but just barely gets the cape teleport out.
Rem can't play.
Still powerful, but doesn't have that Lycan curse up quite just yet.
Mo's up with combo. Nah, it's over. Holy Abraham's just flexing the late game team fighting. Well played. First dub of the day.
Forces a game 3.
First dub of the day.
Endurance from these teams, and we have a lot to play for left in Europe.
That was a great game where,
holy shit,
you know,
that was a good game.
If you weren't a conspiracy theorist, you could just say, yeah, this is for Saya, where there was a wonder of like, will NA start before Saya gets home? After a game like this and it going to 3, I think the answer is going to be yes.
If you were trying to stall the show, that is, you cannot do better. Well done, Abraham.
Yep. Oh, man, oh man. So, in the end,
man, oh man.
This
not again.
But I have to say, the Leviathan team comp was more competitive than expected. For this going turbo late game where Abraham was working with every advantage in the world, Leviathan was still finding ways of making things relatively
that game went so long. Was that a 15-minute game?
And getting into situations that were genuinely losable for Abraham's, even with the comp. So, I mean, it just mixed together for one of the best games I think we've casted.
Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous day so far in Europe, and we expect to have even more fireworks.
Ad, dude, I just keep getting this ad over and over again.
Abraham's looking to retake their throne here at the top of EU.
Actually, I don't think Twitch is that.
I mean, like, truly absurd game from Hoot. Like, think about
that
that
service, but
he snatched
2 of the crystals
and got out in like an unfightable scenario for Abraham's. Like, that pretty much keeps them into the game to get to this point to make the comeback.
Why are you pausing?
But like you said, Leviathan, incredible fight.
Holy dub, though.
Even when the draft looked really rough for them as they got towards that late game.
In my head, they get a hard on scale, but
kind of a setup. Really rough for them as they got towards that late game.
Also, I just got
just like
I'm good to play.
Kept them in the game.
Operation Stall successful, but this play right here, where Hoot was able to steal 2 rejuves, that very well may have saved the game for Abraham's, because I think without the rejuve steal, coming on in here, the odds are pretty high that Leviathan actually ends up with a 20k lead. And a 20k lead,
kind of crazy.
When you're running a Graves comp,
you didn't go on stop at all.
When you give up that level of difference,
I guess he was never worried about
Fremont's greatest
getting rim swept or anything.
This game,
or getting comboed.
Like, wow. Around the Rosie he's pulling on them is insane. It like keeps them.
I thought with like curses late game, you would want one. But
had to make these hero plays to keep the game in contest, to go this deep. I mean,
yeah,
this
like who
honestly, this might have been
kept
one
this
of our
game
longest
alive
games
forever.
Ever on
I mean, today has been a cinema day, especially think about how map 1, or rather how the challenger match went down with the greatest rejuve contest we've seen maybe ever. This has been a day, and you know, it's Tuesday.
It's been a day.
Yeah, man, just another Wednesday night in the night shift. This affliction was tragic. Dude, if he hits this affliction on like Graves, like honestly, they probably just win right there. But finally, in the end, the triple clean rejuve this deep into the game, it's just too much, right? But even this final fight, if Graves lives here, like if she didn't get afflicted, or if she got a DB and was able to reset, this patron fight could have been a lot scarier.
Look at this 50-minute game.
Oh my word!
Almost
dude,
100k from us.
I've never seen 100k.
Bro, but this is what I'm saying. Look at the damage, right? 74k, 99k, 62k, even 55k for Moon. Like, they were out damaging
in general were pretty juiced across the board. I mean,
but look how well the pocket scaled with this build.
Pocket with multiple
the refresher, like,
would be up there. 80k on the
kept
Venator.
a minute.
Dear God, I think the main thing is that you don't see a comp match at this level usually go to 50
I would love to see a total.
Period.
I could do it manually.
This
but
was an incredibly long game, but for all the right reasons.
Yeah, wow. Props to Abrahams, right? I mean, they've had 2 close competitive games.
Look at it. Look at the soul curve, by the way.
After how game 1
Hams
went,
was
I wouldn't have
owning.
blamed him really for
Almost
struggling
through.
in a
Came
game
back.
this deep, this endurance focused. The fact that they still get the win is
They should
massive.
have 2 rejuves.
That being said, Leviathan, 60 kills to 36. They stuck in this game way longer than they had any right to. And I wonder if Abrahams aren't going to be feeling a little bit stressed about how hard it was.
But I guess
to
this
close
wasn't.
that one
This
out,
is the one they stole, technically, right?
Team fight was in the late game.
That's where Hoot double
For
take.
Leviathan, maybe the draft adaptations will be
crazy,
enough
man.
as we go to game 3. Man, it's anybody's game to win.
100k.
Oh,
it rounds to 100k, guys. It rounds to 100k. Still counts. Still counts.
When did production get a blinking graphic that they could do here? Like, that's my question as I'm looking at this. Like, what in the world?
That's funny.
Okay, actually,
it's beautiful.
Oh, okay. You know what? As I feel under the spotlight, Jake, 1-1, Abrahams versus Leviathan. This one is going the distance. We gotta take a break, get some snacks, get some food, come back for
great idea.
3.
I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm hungry.
Right after this.
I'll be right back.
EU not quite done yet here on Night Shift 31. ZP here with Jake, and Jake, one of the longest games we've ever had, back and forth to the very end. Abrahams, though, able to stay alive and force a map 3 as they want to retake their throne here today. But Leviathan proving that it is going to be hard fought no matter what.
Yeah, this one is pushing me to my absolute casting limit, man. Like 50-minute Deadlock at this level of play is a beast, man. It is a beast of a game to follow and to cast. But honestly, what a treat. It's great to see Abrahams really brawling for this one. I can't help but feel that Leviathan, I'd still call them the favorite in game 3. Like, I feel like that one was so close because Leviathan had incredible execution to stay alive that late in the game, and you know, only through sheer force of will did Abrahams get it over in the end. But ultimately, I think a lot rides on this draft. I think both teams are probably sweating this one very hard. If you come out of this with an edge, that could be more than enough to take the series. And Leviathan, they've only been champion for a few weeks. They do not want to give it up just yet.
No, and what I'm curious draft-wise, it's been Abrahams has been picking first pick, first ban. I wonder if Leviathan is going to take the first pick, first ban away, because, of course, it's the first time that's going to be their choice
top 3
for the final map.
Yeah, we'll see. On that.
I mean, draft strategy-wise, is kind of interesting is that I don't think Abrahams wants to play Graves. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but they don't strike me as a team where they have someone that actually wants to play the hero. So the idea of picking the hero to deny it, I actually don't think is in their wheelhouse. But I also think because of the general power level of heroes on the top end, I don't know if you want to extend a first ban on the Graves. So you're kind of in this weird situation where you don't want to first ban Graves, but Leviathan feels comfortable last picking Graves before the mid-stage bans. So Abrahams, in effect, has no way to deny the Graves pick. That's been causing them trouble, but it's also absolutely wild because going into the day, we thought the storyline would be, don't let OCs play Mina, and that has not been the case at all today.
Yeah, they pulled this Graves out of nowhere. I doubt Abraham saw this one
coming
or expected it. It feels like something that has thrown them for a loop. I do think the pocket was a great response in game 2, and I think that's something that Leviathan has to be very mindful of in the draft. Like, another factor is the silver, right? For Hoot. I mean, he's been getting the silver, and he looks insane on this character. Like we were talking during the break, it plays so well in his strength as a player. And some of the rejuve steals he pulled off in this last game were just downright unbelievable, right? You just not something you ever see coming against you. And I mean, Abrahams do look like maybe the best team in the world at like contesting those rejuves in difficult spots.
Also, as we're filling for time here, waiting for the next draft to go underway, because believe it or not, the players demanded a little bit of a break after a 50-minute match. How dare they?
Back to your PC. Start playing.
Is that whip I just heard? But yeah, the interesting thing today, the character that is in full ban jail, that's right, it's Mirage, where of course Mirage got the biggest round of buffs over the last mini patch, or a mini patch by Deadlock standards, and as a result, yet to see Mirage all day long for those looking to snipe the fresh hot Mirage builds. But maybe we'll get one in the final game or as NA rolls around. But the interesting thing to me here, Jake, also the higher priority on the Kelvin. Now part of this is just because Abrahams loves playing Kelvin, but I think even going to NA, I mean, Kelvin is kind of up there, not only because he himself got buffed, but because of his synergy with Silver and ability to stymie Silver at the same time, and her importance in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, I definitely think Silver and Celeste are going to be some really hotly contested picks. I think the dynamic between the Kelvin and the Pocket is another one you really got to keep your eyes on in terms of like really powerful healing and team fight zoning versus the ability to turn that healing off like a light switch. So Abrahams once again are going to get the opportunity to have first pick. So Leviathan prefers the second.
But the Hams man,
I think I agree in the sense that they can make the draft.
They don't have to ban the Mirage because their first pick. They can ban the Pocket.
Made some mistakes in the last draft, like letting the Pocket through was rough. Abrahams, they're gonna ban the Kelvin again, and so far, I mean, I would be shocked if they do anything except take the Silver first. Leviathan, will they let a Mirage through to block the Silver? That also feels scary considering he's a bit of an unknown. Like if Mirage is that broken, do you just auto win if you get him?
Well, that may be the case because I was expecting maybe the Silver ban, get the Mirage in there, force Hoot onto something else, but instead, Abrahams, you won with this draft last time around. You're probably going to first pick the Silver. Let's hear the awoo, Jake. Not from you specifically, but yeah.
No, this has to be the Awu pick. I mean, there's
Hoot just popped up.
You'd be crazy not to, the way Hoot has been playing today. Like, give him the silver. Like, just, you know, don't think too hard about it. It's straightforwardly super strong. For Leviathan, where do they prio things? I mean, the Geist was a little bit of an unsung hero last game, was like doing a lot of frontlining for Graves. Maybe they'll still prio her pretty high. Graves is another factor.
Okay,
I mean,
we're 2 of 2. But here's what they change.
Okay.
I think you go Billy. I think that last game, if you have Billy instead of the Geist, you feel way better. I don't think the Abraham's comp does nearly as much with the Geist. Billy was the heart and soul of a lot of the theoretical combos that they had. I think you go Billy here, and nope, they say screw it, we go Geist.
So, got approval to run 7 days a week.
I would agree with you, actually. I think the Billy could have been a better pick here because, like you said, those combo threats.
Okay.
Another way to look at it,
Mirror
though, is
draft
you
so
deal
far.
with the Billy, but maybe you deal with some of the more threatening combos. I think especially Pocket. I think the other way to think about it is without the Affliction, those burst kills onto Geist and Graves wouldn't have been possible last time.
Billy even higher, and then just Venator. We can do the exact same draft.
For Leviathan, you have to imagine their final pick is going to be Graves because they want to be banned out. But you know, so far it has been a complete run.
I might try to force Leviathan to pick Venator, though. I don't know if that's like that crazy, though.
Do they go for Graves?
They take the Graves. So they're going to swap the Graves for the Venator. Okay.
They're cooking. They're cooking in the lab. Graves is on top, baby. Graves is meta. I feel like we have to say that now. This is 3 of 3, the best teams in Europe. At least in EU, Graves is a meta hero. I love to see it. Now,
should be a Venator trade, but they go Mina over the Venator.
Mina for themselves, which, in fairness, they haven't pulled out all series, but we know this is an absolute weapon in the hands
also,
of
Mina can deal with Graves pretty well.
This is a very good matchup for Mina. I think
Graves
could do
chunk damage in the silencer.
Pretty bad against Mina since, you know, like she just kind of evades you, plays out of your range, and it's just super difficult to actually
Venator ban.
No, okay, the ban. That also makes sense. I mean, they could have picked the Ven themselves, but yeah, I mean, that's the price of going Graves here, is that you've given up the ability to go Ven. But I think in this case,
I don't think they would go Venator because they want the Mina on P1,
and they just want to deny it.
And then you probably want Celeste at least
P2.
Sure
they would still like go Ven.
And another Apollo man from Ham. So
Apollo gets taken out of the mid-stage bans from Abraham.
Should be a frontliner now.
Okay, you know, I guess the question is,
they're pushed onto like the Abrams
basically their M1.
tier,
Do they get something else to compensate?
Yeah, and I wonder if there's ever consideration of something like the Pocket now for Leviathan.
They grab the Rem again. They love the Rem.
They just don't want to give up the Rem plus Graves. Like,
yeah, giving up Rems to Billy Silver is pretty annoying. I think you saw that game too. Rem can really keep Graves alive for a long time.
And, mobility tools to help get away from that. So could kind of set you up for some good initiations, good starts to the fight.
Smart to turn to
Paradox
so Paradox comes in, and Abrams, by the way, has picked Paradox at this position in the draft.
It's good into the Mo, and then Leviathan will probably pivot towards the Mo right now. They need pick and frontline, right? Paradox. I think it's a good find.
I do think, though, Pocket would be reasonable here because there's a chance Leviathan could steal it.
My bow is yours.
GT.
They go GT. GT was
into the Mina Rem. Not bad.
Last time around,
also good into Celeste, like underrated.
I mean, look, you think of what Hoot did earlier today.
With the stun.
Although, you know, the thing is, it can't be Hoot on the GT in this case. It's gonna be Hoot on the silver.
It's interesting.
I on GT.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe it's someone else in the silver because Hoot and Great Talent is like that
Sinclair.
Is a combo. You know,
a lot of Sinclair value this game.
It feels like I don't know. Have we seen Demo
Silver, Billy, Graves,
months?
Even Swap.
Well, it'd be further back, but you stop and think about the conversation we had off stream.
Like Hoot was owning on the silver. I would want Hoot on the silver, but I think Hoot would play GT.
Movement in the game, and putting the best movement in the game on someone that takes advantage of positioning like silver is really
so one true frontliner. But again, this is like a
P3
kind of.
I mean, in theory, you could put a
guys, so it's like more of a frontline drain tank type of thing.
Together on it, though. Together is certainly going to be playing Billy.
I think it's like an Ivy last pick here. Page, okay. It's interesting to see the support go that deep in the draft. Page has not been played today, right? Which a little surprising. I guess Kelvin is looking really good these days, but
just a great knockdown game, right?
Prioritized over Rem for quite some time
Mina,
or rather, recently, and so curious to see how Abraham's.
It's good on Shiv too. Like Shiv gets really high with a lot of his movement, right?
So. I think they're a little bit light on setup control for Page, but maybe the Paradox is going to be enough for that.
Paradox.
For Leviathan, I feel like this could be a big Mina game. Like usually when you lack hard stuns and control, Mina can get a lot done. Although maybe Silver's Bola and Burst is just enough.
Hear me out on combos here, Jake. Chain Captivating Reed, Graves with late game split shot Ricochet. Group them up all together, and Graves is having a really good time.
Even like Chain Gang pulling people into that wall of the grasping hands could be kind of a sick lockdown, right? Like or swapping somebody over it. It's kind of a unique way for some of these like forced movement tools to.
Are you a gamer?
What if you could turn your passion for gaming into a career in esports management? Bow Valley College gives you the tools needed to enter one of the world's fastest growing industries with its esports business management program. This program is the first of its kind in Southern Alberta.
This esport fucking degree shit is like the new English major.
When he just keeps stealing the tomb away from you, and he's like pressuring you even harder than you can with the macro tombstones.
I cannot imagine.
Also, speaking of early game, Leviathan's laning phase.
Shit's bugged.
I mean, that is a deadly laning phase. I mean, Sinclair alone kind of can make a lane untenable. Rem's early laning is horrific to play against.
Plus, it's not a bad laner too, if you know what you're doing.
Shiv, I mean,
well,
Shiv's kind of interesting where I think people sometimes misplay against knives, where it's like you take a knife, get out of line of sight. Like, don't take 2 knives. But Shiv can still be snowballing lane. Like, I don't know. I look overall at Leviathan and
I'm full bugged.
Hams comes online a little bit later, especially we consider
I'm full bugged.
Graves.
Okay. The prize pool is small today. I feel bad.
As you get deeper into the game. So I think Leviathan, tempo-wise, actually goes into this with a pretty reasonable edge.
Tempo.
Yeah, I think a lot rides in the lanes. I mean, it's so interesting because in NA, I've come to expect that, like, no one's going to have a big advantage coming off the lanes. Like, people are just playing super stable, consistent Deadlock. But EU has become the region where there's a lot more willingness to gank, rotate, find kills early. Still, despite all that chaos, it feels like in all the games today, the teams have still come out even. They've just sort of traded much more aggressively, and yet the end result is sort of the same. That being said, there's so much pressure now in a game 3. Players are starting to get tired. Players are starting to get taxed. More room for mistakes, more room for over-aggression and overextension, you know, for things to spiral out of control. So
I just think getting Ostis on his Mina for
a way that maybe they haven't really been tested so much in Deadlock before.
Man, oh man.
But the silver.
Jake, it all comes down to this. A final map 3 between Abrahams and Leviathan. And all in all, talk about the difference of a few weeks here in EU, where at one point, it felt like clockwork, where Abrahams was just winning on autopilot, doing things like melee 7.
Is he really full dead?
We're not seeing the melee 7 here today, Jake. Believe it or not.
D-Mob on the ult 7 build was actually the craziest, like, pride cometh before the fall moment of all time.
I think I'm riding with Leviathan.
Can he do it again? I mean, all would be
I think Sinclair has crazy value.
Reclaim the top.
They got Ostis,
by snatching
Mina,
the Graves
they
away.
have the Celeste.
It's a little bit wild and wacky, and I think they may have overcooked just a bit.
I think Shiv is good too. Like,
there's always the chance, as they've shown, even when, you know, the player advantage is against them, the rejuves are dropping, you'd almost always want to bet in Abrahams in those circumstances. In winning one map, they do lock up half that bonus pool, but honestly, Abrahams, they're not playing for that little bonus cash. They're playing for the whole thing. They're playing for that entire prize pool. And to win and to be on top in EU, I think that might even be more important for a team this storied than, you know, a week-to-week prize pool.
Yeah, you kind of hit the point I was going to say, is that also it's kind of a matter of pride. When you are the de facto #1 team in EU, arguably #1 team in the world, and you have that aura about it, and then you lose 3 weeks in a row, particularly with last week where they lost the challenger match. I mean, that's an ego check and then some, where for Abrahams, it was probably a tense week. As anyone who's been on a high-level team can attest, tensions get a little bit high when you go from winning everything to, guys, we're not winning anymore. Like, you start really looking closely at, can this player do better? Are roster changes in store? You know, thankfully Abraham's kept the same roster together, and you know, we'll see where this one goes. But
the trend line is everything.
So yeah,
right. Like, if you know, it's one thing to be like Leviathan, who's been struggling, and then eventually you get that win. It means the world to you. For Abrahams, like, for them to not get the win feels terrible. You know what I mean? It's not like they're struggling now. It's like they built that expectation of not just winning, but winning 2-0, making it look easy, kind of being able to do crazy stuff, and still just being so much better. But in the shadows, Leviathan was grinding, and now they've risen to the top. That being said, Abrahams, I'm glad that they're back in the money match. It felt wrong having them go out in the challenger match last week. Like, it just felt like too big of a fall from grace. And Abrahams, they've kind of righted the ship, at least so it would seem. But like you said, ZP, the pride is real, and for them now, like, even if you lose here, will it really be enough for the Abrahams players to say, oh, we played them really close, guys, we played a great series, which they did, and which they have done for sure. but when you win that many times in a row, it feels like nothing less than a championship is going to be considered acceptable or good enough.
True.
I think the one thing that worries me a little bit about Abrahams, though, going into this match is the part of playing Graves. Do I think Graves necessarily complicated the play? No. Do I think that Abrahams also came into this day planning on playing Graves? Also, no. I think this was a straight up, they picked the Graves to deny it from OCs, and they're kind of winging it a little bit. And generally speaking, in esports history, when you pick something because the other side is doing well with it, but you didn't have a lot of practice on it going in, it doesn't have a great track record. Like, that usually is a losing play. So I think there's a real danger here that Abrahams gets out-tempoed, and whoever is on Graves, most likely Sanya, never actually
I think we can see what happened in game 1.
To get good farm to,
especially with Osis on the Mina.
And even if you do get some of that farm,
they could just be tempo
if the execution is 100% going to be there relative to if this was something that Abrahams was playing and practicing with. So I don't expect the Graves to be as impactful for Abrahams, and that could be a real issue in this game, especially if Leviathan is able to kind of manage their early mid-game tempo in a way that gets them an edge. So I'm a little bit worried for Abrahams here, to be honest.
The Hams.
The players right now, they're getting ready. We got a couple players, getting a well-deserved bathroom break after that incredible slugfest of a game 2. But I think you're right to call that out. I think as much as Graves is like simpler to play, it's the team execution around it, the sort of style that you want to play that could be harder. Also, sort of some questions of, the Graves plus Rem combo looked pretty insane. In terms of its ability to macro and threaten some of those sidewalkers to like crash on some Guardians even relatively early in the game. But for Abrahams, you're denied at least the second half of that. So it'll just be the Graves. The global pressure is not as obvious with this comp overall. I think, like, compared to how Leviathan, Celeste and Shiv are able to kind of like jump in on those ganks and like disrupt somebody who's trying to kill the Graves.
Just set up.
Maybe the GT can replicate that role to some extent for Abrahams, punishing some of these deep dives in. But Paige is for sure going to have her work cut out for her. We saw how
they want to break though.
The focus.
It was an hour-long game. It's understandable.
Last game was very scary to deal with in the late game. Like, yes,
I didn't check the graphic. She was playing in a 9.
But then in a couple fights, she just gets insta-popped by like tons of ults all going in on her at the same time. And so for Paige, like, hitting those saves is going to be crucial.
Also, I think big question marks here is
we're
finally getting into the game where, understandable. We had to give the players a little bit of a break.
True.
It was a long game. But also, I think the Sinclair play for Leviathan is going to be really of note, particularly the early lanes where are we going to see swaps? The number one thing you want to see if you're the team playing Sinclair is you want the mirror against Graves, or, well, it's not really true mirror, but you want the matchup against Graves, particularly for when you get ults online. So, prepare for some lane swap shenanigans.
Who do you think is going to be on the Sinclair for Leviathan? Is this like a pick hero Sinclair? I guess. Is this like a Psy Sinclair?
I think so. Psy was playing Sinclair in the past, so
he's been one of my most impressive players in EU in this recent resurgence for Leviathan. And I like that he's on the Sinclair. I feel like you can make a lot of like crazy,
Grave Silver into
creative
Ram
plays on
Goist.
this character and put him in the mid lane, give him an opportunity.
Sinclair Mina, holy fucking.
And you were right, it's going to be D-Mov on the GT.
Cancer lane into GT Paradox.
In the mid lane. So a lot
Celeste
I think relies on this mid lane.
Let's see Hydronation play this one a lot.
If you're able to find some kills, if you're able to get that opportunity to rotate, it can be huge, especially considering you're also putting your hard carry and OCs into the mid lane. So a lot is gambled on your ability to actually win there and create opportunities to farm.
Bookworm and Joyer.
D-Mov is actually the most important player for Abrahams in the early to mid game, where by the composition, they're definitely at a tempo disadvantage unless every bird is brilliant from D-Mov.
Brilliant.
Like, there is a world where Great Talent kind of bends the rules of the game.
Stream keeps lagging today.
Just like some of the weird color artifacting there. Just merely talking about his power does this, Jake. But once ult comes online,
we're doing level 1
nothing more
swap.
Disruptive to the flow of gameplay in your lane, like a bird, but also might have some lane swapping going on here as Paradox and Silver
here
doing a bit of a swap into another.
I like the Silver. Maybe Silver wants to lane against Mina because Mina's health pool, right? She's pretty vulnerable to just some of the burst that Silver can throw down in the lane, and that's a little bit of a scary lane, right? You get bola'd by Hoot, and then D-Mouse following up with some power shots.
This picture before.
Find yourself in a tough spot. Check out this portrait, man. Freaking Goku over there.
Yeah, I mean, on fire. And then
Goku in his goth era.
I've never looked at these pictures
by
before.
the way, we have not pumped it as much here today because I'm running Sans host, but if you want to donate to the prize pool for what has been an enormous day of Deadlock so far that we're not even halfway through, ! Donate. We'll catch up on some of the donation messages before going the break. And
gotta hit him with the EU here.
Yeah, just rewarding the players.
What does GWR mean?
A brilliant day of Deadlock here so far, and you know it wouldn't be EU Deadlock without a little bit of boss luck in game 3 here, Jake.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting to not have Paradox in the mid lane. I mean, I think we really commonly do see this character in mid. He goes for an early regen, just focused on sustaining the lane and trading. Definitely a lot of pressure on Sonya Sniper. I mean, I feel like the Graves is, well, to be seen, that's not what he's known for. I never played it, to my knowledge, in Night Shift. So like you said, right, that choice to go for a denial pick, see if that actually pays off or gets punished.
The thing in Deadlock is that every character has so many tricks and like character-specific tech that no matter how good you are, I feel like swapping to something short notice if it's on your wheelhouse, you're probably not going to play it off.
Mr. Rem got
It's not impossible. It just, I think it's a bit unlikely.
Even with the swaps, Sinclair,
yeah, I also
Mina still just getting Giga Push.
Kind of a hard lane for Graves because she's pretty terrible at clearing minions in general, at least in the very early game. And, you know, Rem sends the super minions at you from the very beginning. So if this is a spot where even if Geist just gets the free reign to solo farm while Rem is jungling and you can't punish it early, then already that's kind of a nice opener.
He's trading on the Sinclair though.
Really for Leviathan in terms of the way they want this game to go. And Rem usually at 2 minutes is pretty happy to leave the lane and go box jungle pretty hard.
Of course, speaking of traditional lane setups, Paige, Billy, ever since they're both added into the game, these two have been together. I think more so than any other Billy lane. Probably. I think of that because there was a long period of time where if these two heroes were drafted on the same team,
Rem's really common too, but Rem's
generally see Paige, Billy as a lane.
Fell off quite a bit.
Paige generally works best as a laner with heroes that want to dive, and it doesn't get too much more divier than Billy in the laning phase.
They're kind of struggling so far in the lane, though, ZP. I mean, they bought double healing, right? Which isn't usually what you want to buy this early. I mean, you're sort of forced into it when you're low, and you just stay in the lane.
Leviathan's been dominating like early game.
You know, you could be damaged, and if Fremont is able to buy like that extra investment into the spirit damage, it's going to be all the merrier. And typically, you're not able to keep up with heals in this game with outgoing damage. It's always better to be on the front foot. So see how this lane ends up going for them. Maybe the double heal right is just going to be enough sustain to keep them farming, which I'm sure is going to be Together's goal, considering how important the team fights are.
Healing right, you know, the order in which you pick it, the first item healing right, generally not a sign of strength. But Rem, right now,
Rem. Right
now, off in his own little world.
Yeah, he's doing his own thing here for sure. And Geist is soloing like the side lane, and Graves before Tomb. I don't know what you can really do about that. Bit of a contest on the box run. Silver still healthy, wants to find the chance to gank Mina. Nice Sanguine though, evades the Bola. Saw that one coming a mile away, and OC is just backing out, just denies the trade from Silver.
I see Mina.
Right, Overseas getting early funneled into with the Rem roams.
Well, hang on. Just I say that. A little bit more action here in the middle, but I was going to say as action-packed as the previous games were.
3K at 4 minutes.
Start.
Rem diff.
Onto the tower, Billy looking for the punch, but there's just not the health to go in.
Daggers. This could be killed.
Should be dead, Billy.
Daggers. Yeah, that is a dead Billy. The poke just
extra charge of value
in this lane. Even with the backup of Paige, there is a limit.
All right, their spirit damage is disgusting in this lane. Like Shiv with full knives plus Celeste. Like these heroes are insane movement heroes at hard diving you. And usually Paige Billy wants to kind of poke and prod, put some pressure on with the shields, you know, put you on the back foot. I don't think that's realistic at all into Shiv Billy.
Sinclair just still looks so
bullied out. I mean, on the rune pickup,
here it just looks so clunky. He'll get stunned.
Is Irizumi, the sleep coming in, so difficult, man. A massive pressure.
Bunny.
Understandably, he would try to get this
fucking
full heavy connection.
One-shot him.
Is good enough.
So is Bunny now too, and Swap.
The swap pulls Paradox back down to earth.
With the Bunny though.
Not quite connecting though.
Hoot's here now too.
And the power shot from Hoot assists the cleanup on Desai.
Oh no, it is Demov on the G2. Okay.
Leviathan off to mild lead here so far, kind of as expected. I mean, we were talking a little bit about the lanes going to the game, and Leviathan is definitely running with the stronger comp in the early mid. But I'm curious to see Demov's contribution. First owl was already out, and you know, as is the case with any good GT nowadays, you have to expect that every single time you look at the top middle that Bird is up, Bird is going to one of the side lanes most of the time.
Over the top here with
Back.
It's big.
Yeah, this page really is getting rolled, brother.
Need it there. Talk about a gang squad.
Good roam.
No control, but the damage alone. Shivs.
Who's gonna try to match it on the right side?
Ridiculous. Like,
trying to get some back.
The souls to be able to have spirit resist.
This is huge for Leviathan, though. This is what you want to see for their comp early game.
We're talking a 6K soul lead at 6 minutes.
Oh, Overseas got the swap.
Big swap from Overseas keeps him in the fight.
Rem does.
Rem is down to Hoot, and you have the swap as well. Bird coming in should be able to clean up the guy. She's super low, and you do get the execute as well. So D-Mob getting some of that scaling souls, and Hoot finds a tower. It's going to restore a lot of this advantage, but a stolen tomb is going to maybe be costly. Sign happy here to take the trades, and Hoot just going to give everything to clean up this tower.
Asian Easy at the $100 donation into the prize pool as Hoot bites it from Irizumi. Things starting to heat up after a period of relative calm that we're dealing with. Leviathan, more than content to take 3 over here onto another Guardian, gonna extend the lead even more so, but more importantly, give a little bit of extra map control. The big glue here that we've seen so far, though, Jake, has been D-Mov with the Owls. About to get another power shot into OCs. Quick burst damage into the middle, 5 seconds away from another Bird, and
gonna be the group on this and place here.
Rotation Leviathan into middle.
Still horses or silver
enough
form
to prevent mid from going down. Up into the air we go here for D-Mob.
Still the Bird, actually.
Might get a taste of his own medicine. It's a clone Bird into
Bird coming in.
Not like this. The Bird has changed teams. Boom goes the dynamite as D-Mob goes down to a cloned Bird.
That's tragic. It's actually such a good steal if you can get close to GT, because GT just doesn't have the tankiness to tolerate a Bird. Saint also trying to just back off out of this one. It's a big rotation for Leviathan. They bring a ton of players to get this one done.
With
the transform, it's a life buff shit, but it's not gonna be enough. And
they got the turn on GT, but they end up still just being able to push this really hard. They aren't grabbing wave though, so Guardian gets backdoored.
Can he get more? Would love to find a finish.
Assuming Rem doesn't have right on that. Ooh, gets out.
Maybe just a little bit
too much.
Oh my
god, this Hoot guy.
If you're able to punish Hoot, that would be huge.
Guys, just too clean.
Stepping back up into this, Hoot. Full confidence here.
It's just 8 minutes into the game.
Too
Sinners
clean.
have spawned. See if anyone actually goes for Sinner Steal here. For now, people mostly behaving on their sides of the map.
All right, Abrahams. Down a Guardian.
Celeste.
I think Mook's freezing over here.
A little bit of a nibble on the enemy Sinners. Hoot, though, well, we got a different Wolf this time and have the Sinclair. Not going to be super effective later in the game.
Dude,
but
the move speed's so nice.
It's really nice. It's such a powerful like survival tool. This phase of the game. I mean, you're not going to have the items to sustain it, but hold on. Maybe he stuck around a little bit too long. Hoot already has some big damage coming in. Caught by the Rabbit Hex is Taz, but the Bird coming in. Evasion from Sai. Slips the net, and Leviathan bringing more into this
still
one.
on him, though. Yeah, he does.
Still, Hoot is going to find his man.
Well, his blue lane is just action.
Yeah, I mean, force the spectral assisted swap, but really good reactions into the Birds.
Oh, he waited so long on the swap, bro.
Just a little bit off, ends up clipping the pillar.
I think he was waiting for the bubble to get popped.
End up being meaningful from Sai, though. They get the kill on Hoot, I think, because he lives those few seconds longer.
Yeah. 40 seconds till next round of buffs and first earn. Leviathan on a bit of a lead. Again, kind of expected from the composition they're running, but for Abraham's, the fact that they were able to bring it back closer, not get completely blown out, which is what it was
wonder how much knockdown value they're going to be able to find.
Reasonable job.
Just have good value in this game. For the page. Just sucks you got shit on a lane so hard.
With Burns and
Billy's coming back pretty good though.
And buff spawning in just a few seconds. Abraham's going to commit a lot here. They want to be able to snatch down this tower.
OC's finally farming. He's ahead soul curve now.
Tombstone pressing zombies forward. Taz
a little behind.
Gone a little bit too far. There's a deep Celeste into the backline. Rayek in trouble. Are the saves going to be good enough? The Rabbit Hex. Don't see the connection there yet. Taz is already down, and Irizumi bouncing around, supporting this one with the tag along. 2 kills to nothing here for Leviathan, and they hold on to the mid Guardian to boot.
Yeah, also another case of the swap.
Leviathan's just winning these fights, man.
Uncharacteristic from Taz, the miss.
They're gonna get picked up again.
But the net effect there, not
for Abraham's. Like they are
Leviathan's been running the urn.
It's pretty late in EU
They've just been
now,
owning
too.
early
I mean,
game.
granted, Deadlock players and frankly casters in production all have terrible sleep schedules, but
True.
even still, late day in EU, still Enough for Abrams here to get mid Guardian and looking for a little bit more.
Ooh,
here.
big swap. Get the swap.
To,
does Mook not die?
ends up
Yeah, he
living.
does.
Ends up falling, I think, to bloodletting though at the very end. Still, Leviathan looking to bring the chase down the other way.
Taz should be dead
in
too.
real danger once again.
Okay,
and
Osis is
gets the last little bit of damage
cooking.
to finish it off. While this is going on, the urn is being transported, and this should be a free dunk in favor of Leviathan.
Good job from Rake here, just making space.
Tangling with the Graves at close range. This one starting to look good for Graves, but both are low. A nuke from Celeste would turn the tide. Big dunk though from Irizumi. And Graves is stuck around.
Graves
Now
dead.
Mina's here.
Really
Ready to
good
get
from
the
Rake
chase
here,
down.
just
Good
made
movement
space.
from Sonya Sniper. Maybe
If
just a
it
little
doesn't
bit
die,
too
but gets
far to
the
catch.
page hold out of
Osis
it.
has to fall back.
All caused by
But the
Rake's
urn
pressure. Good job.
No counter, no
Well
middle
played.
response in objectives or kills for Abrahams. So a few thousand souls into the bank for Leviathan as their lead expands now
Gambo?
10,000 souls here at just 11 minutes.
I did, yeah.
Another bird.
I did.
I think it is wild just how low the cooldown is on Bird, where you really notice a comp play where it's just, observer cam, Bird. On repeat.
I mean, you're just always active. You're always looking for something. Yeah. Speaking of something, Shiv kind of getting triangulated right now. But man, Fremont's movement has been elite this series, right? Like he's pulled so much attention to himself and gotten away.
Ooh.
Stolen Billy ult. Maybe the chain gang's gonna pull Billy back down into trouble. He's got that rising ram to maybe
well played
him
from
away,
Sai.
but Mina has
Well
more
played.
than enough damage. OC's locking that one in,
They're
continuing
on
to
Mook,
expand the
but
streak. And
Page isn't here anymore.
Team up to try to make this
I don't know if they can chase
on
him
the
or
GT.
lock him down.
This one's a little bit scary. He doesn't have that much HP. Nina's gonna look more for the dive deeper. Players are busy elsewhere on the map.
Just full diving him, by the way.
Get much support on this play.
And then he gets
Mina
ulted.
seems to know it. Rabbit Hex,
Oh.
not gonna be enough, and the stomp does hit Mina, so
Oh.
OC's gonna have to just.
But I gotta walk for it. Mook bought so much time over here, bro. They were just trying to grab Mook. Now his homies are here, and then they turned the fight. Holy fuck. Mook just outplayed them.
Who's gonna be the victim this time around? I think it's looking for
He just baited them forever.
The team will take it again. Up,
He's just
over,
jungling. He's jungling in front of the bird.
I would look
man.
over
No
here,
respect.
maybe hit Mook, but
Also, Redis and Speed, the donation being dropped in. Thank you very much. And we'll go back and look at some of the messages previously. Not in the position to read it here just yet, but don't worry. We'll get you before the break.
Yeah, shout out to the donations, man. Like the community support in these tournaments is huge. We talk about it a lot, but it's because we wouldn't be here without it, right? Like the fact that, you know, folks coming together, making this show possible and building up the prize pool. It's much appreciated for
Also,
Deadlock Esports.
Jake, there's kind of a problem brewing for Abrahams. Mina's starting to get ahead of the game.
yep.
And we've seen what happens when OCs gets ahead of the game on Mina. It's
Again, like this
not
Graves
good
pick, bro.
for
If it's not a head sulker,
the
I don't
opposition.
think it looks very good.
I mean, Sanya's at
It hits a
13K
point
on
late
the
game. It's like
Graves,
great.
so
It hits a point late game where it's gonna
massively far
have
behind,
value.
but I
But
still think Sanya's playing with the penalty of probably just not being ultra comfortable on the Graves. I mean,
yeah,
maybe I'm wrong. It just doesn't seem like a Sanya hero.
This game feels really textbook for Leviathan, right? It feels like Abrahams are tired and they're struggling, and Leviathan are more than
16K.
happy to capitalize and play a game that is extraordinarily comfortable for them. Like every hero pick, absolutely something they're comfortable with that they've practiced. Abrahams maybe got put in a rough spot draft-wise, you know, in terms of having to go for this Graves. Maybe they can get deeper into the late game and,
Mina went
show some of
untouched
that
again, too,
fighting
huh?
potential. But we talked about this like game
Goddamn.
one. It's so good to be ahead
Goddamn.
on Graves and to be like running people down, trying to play from behind and trying not to get bursted in the team fight, especially given the amount of raw spirit damage Leviathan can bring to bear, is very difficult. Taz and Together looking to maybe get active on the side lane, but Sai might see them. I guess the Magician is spotted, but yeah, it looks like he does. He must have seen something.
Things slowing down a little bit here where, you know, by the way, the lead has kind of started to balloon for Leviathan. Not super surprising given the comp. Like on the draft, we called out that this could be the case, but I think the scary thing for Abrahams is that while yes, you have Tass and you have
spawn happening on the right side here.
Options for getting back in the game are not necessarily the greatest. As
surprised we're sending it all in blue here.
Getting a call here by Sai,
he
throws
whipped
it
the
out.
ball.
Rod does not connect.
A parry on a GT? What the hell?
Graves is kind of getting shit on by Celeste
Good
on the left side
fighting
here.
damage, but both teams really taking some pretty heavy damage. Here comes
Celeste
over
is
the
just
top,
like
the
free
knocks
hitting.
out, silencing two. Taz and Together, they need that
Taz
rally
probably
charge to stay
dies.
alive. Spirit shielding though.
Billy
keeping
goes
OCs
down.
healthy. Taz super low.
Taz does live
The
though.
2 kills set up by Mina. Already one has been found. Hoot
Break
is
uses
now out of
and
this
Taz
fight,
eventually
just
dies anyways to
out.
bleed. Holy fuck.
Fremont and Irizumi, irrepressible in the front line.
The early,
This is one tanky
bullet
ship already has that
resist is really good this game.
Also, Jake, the other thing
Can never damage you. Can never damage you.
It's mid, ZP.
A 15-minute mid-boss attempt.
They're up a lot. This is crazy, ZP. This is Abrahams we're talking about. They've done much more impressive mid snatches than this. Surely they have to go for it, but Leviathan not backing down, still playing with full confidence. Yeah, this is a team fight. You are not getting free last hits here.
All right, Habs have been pulling up
they have chain gang.
Mid-box magic.
Oh, this could be a disaster for Leviathan. Abrahams in on the contest. Chain gang is out. Bird gonna be sent in from above.
Rabbit X.
1, 2, 3. Oh, the Rabbit Hex is such huge fucking bird, though.
Demov couldn't land. Wait, Bird also got 3 kills. Like,
all Rejuve's out. Yeah. There's still something to be fought for, but Leviathan are healthier.
Ham's full dip, though.
Taz is low. Demov is blowing everything. He's got to go back to
hit the fucking heist again, bro.
It's massive that
they take 1 kill to
clean up these rejuves.
Clean 3 rejuves.
You blow a lot of ults. No one actually goes down to Leviathan. They just expend their own rejuves. And the macro pressure is pretty rough. Taz going for this. I mean, he's going to go all in and maybe suicide for this Walker with the help of the Graves Tomb. That's probably worth it, but it's not the best kind of sacrifice you're looking to make in these games.
So Demov had to reposition to line up the bird, and it led to a situation where
honestly, I would say net dub for Hams there.
To interrupt for rejuve contest.
They clear all 3 rejuves. They're gonna lose this turn though. They get a Walker.
The rejuves basically. So.
And an aggro dunk, they're gonna get this. Oh,
yeah, they
he does get the dunk in time.
Block gets denied though.
Bird's gonna come in and try and contest it. Celeste is a monster.
Yeah, Rem's on the Celeste.
Irizumi, the support from the Rem is huge. Celeste absolutely not losing HP, continuing to fight this one. Lycan Curse halfway done, needs to find some kills, but Hoot's dropping low. He has to fall back off this. And without what
really got baited.
Frontliners together is gonna drop.
They send it on to Osis, but he has Bird.
20k souls. They say that's all we need. They don't need the rejuice to get this.
That I mean.
OC's 22k on this Mina.
Good response from Leviathan now. It wasn't just like fuck or game's over. Just instantly got
every engagement. This game just slips further and
instantly
further out of Abraham's hands.
The urn.
All right, we got the replay here of exactly how this went down. Where, again, the Bird's going to be a little bit late here.
Look at the Rabbit Hex.
Comes out. Even as
everybody's bunnies.
Came on in.
There's 4 bunnies, man. God.
That is a wild back and forth. Also, the Graves did enormous damage in there.
Enormous.
Off the zombies. Like, that was back and forth. The Graves damage there actually, like, way higher than expected on second glance.
Absolutely. In the end, though, Abraham's still on the outside looking in. And it feels like they're just kind of bleeding out right now. Another Walker going to go down just from the macro split pressure. A Nox Nostra, even be fitted.
Another one.
Release Mina. Bit of a pressure, though, from Hoot, who's kind of happy to take these HP trades. Procs the ultimate. Slowing Hex comes out from Taz on the Paradox there. Would love to be able to catch OCs, who's already down to half HP. Hoot coming in with the Chain Gang as well.
Oh, we got yanked. And he got knocked down. Uh-oh.
Celeste, who now gets knocked down onto the floor. This could be just the catch.
They just don't get on her, though.
Celeste still somehow healthy.
Osis died, though. They got Mina for it, so it must be worth.
Irizumi's going to pop the sleep to slow down Hoot, but good start to the fight, and I don't know that Leviathan want to continue to force this.
Comes back out. Okay. They get a big shutdown on the
Celeste gets pulled down, but Celeste is ahead of the game to a degree that's like, well, my HP bar is not going to move. Also, I think that's the real problem that Abrahams is running up against here is that, you know, so we talked about where Graves is the ultimate stat check hero, but your ability to outplay is more limited relative to other heroes. So the fact that Abrahams is so far behind right now is just a pain because Sanya is not going to have the impact on fights that he would.
Ooh.
If it was at least even with the Graves being ahead of their own team.
Definitely something you got to watch out for this game. The ability for Graves to stick on these incredibly mobile targets. It's like, yeah, the guys you could catch, but pretty much everyone else has some pretty powerful tools.
Big bunnies.
Maybe an attempt in
mid. Chain gang.
Stolen
I don't know how much
chain
follow-up they have here, though.
A lot of players in, groups them up, but the follow-up's not really there.
Yeah,
Graves
like,
going to pop a couple tools defensively.
Might have been just doing it to save Celeste.
On the left side, favoring Leviathan. Right side, though, pushing
again,
pretty hard.
Clear ult is disgusting. Just about to be up
Resources again. Definitely being deployed around this mid lane where the last Walker stands here for Abrahams, playing
Come
with
back
their tournament life on the line.
What are they saving this for?
Being saved,
Rem?
and I believe it was overseas. I was able to get it.
Philly just yellow going for
that. Billy's going to attempt that one, but he's just going to get out of dodge real quick. Taz might end up giving his life. Leviathan, we're more than ready to pounce onto this one.
Chasing.
Only 5 players here. It's going to be enough. They're even going to
they're
give
just
that extra
stalling it.
movement buff. to further speed up this dunk from Sai. It's a hard dunk, though. It is favorable on the enemy side of the map. Do you really want to go for this one right here and right now? Leviathan saying the answer might be yes, suggesting that with their map rotations right here.
I've never seen TAS have a rougher game in recent memory, by the way.
Yeah, TAS have a rough one.
Times TAS has been picked off into the amount of missed swaps.
Silver's here.
You know, it's unreal. Who is it here? Remember,
patience from Sai.
It's enough.
I mean, you know, if you're Silver, you're just looking for a boot kick here, but the cavalry has arrived.
What was the bird?
Even hit?
I think he
hit the bird hit anything.
Nipped his wing. Oh, good page ult.
Page ult is going to snatch the urn out of his hand. Soren is timed out here.
He's going to die for it, though.
One of the crucial players on this Abraham squad forced into the Lycan curse, and it's not
Stole
even going to be enough.
Billy.
Here comes the real chain gang coming out from Billy. It's stolen as well. Sai looks to pull players deep.
Pull two into the bunny. Oh, well played from Sai.
But
he ended up bunnying one, though.
Keep Billy out of the fray. But Leviathan
but
are
made
just so
Graves have to full
over the
kite.
top here, bringing that damage. And Sai goes back, recognizes his team's in control. He's going to grab this urn and throw the dunk in.
And for Abrahams, I mean, they've run out of gas. Like, Saint has no HP, TAS has no HP. It should be an easy dunk.
Easy dunk.
And it is.
Good shot from Leviathan.
No comeback urn possibility here for Abrahams. Even
TAS dies again, bro.
Fall again. Get out of the fight. There's absolutely no chance we're going to test the urn. And you know, at this point, there is no more urn, so
no more. No longer.
There's nothing to be gained here for Abrahams.
They're still looking, bro.
Yeah, they keep trying to find these kills, and I don't blame them.
Is so deep.
Leviathan is low, and Abrahams are a team. They know their win condition is in one of those kind of extended exchanges that maybe allows them to flip an unlikely team fight. But now,
Sherman's copping the dispel on Billy.
The key objectives to play for. Big
that makes sense.
Amplifying some of that damage, but
be able to get your headbutt off.
Just for harassment more than anything. There's a lot of jungle on the map right now, ZP.
Disarm for the Rem. Ooh,
playing
goodbye,
right
goodbye.
Have to
look at Sonya's build. He's going Echo Shard. He's going Echo Shard build.
For a while.
Again, like, is that like heroic? I don't mind these items. It's just like you're delaying your spike with them now.
Even though it's been a tough game,
and in a game where you're already behind, like I don't know if you can afford to do that.
On TAS to give you an opening here for a pickoff. That you
like he's gonna be late to his inhibs. He's gonna be late to his Rico.
Because I don't think Abrahams wins any straight up team fight.
People really love this Echo Shard snare build though. They love it. They love it.
Somewhere on the map, but it is easier said than done. Another bird.
These birds feel more desperate than anything. Yeah, he's just gonna clear waves with it. That's all he can really do. Like Abraham's corralled it just into the mid lane. They're not farming that much. Leviathan just pulling the macro lead. TAS though, maybe he wants to change that story.
He's just running at TAS.
Willing to fight. He's actually just running it down on them, and everyone once again.
Knocked on Celeste though. Swap. Oh, we got silenced by the ball. Oh, he could have swapped the Celeste. They're still on the Celeste though.
She had signed up for. But without the bird, it's a bit of a
Sai just matching the Billy ults.
Any advantage of just
making a lot of room.
Shift on the Mina, but she's so deep in the back line.
OCs doesn't die. Holy fuck, this character's stupid.
He's gone.
Also, it was a very early.
They burned a lot there too.
It doesn't feel as much now, but he had that E shift at 22,000. It was a full-on.
No Billy ult now.
Don't want to die. There was also one of the missed paradoxical swaps earlier where TAS basically had to try and thread the needle and was a little bit off. Still, the longer this goes without a pick,
it's just permacold
the more it is in favor of
It's just so fucking cold.
It
snowed again.
Just proportional difference in farm gets less and less as time goes
cold,
on.
Though.
Yeah, they're getting a bit of comeback souls. But it definitely feels clear that there's a real danger for Abrahams. Every one of these fights, it really feels like it could go explosively against them. Some big shots, though, connecting on Overseas. He's going to maybe slow his roll just a bit.
Swap comes in. A big should be a dead Billy. Gets his headbutt off, though.
Back and healthy. The key team fighter on together in massive trouble, getting run down. Cost Freemark his life, though. 1-for-1 could be decent. Who also, Lycan transform now into the back line. The rest of Leviathan trying to turn and burn onto this incredible front line, but he's full stacks, massive damage coming in. I just don't know that it's going to be enough. Celeste, now that the ultimate's out, she's going to be happy to turn and run this one down. But with all these Graves abilities,
who does him?
Bogging up the mid lane, it's not going to be easy to go for a chase.
Guys, one of the few heroes
they're looking.
Melt when a silver's on her just because of how powerful Life Drain is.
Yep.
At the moment, if you're wondering the fight goes, like, how'd Overseas live? It's like, well, guys, Life Drain actually pretty good at the moment. However, Abrahams have created an opportunity here, Jake. They're going to get advantage earn. And now, can they get away with it? Sinclair on the chase down, able to force the drop. Looking here for Paradox. Paradox, though, dancing in and around the wall.
I'm dancing,
Still okay here so far.
Still gets the urn.
Getting a little bit of support. Urn.
Slice says no.
Taz, and again dislodged into the Spectral Assistant escape.
Just stalling so they can force the fight here. Taz is really low.
In contest as more rotate
He's
over
looking.
Yeah, there's more players coming to chase this one
Shingen
down.
gets wasted.
See if they can catch some of these players sticking around. Good counterspell from Saint. Pulls a bit of attention on himself, but
good to
contested
cancels Fortitude.
Kind of all on his own
Nice
right
to
now.
full reset.
Really life stealing a little bit back up.
Billy dies
But he's starting
again.
to tick out. OCs runs him out.
Holy shit.
Abraham's routed back to the base, full running this one. D-Mob also on a hasty retreat in mid. Waves are very strong though for Abraham's and the rest of the map, so this is not necessarily going to be a free dunk. Mina has used the E-shift, starting to take some big hits. That Bola really hurting her. Needs some support from Irizumi to play out of this one. Running out of stamina.
Will get knocked down, but he's on the ground. Doesn't really matter
The
now.
rest of the team is here, trying to back her up, trying to bail her out. They know how important OCs is to this team damage.
Bird out on the way. You gotta think it's going for the urn. The dislodge once more, and that's exactly where it goes. Hits 3 for the trouble. Actually, big damage here.
Swap here for Sinclair.
The fight continuing to take place in the middle. Swap gonna miss off the
Couple whiffs from side of this game. The ball
thrown into the fray. Saint though
no, the ball was
immediately thereafter. A bloody fight that Leviathan not entirely spotless.
First game?
Rayek caught, but they may get Hoot in turn. Hoot taking refuge down into the sewers. I think he's able to get away. Still actually being chased here.
Big.
And goes down.
Mid boss time.
Not the easiest chase down, but one Leviathan manages all the same.
Celeste is dead.
Yeah, they have to work hard for these fights. Abraham's playing incredibly well. You wouldn't guess the
Test
soul
gets to
deficit
pick up.
that we see
I
on the
think
top
earned
of the
full
screen.
reset
But in
because
the
he got
end,
dropped too many times.
Leviathan do get a 2-for-1 there. Should be a winning trade, especially as they continue to hold this prio. Shiv lives on slivers of HP, has that double resilience build.
Slivers.
So potent on Shiv right now, and they're gonna flip mid right now. They say, hey, without Hoot, you are nothing. No rallying charge as well from the page. It's really all on together and D-Mob to get this done. Maybe Sonya, we see what Graves
Together can look. They have Bird.
could be a difference maker.
Sinclair ult here though, and
But the
sleep.
Rapid Hex from Psy, always a huge threat to deal with. And
Oh, the early sleep.
coming out from Irizumi. The
Nice
Rapid Hex
early
is
sleep,
early,
actually.
not even
Really
gonna
clean
be
from
contested.
Irizumi.
Triple rejuve instantly grabbed from
Instead of
Leviathan. Bird
ulting the
gets
pit.
nothing.
Just slowed them so they couldn't come in.
Back to base and quick because Leviathan on the chase down.
Urn for mid-boss is cold comfort for Abraham.
3-0 for Leviathan. They're rinsing.
Graves Tombstone
I
dropped here
don't
for a
think
little bit of
Overseas is
chaos.
even gonna die.
So we see Sanya looking
Chase,
for the way
chase,
out. You
chase.
don't want to
Ooh,
lose the
big
Graves,
rake.
and you do. The rake from
Overseas dies, but trades
Any hope
life for
escape
it.
on the
Totally
end.
worth.
Leviathan.
This arm comes out. Swap on the shiv. That's a tanky shiv though.
Title swap in from Paradox towards the very end. Leviathan, 1 rejuvenator left. Not the biggest bounty of rejuves at this point, and Hoot
Just trying to
actually
find
thinking there's a little
something.
bit
He's
of
gonna
blood
collapse
water
on
here
though.
up the middle.
Yeah, do you really want to transform right now? It's kind of in a passive spot. But Hoot just a little. Oh, he's actually going to get forced to transform here. He has to send it, has to get aggressive, has to force some kind of a trade. But can he actually take this one? It's wolf on wolf action. Psy with his own wolf form, pulling a lot of aggro on himself. Insanely tanky despite being a Sinclair who hasn't really built for this role. Shiv is in right behind him, and Psy end up making a lot of space into this one, enough to claim that mid walker.
Tempo Kings up 30k.
Lead
up 2 walkers.
30k. Leviathan working.
Leviathan look like the better team, bro. They're looking
Not
good.
Quite as big of a rejuvenator advantage as you like, but still enough that you can hang out here, go for a little bit of sieging.
A little bit of sieging.
More of a scouting bird.
Just a
Dropped here
bit of
for D-Mob,
sieging.
but should be able to land with a little bit of damage onto the Shiv, who doesn't really care and is still going to continue to do a bit of gambling.
There's a lot
That
of
boy
jungle on the
gambling.
map right now.
Double resist for the
Abraham's
shiv.
right. To staying back is
He
almost
is
not an option.
large.
The eco lead is just going to continue to pull against you.
I love the
Full
fortitude
split right
vibes
now.
too.
Leviathan Abrams, it feels like you got to make a play. If you let people just full split 6 on the map, farming all 3 waves,
Player
and
never
a
has to
ton of
leave the
jungle,
map.
you are going to go really parabolic
Good
in
for
the
Taz too,
worst
but
possible direction on that soul graph.
He's just so behind. I don't know if it's worth. I don't know how worth it is, I should say.
It has been a
right. And Hib finally comes in for Sonya. No Rico though.
So far here, I mean, granted, part
Has
of that
split
you're
shot
out
though,
getting
so he still
farmed,
gets
but
some value.
0-1 and 4. Not a Graves that's been in
Like
a
it's
ton of
yoinked
fights. Shangang though going
into
to be used by
Bunny.
together. Stanya moving in, not really full committing as Nox Nostra comes in
Can't
from
really
the
full
top.
commit.
A fight that Abraham decides
wisely
to go for a disengage on. Hoot getting chased, but
double barrier though. 1.1k barrier by the way.
Commit onto the silver here just yet as buffs and a new urn spawn. And Jake, you think about how long the last urn took to get resolved. We may be looking at more of the same.
Yeah, definitely the
They're up
pickup.
to the now. They got to
Crucial
rejuice. They can
especially
dive.
for Abrahams, they would love to be able to grab it for themselves. being contested.
Ooh, double sleep.
Front line here, a sleep onto 2 might be enough for Irezumi as he comes with the tag along now.
Disarm on the silver, disarm on the silver. Silver can't transform.
Difference to the Shiv, who's just raining in skill to skill.
Still gets out, bro. This guy is too good at the video game.
Starting to drop low the heals.
Rem dies though.
Good enough, but Shiv now locked down.
Rem using the rejuve, not ideal, bro. Not ideal.
And somehow just
I think he hopped out and got snared by Graves.
Maybe in real trouble here. OC's just got healed up to stay alive and continue this game.
Sonya's just free hitting, bro. Oh, Leviathan is throwing.
The captivating read into the grasping hands.
Ozzy's dies.
It is the you do not get to move combination swap over. Damage still being pumped out here by the Graves. Needs a little bit more onto the guy's gonna get it. And the lockdown from Abraham's
Page does die.
Actually a bit unreal.
Sonya's kind of doing work in the back, but
Leviathan down 3, Abraham's down 2, but that was a great
Celeste's
fight
still
for
alive here.
Abrahams, and
might be able to just run up the
What
Aaron.
happened to Freeblock? That
GT had to clear waves. It's 2v3 this side.
Into grasping hands.
Celeste is celesting. That's a dead Sonya.
Oh, the Scourge, so much value into this fight. Irezumi, super farmed right here on the Ram, able to contribute a ton into this one. Sai also considering going deeper, but Taz maybe just a little bit too hard of a target for that one.
Is that a sign of things to come here, though, Jay?
Yeah, it's a little scary.
I get it.
Like, and also getting the urn from Abraham's. I mean, it's getting them closer and far.
And they're scaling.
Graves is now at the
Again,
point
they're kind of slow locked right now, though.
Much bigger threat, especially now.
They do need to start getting
these
things
around the
curse for the build
around the lines of double grasping hands.
Just trying to get on the Mina, trying to get on the Celeste.
Double rallying charge. The CC
really good
that
onto
Abraham's is able to put out with some of the end game items
Sinclair too
is sort of changing the course of these late game fights.
Yeah, it feels like you might need some unstoppables, right? Just because like that many layered
Short DB
CCs.
for Ram,
It's kind of a problem.
crippling.
I mean, Divine Barrier
Spell Slinger here.
Disgustingly rich, by the way. 35k.
That'll skid for Osis. Goodbye here. He can 1v1 Graves a lot.
That may have been a Sinclair rallying charge. Look here, I don't think Saint actually has refresher. I might be wrong. It was just, it looked like
they need to do the
Fuser comes in for Celeste. Celeste is big.
Whatchamacallit?
Scourge.
Have like a different
Purple
audio
horses.
cue, but I guess you can see the.
Yeah, no, there's no refresher on page. So that was actually just Sinclair horses. It looked like they came from the same direction, but.
Yeah, I know. Some of the ults are purple, right?
Ton of AoE damage for Abrahams.
I think they.
The horses are. I think cloned horses.
Hellfire, Billy.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a troll.
Sonya should have Rico by now, I think.
Page
also cloned Kelvin though.
Throwing out some threats here, trying to keep people sustained. Curse is very real here. But Irezumi, I think, definitely going to have the advantage in terms of his ability to sustain some of these players in the team fight. He's got a lot of powerful defensive tools. And once again, it's like, Abrahams, you're in a part of the map. There's not really any camps here. You need to somehow come out and get some kind of
The Chudlings live the bird,
fight.
by the way.
By the way, those super creeps from Rem just tanked the bird.
Yeah.
They're actually going to continue to push down the right side lane.
The force onto mid boss. This
is crazy. This is definitively crazy, ZP. Until the Graves build that they're up against, I don't know about this one.
It's bait.
Looks like it's a
They bidded.
Together's instantly
Big
gonna
sleep.
sniff it out, but the sleep is
Oh,
good.
swap into sleep.
AoE swap pulls 2 down. Out of position now.
Taz should
trying
insta
to
die.
bog these down, slow the fight. Taz really
Oh, the
underarmed
Billy
this game.
yank,
Gets
though.
pulled in deep. The Billy pulling
Celeste
him
Ball's
into
doing
the
work, though.
absolute swamp here. Sai can TP out of this one, but maybe the damage is done.
Scourge did big damage too. They're all low.
Leviathan still trying to push forward. The
Still
Rapid
Sinclair
Axe is
ult.
coming in thick and fast.
Shiv gets the execute.
Leviathan finding the first kill in onto Hoot, no less.
losing Hoot is rough. Demov also
hits another one.
2 knives from afar. That actually made
Demov's out of the fight.
Demov can't get some heals.
They can force us now.
Pretty close. Like he's ticking. He's ticking. Is he dead? Is Demov dead?
No.
Oh my word.
Get the base in
Demov
time.
just barely got into the fountain, and now mid boss at risk. Rallying charge.
I think that was just thrown out from side to heal people up because he was going to lose the ulti.
Yep.
Yeah.
Doom popped early.
Bunny.
Oh my god, the X of Doom
Saint,
on the floor here. Once
Saint.
grab for Leviathan, the parry's coming in.
Dude, Saint
Second
parried
grab
like
as well,
5
and the
people.
third. Leviathan still keeping players
Multi-parries.
alive. Overseas not even consuming the first rejuve. And this looks like
3-0
the
though.
nightmare scenario. Abrams could be going out here and now. Leviathan, triple rejuve, everybody alive. Just team up together.
Leviathan.
But they're just trying to back off. They're just trying to stay alive. Demov, that might even be too much to ask for as Mina hunts down the GT.
I think Demov's hiding in
He's
that
hiding
closet. Yeah, he is.
like a cubby? Where is Demov right now?
We need Demov Cam. Where?
Yeah, he's hiding.
He's actually in the veil.
This is
400
terrible.
HP.
He can't get back. Like, I don't know how he gets back to base. Genuinely.
Well, Yeah, you can still send an owl and hope no one like traces where the owl.
What does Demon do?
It's fine, guys. It's the GT turret that's sending the owls.
Okay, wait. D-Mov is
found his way. Good shot.
Oh,
he's gonna get to
They see him. They see him. I assume from the way Mina's batting. Goes up in the air. Silences.
Oh, we got hyperline.
Damage comes. He got zip knocked on the way back into the base. No, Demov.
Should have birded.
Still triple regions to play with. Who? Super low.
He wouldn't know where the bird was coming from.
Attention onto himself. Together does chain people in deep, but I think they're more than happy to come in. More
I
than
don't think it
happy
matters.
to battle up against this Billy.
GG. Leviathan, 3 weeks in a row, bro. Let's go.
Dropping with players still
a bunch of gamers.
This one feels too difficult even for Abrahams. Leviathan cruising toward their next victory, maintaining the streak here at the top of EU Night Shift.
Abrahams, the once champions, again struggling to find their footing. Leviathan holding serve. First stage patron about to be dropped, and they're real close to finishing things off, collecting their share of the prize pool, and adding to the bonus pot, as it were. Well, actually, Abraham, we didn't talk about it. Abraham's actually, because they got a map, they get
DC.
Bro, together DC, gonna end, guys. Oh my god, the sleep comes in. The re-engage is good. Curse
he's dead.
onto Rig, but it's just a region claimed. Silence is gonna be good enough. Saint is down, throws out the rallying charge, but it's too little, too late. It's all Leviathan in the feed. Even Hoot cannot stand. The stat check is too real. Sonya on the grave, struggling.
I mean, he's still dead. Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
They're just out of gas, CP.
And that is going to be a wrap. Leviathan defend the throne once more. It was an incredibly long series. It was back and forth.
All right, Leviathan.
Graves meeting her match back-to-back games.
Yeah, Ship's still good. I don't want to hear this ship go. I don't want to hear this shit. I don't want to hear it.
1,000 at the very end.
Boom.
Doesn't quite matter what OCs is on here today.
I'm back. 50% win rate, baby.
His impact in more ways than one.
2 and 4. I'm back.
Huge game for OCs on the Mina. Honestly, ridiculous series from OCs, like front to back. The two Graves games, immaculate, you know, huge carry performances, and then
Azumi, bro.
Rim God. You give this guy the Mina, you know
nobody wants to play Rim. Let's get spamming it.
Abrahams, I think this game 3, running out of gas really is the right metaphor, right? Like that's kind of them. Felt like how long and difficult their day was. I don't really blame them for it. Leviathan just absolutely suffocating pressure in this game 3. Just developed that lead little by little, but it never felt like they lost control of the game. Maybe one good team fight for Abrahams in the late game, but in the end, Leviathan prevent the bleeding from turning into anything worse and seal the deal here over the Patron.
Man. What a series back and forth, and just how much changes in a week. I don't think anyone saw the idea that Graves was going to come in and be such a force in regards to the impact on the draft. Now, do I think it worked out?
Are you a gamer?
Are you a gamer?
What if you could turn your passion for gaming into a career in esports?
Are you a gamer?
Maybe, maybe not. I also just think, though, Leviathan, as we called it the draft, they picked something that was really high tempo. They got ahead early, and when you maintain a reasonable lead, it's a lot harder for Graves to have as big of an impact, although this mid-fight with the zombies is just absolutely unreal.
This is a great contest from Hams.
ZP, Graves
they got out too.
Nerfed.
Literally one died.
Just dropped.
Look at this bird.
Wait, you're kidding me.
This is the new patch. No cap.
I was wondering how I got the bird in here.
Wait. Nerfed in time for NA. I'm pulling it up right now.
Are we for real right now? Are we for real? No. We're memeing. Unless we're not. Oh my god. There's an actual patch. Ah, NA classic, bro. NA classic. Bro, they know night shift's going on. I can't believe they release patches like this. Like, why? Bro, support esports just a crumb, bro. It's not that big of a patch. It's fine. Okay, Bebop base health regen increased from 1.5 to 2.2. That actually means a lot, especially for lane. Leaping slash base damage increased from 50 to 60. Okay. So less base regen reduced from 2 to 1. Dazzling trick T3 duration reduced from +2 to 1.5 seconds. Okay. Clawball slow increased from 30 to 35%. I'll put this over here so I can keep an eye on it. I have to grab my screenshot in a sec too. Radius increased from 5 meters to 6 meters. Again, this is base. You just have to upgrade for this. Now it's just on the base. Doorway distance increased from 60 meters to 70 meters. So they took away the scaling of the distance, but they're increasing the flat. Luggage cart T2 now deals 75 bonus damage, 0.6 spirit scaling when hitting a wall. Okay, so you get bonus damage. And then card T3 stun duration reduced from 1.5 to 1.25. Okay, so they're turning Dharma into like a tempo character. Like, they're giving you a lot more value early. Okay. Graves Grasping Hand Spirit scaling reduced from 1.9 to 1.6. Grasping Hands T3 reduced from 2 ghoul summon to 1. Okay, they just did this last patch, by the way. Grasping Hands Tier 3 now also reduces cooldown by 10 seconds. Okay, wow, that's actually pretty big. I think you still want the 2 ghouls, though. 2 ghoul burst was really nice. Graves Burrow Decree Ghoul HP reduced from 200 plus 12 per boon to 180 plus... Ooh, that's actually a pretty big nerf. So you can kill the ghouls a lot easier now. Burrow Decree Ghouls damage reduced from 150 to 135. Okay. Holy Bounce Pad now provides allies with air control and stop damage. Whoa, that's interesting. Especially for like frontliners like Silver and stuff. You get into being able to run at people. That's kind of nice. Oh, I need to grab my screenshot. 1 sec. 1 second. Bro, I fucking missed it. I was too locked in. 1 sec. 1 sec. 1 sec. No, Wonder's playing Slay Spire. Video. Boom. Curse dominating. Good damage, bro. He got to his Rico so late, man. I don't know. It's like you just need to match their tempo a little bit. Like, you gotta hit your spikes faster, but I don't know. That's just me. That's just me. Again, I'll keep this over here to keep an eye on that. This interview with Saya. There just hasn't been a long downtime since so much shit's been happening. First, Afterburn DPS increased from 12 to 14. Afterburn T1 DPS increased from plus 14 to plus 16. Concussive Combustion T2 increased from plus 85% explosion lifesteal to 100%. You get 100% lifesteal on this ult. And first Concussive Combustion increased from a minus 65 cooldown to minus 75 seconds. Bro, I think this Infernus hero is just flat out good. I think it needs to be played more. This hero is just good. I think it's the new Graves. I think people just need to play the Infernus hero. Even Dash Furnace now, bro. Like, this is crazy. 100% lifesteal on an ult that they won't be able to dodge. Crazy. Frost Grenade damage spirit scaling reduced from 0.8 to 0.7. Kind of matters. Hurts the balance build a little bit, but nothing crazy. Frost Grenade tier 3 damage spirit scaling reduced from 0.9 to 0.8. Damage spirit scaling. Wait, what? Damage spirit scaling reduced from 0.8 to 0.7. And then Frost Grenade T3 damage spirit scaling reduced from 0.9 to 0.8. So T3 scaling got nerfed and the flat... Wasn't the flat scaling lower than 0.8? I thought the flat scaling was like 0.56 or something. Or 0.65 or something. Or even lower. I don't know. That throws me off. Litigase. Gun fall off reduced from 20 to 52 to 17 to 48. Life Drain Spirit Scaling reduced from 0.536 to 0.43. This doesn't seem like a lot, but with how it ticks, this actually is quite a bit of damage taken off the Life Drain. Life Drain Tier 3 Spirit Scaling increased from 0.3 to 0.4, so it scales better now. But the base is bad. Okay. I'm down with that. Meganis Medical Spectre T3 increased from 1 to 1.5 seconds. Meganis Spectre Wall increased from 5 seconds to 5.5. Oh, duration. Did she get touched in this patch? She did not. So the Megan Assault thing... Oh, no, she did. So from last patch, bolt damage increased from 0.6 to 0.0.15. 0.6 to... Oh, yeah, so they buffed her bolt damage and nerfed Heavy Barrage again. Cooldown 10 seconds. Reduced from 0.2... This is not a lot, though. T2 Spirit Scaling reduced from... Oh, I see. They touched both. They did the same thing that they just did to... whoever I was just looking at. Geist. So T3 scaling got reduced. Okay, so this is quite a bit, actually. These combined. And then with the DPS. Okay, so it's just dead. So all build is just dead. Okay. Wow, okay. And then we're fixing Mirage. Fire Scarab's health steal per second reduced from 10 to 9. Fire Scarab C1 reduced from +8 health steal per proc to +7. Fire Scarab Tier 3 spirit scaling reduced from +0.23 to +0.17. Okay. So they reduced the spirit scaling. Okay. I don't know how much this really changes, though. I guess if you have multiple... I don't know if this is like that crazy. It's per second, though, so maybe it's bigger than I think. I don't know. Dust Devil cooldown increased from 32 to 36. Dust Devil T2 increased from -8 to -12. So they take away the flat cooldown, give it back to you if you put it into a tier 2. This is what they were doing on the big mega patch from before. Mirage Dust Devil tier 3 now also increases the lift duration by 0.3 seconds. Okay. Jin Mark Spirit Scaling reduced from 0.44 to 0.38. So they're going to keep most of the changes they did here? Really? So Fire Scarab no longer does max health steal. Now drains life from enemy, dealing DPS to the enemy and healing you for 8 seconds. Fire Scarabs no longer apply a 10% damage app, but now reduce enemy damage output by 20%. Dust Devil radius increased from 3.5 to 4 meters. Did they get the graphics ready to go already? Holy shit. W production, by the way. Or is this from the wiki? It might be from the wiki, actually. Dust Devil tier 3 recast from 5 seconds to 6 seconds. Spirit scaling. So the spirit scaling is now getting touched 2 times in a row. All the way down to 0.38. That's actually a pretty big deal. But he still has the built-in inhib. So they want to keep that? Really? So dilation increased from 0.5 to 0.8 seconds. Visual improvement. Gem Mark Tier 2 multiplier duration increased from 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds. No longer gets interrupted by non-hero sources nor dot damage. Oh. So I have to cancel with the hero now. Interesting. Traveler wait time reduced from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. That's actually a pretty big change. Traveler interrupt cooldown reduced from 6 seconds to 4 seconds. Okay. Drive cooldown increased from 145 seconds to 120. Oh my god, they just took off 25 seconds off his ult? Holy shit. And it can be manually canceled and can also target units. Dude, what the fuck? I think Mirage is still really good. He's probably not Thanos anymore, but he's still really, really good. This is like a lot of scaling. It went from 0.51 down to 0.38. So there is a lot of spirit scaling taken off, but he still has the inhib, bro. Like, he still has this. He still has 35% if you max the T3. You're still just going to max Fire Scarabs. And then they took the healing off. Like, I don't think this matters, bro. Spirit scaling from 0.23 to 0.17. I don't think this matters. Fire Scarab health per second reduced from 10 to 9. So, like, you're not draining the health as much, right? Or, like, stealing health as much, but you still have the fucking inhib. Like, if Mirage is head and side lane, he's gonna shit on you. Any other M1 in the game, he's just gonna shit on them still. So, I don't think this really matters. Oh, they gave Rem is nice. This is actually nice. Naptime tier 3 now also provides unstoppable channeling. I think a Rem alt max build is probably, like, just good now. The fact that you get your unstop back is really nice. Really, really nice. And the cooldown on a Rem sleep is really low. I think there's a world where you could, like, rush a Naptime build now. I just don't know how many points, like, how many boons you could skip with other shit is the other thing. Because you're probably going to have to take it away from Ride Along, because you probably still need your 2 points in your Chudlings, but... Silver Bowl damage rescaled from 5.5 plus 0.1206 to 5.4 plus 0.1, like, okay. So they gave it more scaling, okay, but took away flat, okay. Silver Slam cooldown increased from 22 seconds to 25 seconds. Slam Fire. Slam Fire, the one she, like, dives at you while she's in wolf form, I think. Bar 2 increased, cooldown increased from -1 to -, so they give it back to you later again. Oh no, I think I don't know. I think that's okay. Like, Mirage isn't Thanos. That's like nice. Okay, he can't like insta burst you anymore. So he wants these like long extended fights, but he's still gonna win the long extended fights. I think Silver is almost the exact same. I think this is like a nothing burger. Venator can concentrating grenades, impact damage, scaling. They finally touched Venator, by the way, from 1.2 to 1.0. Okay, so grenades got a scaling cut. Gutshot wall stun reduced from 0.65 to 0.6, and then Gutshot damage scaling reduced from 1 to 0.8. Okay. I guess we're going to start with Baby Nurse for Venator. I guess we're going to do that. Oh, here, they're talking about Mirage. I want to hear what the thoughts on Mirage are.
Fire Scarab's out of the water. I will say this rework was it was just too good. I mean, he got perma first banned in EU, so he might actually get played in NA now. Maybe they'll let him through the ban phase. Slightly longer Dust Devil CD, but it's fixed by the tier 2. But then again, I don't think people were really leveling Dust Devil too much. Maybe you would. Maybe you do the Dust Devil build now with the increased lift duration. I don't know. It's like the Echo Shard, you know, quadruple Dust Devil.
No.
Maybe that's a little.
No.
And also,
I mean, Leffler was already playing that before, so Leffler would be like, yeah, absolutely. Oh, no.
You still want the Fire Scarabs.
Well,
all right. I will say no one's leveling this skill. Like, people are just taking it with no points in it. So, tier 3, I don't know that you're actually. Like, I don't think you're really interrupting Rem when he's channeling this. Like, it's pretty rare.
Untrue.
You know?
Untrue. As someone that does a decent amount of event, you can gut shot him into the wall, like, more than you would expect.
I don't know. I think this is a fine buff though. Like, maybe he didn't.
Look at all these doubters.
EU, but still, I think
look at all these doubters.
Rem's been pretty bad. And
I just like interrupting.
I think it all build can be pretty good. I think it can be pretty good.
I think this is a slight buff. It's like so small.
You can just all the time.
In fairness, why did her change? Why did her bullet damage scaling have 4 decimal points? That seems a little excessive.
I don't know. That is fair. Just off that alone. Also for the Ven, this is a buff, so Vens don't do stupid things. So let's play a lot of Ven recently. Okay, so technically before this nerf, before level 2 gut shot, you could gut shot someone and get a melee if the timing was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they're the exact same spots.
They could parry, you would get parried and you would die.
Now you're definitely
by reducing it point. Yes, now you definitely get parried. But now this prevents you from trying to go for like the absolute perfect melee, which you're not going to get most of the times. You're probably going to get parried regardless. So it removes the temptation.
The temptation.
I feel like
the temptation is gone.
Actually, stealth buff for people in average pub games.
All right, Victor. Victor's been out of the meta for so long. I kind of and they
Victor.
took off the lifesteal effectiveness stat. That was the shortest lived lifesteal effectiveness stat of all time.
Well, Victor's back.
No longer purchase non-ult debuffs. T3 now adds 50% debuff resistance. Does that mean when you press it, you get 50% debuff resistance and cuts existing debuff? I feel like that's
jumpstart. This is okay. This is huge.
I guess it's
by the way,
against ultis. Right. No, so it's probably really good against like affliction because you can press the debuff resist and you like take off the affliction or at least half of it.
Yeah.
But you can get debuffed now. Okay, decay. You can build decay into Victor now. Okay, this is a big deal actually. This is a big deal.
Furnace just shooting you.
You can counter by Victor now.
I mean, even if you're getting debuff
this is a big deal.
He's still gonna keep lighting you on fire.
This is a very big deal.
Sitting there shooting you.
All right, is that our final change? Because we got to get to NA. It's been a long day. It's perhaps about to get even longer. But that is the final patch note change.
4.5 hour day already.
This has been Night Shift in EU, but don't you worry. We still got half a show left to go. But before we get into NA, how about settle into this preview of Elizabeth's interview with the one and only Saya.
You'll have all ability unlocked.
My Deadlock Night Shift is Elizabeth, but please call me Liz. And who do I have this time? Drumroll, please.
Mr. Saya.
Melee creeps, it is Saya. I don't think I need to tell most of you who Saya is, but Deadlock is growing, which is amazing, and we have many new people joining.
That boy.
For those of you who don't know, to borrow a phrase from Sasha Colby,
the Emperor,
probably your favorite player's favorite player.
True. Dude, how many times are you gonna show me this fucking ad, man?
Hey, Deadlock Night Shift. This is Elizabeth. This is Gemma and Tamsin. Say hello.
Hello, kitties. What up, kitties?
Thank you. I just got word from ZP after getting out of rehearsal that Florman beat Melee Creeps. This interview with Saya was recorded before that, so just keep that in mind.
So if he's talking shit, if he's talking that shit,
I know. I'm watching my duvet cover. But yeah, just keep that in mind when you're watching this interview. That
I'm glad they got
Liz, I was not able to
Liz involved.
About,
Liz is good at what she does.
Florman.
She was good on Valorant.
Because that didn't happen yet. That was not real.
They're pulling a lot of good talent from other esports.
Right, Gemma? Exactly.
You're doing a good job so far.
I'd love to hear your read on BWC.
Another benefit of Puckett, by the way. Puckett knows fucking everyone. Puckett has so many connections. It's insane.
Is causing trouble when they do face people because of their playstyle.
So, I mean, the best thing I like about BWC is they do kind of just run at you. So either they'll win in like 20 minutes or they'll lose at like 30 minutes, you know? So that's just kind of the thing about them is...
Okay, I'm going to make another coffee because it's going to be a long night. it's about to be a long night.
Because you weren't expecting this crazy play, now your walker's being taken at like, 9 minutes or something like that. And that's just kind of like the thing about BWC is just like they really do throw out the Hail Marys out there just constantly, and you're like, there's no reason for a Hail Mary right now. What's going on here? And then but it's a Hail Mary while it's even, so it's like okay, well it works, and now they're like 10k up on you, and that's slowly that they accumulate now. Now they're using that advantage that they got from that to just randomly throw another Hail Mary, and now if that works out, they're back at 20, or they're at 20. But if it doesn't, now the game's even again. So that's kind of just the big thing about BWC is they will put you on this point where they like to play up in your face and everything, and if you don't expect that or something like that, you will just like. You will lose a lot because of it's just not an expected way to play.
So you're saying an unexpected way to play. Goober described it as an incorrect way of playing. And he described the way you guys play as the correct way, and you inform it as the way you guys play as the correct way of playing. Do you think the way BWC play is incorrect, or it's just a different style?
Listen, at the end of the day, it's just whoever has the win, right?
To an extent, yeah, I would say.
It doesn't matter the way they play or anything like that. If they win like 2 games against us, they won. That's just how it is. So you can't really say there's a correct or incorrect play, especially whenever this game is there's so much other aspects of this game compared to like a top-down MOBA.
Another thing I want to ask you about in kind of the DNS world is this hydronation return that we've had. And I'll ask you specifically about a quote from Rokane that he said in an interview with EDL. He said, "Melee Creep's run is extremely impressive. That team has some of the best talent in the game, but only time will tell how long will that last." If and when we meet Melee Creeps meets the kind of new reinvigorated hydronation in the future, how do you expect that to go?
Yeah, they're gonna slam.
They are getting slammed.
Oh yeah.
Why?
Probably because hydronation just hasn't played in like a long time. They haven't been in the tournament scene for a very long time, and they've just been building up scrims. So I think it's gonna take them a bit.
So you think the scrim, like while they will have scrim experience because they don't have like DNS experience, I think they have Freak Fest experience as of like very recently, but because they don't have like the DNS experience that you guys have playing every single week, being on top, that it's just they will, if they want to pose a threat, they will have to take time. Not to put words in your mouth, but they will have to take time to reach you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between scrim pressure and tournament pressure by a long shot.
The devil's advocate argument against that is, well, you guys just scrim each other, right? Like the Deadlock scene is very, very, especially in North America, is very, very, very small. And Goober has spoken, in my interview with Goober, he's spoken about how difficult it is to kind of like when you're playing against the same people over again, it can get quite difficult. If I'm remembering my interview with him correctly, does that not offer them great practice against you, or does it, in your opinion, really come down to that like tournament environment?
We do have actually a scrim against them today.
Okay.
But I'm saying like, I mean, the tournament environment does just matter. Right, a scrim, there's like, there's people watching you, but it's not like a tournament where there's like, I mean, it's like 10x people watching you now. And you just know that every single pick in the draft matters a lot more. If you lose a scrim, it's whatever.
I feel silly even asking this about you, to you, because everyone I've spoken to on my channel thus far, when I'm interviewing them, has mentioned you as like one of the best players, if not the best player in the scene, or just has talked about how incredible you are as a player. And again, I feel silly asking you this, but where do you see yourself in kind of the ladder, if you will, of players? And do you think you're the best at what you do? I feel like I ask everyone that, but like I do feel like it's also a silly question at the end of the day. Like, do you see yourself as the best at what you do?
I'd definitely say the best support player. I think, you know, I think the IGL has a lot more improvement that I could do itself, you know, but definitely the support player is very where I think it helps our team succeed the most.
Where do you think you could improve in being an IGL specifically?
Just things that are like in my mind. I don't just like communicate it, but it's like for example, like you just gotta you gotta give the full steps. You can't be like step 1, let's ult this, and then you know, and then after you know, be like, hey, why? Whenever I like dynamo ulted them, you know, why weren't you ready to combo up with them, right? Instead, you gotta be like, all right, I want to dynamo ult here, you know, like this is where I want to use my ult at, instead of just, hey, I want to dynamo ult.
Who would you point to as being the other like comparable support players to you in Deadlock's professional scene?
Probably Zerbzy would be a really good support player right now. For the NA side. Division, but I don't think Division's played comp for a bit. I think he's been out for like a month, but I would say he's also another good support player. And then Gibbs. I'd probably say those 4 are like the only ones that actually like stand out to me as support players.
Being so dominant in Deadlock Night Shift, you know, everyone kind of like expects you to be in the best of 3. Everyone looks to like, will it be BWC? Will it be Floorman? Who will it be? I'm curious, in like, is there pressure on you specifically to innovate and change and create something new? In the context of this, John said that like Melee and Floorman just like want to copy, or trying to copy you to keep it a buck. But I'm curious for you, like from your perspective, do you feel like you have to keep on innovating and have to keep on changing and have to keep on, you know, becoming something new for the scene because of how competitive and how you are literally the only person to take down? Do you feel that pressure?
I'll just have like random ideas, you know, that I'm like, okay, you know, sounds good in my head. Let's just go practice this. It's not like I'm just like, okay, what can I do here, right? It's just kind of like that thing where, you know, it's like a shower thought or something where you're not doing anything, you're showering, right? So might as well use your brain for something else, and then you're like, whoa, all right, let me try this or something, you know? It's just, not only is that like something crazy, but it's like it also gives me like a reason to keep on getting on Deadlock, right? That's probably like the biggest thing for it, is just I'm not looking to always innovate, but I mean it just naturally happens as just something to do.
Just when you got 10 million billion IQ, it's just, I mean, you know, these ideas just come.
Right? My biggest prevention way is just thinking about the game a lot more than playing it.
What would you say your ratio is for thinking to playing?
Probably like 40% playing, 60% thinking. Because I only stream for 16 hours, but Saturday, Sunday, I don't even touch the game.
So like you take weekends off?
Yeah, I definitely take weekends off.
Is that something you've developed over time to avoid burnout, or you know, was that something you were close to being burnt out, so you had to do something about
Warhammer presser going on right now. What the heck?
Yeah, definitely to avoid burnout.
What is this for?
I mean, I remember when we were scrimming like 5 days in a week. It was just constant. You know, don't have time for this. Can't go hang out with this person. You know, just you lose a lot of your social aspect, and it goes more into like the online social aspect. So that's just kind of like how we kind of prevent it, is we just make sure we have weekends off, you know, do whatever we can hang out as a team, or if we want to do something together, or you know, we have, I think it's Tuesday and Thursdays that we also have off.
It's interesting the way you're describing everything to me, because you said naturally, and it was funny because like you were echoing a thought in my mind listening to you. It seems like you're just a very instinctual player. Like you kind of, from what I'm hearing, everything you're saying about how you think about the game, the way you play the game, the way you internalize the game. It's
what the hell?
Not effortless. Effortless is the wrong word, but it's not. I would say, is easy the right word? Just kind of it seems easy for you, if I'm being honest.
I definitely wouldn't say easy, but I can agree with like it is just like an instinct thing. Because I mean, I do have that adaptability to me, where if I make a mistake, right? I have been playing this game for so long, so if I make a mistake or something like that, I'll make sure to like remember it and everything, and then it just won't happen again.
Yeah.
It might happen like 8 months or something later, but it ain't gonna happen anytime soon.
Fantastic,
folks. Welcome back to Deadlock Night Shift
number
Uber's 31. I'm back. That's crazy. Don't know what I'm doing here. I just appeared in the chair. I'm glad to be joined by Jason Captain.
Oh, it is
fucking
very late
FPS Lounge. In order to carry me kicking and screaming through this show. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
It's fine. You usually would carry me kicking and screaming through leg day at the gym, so I think you know, I owe you one or two here, man. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Like EU, I think this has the potential to be the best night shift we've had out of 31 shows, and it's already proven in EU side that it definitely has been. But finally, the return of Hydra Nation, now known as FPS Lounge, going up against Melee Lounge, baby. Could it get any better than that? Honestly,
yes, it could. It could, because obviously the 18 win streak of Melee Creeps got broken last week by Floorman. So not only do we have the return of FPS Lounge, we'll call them from henceforth, but also a changing of the guard. 18 night shifts in a row. Melee Creeps were dominant. It is one of the most dominant streaks. It is the most dominant streak we've seen in Deadlock, especially in NA. And you can see it here. That is a lot of cats in suits, folks. So that's quite exciting. Floorman will be awaiting in our money match, so to speak. And that means that, I can't believe it, Melee Creeps have been relegated to challenges. And yes, they will be going up against FPS Lounge, who
these teams have been screaming a lot.
This team, or at least most of this team, this core, was night shift number 8 back in October
gets the cut
of 2025. That's the last night shift that they actually played in. Yeah, they played in 1, 2, 3, 4, won them all, didn't win any up until number 8. They beat the Baroness Hotel and they split. So it is insane to see them back. We're going to dive into that a little bit more. Of course, you've seen the format. You've got an idea of how this show works by now. We've also got a cool bounty system, which I'll be straight up with you guys. I don't fully understand. Jason's going to flesh it out for you in just a moment. But let's talk about the bonus pay. Because again, every time a team defends a title, look at me read this and pretend like I'm not reading this. We're going to add $100. And obviously, if you win a map in that money match, you do get half the bounty. We just saw that actually in EU, where Abrahams were able to take it all the way to 3. And again, 5 consecutive weeks in a row, the champion is going to take the entire pot. It's a sick way to kind of sweeten it, add a little bit of drama to it. I'm a big fan for it. We've already sort of started to see it play out, I guess, in Europe.
So you didn't even need me to explain it. You just kind of like built me up to just chop me down here, but you hit the nail on the head.
I just read the graphic on my life.
That's what it's there for, right? But it's very important to note that you have to kind of win 2 weeks in a row for any money to be added into this bonus pay. For instance, Thorman beat Melee Creeps. They got the bounty that was there. But right now there is no bounty until they potentially win again today, and then next week there'll be $100 added into that bonus pay for teams to potentially take from them.
Floorman dethroned MLC
because, I mean, yes, Abraham's lost the series,
fun.
But they still took
50%
of that
I like
bounty.
what they're doing
and
this.
There's a world it could be at $400. They could win 200 just from one map alone. That potentially, if they take the series, they take home the prize pool plus the 400 in total. A lot of money to be won, but a nice way to give some incentive for some teams that even if you can't close out and win the challenge or the champion match, you still get a little bit of money coming your way.
Yes.
Now let's jump in. Let's not waste too much time and start talking about our rosters here in this matchup, because all 3 of our rosters, frankly, in terms of North America, are absolutely legendary. This is Melee Creeps. You know them, you loved them. They've been on top in NA for a long time.
Let's see it.
Great interview, by the way, earlier.
I guess they're not really that new yet. But
some great takeaways. Bro,
let's get back on the throne.
Come, but I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Let's see
the dynamic duo of Saya and John, of course, joined as always by Scout, Fishcake, Ido, and Do.
So you mentioned before, Uber, 18 weeks is what they held on to. And I think after 18 weeks, you can kind of become complacent, right? You kind of just like, all right, we're going to go win another night shift. It's easy for us. But how does this team bounce back from a loss is what I want to see. Are they going to come back even hungrier this week to reclaim that throne? Because it is a best of 1. It is a different mindset you have to play in, knowing that one mistake could cost you that chance to get into the championship match, and you don't have that best of 3 to rely on. And their opponents, they're coming off of a high of winning the Freak Fest just 2 weekends ago, beating out teams like Melee Creeps, like Bird with Clock, and some others in there. So for Melee Creeps, it's really like a redemption story for them to show what are they really about? What's their true grit? Can they come into this one revamped, ready to go, and take down another one of the top dogs in NA and reclaim that throne?
You know what's insane is that Melee Creeps actually didn't get to play against FPS Lounge. They lost to Bird with Clock. Which is even crazier, right? Like that would be like the first series that they've lost this year. which is insane. So that Freak Fest tournament, I think, had some crazy results. You know, FPS Lounge comes in, and we're already starting to see some stuttering, some stumbling from this Melee Creeps roster. You know, whereas like on the FPS Lounge side, that way would take down Bubba Clock. Floormen, they beat them in that game. That's to me what is kind of the more compelling result. That is a winning result against our current Deadlock Night Shift champion.
It leads you to ask the question of, have Melee Creeps been getting complacent?
Urges people to get off their
other teams in North America be getting better? And I want to relate it to the latter of those two, honestly, because Melee Creeps, I mean, even if they don't, you know, scrim a ton that week, they're still the top dog in North America, or at least were up until last week. But man, we've been talking for months, Uber, about how North American teams and the region in general has been the region to watch, because everyone, there's like 4 different teams that can all compete for that #1 spot. All right. And we don't know who's going to win week in and week out. But as we look at FPS Lounge's roster, I think we've seen some crazy things out of this team. Honestly, like Snakes didn't really have a huge competitive background when it came to Deadlock, but he gets pulled into this team and has great performances. Erebus as well has been doing a fantastic job these last couple of weeks that we saw in Freak Fest. But I mean, you have Hydration left alone, Rokane, this kind of like core sticking together. And I think the most interesting thing about this matchup to me is that Hydration Sai matchup, because they do both have really close overlapping hero pools and can be star players on their team.
I love this team. Obviously, Erebus is going to be the pick player, and we'll often see Snakes, you know, draft a lot of those frontline heroes. But outside of that, it's everything that you kind of knew and loved about Hydration after over 150 days of just they disappeared from the game. And what's crazy to me is that this team actually formed as like just an unserious squad in order to get content, like scrim content, out on Twitch or YouTube, right? All of a sudden, they realized that things are starting to come together a little bit.
Oh shit, we're kind of good.
Quick and Peer content are coaching his team, so you've got.
Oh shit, we're kind of good.
Go back to day.
Bringing in Peer was the smartest thing they did.
North American Deadlock have come together, and they've all
smart about the game.
To actually take this team relatively seriously. I remember like Rokane was obviously such a huge driver with Hydration. Obviously, they won like 15 times. Thank you very much, by the way, for the $75 tip. Chrisana also with $50 tip just now. Your contributions to the prize pool are helping it make NA Deadlock great again, and EU as well, of course, because we are sharing that.
They fixed it live.
I think this team is really exciting. They've already gotten results that kind of come out of nowhere, and I think back to the Leviathan story, Jason, about hey, like they just like ground against that Abraham's team and finally started to come out on top in Europe. Like I really do think that these NA teams are getting better. The fact that FPS Lounge can come out of relative obscurity and look so good is really exciting. No names returning and some up and comers that we haven't seen much before have a chance to shine.
And the thing is, this team has been kind of dodging our invites for the last, I don't know, like 2 months, right? I think what we originally heard was they said they want to wait until all the heroes are out and then come back into Night Shift and show what they've got. But they even delayed it past that. So for me, for them to come into this event now saying, okay, we're going to accept the invite, we're going to play, I think they're feeling fairly confident in this one. But at the end of the day, it's still just the best of one, man.
They wanted to get some
one mistake, and Melee Creeps are definitely the true
reads on what they're good at down, and also the FPS Lounge thing was apparently like in the works for a long time.
You know, I mean, we'd like to rewrite the format.
So they wanted to wait till FPS Lounge was on board.
Melee Creeps don't lose the floormen, and then you potentially can play these.
It's like a mix of both.
That's the way it is. We're going to be jumping into our Mo and Cruel face-off in just a moment, of course, for you know, choice of first ban, but. Yeah, I'm obviously we're super excited about this one, folks. We're very animated. It feels like one of the most exciting times. To come back into North America.
I'd love to see a BL3 of these two teams.
Loop a little bit, or even if you have been stuck in, this is where it is at. Also, want to very quickly shout out our patrons while we're here. You guys are helping keep the lights on, so thank you very much. And keep an eye out for the graveyard shift coming up. But it's going to be Saya versus Snakes going head to head. I love that they take their actual, one of their, you know, Mo and Cruel players and put him in this game. But Saya, bro, this guy is no slouch.
No slouch at all. He's already ahead in the life, man. And honestly, going into this one, I think it's kind of interesting that we just had a patch happen, which massively punishes a certain player on FPS Lounge's side. And I'll get to that in a second, because it's actually come down to be a lot closer than I expected. Sion 1 HP and Snakes comes in big here with the win. So they're going to have the choice here of first ban or second. But man, Lefa and Mirage, if you guys didn't watch Freak Fest, we saw some ridiculous stuff out of him. He did an Echo Shard, Mystic Vulnerability, Dust Devil combo.
Oh, this is before the inhib buff.
Almost instantly. And I know with the recent changes to Mirage, he's been able to do that. But the nerfs to scare, I wonder if we'll still see that
will we still see the Mirage ban?
I think extremely strong.
Pierre's going to leave it up.
But that's definitely one of the heroes you have to look at to target maybe towards the left here.
They want it. I think it's still OP.
So Scarabs, if you didn't catch it in the E portion of the show, what's important is that the health steal of the Scarabs is down 10%. Nice. It's not huge though. And obviously the spirit scaling on
band,
the Scarab
the Mirage.
tier 3 has also been reduced.
Mirage is still
slightly,
good.
But again, you can obviously still use that Dust Devil build and be an absolute nuisance. Venador going to be banned straight off the top here. We're talking about, you know, one of our, you know, premier M1 carries. Seeing that ban sort of turn up quite a lot here, and
probably
Mirage
silver first pick then.
Still being targeted for these bans. Still very, very powerful. Basically permaban.
Or Celeste probably. Actually, they probably first pick
heavily contested now between
Celeste or
like John, Leffa probably both looking specifically towards that hero. And the weird thing is,
John
especially have such they have such different
they're Celestine
priorities when it comes to heroes.
Leffa and Lomain can play this character. I personally think Lomain is way better at it.
Especially Xeno in particular when we get to
Lomain
later on. I'm curious
probably the best person I've seen on Celeste.
Ivy with the changes to her stone form.
Knows what the fuck he's
to
doing.
kick things off, to see Celeste first picked here, it does give you a lot of options. I know Billy's been used a lot in North America as an initiator.
Apollo.
And they're actually even going for an Apollo. I don't remember if we
very
saw
early Apollo Kelvin.
I have to check that.
That's crazy. I mean, Apollo is definitely attracting a lot of bans. I think the Celeste pick is definitely a do hero. Michael Jordan.
Do you want to grab an M1 here?
Because
two
and
are
we're seeing Fishcake obviously try and play a fair bit of.
They still go Ivy post nerf.
Ivy snapped up here from Melee Creeps. That's kind of spicy. Obviously, we saw Melee Creeps suffer against the Ivy last week. You know, going up against Floorman in that best of 3. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Xeno just played every single game in that series, and the Wisdom Beginners look really powerful. But Ivy got tuned down a little bit, or at least one of the builds that you talk about, Jason, like the Echo Shard and Stone build is no longer really a thing.
Again, Lomain can play this hero. Leffa's starting to learn this hero
for like 4 or 5 seconds. You were basically dead if you ever got a good Vortex web off as well. But I am looking towards McGinnis. I know she's had some hit towards her ultimate.
So this could be a P1 Mina.
Was after the last night shift we had.
I would assume it was. You kind of want Celeste on P2.
Saya just melting Floorman with that.
I could see this being P1 also because like the top tier M1s are off the board.
Thing is, we haven't seen FPS Lounge play in quite a long time, so I really can't tell you who's going to be necessarily on what. But we've seen over to EU OCs on Mina can single-handedly carry.
Something going third's pretty crazy.
So it definitely could be in the wheelhouse of
big value,
but I don't want to commit to that just yet.
Yeah, starting to see that like Mina carry
build come up
as
if anyone at FPS Lounge really plays like silver though.
Priority
so that might have been why it fell
in
here.
terms of the side lane farm, one that's just roaming around the map and trying to find timely Nostra.
I think silver Ivy's really strong
Kelvin
as well.
Still has to attract a ban.
I like the Kelvin ban.
They did get well, I mean, they obviously had the spirit scaling on their grenade tone
hydration
down.
Kelvin is notorious from his hydration days.
It's like 60k healing, I think, in one of those games. So like,
the Ben Warden. Wow. Okay, so they're pinching John here, so they're probably going to slam the Geist here for John.
Increased in that recent patch, so.
Because his pool's getting pinched
because Saya was normally the only
Mirage out, Venator out, Warden out.
I guess FPS Lounge is now back. So with hydration on the cards, you have to be careful of this one. I think we have to see a Geist coming through.
Okay, a Geist is still open. Okay, I was kind of worried like who the M1 is because FPS Lounge is targeting these M1s so heavily, and I don't think like bro, you do not need to tell John twice to pick up the Geist. But what are the M1s that are available? Like Warden getting banned is kind of wild to me. It didn't really feel like a primary M1.
I don't know how much Uber's been watching. This is going to be a P1.
You're trying to build.
Billy Chef, I think this is a good combo for your front line.
I want to see.
Curious if they're going to go sport here. They're going to go
Infernus.
You go Paradox here.
That's what we saw in the old Fight Night days of him pulling off like 1v2
it's gotta be right
situations. I mean, I think Wraith can be.
I think DMB's on the Billy. Viscous support.
Towards the back lines. You have an Apollo who can dive you, a Silver who can dive you, and then you have a Geist acting similar as like a front line. But I guess putting hydration on Viscous, one of the heroes that you kind of forget about that he can't.
Not surprised here still sees the Viscous value. Like,
but
I don't know why people are off this hero. This hero is still good. It's just not like Giga OP.
They have to run one because they're going to have enough damage with Shiv, Celeste, and Mina. It's just going to be all spirit heavy is the problem. And we do see the Grace picked up, man.
You just come in.
I asked Saya before today. Let me look up my message to him really quickly. I was like,
will this be John on the side though? I don't think so.
And he said, probably. She's good. We saw it played by OCs. Just not necessarily like the new build that we've been seeing.
And then the Dynamo.
What the hell's happening?
Okay, this is no.
These guys are locked in on
the This is interesting. I've actually
I don't mean to roast them. They're not locked in.
This in
Dynamo is very, very strong
against Melee Creeps and kind
Dynamo
of
is very good right now.
Really oppressive.
If you're playing MM, you probably have a Dynamo in your game.
It's been a long time since Gun has been a thing.
Is that John Dynamo? He's played it before.
Might be.
Do on the guys?
Maybe. Okay, Bebop is going to be the answer from
the bop.
Oh, man.
Okay, so look, you know, we talked about it. It's the
also
inhibitor build.
Ivy Dynamo, crazy combo, bro. So if you max Tether and Dynamo is healing you, it is like the most
obviously that
insane heal in the game.
Sort of puts out, but yeah,
you just perma heal.
Okay, so zooming out a little bit. pretty durable look here on FPS Lounge. Obviously, the Spirit stacking on Shiv is quite potent. We know Celeste, and Mina combined really can move around the map. We don't have true traditional pick outside of either of these teams. Like, we've not seen Paradox really been leaned towards. The change to Holiday recently in terms of maybe making gun more viable. Neither of those heroes have been picked up here.
But okay, here's the thing. This is like a P2 guys.
The Apollo in the mix here for me is probably one of the most interesting parts of this.
I think this low income P3 thing I'm not sold on.
The way Apollo's acting here is gonna be similar to what we have with Calico and a Silver, where they just kind of dive someone.
Are you a gamer?
The thing is, I think Billy's gonna have a really hard time into the Dynamo. I think it's gonna be Leffa on Celeste, and then Lomain on the Shiv.
Fly back out. But you're looking at the Wombo combo. I don't know if we're gonna see necessarily a Kinetic Pulse build or a
not a lot of consistent DPS on the side of FPS Lounge. Is the one thing.
I've seen the Kinetic Pulse build in lane be really oppressive. You just like chunky.
Melee creeps are gonna outscale. So FPS Lounge really has to
health with that Kinetic Pulse.
Get ahead early game.
The lane is super annoying.
I think they have the tools to do it though.
It was Hydration that was playing it in the scrim. Just like this really nasty. Dynamo and
Silver is set up too. Like they got the Echo Shard.
It was messed up, bro.
They have the Apollo ult. They have the Dynamo.
Into like a Mina lane where basically Ido's just getting farmed and sort of being.
They don't have a lot of cancel for the Dynamo, bro.
So yeah, I want to see if we end up getting that combo.
Like I wonder if he techs into ults
hydration
around mid game because they just have no cancel for this guy.
Spicy. Obviously, I've been out for a
I
couple
think it's a great find on the Dynamo.
Prolific. Or this the Viscous has been in this region, but I'm curious to see how it plays out.
I'm not super sold though.
We don't really see.
I think it's just good drafting.
I want to say proper Viscous because when you see Guru play Viscous and then you see like Hydration.
The thing
play
is,
Viscous,
Graves just got nerfed. So I'm also factoring that in, right? Like Graves just got nerfed. Like it's more like the early to mid got nerfed though, and then obviously like not having the 2 goals hurts, but. I don't know. I don't know. No way this bugs. It's going to make me watch the ads again. There's actually no way.
Yes, Lounge players duke it out here in Deadlock Night.
Yeah, I have to refresh. Okay. It's a classic.
The draft is very interesting. We're still seeing this, strong trend towards the Graves, and we know that they can really scale quite ferociously into that late game. It's going to be Apollo Ivy lane for Melee Crews on that left-hand side.
Apollo Ivy
plays out a really
into Billy Celeste
here from that Celeste.
So expect to see a Dynamo Geist. Then Viscous Shiv into Graves.
I didn't even know it was that high, man. It's almost $1,800. Remember, if you want to
donate,
who the fuck
donated?
It goes directly into the prize pool, not into our pockets. It goes towards the players.
Were there just
like a K from the start of the show?
Did Fat Donuts just come in?
Crazy. Thanks so much, everybody. Incredible.
Don't be fucking supporters, bro.
I'm looking at it here. $888 from I'm Tangy saying GLHF everyone! Exclamation point.
Dude, holy fuck. Yeah, I was going to say, it was like half this. Half the price was that one guy.
All 3 of us on that one?
Yeah.
So 3,
1, 2, 3.
1.
Sheesh. Yeah. Damn. I assume you're live to the stream from the channel ZP. That is pretty insane stuff.
Yes.
Very good. All right, Rokane here.
So Rokane's gonna be on the Mina. So yes, this is a P1 Mina.
Lane. This is extremely degenerate, and you notice just how much FPS Lounge are getting forced out of the lane. I also like the Erebus.
Lomain is actually on the Celeste.
Most likely
so
Leffa
will be on the ship. Recently picked up for Leffa.
Curious to see how that sort
of plays out. Did not play the character for a long time.
Looks contested. It's a shame.
Got Ido on the Silver, John John on the Geist, Scout
trying to run him back in the next game.
The Dynamo.
But Doom on the Apollo. Okay.
So Fish Kick on Graves. So Graves. So Fish Kick does play Graves.
He's on Geist, bro.
I heard Kier talking about it during the scrims.
Is really oppressive.
Fish Kick plays very unique characters. Doesn't really fit into a role.
I can't remember the last
time
he
does typically play frontline for MLC,
but wasn't like a more M1 of
an M1 hyper carry. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Shiv can definitely be those serrated blades. My God, they hurt. If you're watching EU, 3-4 stacks of it, and your target's just going to be dead. But
so with the buff here, by the way,
watching the scrims, that
Bebop with extra regen is really good now because you have a flat 2 regen and lane.
So that's gonna be interesting to see how that one's
you
gonna
actually
play
can
out as
sustain
well.
really well.
Low main, which, you know, he's definitely one of the movement gods in North America. I'll give it to him, though. We don't really talk about him too often, and I think Celeste.
The only time it really sucks is like this, when you get fucking giga chunked. And that it matters, but you have to play passive for a long
left side lane. The Billy and Celeste. Celeste obviously hyper aggressive, really mobile. And you're going to have your wits about you if you're the Apollo in this situation. Yeah, healing right picked up, so you know that the lane has been feeling a little bit uncomfortable for the Apollo, but it's really about how we scale towards that mid and later game.
And it is actually like zoning them pretty well here.
To get nice and far ahead as a frontliner, is being sort of free to roam a little bit now.
They zone him off the wave really well.
Guardian.
This kick idle lane's going really well.
He took away the healing right from Do too, so it makes
Hydration
it a little bit squishier in this lane.
now.
The flawless advances coming on through.
Same with Lev at 1.8.
Being
So they're
quite
kind
slippery
of
as this
dogging
lane
on them
does,
over there. Already
entail.
up like 200.
So they've already put a lot of pressure onto this lane. I feel like Saya on Ivy is going to be.
Gets Ido window to move.
That much damage out early on, unfortunately, as an Ivy on. You need the spirit built up to really do some good damage with the entangling thorns.
I don't know if we really want to be ganking him.
He's going to go towards that Kutsu connection to actually power up John even more. That's going to be interesting to keep an eye on.
He's going to box run anyways, right? He wants to funnel into the grid, so.
Just add a little bit of pressure. Looks like a bowler that didn't quite connect. And again, if you can get started on catching this Mina out early, you're going to be in good shape. Rokane obviously
sport today.
Look to try and be one of the most significant carries on this team as we head to the later part of the game. Scout's not faring so well in the middle of the map here. Looks like this might come to a head. Erebus able to pick him up first. Break there, of course, as Erebus will simply play back under towards that Guardian now, but that is exactly what you're looking for if you're FPS lounge.
Slowing Hex.
First blood.
Interesting to note too, if hydration does go the puddle punch route, once he gets that maxed, it acts as a heavy melee, which means he can destroy the borrow decrees coming down from Fishcake.
You can, you can from long range destroy the tombstone.
Exactly. So that's
nice.
one way to deal with it. Though obviously, if you're putting it down, you're going to be in a very
I did not know that.
position with it as a full-on.
That is fucking tech. I did not know that. You can punch them.
Trying to escape, gets around the corner in time. As a backup, will be there.
I guess you have to max your punch, right? Then it counts as a heavy punch. Holy shit! I didn't know that. That's actually tech.
I think Saya was also going looking, trying to undercut this wave from the back here. They're far from done. Just how quickly can Lomain get back in fighting form here? That extra regen isn't really going to cut it, I think. So close to looking for that
Apollo doing Apollo things.
Still in lane. Snakes
character is so crazy in lane.
To stay a little bit closer though.
That's why I'm surprised Duke got chunked so much, but I think Lomain just found a really good trade on him.
Riposte to respond here, and here comes a slam. Back do has to get.
Slam.
Actually, let me ask you, because I got into like almost a fist fight with these guys about this. How do you say the R-I-P-O-S-T-E sound? Or
riposte. I call it riposte, yeah. But I've heard people say riposte as well. I think it actually is dialect dependent, like American or English or whatever. Right? No, I don't think it's that.
R-I-Rye, like
Rye post? What are we saying?
We don't get this guy.
That's
Jason once again getting into a
yeah, that's fine.
Literary trap.
But we do see Hyper Beam coming in.
Really good cube.
Out of Erebus, and it's actually locked into the staircase with the cube, and Ido just wants this kill.
Okay, bomb does get stuck to Ido, but he seems completely unfazed by that. Okay. Now
alright, Ido looking way cleaner today. That was locked in today.
Caught out. John going to be
this is the Ido I like. This is the Ido I like.
Definitely
in exchange, so it feels like it's favored melee creep pretty heavily. Ido is everywhere at once.
Sai's gonna die here.
A good 3 kill streak coming through off of those as well, and a good use.
Ball
the entanglement to get him away from the bomb. That's gonna be the ultimate miss out of Celeste. Looming and not gonna connect as the Itani Losang comes on through, creates some distance, and should be allowing Do to get away for now. Though he is in enemy territory, behind enemy lines here, looking for an escape.
It looks like he's gonna be able to get away now. No interest from Snakes to try and push on that. Taking stock of things here, obviously we're only a couple of minutes away from those.
Very even early game so far.
Melee creep. Taking some decent damage across their Guardians here. We're going to jump over towards this right-hand side now. Again, Ido is in the mix as he always seems to be. Hydration looking a little bit low. Lycan Curse and immediately thinks to be a cube to stop this. Right I don't think Leffa wants any of that smoke. Tombstone up in his lane as well. So melee creeps are applying a lot of macro pressure on this right side of the map. And it's really up to Hydration here to try and keep these waves at bay, but the pressure is mounting.
I mean, with a borrow decree there, these waves are going to shove against you. And the scariest thing is that Ido, you could tell he's feeling it, man. With the way he's playing his silver at the moment, being so confident, so cocky, going this deep in a 1-on-2. I would not want to be going against Ido. Currently at 5.1 thousand souls. And they have a ton of pressure still coming this way. No ganks come either team actually to assist this one. And that Guardian might be going down first.
Yeah, I mean,
all right.
Looking pretty sick on the silver.
Always this is great.
Based here.
The Graves is ahead.
Taken down here. Melee creeps. Swelling with confidence.
Ido's on fire.
Now eyes over towards this middle part of the map here.
Good advantage. That's melee creeps.
Picked up already QSR.
Net, they're only up like
infantry.
200
so
like
very much
500 now.
at this phase
jumps
of the
up
game.
with that kill though.
The chase is on. Eyes on John. Here, the singularity that was going to catch them in. John gets there. Siphon life is enough with the gun damage, and Rokane
going stomp here with the headhunter rush.
He went headhunter, so I wonder if he's going recharging rush as well to get more slam down when possible with the kinetic pulse.
I'm sure if he's gonna go John's, where it goes Swift Tracker, or if he goes recharge. Style likes recharge.
Like 3-4 ultimates to be effective on a dynamo. You get one target locked in, especially if it's a high priority target, and you get the kill. That's gonna net you a lot of advantage that these high teams can take advantage of.
Just fucking dumped on him.
Love Bites got procced instantly, and to be fair, Nox Nostra came available as soon as Rokane got into the lane. Again, I know the temptation
Spirits back there as well.
Extra burst to poke under a guardian, but it was just a cheeky zipline boost for Rokane to get back into the fight and instantly take a kill. And the timing is good as well with Sinners coming up.
Is he giving that one on over to low man?
Yes.
It looks like. Interesting. Actually, no, neither of them are taking it.
So
Maybe they're gonna go back for it, but we do see another kill happening towards the mid lane. Actually, Ida rotated for this one after taking out the guardian, leaving Fishcake alone in the right hand lane.
For Saya,
so now have 2 guardians down.
Selects this.
And one thing melee creeps love to do here, Uber, when we get to those first
buffs, not stalker for him. He's more of a tip mag guy.
They love to take double buffs.
I think with the recent gun nerfs,
we saw Foreman finally start to be able to punish them when it comes to that macro level play. One of the reasons they were able to beat melee creeps this last week.
I need to test it more. I think tip mag might be better than stalker now though. The Spirit's going kind of shit.
Big presence for melee creeps over towards mid. Look at that guardian of theirs, though. He's quite low. A very oppressive lane was finally able to generate some eliminations here. Looking a little bit dangerous at the moment for Do.
Nice.
Sire on the chase here. That's a guardian going down. Finally, FPS Lounge getting to stretch their legs a little bit on this part of the map. Straight through mid. Looks like they're trying to chase Fishcake down as well. They've likely found them. Sire at least though doing some work. On the left side we are right now. That guardian gets picked off. Not sure how Fishcake can now. Ido turns that fight around in mid though, and it looks like Ido's looking for more over there. Leffa falls though. Still here on the left.
I didn't even get his buy-in.
Melee creeps just got so much value across 2 lanes.
Up 4K at 9 minutes.
3 guardians, and they end up getting 3 kills as well right there, which is netting them that 47k to 42k current soul lead for them. Buffs are coming up in 30 seconds of time. You can see them starting to clear some jungle, clear up the Sinners, get a lot of these high priority things out of the way so they can go for the contest on double buffs. And the lane's got to be shoved out here momentarily too, but Scout being so aggressive in middle here with Ido by his side. It looks like he is, actually I can't tell when the items are on cooldown. I hope we get some spectator improvements coming forward at some point. So he went for the charging rush, so he will indeed be going for the slams.
Okay.
Good help from Erebus.
Choice of location there for Erebus, but well, there's plenty of help to end up chasing down Scout. That's the Dynamo spilled here in the middle part of the map. And perhaps we'll start to see this lane control.
Be able to send it on the buff here.
The left side. It doesn't
left
look like
right
getting
buff.
activated for this.
The rest left side.
Just come up. Quite interesting timing here. Battle Vest hits the inventory for Snakes, and there's surely a fight brewing here. With that urn now spawning up. Even Do is getting in position. This is about to get a little bit hectic now. Urn recovered. Daggers from Celeste come down. You can see
Next, we'll get out with
trying to chase the Sanguine retreat here is the Apollo. Nice little flawless advance catch from the Nox Nostra is going to silence them out.
Saya flies in.
Silver-headed. They are trying to chase the Celeste on down.
They're on low main. Holy, low main's getting farmed.
Here. Low main cannot outpace Saya.
And he does left to contest the urn on the pickup, but honestly, if you're melee creeps,
hard lane wins for FPS Lounge right now.
Dynamo is going to be up in just a few seconds, and I think he's going to be teleporting over to the right-hand side of the map here as well.
I just looked left and
they can easily go for the contest on this turn-in, or if they want, they can overload this left-hand side and look for a walk, or maybe somehow we do see Do win the 1v1 against Rokane.
Okay, left gets kill.
As a kill somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, I mean, you can see these spirit items already starting to
Snakes is over here. Could close the soul lead if they are able to dunk here. Lomain's ready for it.
Quite the nuisance is that shift. Yeah, Rokane being picked off.
We're
just going to turn the earning. This is pretty big for
it's only first turn, so it doesn't swing a lot, but
deficit here after
down to 2K now.
A flurry of guardians
maybe like 2.5 or something.
There might still be a fight to be had here. Yet Snakes is being
here.
targeted now. Slam against on Ida, but he is absolutely out of there. So hard to hold the position. Chain gang, but Lycan Curse comes up and again the cube's going to be used out in response still. Ido is out for blood. Trying to back away though now as he realizes perhaps more of his been off than he can shoot, but Scout's about to rotate into this lane with that singularity ready. Fishcake is down. Scout absolutely needs to get active here in a moment, but of course John is going to be going at it. Going to be hitting hard and has that soul exchange at the ready. Tough to deal with. And Scout got blown to smithereens. It looks like there was an attempt at a singularity. It went off. He's looking away from the fire. He's trying to hide in the corner for the time being. Supply drop means they can chase hydration down.
Oh my god, they lived.
Main fell. And when it comes to these skirmishes,
holy shit, how that went 3-0 for melee creeps, I have no idea.
It's the melee creeps who prevail.
Up 8K now.
Massive wins for them too, because this
big cam still here from
initially being taken and ran across the map. Do wins a 1v1 against Rokane, which opens up him taking a Walker for free, really catapulting his soul lead up into the air at 13k souls now. I mean, he is extremely deadly. Then they get more kills off the back of this. But here we go. They get a catch on to do. Ido's gonna be able to help assist. The hyper beam being used, but not necessarily in the right position.
Still got him though.
Finish off do, which is going to be quite tired.
They're gonna stack this left side, I
now
think.
The respawn timer is going to start to get long.
I don't need to not overcook here. Scouts coming in. Gonna be a 4v3 under the Guardian. Not a lot of ult on the side of FPS Lounge though.
Also, it's this Guardian, right? It's going to get harder and harder to protect. Scout's going to come in.
Spread out.
He's trying to negotiate.
I don't think
position of power.
Correct.
In fact, 3 melee creeps players have been called to defend that left
on the side lane.
Fortitude, okay. For the Bebop, that's a nice little spike for him.
Kind of getting shit on by John.
This sort of life drain here. Thought it got nerfed, but still hitting very, very hard. And Famina is in no position to really fight it out.
Nice bomb from John.
With the gun is able to pop
nice
him.
Bomb from John. I'm just learning my words now.
See, this is
holy
maybe
shit.
A last-minute change with the patch for John, because over the last weeks initially we would see the Essence Bomb, the 1 max, be the standard on Geist, though it sometimes in EU or I think it was NA, they went for a 3 max, the Malice.
Yeah.
But we
John
saw
went back to this with the
just be the number 2
drain
life drain as a max, and then you would be able to just
again, this is
keep your health up.
P1 Geist, I think is
especially
still
with
really,
the regen
good.
item that you see you're picked up with.
Even with the bullet growth and shit.
A little bit of a change up, and again, I don't know if that's fully due to the patch.
It's also just fucking John. John
does orient towards that. But also, I mean, maxing your 1, if you have a good singularity hit, you're going to hit multiple people and just do a lot of damage on top of that.
Okay, hook catches onto the Dynamo here. Scout could be in a spot of bother.
Scout's dead.
Yeah, he's just going to get blown to smithereens. Tries to come back in. Of course, Quantum entanglement to buy himself a little bit of time, but Lomé will not be denied that pick-off. It's a good sign here for FPS.
He gets traded up. Ooh, big from Do.
Traded out. Itane Musan catches onto Erebus, but he's able to at least give a respectful distance to the Apollo up until now, apparently. Nice little uppercut.
This is a 3v2, but Transform comes in.
Further down the lane.
Pick it out.
Lycan Coast active here for Ido, and it's a supply drop coming. It looks like John.
They're looking to turn. They're looking to turn.
Means business. Watch out, that bullet resist shredder is going to get to work.
Nice delivery from Saya here.
Here comes Life Drain active here, and everyone is getting slurped down. It's a dangerous place for Snakes to be in. He's trying to back away, but you better believe there's a chase on.
Ooh, I got shit on.
4, but he gets parried and melee down. Big pick off there for Snakes, but still a fight that favors melee creeps on aggregate.
And if Snakes doesn't win that 1v1 right there, that could have gone way worse.
True.
Keep in mind, they have healing out of Scout. They have healing out of Saya too with the Kutsu connection.
Saya.
Left while this is happening. I mean, we haven't seen Left in any fights. Keep that in mind. He's been sitting quietly farming his right-hand side at 16,000 souls.
Oh,
yeah, that's terrifying.
Very deadly when he gets into these mixes. But the thing is, he needs to start doing it soon, I feel like, because FPS Lounge, they're 8k behind. We're about to get into the next urn that potentially could be picked up. And another fight to break off as well. But I think Leffa will be here this time.
Toxic bullets picked up here for the Mina, of course, and very importantly, that Dispel magic.
Dispel.
Yeah, we see a lot of movement here across this right side. With the urn having been picked up, this might come to a head through the middle part of the map. Tombstone active, and to some degree, Fishcake is defending it, so there's some macro pressure being applied on that part of the map.
They still see the 2 right side, though. This might be just a free
that right part of the map. Doesn't really seem to mind too much. It
Scout's
might just be that
Scout might get turned on here. Hold on.
In for free. FPS Lounge are going to try and intervene. It looks like they will
Scout has ult, though.
in time, but Fishcake,
jump somebody.
will be the vanguard, try and pave the way here for this urn to be turned in. Deathhead's going nuts here. Cube, rescue beam, all the trimmings being used to try and save the building. And back in Snakes goes.
Snakes just
I
goes back
Jason. He's definitely enthusiastic to dive into the fray, but it ends badly for him.
Snakes got a dip there.
He used the Quantum Entanglement too to make sure to get that turn without any interruption from hydration on the Viscous. And you mentioned John. He heads back towards our right-hand side because he knows a push is going to be coming.
Right side pressure though.
Expecting FPS Lounge to not
get back up down. Good walker damage.
Necessarily. And I think Sai should be able to get here time to
not bad from hydration.
Maybe
just
possibly get a kill on the left.
Stay
Very low on HP. Gets silenced up as well. The chase is on here, going up to the extra high ground where he could be shot from the lightning.
Yeah, he is so low. However, headshot there. Of course, Titanic magazine build up here for Saya, but he's not exactly going to be hitting the hardest.
Oh, good catch.
Expansion obviously invested into.
Good angles there from Saya. Just knew he wanted to get to the vent.
And that's obviously the most farmed player in FPS Lounge. We've not seen him up until this point. And as the arc fire hitting the infantry for this Ivy. Everything
ton of AoE damage here
for Saya.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Leffa didn't use the killing blow to actually get away instead of using the launch pad, because he lost a lot of HP from being shot from Sai, hitting the pad at the same time. But you see the Kutsu connection actually thrown behind the Celeste, forcing low main back under the walker. A big push is going to be coming through because John's going to be joining as well. But there's left on the return hydration there to help defend. This could be actually very bad for melee creeps if they're not careful about this.
John's pretty low. Has still swap though.
Giving it a bit of room. I don't know about John here. Here's the singularity caught up inside of Deuce. Having to dive in. Apparently Scout was essentially on his own there. So a pretty easy pick off. And this is melee creeps despite the lead. 14k souls, by the way. They are down to 4.
Billy dies again.
This FPS lounge walker by the looks of things. Snakes is down. Dude,
really low.
Trying to get more aggressive.
Erebus dies. Ido dies. So much happening right now.
This mid side is also a fight brewing on the left hand side, but for now we're on board with hydration. He was trying
Lava
to
looking on this right side though. He's gonna try to get this walker.
Half or so of that walker's health has been taken, but it looks like
I think the respawns are kind of
melee creeps back.
I'm gonna fuck him though. Yeah, Scout's back up.
Did an airdrop with John from the right hand side. We saw them pushing the walker. Ended up backing away because they saw 3 players there to defend. He drops him in towards the middle to go for a push into the walker. And yeah, I mean, they don't let themselves a walker kill, but they at least keep FPS Lounge honest. And I think that's the important part, realizing they have to rotate quickly. They have to be very careful about how fast Sai can get around the map. I mean, I know the airdrop was nerfed by 20 seconds on its cooldown, but as it seems
Fishkick is going the Echo Shard build,
okay? Up yet again.
This is like, mate, really was chasing melee creeps earlier there.
P2 Graves.
To have caught someone out. It wasn't the case. Obviously, still waiting about a minute for that Shining Wonder cooldown to be back.
Wonder.
Maybe melee creeps a little bit concerned about their low walk on the right side.
Don't hate this. So
is Guardian up on the left side. The Graves is perma camping this.
And when you have that maxed, you cleanse all non-ultimate debuffs.
Full sending it on him now.
Blades are gone. It means Love Bites is gone. I mean, bombs
Skulls
are gone.
Go down.
It can clear a lot of things.
Good dispel magic from Lemaine
on you, not to mention any like debuffs from items.
Holy
but we
shit,
the fight
that's a lot of
those
skulls.
deadheads just really putting a work against low main, forcing him back.
Did I see Echo Shard for the deadheads? I think I did.
Deleted.
There's a million of them. That is quite annoying. It took me far too long to realize I could just melee those. They got a lot of value against me. After Graves had just come out. Anyway, here's the chase up on the rooftop.
Silver
like
chase.
Once again accosted and still doesn't really feel ready to fight. Nor with Ido having been around the map so much. 18k souls, but always a factor in so many of these engagements.
He's gonna have his burst back here.
Stone there, as you can see.
Oh,
the
hydration.
Not too shabby at all. And yeah, Ido ends up getting caught out. Jojo might try and make something of this here. He is farmed as heck.
Best thing ever is the fact that they're not hydration anymore. Is I'm not gonna mess up hydration's name anymore.
But it's a soul exchange. Dropping into the pit now is Snakes. He knows he has John dead rise. If he can just follow him through this TP, comes out on the other side, and again, he's still going for it. And there it is.
That's really big for Snakes.
Big kill, big bag drop as well.
Big bag.
We've been talking. Yeah, I mean, I've been talking a little bit of smack about Left so far on the Shiv, but he did 3,400 damage with serrated blades up against Ido. He hit 5 of them, and Ido was just dead. There was no way he could survive that one in the air. A little bit too long, but the grasping hands here against Rokane trying to get aggressive does lock him down and force him to dispel magic. And finally, FPS Lounge
gets caught by
final
Erebus.
guardian of the game on this left-hand lane. So really down, but not out whatsoever.
Holding onto their lead.
Talked about Left being the person who kind of needs to carry things through, and with him able to go toe-to-toe with Ido was honestly a massive win for them.
Yeah, 100%. Fish cakes there was lingering a little bit too close to the left part of the map, which is a bit scary when you don't really have an escape or all that much mobility. So Ona's going to head across, obviously with melee creeps down a couple of players. Anything draw your eye here in terms of itemization? Love the usual stuff here.
Sorry, hydration just puddle punched low main over here so you can get here quicker before there's any sort of contest. And rescue beats them away too.
Yep, earn take. 5k is the difference now. That has shrunk considerably. FPS Lounge have managed to stabilize here, and Ido gets caught out yet again. Not ideal. Now, of course, fighting through this outfire and Kudzu bombs is a little bit annoying, but we'll see FPS Lounge try and go around through that veil, chase after the Ivy here. Though, of course, on this right-hand side, this is getting pretty darn messy. Fishcake, of course, still building towards being that very aggressive split damage threat later on in the game. There's a lot of splatters to play through here. Left, though, has gone down. Fishcake getting hard, of course.
Should be dead here. Has no ball.
Nothing for Graves at the moment. And again, against that single target, maybe not always as powerful as you're looking for. Condom entanglement used, hopefully cleansing some of that off, but Erebus is waiting up on high.
With the capacitor by. Is it really that worth it?
Fishcake was just, he was so aggressive there, going up against hydration. Trying to look for that 1v1. I mean, yeah, like you don't really have to aim on Graves.
And capacitor.
But still, hydration can put a lot of damage with the max on his one. As we take a look at some of these builds, we have max Kutsu connection for Saya. So honestly, you're going to look for him and John together because he's going to give such an attack speed and life
so it goes like support
that it's
plus
really hard to contest against him, and something that you kind of I think it will be a threshold that they eventually hit if FPS Lounge can't close the game out quick enough.
Curious if he's going to go another 16 for a gun spike, or
one of the best M1s in North America, and when he's supported by an Ivy with a permanent
greater
Q2 connection, yeah, it's going to be tough.
He's still punching Joyer.
Also, I don't know, the lack of move speed penalty while shooting for Ivy just seems
correct.
really, really good. There's a lot to like about that build.
He got scanned by his punch there.
Okay, running daggers going to be thrown down here. Melee creeps are chomping at the bit to try and get this mid-walker down, but they've got to be careful because on the right-hand side of the map, it looks like a 1v1 is brewing as melee creeps are trying to defend their own walker here. It's a supply drop to try and get them over here. How aware is Lefa exactly? Definitely a split pushing threat and scary in his own right, but in a 1 versus 3, this could be a little bit tough, and he knows it. Yeah, he's going to give up the ghost here. And as this fight is going on, FPS Lounge don't really get active in the middle part of the map at all, so melee creeps can actually start to apply some pressure there.
They're cool off a little bit in this mid game.
Dynamo is okay. Not what you want to be.
It's been shrunk a little bit down to 4K.
Getting out of this one could be a tough ask. Quantum entanglement to try and put
he has ult. He has ult.
Now the rest of melee creeps have arrived. Will this be enough? Singularity popped. Felt like desperation. Lomain was low for a time, but I don't know if melee creeps are in a position to capitalize here. Lomain has to get out of the fight. Chase down, Silence Wave also connecting, and there's the Apollo. Really hard to put a distance between yourself and the doors when he has that bloodlust. Nox Nostra in play, briefly silencing John out here. This is broken up into 2 separate fights. Note that Ido is very low at the moment. He's been able to back away at the very least, but you can't say the same for Fishcake. And Asai is faring well enough here, but this is starting to turn into bona fide
Snake's coming in for the flank.
Behind him, yeah, we're gonna have to deal with Leffer, of course, who's dropped in, and this is now looking dangerous for John, Jason.
I mean, yeah, he gets airdropped away from Saya to safety. Coming at the perfect time to make sure John does not go down and maybe even turn it onto a kill too, because this is gonna be Snake's very low in HP, and John is still half health.
This is FPS Lounge starting to make something happen here. Melee creeps can they hold their ground? Big slam, Snire knocked up. John still not really back to health. He actually just got nuked in a matter of seconds.
Huge.
Boom, Snakes is down. Ido at least is able to get back into the fight after healing up, and not a moment too soon, might I add, because that could have been the end of Saya had he not turned up.
Wipe there.
Regardless, as the dust settled, this is FPS Lounge still with 4 players up, and they're
doing
looking for
shit,
more. Ice for Scout now. You'd think that Celeste would be able to chase that one down, but they have been able to slip away.
Is this mid? Do FPS Lounge want to risk it? Because they have no singularity to worry about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting change for Lomain here going Shredder.
He's the best one at the end of the day, and if you make one mistake here at that, it's going to be very tough for you. But I think exposure picked up for Lomain. It's going to really help amplify his damage quite a bit here.
I think it's... They don't even go for the melee creeps doubles there either. Like that is... They're pretty passive after that fight. They don't want to take any risks, especially given where the lane push is right now. Off we go, Lomain. Looking to tangle here with Idorian. Bowler, though, catching onto the Celeste. Ido wants to chase this one. They might realize. Here's the airdrop. Silence comes in.
Vortex web? Oh, Air just saves them, though.
Thrown in, but at least the cube is there.
Saving Private Lomain.
Pull this Celeste out. And now
the turn.
Chain game being used. Somehow Ido got caught out amidst the entirety of FPS Lounge.
Yeah, let's spectate the goo. Yeah, let's do this while he's balling. Yeah.
Being out of it. Doing Fistcake are able to extract a couple of eliminations of their own. And this
goes down.
Up 2 players. Snakes is down. And now melee creeps might be able to make something happen here. The waves aren't necessarily pushed in their favor, but the urn spawns up at a very fortuitous spot.
And Snakes eventually die anyways.
I think they're definitely going to prioritize getting urn. I mean, they do have the opportunity to go for mid here and force a fight. They are
going to force the mid, okay?
I mean, they have like the white swap up for John.
They have Dynamo.
Past that though, unfortunately, is the urn's just going to
stay where they go for the mid boss. They don't have a lot of tools to deal with it, right? They only have the Noxter right now. They do have the Puddle Punch though.
Do you go for the contest? Is the real question. 4-on-5. It's going to be very tough moving into Fishcake with the grasping hands. But Fishcake down by Rokaine doesn't have a chance, and the Reju is going to be dropping. Both teams going for the contest.
Rokaine is deadly right now. 30k.
Oh, Hydration got shit on. Oh, they got all 3.
Oh my goodness, Reju's going over the melee creeps now. Nox Nostra came in over the top, and Rokaine's really relevant in this part of the fight. Yes, he gets their first pick, but now FPS Lounge just have to try and extract themselves without getting wiped, and that could be easier said than done. There's the entanglement to send melee creeps forward, and Ido and John credit the kills, and now Rokaine desperately has to try and get away.
Celeste.
Used up there as Scout has returned to the fight. Rokaine is not getting away with this. Flawless advance to finish off the kill.
Flawless advance.
Might have finally broken through here. These walkers are looking awful tasty.
Awful tasty.
One small upside for FPS Lounge though, Mitch. They did get the left walker from minions. So they get a Flix on unlocked, and they're at 161,000 souls too. So they desperately needed those slots to be opened up for them to have a chance to be able to go toe-to-toe here with melee creeps. But as you said, those walkers looking tasty. I think the priority for them right now get this urn turn in, and then maybe look for those walkers.
Okay.
So that's 7,000 souls that's going to add to your
Bigger melee creeps.
taking over a 10k lead.
Only costs them 1.
You have a decent amount of money to spend. I mean, dude, Silence Wave is so huge considering he can get in so deep, but also not only him
I
and
like the
Ida
dudes
both
on the
have
side of the
Silence
map.
Wave, if I'm not mistaken. So when they get
They're using their timers really well here.
Scout even has one. So when they get
Gets a
on
free
top of
walker,
you're just not
and
going
then they should be able to confirm this.
And you're
Ooh,
going to
good punch from hydration.
Comes at the right time here, dislodges the
They get
urn
it
out of the
anyways,
hands of
though.
Sai, but it doesn't matter. It's going to get turned in anyways.
The follow-up's coming. Juice going to TP over.
And importantly, it's FPS Lounge not getting eliminated here in this fight. They want to avoid that.
They're full back. Oh, they got Leffa.
Jason, they're trying to chase Leffa down, but it looks
And
like
they
it's
got
Hellfire.
hyperlines.
Kutsu everything. Leffa caught in the middle of it. Able to somehow
FPS
walk away,
crashing
but he will be
on the
chased
observer.
down. You have to imagine that. In the meantime, Hydration's not in this fight. He's
This
too
kick didn't
low
really
after
sit.
that
One
first
bullet left.
engagement. He tried to disrupt the urn,
Still
lost
catch
most
him.
of his health for it. Eventually, Leffa is down. That's the entanglement here, and our eyes are turned towards this mid-walker of FPS Lounges. Ido is going to come in off from the side. Can see the Silence Waves proccing now as they're going to chase straight over towards the base Guardians. Puddle Punch to try and protect FPS Lounge, but melee creeps are not going to give up. Chain Gang in play.
Scout
It's the
ults.
unstoppable, of course,
I don't
here
know
for
how many
Stakes
hit.
as he wants to dive on in. Rising Ram with a knock-up. Looks like, yeah, Ido
Scout
had to
did take
extract
into
himself for a brief
duration
time.
here,
That's
or
a
he got
nice little
Arcane
free
Surge or
pick, but
something.
still, melee creeps are pushing up.
Like it's
Those
good.
walkers
The
are
ult
gone.
timing really helped.
Behind all of this, Rokan is trying to take that right side walker down, but I don't know if he has what it
Is that
takes to
enough of a
clean
kill?
that one up. Melee creeps are dusting the
trolling
floor
there.
with FPS Lounge right in front of their base.
Rejuice.
And
Dude
looks like
does
it might
die
get from
as
bad to
well.
worse. Rokan did get
Good
this
shit from
walker.
Rokan here. Is he
Dude
gonna
did
kill
go
Saya
down.
too?
But the exchange
Good
definitely
kill.
favors melee creeps now as Erebus and Low Main have fallen in front of their base Guardians.
Oh, really well played from Rokan here, by the way.
Here, a good use out of the rake too to heal it
He's
for
gonna
the
get pulled
minions
up on.
going
I think he
past
gets out,
Saya
though.
to make sure to just survive. So they get the walker, they get all the rejuice gone, but it did cost the mid lane walker, the right lane walker, and not actually. I think the right lane walker was down before, but it did cost them about a 20,000 soul gap now between the two teams.
I think they dove a little too
now
far from Miller Creeps. They probably should have just focused Walker
so not only did
first.
they have 3
But
silence waves, they also have Ido with max bolus.
yeah, so he does
you can
go
chain it
recharge
to other
last.
players.
I
They
like
can
this
hit 3
hydration
people
build. I
bolus,
like
you
this.
can't use
I think this is
stamina,
good.
you can't dash, you can't get away, so they can just catch you and just snowball and run you over. And I think that's kind of one of the game plans. You have kinetic pulse max, so you have the extra range on it, so you can knock them up to allow Ido to get a guaranteed
A lot of
bola.
upgrades,
You kinda
right?
set yourself
Extra
up for this.
charge,
The one thing I'm
Mystic
sad to not see yet,
expansion,
I want to see
Mystic
that like
burst,
Saya John combo, man. Like John
Spirit
can
snatch
pop off on a
from,
guy when you have that extra attack speed.
What is it
I
called?
mean, I also
Spirit
want to point out, like,
Mystic Punch or
FPS
something?
Lounge's comp is really kite heavy, right? They are really slippery.
Strike.
The Celeste, the Mina,
And then also
even
sells the Crushing
shield
Fist
to a degree.
upgrades.
Hard to lock
So even
down.
if you're slot
These
locked, you have a
silence
lot of
waves,
options.
though, really, you know, new to their ability to sort of create
You can
that
wait
gap,
for the rapid recharge.
and sort of get
Or
out.
for the, what's this one
You kind
called?
of saw that
Recharge
too,
something. I
because
always forget.
was it, I think Rokan
Names are
or
too
no,
similar.
someone got caught in
Recharging
their own
rush.
secret shop. Erebus hooks them out, and then Hydration rescue beams them back. So like, you, in terms of that slipperiness, they definitely have that, and they have the ability to kind of disengage from you really well if Hydration positions himself in a good position. But it's all about that
Let me
capture.
stroll
melee
in for
creep. We saw
Cyan
Saya
now.
before. When he caught
This
Leffa,
went early
he used a
duration, too.
vortex web to just keep Leffa there, so they could close that gap and get the kill onto him.
Get the silence longer.
This Echo Shard Deadhead Graves build, by the way, is extremely degenerate. And you just see these like millions of skulls chasing away those individual players. It's interesting, obviously, like you've got some more of the single target potential, even though
Is
you're
it
playing
on
to your
the
3
skulls?
max, you're trying to spread, you know, that
Or is it
infinity
on
buff as
the-
much as possible. I digress though.
The ground,
The fight
the
here,
snare.
John Fence
Lemaine
is
just
a little bit of a-
dies, by the
Lemaine
way.
does get pinned down. 4 players.
John's just
from
running
melee
at people
creeps
with
involved
Colossus.
in that pickoff. That's a good start. That came up just as Scout was off respawn.
John and
Picked up
Saya
here for
are
F- by
fucking
FPS
loaded.
Lounge, but I don't think they necessarily have many chances to
Crushing
have that
fist for
turned
Billy.
in here.
Yeah.
They've got at least a positive push for them on this left-hand side of the map, Jason, but we're going to start to see a lot of
FPS
these
Lounge
camps
does
picked
end up getting the urn
by
despite
melee
Lemaine
creeps
dying.
in FPS Lounge territory to
But they're just gonna have to
broaden that
babysit
lead.
it.
I think that run was picked just to make sure to prevent melee creeps from turning it in and extend this lead even further, because we're getting towards that 30k mark.
Yep.
And honestly, right now, I think if you're FPS Lounge, you really have to look towards Erebus to get a good hook to get a kill. I mean, Low Main, he died basically at melee creeps walker in the mid lane, while the rest of FPS Lounge were nowhere to be seen. I'm not sure exactly how he got into that position, but
Yeah.
FPS Lounge is like time to strike. I don't know. It's kind of falling. It's. Do you even have the damage to kill someone if you hook them in when you have the quantum entanglement to get them away? Then you have the rest of melee creeps able to just run straight through at you. But then you also have to stay spread
Alright,
because
Lomain
of the
spawning, they're gonna move
singularity
to
of
this
the
red
scout. There's
side.
just so many
I don't know how
factors
this is gonna go.
that you have
They
to
have
take into
6
account
ults up
for
on
these
melee
fights for
creeps,
FPS
and
Lounge,
they have
that
no ball.
It's really so damn difficult to play these out.
If anyone for me who's going to do it, it's going to be the Siphon Bullets
stop in
Boundless
for
Spirit
Ido.
Mina.
No,
Rocaine has
Warpstone.
41k souls on them right now, and we've seen them just sort of step up and nuke people on occasion, but again, there's a lot of threat. There's a lot of lockdown on this melee creeps comp. Some from those abilities. The Ivy is just messed up, honestly.
Just getting giga chunked here.
Yeah, if you run out of
might just want to heal him.
You're anywhere near Saya, you are cooked. It looks like FPS Lounge
fly
are
out,
serious about an earn tone in here, and I feel like Saya just wants to quickly reposition with that airdrop.
Just gets caught on blue. That's really bad.
This isn't ideal at all. Low main's also a trouble of sort of suffering the
they
same
might be able to
fate
contest
here.
this earn now. Oh no, they dropped it.
Melee creeps now, and that earn ain't getting turned in.
This is nightmare for FPS Lounge. Nightmare.
Take this themselves. Here's the Stoneform dropped in. Looked like there had to be another cube or rescue being played for hydration to get people out of trouble. But Snakes is the frontliner, and he is so low right now. Earn turned in my melee creeps. Basically delivered into the FPS Lounge. Singularity in play, but Nox Nostra comes in over the top. Rokane desperately trying to make a difference in this fight, but it is too little.
Not sure it's a match, sorry.
Dead heads flying everywhere. Body parts just being thrown around the room, and Rokane can't do anything but run.
Bro, mid-boss is coming up. This has to be a guaranteed.
I don't think there's anything they can really do with the Aaron there, bro. Like,
the bases with the shrines. We did see a little bit of that
acoustic
connection action with John, but honestly, most of the kills went towards Fish Cake.
Another game of boss.
Catches. I'm actually surprised to see Echo Shard on the Deadheads instead of on the Grasping Hands, the two for Graves, where you can create like a really big zone denial that you're going to eventually lock them down in. But I guess the damage is definitely doing some work. You can see on the mid-boss here, just soloing it as Graves while the rest of the team pushes down towards the base. You gotta be careful here if you're due, though. You don't want to go down, but also, to be fair, you don't die if you're Rokane or Hydration.
I'm pretty sure that
Scout just, he can hold us. This is a dead minute. This is a dead minute. This is a dead minute.
To make sure that they were able to help. So
she batted just in time. Rokane is him.
And that was, of course, Du going in and doing his thing.
Just making space.
Lusan allowing him to secure the pick-off. So 3 redo credits, of course. The base Guardian's getting slapped in. And yeah, we're going to double back for another crack at this here. Slowing Hex thrown out.
What are we doing?
Du maybe more so just rattling the saber, pun intended, than actually
going
for a real fight. But Erebus does get caught out. Looks like these shrines are about to get some scrutiny now. And that ain't going to last long at all.
I guess they're 50k up. It doesn't really matter.
This is... I don't know how you come back from this one. Because I look at Du, he's at 11,000 souls. And that's before taking shrines. And that's before taking any extra kills to your FPS Lounge. You need a Hail Mary of a play. And honestly, I don't know who it's going to come from. You have to look maybe for the resets for Lefa. So Rokane has to set him up. But again, they have so much healing with Ivy, with the Health Nova, with Scout, with the heal. This is so tough to defend. As the second shrine's going to fall, the first stage patron most likely going to be falling thereafter. And with a 60k deficit, I don't think Melee Creeps really need to leave here.
No, 3 redo credits on them, by the way. So these waves are going to be pushing and pushing and pushing. And there's no way FPS Lounge are going to get out of spawn. What do they even have here? Like, there's no like wombo potential on this team whatsoever. They're slippery. They're good skirmishers, Jason, but in the all-in fight, they struggle, especially with 3 silence waves in play against them. They look at it. This is a Nox Nostra silence, to be fair, but that's basically what most of the players on FPS Lounges are experiencing. No access to those abilities that give them that slipperiness. Yeah, and Low Man is just getting chunked down. That life drain seems to last forever when it's coming from John. We're now down to the last stage. Hidden King going to be battered down, and Melee Creeps will have their chance.
Melee Creeps rematch against the Floorman.
Man, I'm not trying to sound BM, but FPS Lounge did put out a tweet saying Night Shift's not ready for us. Looking to dominate here in the first appearance of the Night Shift, but they had to go up against the reigning champions of 18 weeks in a row.
Yeah, kind of funny their first week is against Melee Creeps Church Ultra match.
To reclaim it.
I would have loved to see these play BO3
last week. It was still a decent showing out of FPS Lounge. I will say, I thought this game was going to be a lot more one-sided considering how things started out, but you got to credit like Lefa was able to turn things around, especially with that kill into Ido. At the end of the day, I mean, Melee Creeps, they are the best NA team for a reason.
And again, like, there were just so many of these situations where they're able to eke out macro advantages at so many points, especially in that early game. For me, like, it's Ido feels like he's ever present in this game. All right, he is just, you know, like pretty early on leaving that right side lane, getting involved. You know, I thought that the you know, like, the Dynamo was an interesting sort of facet of this. You know, to see that sort of drafted in alongside that Geist lane is super oppressive. It really feels like you can bully in mid and maybe even free up one.
Put him up.
25 years ago, we started a movement. And we've been leading the charge towards a future of electrified vehicles ever since. Believing in your own path It matters to you. It matters to us.
Hey, coudon, t'es un oiseau rapide en titi, toi. Ben, je bois du Red Bull. Mais tu sais quand même que... Oui, oui, je sais.
Oh, an ad in French, even better. He's Canadian. Surely he knows French. Surely. Surely. Short health per boon back to 46. No longer has minus 3% life steal effectiveness. So they just insta took this off. So Victor's good again, bro. Fuck.
Caught up in that. And obviously, it does, I think, you know, Dynamo's a laning beast, right? You
Beast.
have a really nasty knock-up that has a very nice amount of damage early on in the game.
Dynamo's
You have
a
the
beast in
Aurora,
laning.
you know, you have an annoying gun, and then you have a, you know, ultimate when you can actually get it
Definitely
in
not
play.
bad,
I mean, look at
but
this, like,
that was a bad
that's
ult.
pretty
From
nasty.
Scout.
Singularity used there. Scout was actually picked up, but, you know, despite all the tools that FPS Lounge have to try and protect their Celeste, protect their Mina, there's so much CC.
What a crazy
There's
good
a hook
save.
there. There's a cube. There's a rescue beam.
And they get
again,
turned
when
on,
three silence
though.
waves get brought
Went
into the
from
game,
1-0
you
to
don't have
2-1
access to those tools anymore.
for kills.
That was nice.
This is a good ult.
There we go. Little warp stone into two-player singularity. I'll take it.
Good shit.
Yeah, I mean, he basically did
Scout.
his job there, because again, it's not about those big Christmas singularities we were talking about. It's about just getting one or two players to get those guaranteed kills. I think for me, Saya really did some serious work in this game, just ever present around the map, had a lightning scroll, vortex web as well.
Unkillable John
that castle
King.
to Leffa. It's not very often you see Leffa have a
Unkillable
bad game,
King.
and I'm not saying this is necessarily a horrible game out of him, but it's
Okay,
not the
pretty good.
typical Leffa you see. I mean, the standard
Despite
of
Death's got
Leffa,
his
he
fucking
carries
damage
games
off.
pretty much by himself, but he definitely met his match in this one.
I mean, John
There's-
has over
there's
100k
permadeath, bro. There's
combined
losing fights.
healing and damage in this game. And I would just like the healing in general that melee creeps are able to put up.
It was really even early.
Is pretty disgusting. You know,
And then melee creeps
Saya
just
with,
broke it open
you know, a huge
mid-game.
amount of that as well. The build obviously was, you know, Vortex Web came a little later in
Obviously
the
have to
day.
reduce
Alk
just
Flask, I guess, pretty you know, stock standard non-M1 building Ivy, but it looked really good there. I do. No, I did enjoy that I got to see the Dynamo, but I kind of want to look very
Late
quickly
healing
on
boost
the
is
FPS
interesting
Lounge
too.
side of things, right? Because like Snakes was never really in a position where they were able to take a whole
Maybe
lot
once
of
he
damage.
gets max tether.
The sort of gun bebop build never really came to fruition, even though at one point I felt like there was a considerable power spike where Erebus gets
What if
a
he could've gone
capacitor at a pretty
early instead
reasonable
of
point in the game. It
Healman
looks like
this
he can be a threat, but there's like a lot of like
Probably worth
ground-born hyper beams
the
that get
Healman,
cancelled, just awkward positioning in the lane.
Initiative,
And
Billy.
Leffer is farming side lanes a lot in this game.
Cube.
Trying to get you know as many souls as possible, but feels like they never. You know, we expect to see like a late game hyper carry play style from Leffer. We had the spirit stacking to make those knives really, really nasty, and they do nuke people down. But well, Leffer couldn't stay in these fights long enough to be a real threat.
The thing is, with Spirit Strike out of Erebus and Mystic Vulnerability of Leffa, they do a ton of spirit damage. If you hit a hook and then a knock up from someone out of Bebop, you pair that with Leffa hitting like a dash or serrated blades, and you have Rokane hitting with a rake, someone can pop. But they weren't able to have that happen. I think Erebus got caught a couple of times as they were looking at a fight towards the right-hand side of the map. He got caught by middle as melee creeps pushed into him. They weren't really able to get going with that, and that was one of their secret strategies they used in Free Fest, was having a Mirage and a Bebop together to have the Spirit Strike so Mirage can pop someone. So yeah, not really putting Leffa in a I guess a hero or a position he could carry in with the Shiv, but we got to see some good things out of him at least.
Yeah, I mean, and again for FPS Lounge, they've already shown what they're capable of. Like we saw them burst onto the scene, not in this tournament, but in one recently. You know, again, they're going to have to sit on the sidelines here and watch melee creeps get to renew their right to challenge floor men. Let's have a look at MVP. Let's talk about our MVP of this particular game.
We watched the full interview now.
He felt pretty.
I'll keep an eye on this. Full interview with Mr. Saya.
I'm Elizabeth Marchini. Today's interview is with Saya. If you watch my past two
Follow Liz's channel, by the way. Up and comer, almost monetized. 210 subs away from monetization. Sport Liz. Longtime esports insider, interviewer, analyst, whatever you want to say.
interviews, you may have noticed that both of my interviewees mentioned Saya unprompted.
But Saya is like, he's the freaking tactician of this game. I don't even know. He's like, his brain is a very interesting thing.
But like the people I look up to skill wise, Hoot, D-Mob, John, Saya.
If you've never heard of Saya, in my completely biased opinion, he is the player I think you should get to know first.
True.
A savant of the game whose knowledge is matched by his skill.
Where's Warden? Oh my, massive bunny, massive bunny.
Oh my god.
Warden?
So please grab your tea because this is a conversation with Saya.
Hey guys, it's Liz. Really quickly. So this interview was recorded the Monday before Melee Creeps lost to Floorman, losing that Deadlock night.
We saw this.
John, whoever it may be.
Is just about their gaming experience and how they came to Deadlocks, whether that is like, you know, I started playing like 10 dogs and got here, or etc. Whatever it may be, whatever your career is of how you got here. Just kind of let the audience know how you moved here and how you found yourself Saya of Deadlock.
So the big thing is I definitely just played a lot of Garry's Mod. That's kind of the thing. I just came from playing TTT and Darker P servers. And then
TTT, what?
Before, I think, or after that was the fact that I was in a WoW Mythic raiding group. And my WoW Mythic raiders actually got their hands on an invite to Deadlock, and then they invited me. And then I basically just started playing the game since that.
So it was literally just by like chance they had an invite.
What were the first two games? TTT. What is TTT? TTT game. Trouble in Terrastown? Really?
And you're like, yeah, why not?
So he's a Valve kid?
Kind of thing.
And then he played
What
WoW?
was your first thought?
By the way, Mythic raiding is really hard.
You started playing Deadlock. Because, I mean, WoW and Deadlock are massively different games.
Hayes was broken at the time. So she kind of, I think this was like old Hayes where she like, it was basically a Reaper equivalent Hayes. And so, yeah, I mean, the game was definitely like very unbalanced, but it was also like very fun at the same time. Because, right, as fast as you were dying, people were also just dying at the same speed if you knew how to play your character correctly.
I mean, Hayes may have been broken, but like overall, like kind of entering the Deadlock world, did you think like, oh, this is gonna be fun, or did it kind of like something sparked like, oh, this is like more than fun? Like I really like this. I want to spend more time on this.
I think it was like, you know, I got stomped for probably like 200 hours to be honest. I was like, I think I had fun just because of the fact that it was a new game and it wasn't like I was crashing or anything, or it was just a different, like, refreshing feel compared to every other game that's been coming out. It didn't really feel of like a flavor of the month game that you play with your friends for a bit and then you just drop it and just, you know, let dust in your Steam inventory forever. So that's probably like the big thing for me is I really hate buying flavor of the month games. I like grinding out my games. I mean, most games in my Steam library right now, I have like over 100 hours at the very minimum.
Which are, can you explain? After you take your sip of water, of course, but what games do you have in your Steam library that you have that amount of time in?
I ain't gonna lie, there's like 100.
That's okay. I'm curious.
But I mean, I can give you Garry's Mod, for example. I have 5,000 hours on that. I have Counter-Strike, which I have 2.8k hours on. I got Black Ops 2, which I have 1,000 something plus. Dungeon Defenders, I have like 500 plus. Rust, I have like 500 plus. So I really like to just play out my games a lot more than just, oh, this looks cool. Oh, everybody want to buy it? Okay, let's buy it. Oh, that was fun for a day. Am I ready to look for a different game or what?
That's fair. I think a lot of people can relate to that in the audience. I'm curious about when did you get access to Deadlock?
I believe it was around, I think it's like around October-ish. I would have to look at my Wikipedia page, to be honest.
You would look at your Wikipedia. So you got access and then started competing quickly afterwards?
Yeah, I think it was like, I only played for like 2 weeks and got invited to melee groups.
That is a remarkable thing. Like, to be like 2 weeks into a game and they're like, this one, we want this one. Like,
what's
because like my sibling has a story where like they were invited to FaZe Clan like years ago and they were like, no, that's dumb. You know, like I'm not going to do that. And I think I would be kind of similar. Like if someone invited me to a group or anything like that, especially being so new to a game, I'd probably be like, no, like that's not really my thing. 2 weeks into a game, you say yes to melee creeps. Why?
I don't know. Just kind of seemed fun. I want to try it.
It's literally just like, this could be fun. Like, why not? I'm like I'm not bothered to do it. So like, sure, why not?
I mean, you're still just playing the game.
That's true, but you're playing it. Would you say you're playing it at a different level than you were playing at before?
Definitely my current self. I definitely take it a little bit more serious. But probably when I first tried it, as like, you know, I just want to see how this goes and everything. And, you know, it sounds fun to hop on a comp scene since this game, I mean, the game is just so like unrefined compared to what it is now, right? There's just pixels everywhere, every like little shadows that just don't make sense. So yeah, but I mean the big thing is I got invited by a guy named SC, and I just played support for them, which I have played like basically every role in melee groups before. So I kind of just play whatever we need.
Yeah, I mean, there's a quote from, I think it was Scout, who said that you, besides him, you have the largest hero pool on the team that you both of you could just cover it all. Can you talk about the difference between the Saya? Obviously, you take it a lot more seriously now, but the Saya that started playing with melee creeps versus the Saya now as a player, as you know, like how do you approach it differently? How do you play differently? Obviously, besides like skill, but I would assume you've gotten better. But you know, do you find yourself being a more aggressive player? Do you find yourself seeing someone who kind of sits and thinks about the game a lot?
So I would say probably compared to my old self, at that time I really wasn't in IGL. It was also like my first time playing comp, right? So there obviously it was fun, but I was very nervous because I didn't want to disappoint these guys that had faith in me to perform the role that I got for them. And then, you know, learning more about just communicating more with the team and everything was definitely one of the big things that I need to learn. So I mean, I like to just, you know, stay a little low and just enjoy the game. I like gameplay more than just talking for an eon. So, but you know, now current me, I do IGL for our team. You know, I make sure to be one of our leaders that helps just get everything going, get thoughts through the game. You know, offering this, what we can do. You know, just making sure everyone stays informed for melee creeps, and then, you know, choosing really who's ahead of the game and who I can support to make sure that we can win our team fights the best.
I think it's interesting.
Boom. The Emperor speaks. Lorman time.
When you need a fallback for the M1 role. So yeah, we saw Ivy McGinnis and Warden the entire time from four men. And Silver, because Goober just plays Silver now, apparently. That's all they do. So yeah, and you know, Malakis was allowing them to get these picks consistently over the course of that series and weren't really looking to target them. So yeah, I mean, I found them very enjoyable matches to go back over and watch. But yeah, very quickly as well, shout out to our patrons, by the way, who really help keep the lights on for us here. Patreon.com/deadlock night shift, guys. Big shout out to you all here for supporting us. Just keep the lights on. Obviously, like cover those ops costs. This obviously, this goes towards supporting the product, the business, so to speak. Keep the lights on. It's less about the prize pool for the players, but yeah, we appreciate you very much. And I believe we were hoping to do a graveyard shift with peer content, but we had a bit of obviously delay today. Everything's gone a bit late. It's been a longer day, so just waiting on confirmation on that. But obviously we'll try and get that to you guys ASAP. If you want the first look at exclusive interview content with some of the top personalities in the Deadlock scene, patreon.com/deadlock night shift is where you need to be. And of course, big shout out to our $250 board members, Afax Damo, Matthew S, and Tetsuo. Love you guys. Thank you everybody who is on there. Appreciate you allowing us to do this and give back to you guys. Let's talk rosters, Jason. Let's talk floor men. They've done it. They've gotten themselves in the top spot here. Now, though, in Shift 31, it feels like a lot is changing. A lot is moving out here in NA. But suffice to say, we've got some very, very known names from the NA Deadlock world.
Well, first of all, I have to be like, Zeno, why did you choose Abrams as your hero? Because you've been playing nothing but Ivy's son. I mean, maybe we need to change that for him. But yeah, very, very well recognized. I mean, AVG, he's been on the winning melee creeps roster before in the past. DMB's been on quite a few different teams as well, but always towards the top. Goober, I mean, he had finally a breakthrough in Sneaky Golem, if you remember that name, which feels like ages ago.
Rokai was on that team, yeah.
And then he gets like dropped from the roster and then comes back eventually within Floorman, and he's been putting on a clinic. For me, definitely one of the, I can't even say up and comers. He's definitely one of the top players in the region, I would say, and I would I would commit to saying that even, you know, weeks, months from now. But then you have Rocker League, like you this is a star-studded lineup. And I think the scariest thing about them for me, Uber, how excited they were winning Night Shift last week, because they have been grinding. If you're talking about Leviathan going time and time again up against Abrahams and never winning, like pushing a rock up that hill, Florman finally had that breakthrough last week. And honestly, I think they definitely have a good chance to defend it here. It's just if they can keep their composure and honestly work with what works for them, most importantly, because Goober, I mean, his silver was great last week.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. DMB obviously going up against his former team, you know, is a fun narrative to follow here. Rockers Celeste last week in game number 1 was fantastic. This team has definitely got all the makers of champions, and they're finally starting to enjoy that position. So let's see if they can hold on to that, of course, because they are going to be going up against familiar foes at this point, guys. It is a Melee Creeps awaiting them. We just saw Melee Creeps get past FPS Lounge, and honestly what ended up being a pretty comfortable game. Do was on the Apollo looking fantastic. Ido Silver really quite astonishingly good. These guys are here to stay, and they put on a masterclass for us now.
I think
production started, bro. Let me see draft first.
This is probably one of the most interesting drafts actually. Is going to be this match in particular, because Goober's Viscous is so good that it almost warrants a ban out of Melee Creeps, but then you allow them to pick some of these other high priority heroes. For them, at least when it came to Beginnis, with Ivy, with Silver, with, I mean, I don't think Warden's gonna be a top 3 pick, to be honest. But then also, I mean, you have to worry about from the other end of that spectrum is Saya playing Kelvin, because he's that good when it comes to Kelvin in particular. They have to worry about any potential pocket bans. And when Melee Creeps beat them last week in that second map, it came down to having Pocket on their team up against that opposing lineup with that max level affliction, 0 healing done, and allows you to just snowball a fight from there. But yeah, I don't even know who to look at in particular. If you're gonna try to match up 2 players in particular between these 2 teams, I don't even know who I can choose, because it's really, you can just pick a name out of a hat and it works.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. We're going to try and do that though, because it is fun. I do want to see Do show us what his Pocket is capable of. I want to see Saya on the page again. Obviously, just a fantastic facilitator. This guy used to be the pick, you know, player on most of his teams, and then sort of, you know, just found a spot as a support player and was fantastic. Also, does Venator get through here as well? Because that's something that's, you know, has been targeted pretty heavily via bans. Abrams, is he still just as powerful? Obviously, the, you know, the damage per
protection going to run out for the drafting events? Please.
Seismic Slam's become more powerful.
Please.
But those are all things we can look forward to.
Bolivians like calling us.
Hopefully, pretty soon.
Okay.
We can do it now. Fuck it. Let's do it live.
I was born in Bolivia. What is going on in chat?
Okay, take it away.
All right, Melee Creeps.
The picks.
Decide to not go first pick.
Yeah. Okay. I was kind of hoping to do what I did with the bounty thing and just read the screen. Do you know what I mean? But we again, like, so we should expect like Pocket to be looked at pretty closely.
Interesting.
The Ivy ban is okay. That's pretty spicy, considering that it was Floormen that were
looked
abusing
good last game.
Bejesus out of it. Last time we saw them playing.
Will we see a Mirage ban?
Okay.
Mirage.
Sorry, my dog's in my room wanting to say hi. Yeah, I thought it would actually be the other way around. That Melee Creeps would take it away, so I think it kind of helps that.
Floorman, I'm assuming they'll first pick Silver.
With the Mirage ban coming through, you could see Viscous coming in for Goober in top 3. I don't know if they'll necessarily make it through the turn in the second set of bans as well, but when it comes to first pick here, I mean, where do you go? There's still a lot of options.
Silver is open.
Celeste, okay.
Celeste, Silver, both first pickable here, I think. You know, we've kind of gone away from the need for like specifically pick initiator type heroes here. If you leave the Silver open past the first rotation, it could be quite interesting, because I don't think it's going to get past the second phase of bans. Apollo's being pretty highly valued here. Do is going to run it back on the Apollo. Looked pretty sick.
Apollo Venator. Venator's also up.
Interesting. So do they lock in
go Geist
Silver here, or Venator for John?
We're leaving Pocket open.
Venator.
Yes.
And so we'll probably see a Silver.
Pocket's necessarily too big of a worry. I think Pocket generally will be like a response pick to
Silver,
because you can obviously just eliminate all the healing that he can do, especially if you go towards one of those heavy healing supports. I mean, for Saya right now, there even is a Sinclair as a possible pickup here if we do have a Pocket.
Silver Kelvin. You go Kelvin here too.
Always can play that in his back pocket.
Yeah, obviously like
I guess Scout would be doing it this time. Not sure. Depends.
Saya has played Sinclair. He played it in the previous series. In fact, both he and Scout played Sinclair in that series last week. So yeah, it is possible. It's funny. You do open yourself up to getting Sinclair as soon as you pick someone with such a powerful ultimate. Lady Geist here for Floorman. It does feel like they're just snapping up the
pick up the good P1s.
M1 carry as Venator is off the table, and you don't want to give melee creeps both. That would be a pretty bad idea.
Pocket.
So one more pick here, of course.
I wouldn't mind a pocket.
There Kelvin. Okay, Kelvin.
They're gonna ban
Kelvin picked up here.
Ban pocket. They're gonna ban pocket. You have to ban pocket here.
True.
There's nowhere to leave pocket open to Florman to punish you.
Well,
Kelvin
you get
picked
pick
pocket
here,
ban,
so they can pick pocket.
busted on melee creeps, especially with Ivy off the table. Like you don't have a really healing oriented support left. Yeah, there it is. Pocket banned away.
Well, you got Rem, you got Paige. Like Rem can work decently well when you have a heavy frontline team because you just bounce between all of them. And of course, now that the change that your nap time, you become unstoppable in tier 3. That can be quite effective too. You can't be gut shot into a wall, as ZP likes to do to Rems in every single one of his games.
Shift
that he was talking about for us.
It makes it sound so easy.
I like Shift ban. Shift Kelvin would have been really strong.
Doesn't sound easy at all. But
here's the secondary frontliner to go. They could go Abrams. They could go.
See what the spirit stacking
can
do to
I think Apollo's kind of fake, so I think Billy is probably more the direction they'll go. They go Mina though.
Foreman though, they didn't run support.
You can take away frontliners here if you're Foreman if you want. You can take away the Billy. I think Billy's server is good.
They had Ivy. In all
those Abrams both have good setup for silver.
I mean, she does have healing, but you max ult, and then I believe you do max heal after that. It is a lot of healing, to be fair.
They go Billy, yep.
But I don't know if they're gonna lean into.
So they're gonna force them on Abrams if they want a second frontliner, or Yamato, and then Yamato Apollo's kind of
long. That I think you outlast.
They do have a dome to kind of support them though.
And they do have a lot of protection for them too, so they could actually see them in Guinness.
Yeah. This comp for Florman is unbelievably hard to pin down. Okay, the Viscous.
Curious who's going to be playing the silver then.
All right. How do you feel about it in the previous game? Obviously, it could be a Goober pick, right? Goober could be going back to this.
That's 100% going to be a Goober pick, which means someone else is going to be playing the silver. But that's
and
kind
he'll
of
probably go ball.
Goober showing silver last week gives you to their team because they see silver and they're like, okay, well, they're probably not going to pick Viscous now, or most likely won't be picking it.
So they go.
But Goober's Viscous is
the Dynamo
completely different than Hydration. You saw Hydration playing safe, playing passive, using Rescue Beam, cubing people, pulling them away. Goober's like, no, I don't play that support game. I play aggressive. Because he technically can pop Mina if he wants to. But I believe he does go for his like Puddle Punch Max as his initial build, and then his ball. If you didn't see the clips from last week or 2 weeks ago of him just bouncing on it time and time,
we shall see.
John's rate, that's what it was. Bouncing on him time and time again, full killing him from 100% health to 0. It's a very scary thing.
How does the Drifter fit into this composition?
Rem, so it's going to be a ball Viscous. I really like Foreman's draft.
I'm going to leave that support pick to a little
I really like it. I'm going 10k on him. I really like Foreman's draft.
On the Drifter, yeah.
I'm looking at the Eternal Knight, his ultimate. You're never going to see Dynamo coming. He's going to warp stone into you, and he's just going to appear and he's going to give you the singularity. That is a very scary combo, if I'm honest with you. If you can work around that well, the synergy between that, then you have again like Venator, which John goes for the grenade max, not the gut shot max.
They don't have a lot to deal with the Dynamo, but I don't know, man.
Pairing them together, grouping them together with a Nox Nostra, so you can't do anything
like
after you're out of a singularity as well, plus Apollo, the Autonomy Lusan. They have such a strong wombo combo team for melee creeps, but also they have like a decent chase too, because Kelvin can get extremely fast to slow people down. Apollo's gonna be in your face. Dynamo, if he gets a knock
Rem can bounce around all 3 of these.
It's very hard to go against melee creeps if they get some momentum.
With the Vitality buff, Phantom Strike, really rush for the ball might actually be good now.
Easy to forget that Eternal has that like the
Fisk, he's calling us. Maybe it's time.
Maybe it's time.
Right, so yeah, that is pretty brutal to sort of bounce back from.
Maybe it's time.
Okay, I feel like why am I banging the same narrative drum as the previous game? Florman seemed very slippery, very hard to catch, but melee creeps, conversely, are playing a composition that any one or 2 of these heroes can lock you in place and make it impossible. Even like the Kelvin beam, basically every aspect of this comp has elements that can really make it hard for you to slip out of their grasp.
Melee creeps is squishy. You have a lot of healing. You have Dynamo and Kelvin together, so you have to be aware of that. You're going to need to see some Akil Banes coming in, probably out of Geist for them, which is most likely going to be DMB. But they're very squishy. So if you get a catch, I think you can easily snowball a fight against them. Maybe use the nap time to set up fights. You're going to see AVG on the Billy. He specifically plays the Billy in a way that he looks for those chain gangs to open up fights for his team. So you're going to have to keep an eye on that, where he's coming from. If you're melee creeps, this is gonna be really interesting, man. Like honestly, Florman, they had a taste of victory. I think they want the whole thing, and this is their chance to have it happen yet again.
Shout out Sideshow.
I think they're getting ahead early. This is gonna be a tough game for him. We'll see. Honestly, like really good last early game though. So we'll see.
Thanks for coming by. It is Floormen versus Melee Creeps now, and it is Melee Creeps looking
Viscous
to ascend to the throne. To take back what is theirs and to start to stack that extra bounty.
Apollo,
Let's dive into the Curse Apple and see how it all plays out. We're going to have the Viscous and Lady Geist for Floormen in mid versus the Venator and the Dynamo. So it feels like the M1 carry and Dynamo get put together in mid and are a real pain in the neck.
Pretty sure this
trying to
Venator Dynamo is going to
on the right side here as well. I see the Billy and Rem paired up against the Drifter and Apollo.
So Xeno, I really want to see what he's going to do on his Rem here, because when you play one hero specifically like his Ivy, or in the past like his Yamato, you have to have a second hero ready to go, knowing that you're going to be the focus of bans going forward. But we actually don't see AVG going to be on the Billy this time. I thought he was going to be playing the Billy, and League would be on the Silver. So I wonder if Lee's going to play a similar route for him and his team. On the other side,
to be honest with you, I have not liked Idle Drifter, so I kind of like this. Idle Drifter has not looked...
And dude taking over the Mina role. So
great.
That's actually like a big switch up, because you would normally associate Mina with Ido on this team.
I'm struggling with this Drifter still. I think I understand theoretically how it's supposed to form part of the game plan, but telling me that they use the Endless Night to make sure you don't see the Wombo coming seems pretty out of pocket. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. Obviously, Rocky is on the Celestia again, which he looked fantastic in game last week's championship match, game 1.
Billy with the support.
Deathless, 50k souls, you know, he was basically doing it. So keeping our
Xeno's been looking good last couple weeks though.
Honestly, we're here on the right hand side of the map here, but this gets a little bit messy. Sigil comes out here, targeting obviously a little bit of extra health. It's really feeling hard at times for the Billy to hang. There is a fair bit of pressure in this lane, very spammy, very zippy, this little bit Apollo constantly dipping back and
looking at trade.
Slices
okay, just fucking yo.
You have to be really careful in that lane. That's a lot of damage you're coming your way. With Apollo and Drifter together, you have spirit damage.
The character is totally fine and balanced. Just fucking rakes the tier 1 camp, by the way.
You'd be very careful about. Obviously, Drifter can do a lot of spirit damage too, especially with that Stalker's Mark.
Can you do it with extra spirit and burst?
You really have to respect. I wouldn't be surprised
to
see Scout actually go for a lot of like early game roams and leave John to his own devices in towards middle.
Yep.
Because obviously, like the Kinetic Pulse, it was like kind of nerfed in the sense that if it's not maxed out, you really don't have big range on it. So it's really hard to be impactful early on unless you can really close that gap. We already see kind of Goober doing a mimic here. Spots him out on the rotate here, looking for some boxes, and Goober very quick to get around the map. Very hard to see.
Well, we're fucking full sending on this Dynamo. Okay.
Yes, the bomb they're thrown out.
Okay.
Very deep Floormen. They are looking very confident with
they
that
win zone control. Floormen are really good at this.
Which I might surprise you considering all the tools that Dynamo brings to the lane, but like you mentioned,
they get all the Melee Creep side boxes for this.
It's also a rotate here into towards this left side jungle.
This is where we're going to see like the meta evolve and stuff, where like if this blade has proud, they can actually just hard push and then collapse.
Not too far away. I mean, yeah, talk about the Stalker's Mark obviously giving you like a virtual Phantom Strike effect. Could be very powerful if you want to, you know, add any debuffs or, you know, have any active items.
Scout, I don't think was actually near, guys. I think they're on different elevation.
Keep an eye for that. Backstabber picked up, of course, as the rush item, a tier 2 straight away for the Drifter.
Good old Stalker being picked up.
I don't know if I like
Backstabber or Stalker better, but I mean, Stalker kind of fits.
That's so
cool. The name on it. But it kind of fits Drifter quite well. But one thing I did notice though, on the mini map while this was happening, Scout, he went for the box run on his side of the jungle on the right hand side of the map. But DMB was there, and DMB pushed him back out to base again. So Scout had to go back to base twice now, sitting at 2.3 thousand souls. Not a big difference compared to the rest of his team, because there is an advantage the fact that John's at 3.5 and about to hit his Era Domini in just a few moments. Did you see potentially dive come in on towards this Guardian, but even being turned around as a retreat, a full retreat coming in.
Late punch.
AVG low on the left-hand side of the map here. Looks like the chase will be
saved it to confirm the fish cake kill.
That was the splatter that did connect.
Fish gets away really low.
Fish cake getting shot in the back a hell of a lot. Uber kind of everywhere at once, this guy. Loves himself a bit of a punch build. And he's getting pretty active now, moving across the map, maybe even intervening here through mid, because there's a pretty immense amount of pressure going on underneath that Guardian. On the right-hand side here, gotta watch out for Ido. Does not have Vitani Lusan at the ready. Thank you very much, Mamoru, for the $22 tip. This could be dangerous here for Xeno. Caught out, Fish
nice
Cake.
Too,
able to close the gap and chase him down.
That's the downside.
Ooh, and it gets out.
As Rem, you really depend on your teammate to help you out here. I think that's going to be a kill come in for League, though.
Berries.
She might turn around with the repos coming through.
Repost. Repost. I'm going to say different every time.
Very, very careful.
Repostal.
Parry or repost.
Reposte.
Fights on their head.
Well,
I don't think I'd want to be here at all.
Rock
is able to finish the job. Already off to another
good
start.
Gets caught by John somehow.
Goober eliminated. That's through mid. John.
I think he was starting on scout and just got turned on.
Even been Aerodomini involved in that kill, or at least in the lead up to it. But one thing for sure is Goober was not getting out of there alive.
Yeah, but I mean, you've already seen like the difference between Goober and Hydration, right? Hydration would sit in lane for the most part. Goober's been rotating around the map. Zada closes things out at DMB with the Atani Losa. And as that happened, Goober gets a kill on the scout in towards middle at the exact same time. But the pressure's coming to this right-hand lane because we see Ido go for a gang middle. Very smart play to Foreman to just full shove onto this guard and get it down to about half HP.
He's going to rotate in, but doesn't really want to take a fight. Like you mentioned, that ultimate is not available here. Might still have to fight for it. Sigil used to try and gain some ground. And Rem poke, pretty annoying. Here's the flawless advance, a little bit of poke damage. This does not signify a full commitment, of course, from the Apollo. Oh, John just getting out. He knows it. Yep, Goober turns up, bro. Oh, you know he knows how to get it done. Picks off the Venator.
I'm pretty sure John was just seeing Goo in his nightmares and his dreams last week after what happened, the punishment he was constantly dealt. Actually, it was 2 weeks ago, I should say.
Yeah, last week it was Silver City for him, for Goober, rather.
Please stop bowling me and biting me, man.
Those rockers on Celeste. Damn,
it's been
DB on
tough.
Ghost.
I think for John playing against
check out that
Goober
DB would for sure be
again,
able to
that's just the difference in Goober and other Vistas in NA. And I would say even, I would even argue that no one in EU plays Vistas like this either. I think D-Mod may be the closest, but I don't know if teams want to play around a Viscus of this style, or if it just doesn't work in EU because teams don't play against it. I'm not really sure the answer on that one.
I love it though. It's this Mystic Burst, Arcane Surge, Compress Cooldown. And again, like Goober's got some pretty fantastic movement, knows how to get around the map. Chain Gang means that there's no way just getting out of this. Apparently that was a worthwhile expense there for League. Guarding those going to be picked up in
Dynamo make use of their push.
And it's the first of the game full.
Dynamo can start moving now.
As we talked about with a Dynamo, a singularity on one person is going to be
Scout
worth it.
immediately hugging this left side. Doesn't have ult here. They used it to kill DMB.
Stop the rot here in some of these lanes. Keep them a little bit more honest. Keep Ido, maybe support his lane a little bit more as they
for
go
Mr. Rem.
A little bit of engage on him, but again, uses the repost to get away. But also the decay picked up for Rem. I mean, it does do some serious work against this team, and it does actually help quite a bit with the amount of healing they have.
I don't know if I love it.
Yeah, we're gonna keep our eyes on
the Mina. They have the Kelvin.
Pretty important.
John is gonna go
healing reduction.
Shield healing.
It's always something that you want to try and bring in. Of course, you're going up against the Kelvin composition, so also and Dynamo. So happy to bring that in here. Cold Sack going to be the first tier 3 for John, and he's going to trade that in for some value immediately.
Going for Cultist, would have to go extra size on his grenades. Rocker again. I mean, you talked about Rocker just popping off last week. It was on the Celeste.
Uber and Rocker
playing really well so far here at 6.8k. Not quite leading the entire lobby as John's at 9.2.
Yeah, John be farming.
Ridiculous stuff out of him, soaking up every
kills early
on this map.
And now he's hitting tier 3s.
That's so dirty. He's obviously been given much of this farm by Scout, who, despite this, is still doing fairly well for himself, all things considered. But 9.5.
Did Rem steal that Sinners, by the way?
Messed up, bro.
Rem got that Sinners still over here.
Velocity, close quarters, and recharging rush here for Saya. A little bit of a different build out of Kelvin.
Saya looking
not gonna have much spirit power just yet. You still haven't quite hit.
Just was gonna go for the spike.
But if you remember the good old days of Kelvin, his gun was so damn deadly, though. I expect to see a transition soon here for Saya.
I mean, I think he's really trying to make sure he can consistently get the recharging rush procs off, right? Because you only have 3.5 seconds to do the damage, which is like 200, I want to say. But getting a grenade charge back for that, Jason, might just be worth investing some like tier 1 items into like more like consistently hitting that threshold. Oh, I'm not the expert on it. Let's see how it plays out.
I mean, it looks like he is maxing
his grenades. Spamming the Mina.
Yep. Does eventually get her too, so he definitely wants to have this off as possible, and even maybe rapid recharge to come through. As now John with that 10,000 souls.
John getting what the kids call hit crime.
Oh,
good jump though.
Over the rushing ram and comes back over the wall to get back towards his guardian.
He's so tanky, man. The Battlefield's doing some serious work there.
Huge too.
Again, I don't know if you're going to get. He's again just trying to play on his guardian. He realizes he might be in trouble, but can he be
just stall enough time for Lee to get traded by Mina though?
League gonna fall. AVG here. So has to respect what the Mina is capable of doing. Do it 7k souls, so still reasonable. Even if AVG is stronger.
Fuck this, shoot star.
Just got tired of trying to just dance around that billboard with dude. He's like, I'm just shoot your guardian, then just peace out.
Scout dead too.
So we did see Sai go down. Maybe Scout's gonna fall as well. Goober on the chase yet again here. And Scout should be dying.
Okay, nice little swaggy cube. John trying to reposition Goober, who will puddle punch his way up to relative safety.
splatter straight into the ground so that John couldn't chase him up that way because he would just take double damage from splatter.
Just
yep.
Did not
maybe for a second I'm like, that's not puddle punch, that's splattering. Okay, fair enough.
Uber knows.
All right, speaking of puddle punch, it's used obviously to disrupt that location. He's the Arctic Beam to try and hold League in place. Okay. Radiant Dagger's also going to be committed to this. Yeah, this is pretty important. Again, we're fighting for the earn take, folks. Dazzling Trickle going to protect Rocker through a little bit of these early salvos now, but do keep an eye on Sire's health bar. He does not have Arctic Shelter ready, but League is going to fall first. Sire eventually goes down, so a trade here. Frontliner, though, lost for Floorman.
Rim gets chomped.
There's the slam from Scout, and
Scout
looks like
also has his gun buffer now.
Here for Floorman. No, still where it was in the first place. DMB traded out for Ido. Who's really left here to do damage? AVG and Rock are still in the fight. Silver's across the map, excuse me. Scout goes down. Goober again. He's going to be the last man standing here.
Despite the early gun buys, they get outdueled.
This is huge for Floorman.
Yeah, no frontline, no tankiness inherently within their team. And Goober just really not being touched for most of the fight.
Literally those, by the way. That was like
around the edges of that fight.
Perfect example
pick up the burn here. If AVG can take this kill against Zoo, or at least force him back, there's a good chance that they can actually take this burn as well. Go straight for the Guardian, realizing there's maybe a chance he won't survive this one. Not to mention the reinforcements going to be here in just a second out of Fish Cake. I don't really see you getting yourself out of this one, AVG.
Yeah, as low as he is, this is going to be a tough
He isn't backed out.
Oh, no way.
He isn't backed out.
That's wild. Okay, well,
heard Jason talking shit.
Appears to be out of there. He is home and hosed.
Goober's already ready on the drop off here. They're outnumbered though.
Taken by Rocker, who again has been so annoying.
John's taking a 1v1 on the left side here.
It's not guaranteed the Venator can do that. Well, I tell you that is cursed completely. Rocker is taken down on that split push.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You made me feel better after saying
their Guardian.
He doesn't escape this, and then he
Rocker
does.
got turbo shit on by John.
We had to both curse it.
So John's going to get this Guardian left side.
Very quick succession. I'm quite impressed with us. I digress. His chain gang goes over on this location. Is there a turn in? You better believe it.
And uses the cube to confirm some.
Instantly. Tag along getting passed around. Plenty
punches
of
out. The K taking on him though.
Guys, a Goober managed to get a splatter kill on him. I'm not really sure. Either way, that is going smart. Frozen Shelter there. Becomes a little bit too late in the day now, as melee creeps might not have much to fight for anymore here.
At least one advantage for melee creeps is that once Sai gets a couple more levels and starts investing points in a Frozen Shelter, it's going to do a lot of healing. It is going to be quite ridiculous what he can pull off, not to mention cleansing like heal banes off so you can heal your team as well.
True.
But we're not really, I mean, John John's at 16,000 souls. Like, even though it's not been looking good for melee creeps, John John's been farming away. And he, as we saw in the last game on the guys, he can carry these games, especially if he has people play a semi-frontline for him, which I think Ido and Saya, even Fishcake, are going to try to do. This game's not over whatsoever. He's just giga farmed at this point.
It's fine. Gotta respect this Ido.
Yes,
eventually he's gonna be forced away from this farm. In fairness, he was in enemy territory. Now there might be a collapse.
That's what going now.
Melee creeps still heavily invested in defending that mid
guard. Now.
Still up 13 minutes into the game.
1,800 prize pools. Crazy this week, by the way.
Power spikes, you're gonna know about.
You'd love to see it.
Really, as you pointed out, we're just really heavily investing into keeping this alive and actually getting aggressive to look for these sinners. See Goober come on in with the puddle punch. And again, as you know, you have to be very careful. He has healing Nova. He does a lot of healing when he attaches to someone.
Doesn't have vitality spike though.
And of course, the decays. I mean, we're seeing multiple.
I guess on Rem, you're not really worried about getting the spike as much anymore.
One for Xeno. I think there's maybe even one more out there as well. But also,
little squishy boy.
Spirit sap on top of this, so he can shred some of the spirit resist. Maybe he can go towards focus lens later on.
Shit on my
but Dude's gonna lose the 1v1 against DMB, and that's kind of huge.
Without swap,
that gives him that +1, that man advantage to look for a fight somewhere else, and maybe even push down some damage on towards a Walker.
Cooper's still
cooking.
A ton of
extra pressure on that right side. Like eventually, someone from melee creeps is gonna have to answer this, which means they can't afford to spend as much time lingering in mid. Looks like they feel like they need to make the play here. Either way, League is trying to surge forward. Mindful though of Sire's position, then over the top there's a Frost Grenade to try and slow him down. Ido chomping the bit here to.
Oh, if I knew League didn't have stamina, they could have ran him. New health bar would have killed Bleak here if they had it on.
Being pulled in towards mid. Floorman, just as invested as melee creeps are in defending that Guardian, Floorman absolutely want to knock it down.
Has melee creeps just decided to say, okay, John, we're just going to give you full carry mode. 20k now.
Yeah, John's fucking
try to hold the right-hand lane. He loses the fight against DMB, which is really not good because they want him to have some extra damage as well. Luckily, they still have Ido for a lot of extra spirit damage.
Finally, we get this mid
honestly, I think
Guardian for Floorman. Good shit. Buffs up soon.
Who are you going to start to favor?
Yeah. Might go 2-0 for melee creeps.
A lot of eggs to put in one basket.
They're set up
a basket that
on
can
this
be
red
chain
side.
Ganged, that can be goo balled, that can be slapped. There's a number of ways to,
Will they get pickup as well?
bowler them.
They know one's not this left side. I think they know John's here. I don't know if League can match John, bro. I don't think League should be over here.
We'll see if it pays out from LA Creeps. You can definitely see where their investment is going. Nox Nostra is in play right now. Looks like, yeah, we saw a nap time come out. Dorian just trying to reposition here a little bit if he possibly can. These silence waves are starting to become a bit of a
ball is balling.
LA Creeps, and yeah, that siren
Luke keeps getting rinsed.
The main source of healing's gone before he could deploy that frozen shelter. And now, as you can
John
imagine,
slides over to mid.
The race for this right side walker is going to be on. Ern picked up behind all of this. Scuba might have been taken down, but there might be an acceptable loss here if you are Florman.
John's fighting AVG now.
Yeah, get that turned in. But this is where Melee Creeps are trying to pressure. They're not going to give this one up for free. Look at John.
On him. Scouts here with ult.
He wasn't in that previous fight, so out of the tunnels, we're going to see him come in a moment. I'm quite sure.
Yeah, he's just
ridiculous
dead,
damage.
by the way.
Entanglement is not going to save Scout at all. AVG's picked
He's trying to follow up on John and Ida, but
side, and in the end, John hasn't really looked to
really good rotate here from John.
Walker picked up by Ida,
shoves in left side, just comes over mid.
Those two are looking dangerous.
Uses pressure really well.
24.
Do everyone with stacked right side for Ern.
A really good point here, Uber, is the fact that John's just not really being in these fights, and for Melee Creeps to lose like 1 or 2 players without their main carry there.
And then they're show up for the drop off.
Good trade.
Really good macro from MLC. Really good, really good.
John was in the fight, and John can be that impactful with what he's currently got built at this 24K mark. And I would
it's not here now.
They need to start bringing in
pressure and push this really has, but Florman's got to send it now.
Get some farm to catch up. Use John's power spikes to their advantage. We do see the Ern looking to be actually dunked here in a second by Xeno. He's on the rem here looking for the jump. Frozen Shelter to deny the area though, and they're going to lose some players. So actually, Saya the one to go down.
Went too early.
Getting the turn it in, and it's Singularity being thrown down just to deny the turn in themselves. They take down Rocker with John.
They're using so much here though. Rocker did die.
Slam that comes down from League here. Owen does get turned in, and Xeno really.
They need like a clean rinse here though.
Scout is down. They already made use of the Singularity and the Frozen Shelter at the start of the fight.
Dude's getting free right Walker.
Melee Creeps to take such a big risk in stopping that Urn from being turned in. A relatively close fight.
They don't get it very clean though. They can't like turn this into mid boss. I don't think. John can just free hit them. They're gonna try to mid. I don't think they can mid boss. I think this is bad. I think this is bad.
Melee Creeps have a tendency to, even in lost fights, be able to find something of value elsewhere on the map. Florman, think about this mid boss for a moment. And
there's no way they could do this. John would just free hit them, nade them.
They might actually end up losing.
Timers are too short.
They gotta be careful. Waves are pushing this left lane Walker.
Good back from MLC. Really good. 2 Walkers up now. They're dropping waves on this left side though. Someone's gotta go this left side.
Call for Foreman to say, okay, we're not gonna go for this. We're not gonna go for this.
Save it for John. Okay.
So Frost Grades aren't maxed here for Saya, so I'm assuming he has invested.
So he just goes gun into standard.
Healing booster picked up too. But even with that, he still died to League inside that Frozen Shelter, which, I mean, he needs to have another
this is like his tempo buys.
Sure he can help support him.
Where he's just winning lane, so he goes this.
But the thing is, you can technically Frozen Shelter an enemy.
Because he was with the Mina, so.
And then Quantum Entanglement.
I just want to support the Mina.
So you leave the enemies in the shelter if you ever wanted to, just kind of keep them away.
Close quarters has value this game, right? Like,
it does feel like Saya was just caught there. Really
kind of contradicts itself though, right? Because you kind of want to be in the shelter to heal, but also you don't want to be the only one in the shelter on your team when there's like 2 enemies in there. So
yeah, I mean, it's not an invulnerability button, that's for sure. You can definitely swing fights in your favor, but you need people to supply the deeps, and that was not the case. Again, I do feel like it was a bit of a reaction just to stop a premature own turn in, but then the same was from the Singularity. Like, I don't think there was anything set up in order to follow up on that. Was John
out though.
In position
Stalin got them a lot.
No, just felt like
got them the right side Walker
in the fight.
And like they lose Ern, they're only down 2k. Like it was good macro.
A crossing of wires that John also like is
centered on Do here. Look at the drain damage, bro. Look at the drain.
Dangerous here for Do. A lot is being invested to try and defend this Walker, and
it's redrained.
Not looking pretty. They are going to fall.
Guys fucking one-shot him a drain. Maybe hit like 4 shots, maybe.
Blue Walker
and they get Walker.
By Floorman. They've recovered. They've gotten busy. What's happening on the left, though? There's something brewing here as well.
Team B's ready to fight Scout too.
Who doesn't really, again, seem to be where the epicenter of action is, but he's up to 28k souls.
Yeah, I kind of want to say, you can't fight that. If you're Foreman, you can't fight into John with having Sai there to support him. He does have max Frozen Shelter now, okay, so he's going to have a ton of healing if you're inside of this.
So you put 2 points into
well, so you can put out even more
and then max
during these fights. I'm assuming Scout went with a really similar build with the Kinetic Pulse first.
Kind of makes sense, right? Like you're not going to have your spirit investment, so getting the improved scaling now doesn't make a ton of sense.
Rejuvenating Aura, just Aurora, Rejuvenating Aurora.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's
nice. Versus getting the debuff cleanse, it's kind of nice.
Yep. Okay, no, he's maxing Kinetic. Oh, sorry, yes, yeah, he's got some points in Aurora, but no, he's left.
Really works on here.
Yeah, he went Quantum Max
same stomp build, super efficient.
Game, so I guess he's going into the extra healing that they're going to need in this fight to help sustain and survive. And Most just keep John
are missing some ults
here.
Rocker gets
You don't want to bite off more than you can chew here. Again, like you want to be able to run around.
No one even goes for the spread side.
You need to get that 3
what if
max
John's
on
going
to
to bootleg over there after he plays wave?
In a fight. Getting that healing deployed. Florman spread across.
I must see you're going to get double buff again.
It gives you a lot of movement speed too to your team. So it's like it's really good to chase as well, or to help someone escape if you need to. So it's not a bad shout.
You really I feel like you really need to be able to you almost need the T3 on Aurora to make use of the T1, because there's no point giving move speed to everyone when you can't move. you just like you want to be able to
using the abilities to help disengage, like your connect and stuff like that. It's definitely troublesome, but also side going down is quite troublesome too.
Or they have to send it on blue here.
Walker on the left-hand side for melee creeps and defend an turn at the same time. Though I don't know if you can defend this alone here on the Walker, as Ida will try.
Maybe she's a little too scared. He wasn't watching map, or they weren't calming map. They saw 4 on mid, or at least 3.
You're not going to see him commit to defending any of these walkers. He might be he sees an opportunity to
League
shove
knows,
the wave out, and
knows
that's because he sees Owen heading towards the right side. So he's kind of correctly assuming that floor men aren't really invested in pressuring.
Oh, big swap from DMBs.
Here's a bit of a fight
Leap
here.
comes in.
Soul Exchange going to be used there, which is map time also catching on. That is not good at all. Fishcake trying to find his fight, placing that fight, and John is always going to be the target, focused down. Kind of sick movement there from Goober, just quietly gets past that kinetic blast and he's ready to go to work. But John's out of the fight. Ida now needs to pick up the slack as one of the other Fed players on his team alongside Do. Inside the frozen shelter though, now Saya has been able to put that together.
Fucking Cube. Rescue value.
Cube used though to protect AVG. He will emerge and doesn't really want to be the center of attention. The Walker goes down on the left side finally. His Rocker is also building up a pretty impressive soul total himself.
Bro, the fact that AVG dives in a frozen shelter against 2 players, and he gets away with the help of Goober.
1 point into Path. I think he's going to max nade now.
Macro win at a Floorman, and that's something I've been saying about.
So he's delaying a 6Ks for this.
Macro has drastically improved. It seemed like every week melee creeps would get double buffs and get earn and turn it in and just slowly whittle away their opponents, but they're not getting it so free anymore. I feel like teams have started to wise up to it, and Floorman, whatever they change within their team and the comms,
that pick on the left side just completely fucked them.
It's just complete 180 to how they play.
Yeah, Walker for it and earn.
I am blatantly
Floorman's macro's been really good.
To ask you, Jason. At what point does the drifter pick make sense?
Yeah. Soon. Hear my words. You know what?
TM.
I can see a short video being made of like that question.
Like I know we hate Abrams, but like
quick flash forward.
If there was an Abrams here, I'd feel so much better about this game, bro.
Eternal Darkness.
10 minutes later. Exactly. You just see the death screen. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how it plays out. Still a lot of pressure on melee creeps as they extend into mid and are very quickly bundled on out of there. Floorman are trying to posture potentially for a bait around mid boss here, or at least use this positive lane push on the extremities to go in and take some of these neutral creeps away from melee creeps. And you better believe melee creeps, the macro masters of the past at least, are going to fight for this.
Macro
also,
masters.
It is the last
masters, he says.
Defending. It represents a flex slot, all the other good stuff. This is why Floorman want to try and push and fight for this. Rocker doesn't want that smoke though. Sees the 31k soul John and say, we're even in souls, but I don't want to fight a gun carry like this. So
wow, they're forcing us so far.
Started.
Yeah, someone's going for it. Up on the high ground here though.
I'm assuming it's the bait.
Looks like Floorman a little bit split. Not really sure what to make of this. Okay, decay thrown at the silver.
Scout comes in.
Okay, there it is. The singularity going to be thrown in there by Scout.
Counterspell.
To find
nice
a
sleep though from the other two.
Frozen shelter. Good placement here by
We're
Saya.
pausing here, bro.
Are we lining up our crosshairs in pause time?
We're actually pausing here.
Okay. DMB is bugged.
Where's Geist? Oh, he's bugged on the zipline. So they went for a bait on mid boss and were forced in a fight after, and DMB couldn't get out of pit to go assist in this fight. That's unfortunate.
Bad news. You have to just unstick, and you have to.
I mean, we're in closed alpha. It happens.
Yeah. Can't believe we're still in closed alpha. I mean, that's by the by. Okay.
How are we still in
closed alpha? Look like they're in a pretty decent spot, and I want to just remind you that Floormen were.
I think they just don't want to fix the bugs.
Shape. Look at this frozen shelter. Looks like it hasn't caught. Okay, League is caught inside of that.
Okay, DMB has to unstock, so he's gonna be late to this fight.
League and Goober are both in there. It does look like, yeah, it's a 4v2 inside the frozen shelter.
Okay, he unstocks. He's in the fight now.
Too little, too late. And it's an inflection point brewing here, Jason. Melee creeps look very, very good in this fight. John, we can't really assess his impact in this engagement.
League dies. Rocker dies. So shit, they're throwing.
Rocker that he's been looking for. Okay, you can try and chase Amina all you want, but eventually there's a Sanguine retreat that's going to get her back out. The safety Xeno's trying to get away.
That sucks.
Get caught up. Oh dear.
I think hitting mid was just kind of troll. They were so split, like maybe just got jumped.
Absolutely bloody diabolical. DMB, there is no running from this.
Kind of cringe that
runs them down.
The stick actually matters that much.
Might have found the opening. It's now a 4K Soul game. And yeah, we're going mid boss.
Kind of cringe, but I think it was just a bad call too.
You know,
so
I don't know what to say, man. I feel for them. I feel for something like that happening, especially that was their intention, was to go for a catch, but DMB couldn't get out of this mid boss room. A parry comes through. Is he gonna get?
He actually gets one.
He gets one of the rejuice. I mean, that's the best case scenario out of that.
That's really not that bad.
Alive, but man, that hurts for Floorman.
What's the timer gonna be,
but here's
though?
a true test, man, to the grid of the team. Can you let a bug like that
51-second
not
timer
mess
though
with your morale of this game and still keep focused? I mean, yeah,
We'll
now
see,
you're behind
we'll
the souls, but the game's not over.
It's not over till it's
in this game. The redo credits, so we're going to make the, you know, the prospect of taking a fight here far less desirable. And yeah, I mean, we'll say it like it is. DMB was supposed to be involved in that
clear
fight.
map here with the
ABG
timer.
Was supposed to be a factor, and they
We
weren't
get
able
double
to be.
buff
It could have
again.
really been a difference changer.
Can we
difference
get
maker.
a check on items real quick? I just want to see what DMB leveled. Did he go for Essence Bomb first, or did he go for Life Drain? Because if he went for Essence Bomb, that hurts even more. Because if he was in the frozen shelter with Goober stunning them constantly, so he didn't go max Essence Bomb. I mean, he's still going to do a lot of damage inside, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, that hurts. That hurts, man.
Oh, I was looking at Celeste.
Life Drain max with the Malice just after that. But yeah, I mean, look, you've got like you're at the point. I mean, looking at the build, looking at the souls, you know this guy's going to be a pretty big impact in the fight. Spellslinger picked up
late here.
of
They have 2 rejuve. It's still like an impossible fight.
Yeah, Spirit Resilience. It's all happening.
Comes out. They get the dump though.
Gonna have to bounce back from this. It's going to be a melee creep turn in though. Again, owing to this amount of map control they have. And
We're just playing Walker.
Their mandate right now is to try and defend this last Walker. Keep melee creeps off this flex slot now, as they've managed to get pretty comfortably ahead.
Yeah, Vendor Narf's huge, bro. Then they just nothing now.
Gaff in the previous fight.
I was gonna say, whoever in chat was asking about when the drift
Sai gets popped.
It got him turning for the urn at least.
He's gonna be able to get his dome off though.
Yeah, I guess so. Sai, they got caught out a little bit overextended.
Went on top
from Foreman. Even still, here's the Billy.
Well, inside the Silver's on top, actually.
Saya coming back into the fight at the cost of a rejuve credit, and that could be tough for AVG. He is trying to slip away.
got a swap off though.
AVG does. For John, and he's going to be hitting like an absolute truck, trying to chase past this Walker. League is not going to get away at this rate. I'd suggest Arctic Beam being used to slow on down. Frost Grenade.
So it does have max nade and boundless
Xeno
now.
Eventually falls, as does the Walker. And it's about as bad
one
as
stop
it could
next
get for Floorman, if I'm honest, folks. They did burn a rejuve credit, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, I mean, the Walker would be more than happy with this one. Even if they can turn it into a kill. Scout takes down DMB. 3 players left alive for Floorman. And honestly, if you're melee creeps here, you could push the base. I mean, Sai going for a quick reset, going back. They take on the Beast Guardian, seems to be here extremely quickly, though I think he has his boost up. And Jean gets himself another kill.
Actually, did he get a
41,000?
He might have got 2 by Venator.
And now Idols just diving in for the shrine. This is tough times now for Floorman, man. I don't know if they can bounce back from this.
Fishcake going to be joining them as well. Coming back off the zip line. We've kind of asked questions about what the function of the Drifter was supposed to be in this game. We may not need an answer to it, in fact, because John's looking very good. Do also is fed as heck, this Mina. We talked about this, this more carry-oriented Mina as opposed to
cleanse there from any
debuffs
from the Scout.
At the very least, Rock is still 22 seconds away from being back in the game.
I don't think they stay. They're probably dead.
Soul recipient here on the side of Floormen. They've had their backs broken, but they are still alive. Can Floormen bounce back? But this soul lead has completely blown out of proportion.
Floormen going the chase. No reaches left. They need to get kills.
Big find. Big fucking find.
4 or 5 players in the enemy team. Here's some massive damage.
I like the core into alt max. They don't have any cancel this game.
Scout is going to go down. The melee creeps.
Are they throwing
they're in a decent spot. They're low though after falling back. Ido and Fish
John's
aren't
still
in really any position to fight. They're going to fall here. Floorman might be able to punish this, and maybe Hubris was the undoing of melee creeps. They saw a chance to re-engage.
Can they
with
do
that singularity, but so many of them were low. They're on big respawn timers now.
This would be huge. I actually think I pick up some more. I mean, a massive 3 kills to get them back in this one. They're going to take down Sai as well.
Yeah, that was
the biggest downside for them is that there's nothing for them to take right now. Maybe they can
that's the other thing now. It's like
they can full shove down middle. They
you can literally just end the game with that.
Clean up all these waves on their side lanes as well.
Yeah.
Or like
you've got
you guys get wiped and then
seconds to take all the sinners away. You can try and push right side and take melee creeps doubles, but it looks like that's where Do is heading pretty quickly. They've got to defend that Walker as well. That was a pretty quick shove down mid from Rocker, in all fairness. We know that Celeste can certainly clear waves. Not bad. Huh. Florman have shrunk this down to a 16k soul lead.
Double heal,
and we'll see Xeno just be able to take doubles on the Florman side.
Thing is, they also now have a window to play in with no singularity.
No 4K.
I don't think
I mean, it looks like it hurt them more than it helped them, Jason.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, right? Because I saw 4 players, and instantly in my head, I'm like, okay, this is a 1 fight.
I don't know.
We even saw like a.
I like the Arctic Blast that Deathy goes. I think it's really underrated on RAM, especially when you want to set up shit like your Billy ult.
Big here. Look at his one small Cooper getting involved.
DMB sounds here, might not be able to get swap off.
Pretty healthy. That's going to be a lot of damage here. DMB is low, but outside of that, Florman can fight this.
I don't have any ability range yet. His ult's not as wide as it should be. Actually, did they change that? They might have changed that on Apollo. I don't know if it scales anymore.
I think I saw a pretty big cube from Goober inside the singularity in that previous fight earlier, by the way. I'm not sure who it caught on to, but
Silverish movie.
The fact that he's able to do that is a pretty big deal.
All right, Florman gonna get pickup here. Kind of huge.
You've got some out control buffs, of course. Have to
kind of nice.
I don't think Florman are really going to risk splitting their forces too much to try and go for the casting one on the right side, but it is an option.
This is a very tense urn, actually. 1 minute to go on mid boss. If you lose a player here, you're not going to be there for mid. So you have to be so careful and so hesitant. As you saw melee creeps, they immediately backed away. They try to go for the kill on the DMB. They realized they can't have it.
Oh, chain gang.
Chain gang's going to force a fight. They do not want to give melee creeps a choice.
It's a dome. Forces the dome though, right?
By that chain gang. Here comes a frozen shelter to play in.
Gilbert loving the mini domes. Also a mini dome for Saya. Rocker does die though without ulting. Nah, GG. Benador is 100 HP, 100% HP.
You take that every day of
the
week.
GG.
Looking terrifying. AVG brought down. That's the silver out for 70 seconds.
John is fucking Thanos.
GG. DMB dragged down as he tries to escape. Doubling down. Goober not able to survive, and now we should be able to thrust straight down mid.
Probably would have lost that fight anyways.
Yeah, this game's going to be done. I don't think they need to get mid-boss here in 10 seconds. They can just finish the game. You can look at John on the minimap. He's quickly heading in towards the base where minions are already waiting. And
Melee Creeps game 1. Wow.
Out ahead here in this series.
They won with the dog come.
And John farming for much of the
game.
That was
looking good, bro. I think the done was good.
Impactful and relevant. 48k souls on the Venator in a 31-minute game. Pretty impressive stuff. And yes, there will always be the asterisk perhaps on this map about the bug that affected DMB and made it impossible for the guys to get involved in that mid-boss fight, or rather the fight close to mid-boss, but it may not have made a difference. Melee Creeps are able to fight back and close out the game.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't want to linger on that too much, because obviously it is a massive effect to the way the game played, a massive detriment to your mental in this match as well, because not only do you lose all those players, you lose mid-boss, you lose a large portion of your base, but it was a good turnaround. Like, they had a very smart play by going for the chase. They even ran into the singularity, which they somehow survived at the end.
They were just kind of trolling.
When it came down to like that final fight there, maybe they could come out strong. John not being punished, but I think the most important decision made in this game was tagging John in and Do out. Do was so far behind in this game for the most part. He lost a 1v1 against Dio on that right-hand side when he was pushing towards the walker. But John said, okay, you know what? I'll get involved in the fights. Do you go farm? Typically, your Mina will do a good amount of damage.
Holy fucking bouncing.
Go on, get me my slippers.
Be more of a force in these fights to turn things around.
I'm not going to be able to see it. It's going to be solo res.
Looking back now as well, I felt like Saya on a couple of occasions was getting caught out of position, but
and a bugs anyway.
4 versus 2 for Melee Creeps inside that frozen shelter, even with what was happening with DMB, was a huge difference maker. And like, I don't know, like it's kind of funny to look back, because we saw the singularity from Scout like towards the end of the game. It felt like that actually was a bad idea.
They were so patient too.
Back into the base and catch that could have thrown it. Also, the drifter from Fishcake as well. Want to get a bit more of a look at the build and like maybe understand what the overarching goal was there.
Oh, we don't even get to see the fucking
factor. It's harder for a spectator
to see that
it's an effect, right? But
we don't even get to see it, bro.
Melee Creeps were able to get both Do and John into more than fighting shape, whereas Floorman, again, like couldn't get the Geist where she was needed. Rocker was in decent shape, but still feel like League was squishy, and then a 35k.
Those could swap their pros and draft here. They could probably
and then a 35k sold.
the Venator over Celeste. See what happens.
What a bounce back! I mean, like it's crazy to
the
remember.
Creeps haven't looked great with Celeste, but I'm sure they can play it. I know and do can play it.
John was not in the fights at all.
Exactly. I think that swap alone is what kind of brought them back into the game. By the way, extremely dirty.
Chat is coping.
If you looked at the highlight reel at the very end, he got shots. I think that was DMB into the ice path from Saya.
They didn't lose because of the bug. Lol.
Access to range, so you kind of get those like guaranteed.
Stuns him up.
Beta mid mouse that went up. Guys got bugged on the zipline and he couldn't do anything. Couldn't even pause or anything. Had to unstick, and the entire fight happened without the hard carry.
In that one crucial fight, because the frozen shelter was down, it seemed like Saya's job with Kelvin this game.
Can we
was
get a
just
bug
to lock
replay?
away 1 or 2 players to the enemy team, while like John and Dugo kill players that are outside the frozen shelter.
Try to put match ID with the capital M. Bro's trolling.
The very last fight alone, it was him, I think, versus 2, keeping I think it was Zeno on Rem in their lockdown as well, besides League on the Billy. So I don't know, it worked out for him in the end.
MLC reign is over. Did you watch the game, bro? MLC just
a really big mental test.
I love reading chat.
You're gonna be frustrated after the bug, but the true
it's so funny, man. It's actually so fucking funny.
The next 2 maps, like the first one didn't even
just
happen.
the shit you read. Oh my god, we don't get the good graphic.
Shout out
Come
Fenrir
on,
as well
bro.
for the prime. Thank you very much. All right, here is your breakdown after game 1, in which Melee Creeps on
Don't went standard into Colossus because he was literally fucking Thanos.
Pretty impressive. 38k healing.
Stuff does come in for Saya, so it just goes Gunspike into standard.
John was really able to be a mover and shaker in this game.
Oh, I do get it.
I just want to point out Goober's player damage. Just enjoy that for a sec. I don't think
should have still broken.
Goober Visca's loss. I don't think I see these very often, if at all.
So it didn't actually end up being ball.
Yeah, you don't really see them often, honestly. And there's a reason it becomes a targeted ban for them.
Honestly, like Rockers didn't really
player damage. Like he
pump
does
the damage, bro.
Insane.
Got out damaged by his Rem.
It's constantly banned, and there's a reason.
This was our first pick, by the way.
Not to just glaze
this
him
was Florman's
constantly
first
every
pick.
week I cast him. But he is the best business
only
player
out damaged Silver.
I will say that with guarantee.
And then the Silver's doing this much.
D-Mob
like
and EU comes close, but I don't think we see D-Mob get set up in a way to like, okay, D-Mob play this similar role that Goober
League's
does.
making Billy look
over
strong
in Australia, who plays a very effective Viscus as well. Though I can't really comment on how effective he is.
I like the warp zone from the guys this game.
Set him up for a play like that. But not only him. I mean, Walker has a couple of great individual catches. Like Scout was being punished. He had 7 deaths, like tied for the most on his team. He was being forced out of some of these fights. But
John didn't even go
with his
roster,
and Rock was able to do that.
Well, there you have it, folks. Melee
5 warp
Creeps,
stones.
in the end, able to bounce back. It's an even kill game.
Do you go in counterspell? He's him.
You need to know, and you can see how the balance of power shifted. But it was that fight before mid boss, obviously, that that caused
WD knowing the tech. He's about to go transcend it with siphon bullets into giga health
a little bit. Melee
for high
like they were really starting to
HP
make
targets.
use of John a bit more effectively in those fights. I think if you're playing an M1 hyper carry, you're very happy with what you got out of your Venator in that game. Game 1 is done. Melee Creeps are up 1-0. Will they regain the throne? We'll find out, of course.
Will they
regain? Game 2 of this best of 3 series between Melee Creeps and Floormen will be right after this.
Why after this? All right, I'm gonna grab more water. I'll be right back. Why after this? I just feel like I have to keep stretching my leg, bro. It's fucking. It is swollen today. What?
Welcome back, everybody. The championship match here in Night Shift North America, number 31. Good start from LA Creeps in that first game. Well, actually, winning the game is a good start to the series. They did not have a great start in game one, though. They actually struggled to really get going. It was only as the sort of game wore on and maybe the farm that John and Venator was getting, started to make him relevant. You also mentioned that there was a swap and that dude was able to get some farm on that Mina instead. They made her number one priority, and that's when all of a sudden Melee Creeps were able to flex their muscles. But there was the slight issue of a bug that prevented DMB from participating in a pretty important fight. But there was a frozen shelter
Pretty important.
and a 4v2, so Melee Creeps definitely were on a pretty good footing, I think, in that engagement.
Speaking of Flexi, Mitch, you haven't been on the show in what feels like 2-3 months. I think we need to see some of these gains you got going on now. My gains are F's. I've been on the road for like 3 weeks. I've just not been training properly. Yeah, I'm actually just kind of chunky, man. That's it, chunky. But yeah, we've got to get back in the lab, brother. You know what I'm saying? But I'm doing a lot of gallivanting. I was in Santiago and then I was in Copenhagen. So yeah, I've been away for most of the month. So what time zone are you living on right now? That's my question.
Existential dread.
Nice.
It's the time zone I'm on right now. I'm not really sure, but I'm bloody happy to be here. It is crazy though. I will say, like,
what esports super do
to Deadlock after these short stints away because the game changes so fast, and we have a lot of our viewers. I see you guys there are very plugged in. You guys are very much up with the action, so I appreciate your patience. I think as some of us get our
Uber
feet,
esports
under us in this in every new meta that Deadlock ever provides. Let's jump into the draft here, of course. Now,
Overwatch.
The previous game, Pocket sort of banned out, and then a
Overwatch guy.
Sort of.
What's he been doing recently? Though?
So Melee Creeps were able to make sure that their double healer comp, the Dynamo and Kelvin, were effective.
He's done World of Tanks,
that affliction.
League. Was he on League? Oh yeah, he was on EULCS.
It's probably going to be really similar bans.
Way back in the day, or was he on LEC? He might have been on LEC actually.
Could ban Viscous.
CSGO. Damn it, he does a fuck ton of games. Holy, Grinder.
Kills. He was very aggressive in the beginning.
Okay, Flowerman, keep the Ivy ban. We're probably gonna see Melee Creeps ban Maraj again. Yep.
Potentially even more impact. But
will they proud the Celeste? I'm gonna say no.
I wouldn't be surprised to see relatively similar picks as well come through. I think Melee Creeps.
I think they should take Venator
to make changes because I don't know if they're gonna be allowed.
Wait
to
for it.
Like the
Wait for it.
Pick again unless they set it.
Wait for it.
3 like previous. But the real problem for me is like the fact that Xeno, I mean, his run wasn't bad.
They go Celeste again.
He opened up a lot of early kills for his team. It definitely wasn't as effective as his Ivy had been in the past with the double stone form to open up kills.
What are we going to change here, boys? What are we changing?
Going to get the Celeste here, though. That is still treated as number one priority for Floorman and looked quite good in that previous series, but felt like there was not enough sort of around to back it up here. Actually, the priority on Apollo today here from Melee Creeps all the way from our challenge game has been quite curious.
Yeah, and I think this is almost an ego pick out of Ido actually right now.
It looks good, man.
But also the fact that you're giving Venator to Melee Creeps another time.
Pretty good.
So if they pick Venator, okay, so Foreman now, I think you need to see some drastic changes because what they had to get on top of them just didn't.
Are they going to give the Silver over though? Really like Silver Apollo sounds really good.
They were able to close the gap easily enough against
not a ton of setup, but like those are just probably two of the three strongest frontliners right now.
Because he was so far ahead in souls, they couldn't really kill him. They said
multiple go Viscous, and then what?
They go for a Viscous pick as a second choice.
And then what? And then
again, most likely to be Goober, but straying away from Silver unless it comes in as
and
number 3. So maybe that's a switch up we're going to see out of Floorman.
Okay, yeah. That is where we're I mean, Viscous is higher up on the pick priority this time around by a Floorman. We still get both of them. Okay, so we are getting that lady guys locked in. This draft is looking identical with the slight exception of pick order here. Now,
if I'm Melee Creeps, I just fucking take Silver now. By the way,
relatively early on.
They could just mirror what they did and go Mina again, but.
So they did get the Venator, they got the Apollo, they got the Mina picked up pretty early, but you probably can leave her to the next round here.
Just take the Silver.
They're going to go to Melee Creeps this time.
Lol.
What's Ido going to play?
I think it's going to be Apollo. Actually, I don't know. Probably going to be Silver.
Silver.
They'll put back on Apollo. But I have a question for all those like intricate nerds out there when it comes to this game.
I'm ready.
If you max strength affliction a Lady Geist before she swaps, does it stop her healing that you get?
It does not count as a heal. Swap isn't healing. Boom.
Like in the post-game stat screen, it counts as healing if I'm not mistaken. Or is it just an exchange of HP? Because if it's healing, then you technically prevent it.
I don't. So the wording, I think, matters, right? You don't heal. You swap health levels.
Okay, yeah. Then never mind. Affliction won't affect that. That would have been interesting though if it did.
Floorman win, by the way. Thanks, Metro.
Yeah, that would be pretty
Dynamo again. They're loving the Dynamo.
pretty messed up. Yeah, so it's health received, not healing, which is a really interesting, semantic distinction. Okay,
semantic.
Dynamo gets picked up here as well. I do want to see like what the game plan is for Scout. I do want to see these big shock and awe sort of singularities. I don't know if they need to go over towards the Drifter this time around. That's the Calico picked up. This was AVG was playing this one. Last time these two teams went head to head. Obviously, just having that omnipresence and relatively good frontlining capability with good like melee procs is something that seems to suit AVG quite well.
I mean, Calico did get buffed as well with the leap and slash. It got kind of like nerfed, and then I think the base damage increased by 10 in this latest update that happened in the middle of the show. I was about to say, where the hell's Billy? And now with Calico, Billy, and Geist, very beefy.
It's insane frontline this team.
The one thing I'm worried about though is that Calico doesn't have a diving partner. You've seen a lot of like Calico Silver as of late, where they can just dive in on someone, especially if you have Phantom Strike and then you follow them, and then you have an Arctic Blast on the Calico. They can't move and they instantly die. But there's no one to dive with Calico at the moment. So maybe that's gonna be the final pick coming through.
So this is gonna be Fish Cake.
The McGinnis. Okay, we are doing it.
Super curious to see what the McGinnis build's gonna be post nerfs.
But it does seem like Melee Creeps once again have drafted like a frontliner-less comp, right?
Yep.
But the M1
silver
carry is disgusting.
Well, no.
Obviously, these guys put out a ton of damage.
They have silver Apollo.
Like you get Page here to round things out on the Floorman side. So not someone to dive in with Calico at all. But someone that might be able to lend a little bit of assistance to the laning. And of course, having those rallying charges in the fights going to be pretty important for disruption. And also like the healing that it offers.
I mean,
where's McGinnis at right now in your opinion? Because obviously very deprioritized by comparison to last week.
I mean, ult still does a ton of damage. The wall is still insanely good to just separate a team in these fights. If you're Calico and you dive in too deep, you wall them off, or you wall her off, and then you have nowhere to really run.
I think the Calico can farm these two pretty hard
for melee creeps, because that's the hero he's gonna be playing in this one. You have a Dynamo to set you up.
But we're doing like single front line.
You have a Silver with Bola,
yeah, we have guys.
At least Ido, he levels
they
Bola
don't have front
early
line
as well to ricochet onto multiple people. You have gut shots into walls for McGinnis. I don't know, man. Like I think McGinnis does fit the comp quite well. It's also very frustrating to have to deal with turrets and.
I wonder if he's gonna go punch this time because they have more Spirits. Or if he goes ball. I don't know.
2 weeks ago, I think it was, when Abraham's brought out, was it Kelvin?
And it's full bugged.
I think they ran. That was like the first instance we've seen of double.
BC's just full bugged.
Well against Loki W, but we're seeing more.
There we go. I'll fix it. I'm him. Just gonna wait for this. Is it plugged?
Yeah, seeing a ton of it here. And they actually,
man, I don't know.
They weren't so much doing.
I just don't know the power level of McGinnis right now. So it's kind of fucking with
like
me.
Page and Sinclair comps that they were trying to run.
They have a fuck ton of wombo though. Holy shit.
Sinclair maybe because of
Dynamo
like,
into McGinnis
the presence of Pocket in many of those games, or even the Warden. But yeah, I feel like this team is going to push lanes very effectively. Obviously, McGinnis got some changes in this like emergency hotfix, but they weren't that
I just like
significant.
the
It's like an
Celeste
increase in
looked
the
really
distance
bad for
vectors,
Floorman, if I'm being
and
honest.
an increase on the
So,
like half a second.
Yeah.
So nothing too crazy.
It's more of the patch.
I think Celeste is good. It's just like Rocker was not impressing me.
Thursday, Friday after the last night shift, they did a nerf over cooldown by 10 seconds. They reduced spirit scaling by 0.03. They reduced the spirit scaling on tier 3 by another 0.4. And then also reduced the damage it does at tier 3 from 22 to 18. So like heavily hit the nerf, especially when it comes to spirit scaling. But I have a hunch it's still extremely deadly in the hands of Saya.
How wrong?
I'll see how the page fits into this plan for Floorman. That's something I'm going to be tracking personally quite closely. So it's going to be the Viscous Geist up in mid. Obviously, keeping Lady Geist here is usually a good idea. Calico, my God, Calico Celeste on this left-hand side. So very transient. It's kind of lane. Going to be a lot of in and out from those two. And then the Billy and the Page will be on the right-hand side here for this side of Floorman.
Yeah, pretty standard Billy Page on the right-hand side. I think as you point out the transient combo of Calico and Celeste, it's super high mobility in this combo. Luckily, you do have McGinnis. Again, you have to be very careful about when you fight, but that wall cooldown is still so low, or sorry, so high that it's you just have to bait it out, and then you can go right back in.
All right, well, nice kinetic there on the Goober. Big damage in these early levels. This just has a pretty nice base damage, and now a bunch of free poke
beat on by the
back of it. Nice little exchange
that boy
there for
Dynamo.
Scout. This also And frees Johnson up to continue to try and heal. Oh, I like this. Yeah, the climb into kinetic blast. Like it is significant damage. You know, in these in these trades, and John gets involved now as well to try and chunk the Lady Geist down a little bit further.
I mean, the funny thing is,
what's
like,
going on, bro?
Scout creating space for John.
I'm not PC anymore.
He hits like 2 connect pulses. He knocks up DMB once. He knocks up Goober once.
They're
Goober's
giga chunks, by the way.
DMB's below half HP as well.
Is Venador
controlling and winning this lane? They're getting right off the bat here. Like that's
Venador Dynamo looking fucking nice, bro.
If he can play cocky and aggressive.
He's so active in this lane. It's crazy. John barely has a lifted finger, and he's getting these kills served up for him. Nice stuff from Scout. And I feel like maybe we were a little bit hard on him in the previous game because we just panned over to him when he unfortunately got caught out. He's Dynamo, for God's sake. He's not particularly mobile. He can get caught in moments like that, but that is sick. That's kind of maybe part of the formula, what gets John back to being an oppressive threat in this game as he was in the last.
Also Hyperline DMB there too as he returned, or he came back to lane somehow. I don't know how they actually pulled off that Hyperline. Maybe it was box running instead. I think for me, the story of this match in particular, this series, I guess, not necessarily focused on the fact that Melee Creeps won the first game, but I'm still, I mean, not to harsh on him, but I'm looking towards Xeno. Like that's how impactful his Ivy was, that I want to see him have another hero in his pool that he can have a similar level of impact. And now I understand the last game on his Rem, it did do some good work earlier on, but his Ivy late game presence and pressure that he applied was just creating diamonds for Floorman to win that series.
Creating diamonds.
And I'm looking to see what Saya on the McGuinness can do. You mentioned obviously the changes that she's faced, and today's one's not all that sort of considerable. This is coming off the Kelvin pick this time around. There's some Gloom Bombs being handed over here to Saya. Obviously we know that, yeah, McGuinness is pretty amazing at starting to shove down these objectives, and it's very annoying when these turrets are in play. That's something that, you know, AVG has to give up a little bit of health to clear. And meanwhile, Do continues to be a nuisance in this lane.
Yeah, I kind of like the fact that with McGuinness, you have someone who's just going to shove the lane extremely hard against the enemy team.
Yeah,
which also allows Do to just harass if he can. So it kind of frees him up. He knows he has the safety of a wall, the safety.
Finally, a much more even early game though.
And you can see they're already up to
despite what's happening on blue.
A lot of souls already being stored here for Sai at 1600. So the intensifying going to be coming momentarily. Look at this Guardian just taking a huge amount of damage. You're almost down to half HP, and Do is just the one zoning everyone else away.
Yeah, and yeah, Do can just back away. Make use of that flawless advance, like poke under the tower. But there's no real chasing this. I mean, that Guardian damage came as a result of one single wave going under the turret. Like a couple more of these, and like this lane is cooked. Floorman have to make something happen. Maybe
more in this lane is cooked.
Disengaging Sigil here from Do. Now starting to see some pressure coming from AVG. That leaping slash with the base damage increase is going to be a bit more annoying to deal with in these lane trades. But yeah, you've got Healing Spectre, Medicinal Spectre, and Healing Riot, bro. You are going to be back to full health in no time.
Exactly. So all that like poke and harass they do. I mean, luckily for them, not much turned around on towards them. Like AVG's healthy, Rocker's pretty healthy as well, so it's not like they really lost too much on that trade. But the fact is, like, if you did any damage, guess what? It's all been mitigated completely. And again, if another 30 seconds to a minute, they can do it another time.
God, bro,
it's so annoying. So beginning to lane is such a pain. Okay, wait a minute. Celeste's turned up here.
Turned down for
again.
what?
I mean, Do and Saya after just having used the Spectre and Healing Right combo. Okay, they're not that bothered really. They're just going to heal back and continue to shove.
I didn't expect AVG to actually get into the shadows so quickly. He got his ultimate online super fast, probably because Rock was actually roaming around the map, going for some box running. And we're actually starting to look towards some other lanes here, though. I was honestly like super invested in that left-hand side, but we can take a look at the right-hand side. The Page and Billy combo.
Looks good.
Hitting the minion save.
You're not lose this lane as Page and Billy. You shouldn't really lose this lane as Page and Billy. And they're actually doing pretty much exact same damage on the Guardian on this side of the map compared to their opponents on the left.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of being mirrored in that sense. Just very oppressive. You go up against like a
doing buck runs, letting John get some solo funnel here.
Weaker side is, and they're going to be happy and just to try and keep Floorman at base. They know
Rocker's
like,
getting traded on. Dude's also getting traded on though.
Yeah, we have Singularity in play here. Scout, pretty aggressive angle to come in from. Takes note of the Billy, a bit of Guardian damage there, maybe more than he otherwise would have bargained for. Underneath the Guardian, there's pressure also coming out from the ground.
He has no duration right now.
Okay, well, Billy on the lower side now. Zeno here returns to try and defend this. Is there any way to be meaningfully involved in this fight, though? It's unclear. Captivating Reed dropped underneath the Guardian. I don't know. Stunned up for a time, but Lycan Curse active, so you do not want to be tangling with the Silver.
Sending it on Apollo.
And a pretty healthy amount of damage taken here to try and allow for more Guardian.
I don't think they're going to get anything on the left side here. I don't think they're going to trade.
Rotating into this lane right now.
Just leaves.
Yeah, the Silver and back in humanoid form can really go
to work. Both them ones just chilling on blue on midwave.
You might not have noticed that Paige had some ability name changes as well.
Yep.
Because I know Paige is Bay for you.
I love Paige.
So, you know, they changed her one from Conjure Dragon to Bookworm. WYRM.
Yeah, I like that.
And their two from Defend and Fight to Plot Armor.
That's so much better.
So much better.
The riders. Yeah, you guys are killing it. Big fan of that one. The wordplay, always about it. Because Captivating Reed always was like, you know, kind of clever.
Didn't the 3 get changed?
Sound like Jackie in a second if I keep waxing poetic about some of the minutiae of the game. I'll leave that up to him. Either way, that is a Guardian taking on this right-hand side. So that immense pressure being provided by Florman gives them that first Guardian. It's going to be trading
Guardian trades for the most part.
Roll. Going to be quicker to get to mid.
5-man stack by Florman on blue to get this though.
In the middle part of the map. To see how it plays out.
Snare no longer goes up.
Happy enough to set the Guardian by the looks of things. Already though is in play. A couple players caught in it, but Scat is just going to get shot at by Rocker.
May have done enough for Dew to come in here though.
And now, yeah, the rotation comes in from Melee Creeps, but it's just
John hits the snipes.
Enough still.
John hits 2 snipes.
DMB flattened. Iradomini gets himself a kill there. Goober also going to fall. Melee Creeps, despite being 10 to 15 seconds behind.
Counter gank is huge.
They're going to get 2 kills out of this, and all of a sudden they're going to push back on the Guardian themselves.
They're going to push down this.
Foreman just not tracking the map there.
Cultist, not to mention the intensifying
rounds
full here.
Counter ganked.
The McKinnis healing coming in big as well. He has Cultist picked up, which is, I don't think we really saw that in the prior weeks, but I can kind of understand. I mean, maybe we did because the extra ability range,
the grenade range,
very helpful on the ultimate.
Jesus.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Iradomini getting a range increase as well. I was kind of thinking too small, just thinking about the grenade. That is pretty nice. Melee Creeps have been able to stay in step. I will point out that their Guardian is on the lower side here, but look what they were able to do. They got themselves a Guardian advantage here in mid. More souls over to John. Get him fed. Now there's going to be some nice push on the left-hand side. Sinners, of course, are up as of 25 seconds ago. So you're going to start to see them. In the meantime, John is maintaining that pressure, solo farming this left-hand side lane.
Keeps jump out.
DMB would hope to do the same.
First lead, 4K.
Behind John in souls.
They do have 2 Guardians up though, so it's slightly Guardian money, but
really confident that no one's here to gank him.
I will
he's
say,
alone with 3 players on the enemy team around him. He's actually stealing away like a tier 1 camp. He's going to actually get a boost over towards the bridge buff to look for a catch. And it looks like Melee Creeps want to go for a fight.
Ooh, that's a dead Celeste.
On a rocker, and he falls down the massive bag. 779
finds the bag.
And he picks it up and looks to get away.
That is insane. Goober is just a second too late there. I mean, you
get the bag out. 1.1k bag. Get the bag out. Get the bag out.
Rectangular room like that. John is fed.
John gets out.
The 9.8k souls after getting doubles and that kill. Filthy stuff. Kinetic Blast there used maybe to try and just keep AVG off, keep them peeled away from what would have been a pursuit. Buy some time here for Melee Creeps to rotate into mid as well. Because the Guardian is getting pressure, but Melee Creeps are more than happy to use that as a carrot to try and keep Floorman interested. They're just catnipping the middle part of the map here and hoping they rotate in and give them some more good fights or more chances to put John's soul lead, to work. But I imagine the Venator would like to stack a couple more hundos of souls before he really throws himself in.
The scary thing about this is with John pushing a lane by himself the left lane. Then you have a Graze by Fish pushing a lane on the right hand side with Borrowed Decree. The only real answer for Foreman is either you gank John or you just
on the hotfix. I don't know. Did they see the McGinnis was on the hotfix patch?
Like I don't think it's necessarily easy for them to counter this because there's going to be a hard shove on the right hand lane.
Or McGinnis was nerfed on Saturday.
Melee Creeps to get full control of this urn.
It was Saturday.
Billy has to go there and attend to it now. That's going to leave Florman short-handed in this fight. Rocker's going to rotate in late. Wall is in play now. There's Bookworm being thrown over the urn turn in location. And at the moment, John is trying to... I just think he's just trying to avoid fully committing to anything. He's probably looking for Rocker or League potentially, try and pick them up.
Good cancel.
Well, Rocker's been dealt with. There you go. That Cito did a heck of a lot of damage to Zeno. Petrol's trying to harass down. Here comes the McGinnis now, which has been quite oppressive in recent times. And it looks like, Florman had to give up this fight. They do have an urn. They're trying to take that across the map, but I imagine
John's
it's
going to be Thanos again, bro.
DMB is taken down. This looks really ugly. This is a left side walker that's going to be under intense scrutiny. And what is the answer?
They're sending people here. Paige doesn't have ult though.
Ferrying this urn across the map.
Celeste doesn't have ult.
We'll have to wait on the answer to that question. Do give up on this left side walker. The reinforcements are coming in thick and fast.
Kind of a weird
shot inside that corridor. I think Rock has learned his lesson.
Just Florman ended up getting earned.
The thing is, it's a first earn, so it's only 3,000 souls, which really isn't that huge early on. But you don't get away the earn and some deaths. Dude's gonna fall. Goober
they're gonna be able to
up.
push.
So they get the earn,
left
they get
side now,
and they tie things up on the souls. But now,
Falco
speaking of getting caught,
does.
AVG needs to escape this one, and he's got no parry left to use, and he falls to Saya. Another kill added to the tally for him at 9.6.
I mean, net this is kind of good for
Guardian. So honestly, like again, back to the macro.
Foreman though.
Foreman, they reinforce left-hand walker so it doesn't go down.
They get earn and left side Guardian.
They get a guard on the left-hand side.
That's a dub.
And they take the soul.
That's a dub.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all.
Take those.
Creeps, they get AVG, but what have they done? You know, in the macro perspective, they've kept League busy on this right side lane, but League clearly wants to farm. He is getting a lot of this priority right now, and I don't know if that's by design, because I imagine maybe DMB or Rocker would be your designated, feed people to get fed. I won't say feeders; that could be misconstrued. But no, it is League obviously at 13k souls, actually in step with John. So now, obviously, that Tombstone's been cleared on right. We're going to be looking at neutral camps for the time being. Buffs are another 3 minutes away.
Swing bolt's so good on this hero, bro. It's
pressure and maybe creating an opportunity to, dive down and get some nice walk.
You get big value with your one, and then you just perma apply it with
wolf form. Just kind of.
It's just insane.
In the middle here with Ido, or cleaning up jungle. And an engagement, it might be actually happening with John and AVG, just kind of cross pass on the left-hand side jungle. League's there to reinforce. At the same time, Medicus are looking for a push in towards middle. And it's kind of going to just delve into these like 5-on-5 fights, if even that, because you're not going to see Fishcake leave this right-hand side. And I don't imagine DMB will leave either, considering he wants to get farmed up. As you pointed out, he is behind quite far compared to League.
Yeah, League is like, picked up a point blank, so that's fine, but I don't know if that's more bang for buck in terms of funneling souls into one that spent so much time on the right side in the end. Okay, now, Doom might have bit off more than they could chew here, and I don't know if they realize it, because here comes Calico, leaping slash in, all of a sudden the Apollo is getting the heck out of there. Yeah.
Apollo's the frontline Mina.
Remember that annoying mosquito?
I'm gone.
That's pretty much what he's being here. But because he's had to reinforce his lane with Fishcake getting low from that 1-on-1 fight against DMB, it does prevent them an opportunity to go for a fight here. Actually, see Scout kind of getting caught out here. Singularity is ready.
He's
all locked and loaded. But there's just fights breaking out all across the map.
Floss advanced for some decent poke damage, but obviously Soul Exchange is there for DMB, so this damage doesn't really matter. In fact, it's really just you hurting yourself. The exchange there is pretty mid. I won't lie from DMB. They're like approximately the same amount of health, and here comes Deuce, says, okay, well, now you've used that ability.
DMB wasted a stam.
Italian Lasan at the rate should be required. He's that life drain, but look at this reckless advance. Big damage being put now onto the guys, and you don't have a soul exchange. This is very dangerous. Scout did go down.
Surprised Dew even went for that.
Frustrating for Dew here. Surely cold front.
Oh my god, Dew. I don't think Dew should have ulted. I feel like he just kills him, no?
Too long in that lane, Dew. My goodness.
Not it.
Cold front, captivating read. It's
AVG
lights out.
Dies.
That's a bit of a mistake. Eventually, AVG is taken down, but man, at what cost?
Man, really early echo shot.
Keep putting like one step forward and then like one step back. It's such a big kill to happen on Dew. I don't know how he missed that Tony Losan up against DMB, but it nets them a massive kill with the reinforcements coming on through. Maybe Goober going to be getting caught out too on very low health, being walled around. So you can actually escape, and now gets the flick shot. A little bit of skeet shooting onto the goo ball in the air. So Myth Creep still come out in the end with 2 kills to 1, but still behind by 1,000 souls.
Yeah, again, that's a completely negligible difference at this point. But I'm looking at like how these exchanges shift the balance of power in terms of like that soul value obtained. Okay, well, this is not ideal for Sire. Wants to try and stand and fight here, but in 1v2, they know they're cooked, and they're not going to buy enough time for those reinforcements. There are people diving in here. Rocket just to trigger that trap, not the end of the world, but yeah, I don't think we're done on the right-hand side of that, because
going to go Florman's way again.
There definitely has to be a fight for it. Here we go, deathheads everywhere.
Well.
Double slam here. This is brutal for Fishcake. Doesn't really want to be the object of scrutiny right now, I'd imagine. Captivating Reed would have been effective if there's anybody left to
be a swap in like 5.
That ability. Floorman dominating right now. And melee creeps, if they stick around any longer, they are going to be in deep trouble. Urn's taken away from this fight, but it is very little to turn Floorman off the idea of turning melee creeps into pate.
Meadow does die, so they do get pick up.
Drop though. Catches out Scout on the retreat with the Urn. He at least
John
forces to reset potentially as they see Sag coming in.
Look at this time. Look at this in a closed area. Why would you ever run to the stair, by the way?
Control here in just a few moments, but the mid walker's going down here already. Foreman just going for a big on push.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this is the risk of what melee creeps are doing. They're kind of milling about. They're not contesting any territory here. They're fighting for the Urn, sure, but Walker, gone.
Swap.
Oh,
yeah, you're done. I mean, what are we hanging around like trying to defend this urn? Like so much priority being applied to it. Okay, here comes the Apollo.
John is made his way over. This is taking so long.
Going to stick around for too much longer. Sigil does detonate here, and you can see Gubu's being
League also had to match the left side. He's using
in play. Does John save the day here for melee creeps again? This looks pretty messy for them in terms of the whole map movement.
See how much we can get done here. Scout does have all
Walker health. This is going to be Scout rotating into stop this.
Really doesn't
quite connect.
Yeah, but the distraction works out. Look at the soul difference now.
Ended up getting the urn.
10k. They get a mid walker, pretty much uncontested as we saw there. I think DMB did eventually go down as just trying to carry the urn across the map. But honestly,
Fish kick and Ido die, and they still end up with it.
Back in souls. It's going to go for a straight dunk for Do. Gets pulled into it with the quantum entanglement, and they get the dunk. Massive amount of souls. I mean, look at that. It caught him up to about 4k being behind from almost 10k.
Big.
If somehow Florman was able to secure that one, that would have been like 15 approaching 20k lead, and that's when you're hitting some stat check.
Sounds like coming in for
really
Apollo.
Kind of at this point of the game, we're sub 20 minutes. It's just really hard to bounce back from that. Still a ways away from buffs, but yeah, an opportunity here to try and find some of these power spikes. Silence wave coming into the inventory here for melee creeps. Again, Floormen have a very slippery setup, hard to catch out. Silence waves on multiple of these melee creeps players are going to be very fruitful. Maybe not as exciting against like M1 carries, but there actually aren't a ton of them on Floorman's side, and even Lady Geist is more hybrid, so I don't hate that. So the sacrifice is being picked up here. Melee creeps, because of the loss of that mid walker, they need like a bodyguard system to make sure that they can be secure without getting picked off. Heads up from them now, as that right side walker is low, and there's something happening on left. I think Do might be in trouble here.
Yeah, I think even Jandra might be in trouble because there's 3 players approaching that right lane walker, and only Sire there to go for the assist. Tyler's on you just escape here and buy some time. That doesn't alleviate the pressure on that walker either.
Yeah, this is pretty ugly for melee creeps. They are being split into very unfavorable skirmishes.
We're trying to save AVG there.
Floormen don't even have to be particularly elegant about the way they go about hitting the map. They're just working the extremities.
Yeah, they get 2 for it though. Are they going to
3 walkers up for Floormen still to 1
they have singularity.
They're getting absolutely trashed, and despite
their waves are pretty good.
The soul lead is not that big. Only 3k for Floormen, despite obviously a lot of implied map control as a result of those walkers. And it looks like they're collapsing on mid here. I don't know if Ido's going to be ready for this now.
They're hurting.
Of course, is where the action is.
Ball goes out.
Start a fight, no doubt about it.
No ball now. They don't have a lot of tools. They have punch.
Play, though, of course.
No ball right now, though.
Deathly Trick Shield's going to be needed, but Idori doesn't care.
Full running at him.
Blow his way through it. Silence Wave comes in, probably applied there by Do after having just picked it up.
I don't know, Rocket.
They will be kept out. Plot armor will be applied here to Rocket to keep them in the fight, but here is a redo. There's a walled in play.
Ball does come in for the new Singularity. Singularity.
Here comes that Singularity in the pit. This is where melee creeps want Floormen to be.
3-0 or no 2-1. League uses one redo.
Now, and the chase is on. Do is down, and Goober is going to get picked off here. This is melee creeps essentially 2 for 0 in this fight, and they are chasing for more. Do is back now. Region credit, of course.
Ooh, I could have jumped. If he jumped, he wouldn't have got hit by the snare.
It's important. They still have the buff as they come away from this. They've now got into the lead soul-wise. They can start to scrutinize these walkers for real.
Jumped.
And look for some serious damage. Credit to Rocker, though. He takes down Do to force out one of the region.
Fixing waves here so they can rotate right side. This is really good.
They
can even go back to go here now, but Do moves first.
They get themselves the first walk of the game, potentially more. The most fed player on the side of Floorman goes down. Now for 31 seconds of time, doesn't seem like the kills are stopping here.
They just run at this clump though, so Size can get free pressure here.
To justify you being in mid, you notice the side lanes are being worked on slowly but surely.
Size to go for the centers instead.
No region credits left though for melee creeps, so they don't have that sort of statistical or numerical advantage anymore, but man, they're still finding picks.
Spirit on Silver though.
Fight for buffs there.
Graves gets the right side.
That's not going to work out well at all.
I felt we could have been pushing this, no?
I understand the attempt, but yeah, with
Crash 2 waves though. Crashing 2 waves is still nice.
Look at the lead
they do get the pickup for it.
Boss from the walker take, as you pointed out before, they didn't have a single walker. They're up 12k now with the.
So I might have to do a buy or something. That might be fun.
In terms of ultimates, boy, they got 4 up
in a radio. Potentially
in just a few seconds too. Like this, I don't know.
Playing the map well.
If can even fight into this, honestly, it is going to be
this game much more ahead in this game too.
Fight that's just going to put you so far behind.
Like
so
the heroic
melee creeps in terms of the like neutral objectives, or at least the Guardians and
Cultist. I think is really good for this mechanic. Actually, I think it's a good buy.
and they've been getting these urns pretty consistently, even using like the entanglement
Refresher
to dunk
for
them.
the page.
So Melee Creeps have stayed instead. Like I
you have
treat
double
those
counsel for the animal
field still as just like
and just peel in general.
Souls from
You
Melee
guys
Creeps
want
to
to
come
run
and
at
pick
you
up over the next 5 to 10 minutes and potentially put them even further ahead. Florman been losing out in every other like soul gathering aspect, but look at them, they're still trying to posture so aggressively forward because Melee Creeps do have the issue of not having that map control, of not having these walkers up anymore. So they've got to be careful. They don't want to get caught inside their own half of the map.
Could be approaching slot lock territory for Melee Creeps is one thing.
To be honest, I thought
they were going to actually pile this walker even more.
Considering they have heavy barrage up, they have
quite there yet, though.
Sun up, they have
it's only 125k right now.
Down in a lane
135k
knock down to Ido. That's gonna be the last reach. Actually, there's no reaches left to go here. Ido needs to somehow escape this one. Try to do as much damage as possible before he does get taken down. The reinforcements will be here, but he gets caught. He gets stuck on something. 50 health remaining, and a dream, and he gets out in time.
Gotta live.
That's crazy.
Scout's gonna die.
Get away. Scout though won't be nearly as likely. Definitely doesn't have that same level of mobility.
Holy Celeste Ball, holy Celeste Ball, holy Celeste Ball.
Position of power now. Sire also going to go down eventually. Floorman able to catch Melee Creeps out, of course, without rejuve credits. They are ripe for the pickings. John is fed, healthy enough. But already haven't used Iridomini in this fight. Doesn't want to take any undue risks.
Ido gets it. He's gonna get punched again though.
Potentially for the turn. It's so close. Cube has to be used in this fight. Ido down.
Really low on the side of Floorman, but John's getting shit on.
Trying to make a turn in of his own, and he sneaks in the backside. Fishcake removes him.
Uber got it. John dies. Long fucking timer on John. Dude's gonna die.
I've lost Urn.
Oh my god. Oh, good turn tech though. Zip tech. Oh, he gets out.
Dude is not escaped. Are you kidding me? Using the repost there to just get away. Fishcake now gonna be just completely, I wouldn't say slaughtered here. Is a good word, but he's already dead. He did take down.
All right, big one from Floorman there. Get the urn.
After Goober got the turn in. So while all that's
even
done,
game state,
Goober, it's still pretty much an exactly tied game. I didn't expect Melee Creeps to get walked over so easily there, but Rocker on 29,000 souls and Side only at 22. It's very hard to get off.
The ball did crazy work there. Finally getting Celeste value.
Pretty easy work. Fishcake's build in just a second, but I think it's more along the defensive lines. I think it's like heroic aura, spirit resilience.
Yeah, so
it's like the double dribble
comp. Kind of fits with the Echo Shard Deadheads because you also give them extra fire rate, so they just hit a lot quicker. So it kind of like synchronizes really well and synergizes really well with this kit. But it looks, mistake is really reminiscent of what he had in the last game.
Gotcha.
If he was refresher as well, then it's pretty much exactly spot on.
Oh, they're jumping.
Yeah, this is not like a gun-oriented build. Really.
With the Dynamo Waltz. Ooh, that is not good.
Fishcake gonna be back in the fight in just a second.
Counter engage.
And it's big connection. Oh, buddy, everyone's gonna get tugged into
no waltz here, though.
I don't blame you for making use of that one. I think feels like he's done enough here. Here's the heavy barrage. It's gonna be respected.
Barrage gets cancelled. Melee Creeps just full ducking out.
Fishcake is returning to the fight.
Had to use two really big ults there.
Creeps here, despite John being a little bit on the lower side. Yeah, they want to go for it. Okay. Boricary active. Going to shove this one in.
Sure.
I'm glad to see Fishcake so ready to fight upon returning to this lane. And with great single target burst because of these deadheads. You've got to respect what the Graves can do.
They've lost the stand though.
Floormen are backing up a little bit, but
Ido dies.
He is caught out. Unclear where he's found. League is looking a little bit low. That's 26k soul.
He gets the corner.
He's being chased down by the deadheads. Looks like he's able to escape entanglement. Now might have got Fishcake out of trouble, but the crackback is real. As a ratting charge flew overhead, but the Graves is able to walk away, and Melee Creeps have decided that enough for now is enough.
I'm surprised they re-engaged there.
6v5, and they still lost
DB,
the player.
stay.
Immediately head towards that left-hand lane, realizing I can take a free walker here.
He gets out.
But as Melee Creeps, they get the disengage. There's no chase on the
He'd have a long timer.
There's no way for him to actually secure that one, but we're approaching the mid boss, momentarily.
All right, Melee Creeps are going to be slot locked now.
Really get up here, Uber.
Everyone except for like
if you die right now, you're not going to be around for mid boss anymore, so you have to be very respectful
Scout will
of
be,
this.
but
though I think Rocker might have gotten a caught on.
We got one walker.
And just backs away.
So we'll have the buffs here contested now. Unfortunately,
we're going to get the pickup again.
And like I said, a minute away from mid boss. Obviously, Urn is going to be a factor now as that has spawned in. This time, Melee Creeps still want to fight over the Urn pickup, but surely they're going to be in position for the take. And we're going to have a lane pushing, wave pushing pretty effectively for Melee Creeps in mid. This
are going to have setup. What are their ults going to be like here, though?
That Urn is going to make its way there. Floormen have this very mobile composition. They can really sort of be
the same
everywhere at once.
Weakening this time,
and they're going to make sure that they are in position to contest these neutral objectives and honestly make use of this soul lead. They've looked good. They won a 5v6, or at least were able to get a kill out of that here. So Fish, like Ido was not
they don't have all. They do like McGinnis all, but this is the value of the Calico too, just running at the McGinnis. Can't get her set up.
uncontested.
Well, not contested, but Dude's gonna get himself a walker on the right hand side, so that's gonna help quite a bit here. I think Idol just needs to make sure he can escape this one. The movement god himself looking to retreat away.
This is nice.
And there you go. Dude will get it for free. I mean, not for free. They lost turn. But it's all about if the team gets caught. You can see.
Yeah, that's actually really huge for Melee Creeps.
They're going for a full-on fight, knowing that Dude's not here, as well as
sending it on John.
They call Idol though. Look at John. He's really looking worse for wear.
Look at the space though. AVG mid.
Trying to get away with the Calico health.
Saya dies. John's 1 HP.
Disappears.
Oh my god, that was really well played from AVG. He made so much space.
John is down. Really hasn't been able to get to that oppressive soul total quite
But
yet.
again, Fishcake kind of just getting the sidewalker here.
What Fishcake can do here, and they want to go for this other walker.
I think these fights are just
this is Melee Creeps
to get
for you. Classic as it
walkers.
gets. They, despite being so far behind,
it's gonna end up in a mid take though. They don't have a lot of tools to contest this. They don't have Singularity. They do have the Apollo wall, but
they might have no choice.
I mean, you have a Tawny Losa, so you can.
I like DMB just running at Celestia.
The rejuve here, and you can hear him charging
and
up.
Dynamo.
He's going to throw it across the rejuve. Actually, I guess he didn't. Actually, he must have been interrupted or he canceled it, I guess, because he backed away with an ultimate actually being thrown out across that one. So 3 rejuves picked for Foreman, but they lose the base guards on the right-hand side. They lose Walker on right, Walker on left.
Let's see if they can make use of this.
A lot of map control to take that mid boss. So
they are going to get outscaled in this game.
To make Melee Creeps pay. You're going
to get more items, and then the fucking Graves.
Fighting this left-hand Walker.
I don't
Graves Venator scale very, very well.
Doubling back to try and clear.
They do have scaling on the side of Foreman. It's just
on the Melee Creeps side of the map.
These are like Giga scalers, like the Venator and the Graves.
Push these waves in.
John did kind of fall behind Soul Curve wise though. They started kind of
actually giving them a little bit of
leaning on Fishcake more. So now Rocker's highest net in the game.
Get some free farm, but also make sure it won't be standing there when Floorman.
DMB's just a little bit behind Fishcake.
So it's going to be a question of how much use Floorman can get out of this rejuve time. I will still say though, it's like it's a 9k soul lead. Now, the later in the game goes, the less that matters. But it looks like Floorman have been able to fight much more effectively. Rock is definitely having a great game so far. League's been really tough to crack, and DMB is getting farmed to quite a relevant level.
Yeah, I think it's for Floorman here. It's a bit of mix of quite a few things. It's John not getting so far ahead, but I feel like a lot of that is due to League. And the fact that he's been able to soak up a lot of farm himself to kind of be a frontline that they need him to be to chase down John and not let him escape. He's had some good chain gang so far. But he's also not really dying too often in these skirmishes. He's not allowing John to have the freedom that he wants to have in these fights. Because again, Melee Creeps aren't running really a frontline. They're not really running a tanky lineup whatsoever. Yeah, you do have double healing, but if you can burst John down within that double healing time, it's not really going to matter much what you can do with heals.
He's the group up around that left side Walker.
Floorman gonna try to force this Walker.
Again, even across the map.
This is a rough spot for DMB, bro.
Fishcake.
I don't think he knows Fishcake is over here.
One if it were to come to pass. Melika's going to give this up, of course.
They're going to triple send on DMB. Oh, DMB needs to get out.
I really don't want to go for this. They end up trading 2 walkers for mid boss.
They're hard collapsing on DMB now.
Not too devastated.
Good shot by DMB to know. He needs to kite towards his team here. Calco can have big value here. See if he nukes someone.
Stun up DMB, who does have soul exchange right now. This is why there's not a
yep.
from
Graves gets nuked.
Oh, the silence waves. League's turned
the ball's doing work.
Going to roll over the top. Melee Creeps are fully committed now. Who is going to be there to help Fishcake? They are the most fed player on their team. And
DMB still a swap as well here.
A plated armor pickup out of DMB. Paying dividends, I would say. Just being attacked away at by Fishcake. There's really no way you're going to make him miss those shots. So the man advantage with the rejuve in hand. This is like their time. Look how fast and how much damage DMB is able to do here in these close quarters. AVG, not really here.
Nope.
There's a singularity up for Scout, but realistically, I don't see him going in with it, considering the rejuve still have a minute of time left to go. I think Foreman wisely back away, realizing there's a lot of jungle, a lot of sinners to take as well, not to mention buffs and Urn coming up, and you know they're going to be looking for another Urn turn-in.
Yeah, as good as Melee
Creeps. Nice for Geist. He's down the map here.
It's a pretty tough situation to come back from. This Urn is basically going to be uncontestable as far as they're concerned. They have singularity. There's a sort of a win condition that involves getting like one of those really powerful old soft, but they're going to be up against it. Goober is in prime form. Rocket just feels like they're not particularly killable now. It doesn't really feel like it's a
picked up quick there just to make sure it stayed even.
Is about to expire. So if Melee Creeps have any interest in fighting at all in this game, it's gonna be after that is expired. But this Urn turn-in looks like it's probably going to occur within that rejuve window. Melee Creeps would be unlikely to try and take too many risks here.
Unlikely.
Does Goober have Echo Shard on his cube? Because if so, I could see it. I could see it like obviously being huge in these fights. The fact that you can save 2 people, and there's no curse picked up from Melee Creeps as far as I can tell. Well, you can see immediately Scout goes in, dislodges the urn. He needs to be careful. He needs to not die here. He needs to be able to get the singularity off to pull off a potential chance, a potential Hail Mary in this fight.
These deadheads are
deadheads, bro.
Damage. Oh my god, the Graves
damage. 2k damage. Just did 2k damage to Billy.
Backing out. Guardian Ward there applied, of course, by Xeno.
Melee Creeps can hop on this urn if they want to.
Dude, the Graves did like 2.5k damage.
Here comes Doom.
Unanswered there to League. Guy's out of the fight for the time being. All right, gotta respect that Graves damage. For real.
Tucker's just being so fucking annoying here.
A bit of a drive-by there. Enough to get
the urn.
Yeah.
FG's always had a really good Calico.
That's worked. Leaving Slash here. Pretty decent hit though coming in from the Apollo.
Being so annoying.
Creeps just need to be careful not to one-track mind this this urn pursuit.
Riding is the catting.
Left though. And Singularity is up for Scout. So again, like 1 or 2 kills here would be all you need. They get Hyperline. Oh no, Demon gets Hyperline.
Nobody jumps him though.
Yeah,
Apollo insta dies.
Because nothing happened.
No, fair enough though. That was a little bit surprising. Up onto the line and then
There was resetting for waves here.
So, Do is gone. Like at what point
Rockers would be able to pick up Urn here.
Give this one up entirely. Urn does basically.
Really want to get this Hyperline gone.
Oh, bro, like you're fighting with 5 plays for a whole minute.
Celeste is the one who picks up though here, so he's schmoving. Rockers having a much better mid game now.
Out those individuals.
Getting some Celeste value.
They want to fight inside.
Plated armor,
Maybe
infuser.
that's what they're playing for. The Graves AOE plus the Singularity. Maybe they're just trying to stay in the game until they can contest
Shredder's worth this game.
You have
Calico, you have Goo.
And turn that into their favor.
I see the enemy.
Yeah, I think it's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, let's get rid of Baltic though. Yeah, no, let's get rid of Baltic. Baltic's way too broken.
I wouldn't hate.
Oh yeah, this character just glides across the fucking map and gets it in like less than 13 seconds. Yeah, no.
Honestly,
let's get rid of Baltic though.
A big ultimate out of him to get these kills, to actually like turn these fights around. They're down, you know, approaching 25.
Oh yeah, you know, it costs an ultimate cooldown. But yeah, no, this Celestia is totally okay.
They cannot afford to let this one go. But Lightning Scroll pick up here for Saya. It'd actually be quite big here. If you can get big stuns in towards Pit, set up a Singularity to allow Scott to freely get in there.
If Duo's quickstep is bad, it's a bait.
They start the mid boss, but realistically, they're going to get the scream and they're going to look for a fight. There's no way you fight mid Pit against this.
No, Florman have everyone back.
Like if no, it's a bait.
Return to the fight. Look at Saya, just dead instantly.
John didn't get yanked.
Chain gang going to be used now.
Saya insta-died though. How the fuck did Saya
There's a lot of deadheads, but where are they going?
Scout counter engage.
Damage on League, but he's doing his job. He is soaking up in this front line. There is a cube that
and then the second one was bad.
He got lightning scrolled by someone.
Oh, that is crazy. Well, there goes the Singularity. At this point, it's impossible to see how Melee Creeps get back into this game. John blown up. Main source of damage.
Blown up.
Not really a factor now. Silence Wave also catching on towards Do, so he's going to have to back away. And Melee Creeps slowly but surely are being kicked off the map.
And this is a free mid for them. There's no realistic way Melee Creeps go for the test here. They have no ultimates left. If they can get a catch, it would be ideal, and it might actually come onto the face of Rock.
With me. Oh, knocked down on the Graves.
Completely mitigated here.
Oh, big quantum though.
Pulls away from the Goober stuff, but also groups them together for
Goober just permachases. Arctic Blast.
The Arctic Blast comes in and catches onto Ido. There's nowhere to go. There's no way he escapes this, surely.
No.
He is absolutely caught in front of the base.
They're kind of low though.
Florman have been able to bounce back beautifully in this game. Everything going right for them right now. Rocker and DMB hitting
they're on AVG here though.
There's a world actually. Melee Creeps can fight this.
They're following them up now. Oh, they're gonna get Dude. Oh, this is a really bad timer if Dude dies. Dude needs to really not die.
I thought they might go for the contest here because
is Scout gonna die to Celeste?
Take away these rejuves. You can't let this one go for free. You have to like look for a fight here. Tiny Losan is up.
Oh, look at this timer for Scout if he dies.
He lets it go. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Scout got out. Okay.
I think Melee Creeps have realized that they're out of this game. I think they needed Scout to really get off a nice Singularity, but interrupted. And that was that. Now it feels like you're kind of a passenger in this game. Unless you can make something huge happen, but like that macro pressure that Graves can provide, it's not really important. Fishcake isn't really investing in like that
Scourge for Goobs
inhibitor type build, so you know.
I think this is double
Q. Only have that single target pressure.
Or maybe it's double splatter. I don't know.
But like I've watched them chomp down on League, do like 3k damage. It's great, but Floormen have a serious front line. Melee Creeps do not have one to speak of. They are all so squishy. There's nobody on here that can actually take any of this damage.
Exactly, and I think that's the problem they're running into, is that they didn't get control early enough in the game to prevent this. I mean, you have Rocker on 50k. He's gonna be full built relatively soon. At that 50k mark, he's gonna have all of his abilities fully leveled up.
You get AVG too. AVG and Goober
on the way of Floorman.
43, 44k.
Like fourth
Rocker's big
urn of the game that they've been able to get. And with 3 rejues and a
kept the soul lead.
40+K lead, it's really their game to lose. And honestly, again, going back to the mental game for them, considering how unfortunate that first game was with the bug that happened for DMB, it looks like it didn't affect him at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and I tell you what, unbugged lady guys looking pretty bloody good this game. And there's really not much that Melee Creeps can do about this. This is like a very low commitment play style from Floorman. And yeah, Idorian's going to try and come out here and, you know, shake his fist at them. But
Mr.
he's
Idorian.
32k soul silver. No one is really going to take him seriously at this point. So Melee Creeps now are banking on another singularity, but it just feels like it's too easy to interrupt at this point.
I mean, he's going to have Leech when DMB backs away.
Leech time.
He already has ridiculous healing, ridiculous sustain in these fights. You can see John just like really afraid of this. At 41,000 souls, he can't really contest against a 49k Geist, a 53k Celeste, a 48k Calico, a 45k Billy. Like everyone is stacked on the opposing side, and there's a singularity going off, but there's still rejues up to Floorman, and there's really not much follow-up here.
No, player got cubed and then
one.
rescue beamed
Someone's
out of it,
under though. I don't know
mistaken.
who it is. Is it Billy?
The Itani Lusan connected
Hit
onto
two, and then
DMB,
someone
silenced him up for
cubed.
a time, and everyone is struggling with like Melee Creeps are hitting like a wet noodle right now. Floormen are going to be able to bully them out of the game entirely. And honestly, I like how they managed to do it. There was a little bit of choppiness midway through the game, but really this is a very safe and stable way to close things out. Floormen, fantastic job. Now, of course, with the patron knock, they likely will hang around and finish the game.
Yeah, I see no world that he loses this game anymore, man. Like 60k in the lead, still 3 rejues, no ultimates up, a nice gut shot. Maybe we can actually take away one of these rejues.
Still want to pop bosses, I guess?
The patron's gone, man. They're just like fully focusing on down. There's minions coming on through as well, not to mention the rallying charge out of Xeno. And that's gonna do it. Floorman tied things up here.
All right, the Calico popped off.
Shown in that first game was not going to put them out of this series.
I knew we could go on
that title
the
here
Dynamo
for a second week in a row. The first time they've been able to step up on this throne.
Very convincing win. And I do feel like the way this game ended to some degree exposes Melee Creep's composition, right? I won't use the word greedy, but I definitely felt like there was not a huge amount of regard for getting these strong front lines that had hard to engage potential. You know, Floorman had a combination, I think, of a very highly mobile team, very slippery, very hard to catch team with like some great frontliners in Billy and Calico. And yeah, I suppose you buy a bunch of silence waves and then you proc them on people and they can't use their abilities, you can catch them out. But there's no hard pick potential on Melee Creep's comp. They simply want to fight around like single objectives. But it feels like pitting yourself in a 6v6 against a Floorman that has such a powerful frontline. A frontline, by the way, that just soaks up most of Fishcake and John's damage. It just doesn't feel like it's going to work for you.
I think the Grace pick was
I think the big problem with their comp is it works when you're ahead, but playing from behind is really difficult to do, especially if the people on the other side that are ahead are their frontline wave. If it was like Goober ahead, you know, maybe
like the more I think about it, it's like
maybe just AVG, it wouldn't be as big of a problem. But as you said, the fact that Lee can kind of tank up this damage,
like he has people that can glue on him,
putting out
and then he doesn't have anyone he can really stick on outside the guys.
Of course, Rocker just being annoyed running around the sides of these fights, going in and out, looking to catch John and make him feel uncomfortable.
I don't know.
You just can't play from behind. So
I think Floorman just played better, honestly.
They didn't get the start they needed to in this game to make this composition work. And the thing is, they haven't really shown
the Walker
anything
trades
different.
ended up working for Floorman too, because they got that soul lead and they never let go of it.
I don't know if they're going to switch things up going into the final game of the night.
I feel like I'm watching a comp that like it does feel pretty Melee Creeps, right? In terms of we have a comp here that gives us really great map pressure. Feels like we can always trade up when it comes to like neutral objectives here. And if we can get that soul lead, like we're so devastating. Like we saw what Du was able to do in that first game. Obviously,
so devastating.
Egregious amount of souls. So just to put it in perspective, John was like 8.6k souls when his closest comparison on Floorman in game 1 was at 5k. That's messed up, and you know, it blew out of control really easily. In this game, it wasn't so. It was like 8.5 to like 7, right? Like that gap wasn't nearly as big, like generated through the.
I don't know. I felt like they were trying to like.
Floorman also had some, you know, really nice.
I think John should just been the hard carry again.
Billy lane being, you know, such a nuisance, so hard to.
I think they were trying to make him P1, but
like a real strong footing on the right-hand side of the map. Also, was a nice adaptation for Floorman.
It was the mirror that you pointed out. It was like the fact you had Sai and Du able to push heavily into that garden while their opposing side was able to do the exact same against them, so it kind of neutralized.
All right, more Sai interview.
You say that because
wait, I want my items first. Sorry, give me the items. Give them to me now.
And the fact that you don't have John ahead, you don't have Fishcake ahead, you don't have Du ahead.
Just save the other one.
How are you going to kill anyone? Like, how are you going to sustain the damage? Sai got caught a couple of times. I think AVG was really critical in opening a lot of that up. Like the fact that he can jump in with Ava with Leap and Slash, put down an Arctic Blast, and you keep people there to pick off for the rest of your team to just completely run into them, made it very difficult for them to survive any of these fights.
Yeah, and I wonder like how much melee creeps suffer from the lack of Kelvin in this particular game, right? We sort of see the beginners, and it is sort of fine. But they're not running like that double healer comp that looks so powerful. And if you think back to the start of the game, you could see that initial dip around just before 9:25 when these Guardians started falling.
Killing everyone.
Both teams, like side lanes, were doing
That's
quite
what you
well,
want to see
and
from
melee
the
creeps
Celeste.
actually rotate into
That's
mid,
what
like,
you want to
10
see, bro.
seconds later. And like they lose a player.
Good shit from
John
Rocker.
John comes in and gets 2 kills. All
Excuse
of a sudden,
me.
it's like
Big
okay,
comeback game.
Wow. So
I
even
like
the melee
this.
creeps were
I like
actually
this.
slower pushing their side lane.
The Calca really unlocked their comp, though.
You know, get more value in mid, and then at one point they're 3 walkers to 1 down.
The Connor's aura really good
walker,
when you
your
just
opponents have
lose
3.
the
And they actually end up clearing out all of Floorman's walkers before they lose their last one. So like the macro play is good, but like this all comes at a cost. They end up to do this. They end up giving up mid boss and earn, so they don't have like the map pressure to defend their last walker to sort of keep them up there. And it feels like they wanted to fight mid boss with this comp. Surely I'm not crazy, right? You
Surely
have
I'm
like
not
heavy
crazy.
barrage and singularity. You've got the Graves like AoE abilities. Eternal Lusan. You have a team comp that would want to fight there, I assume, but they weren't actually in a position to do so because they got picked off a couple times.
True.
I mean, it is scary to play a McGinnis and a composition based around fighting in specific areas against Floorman, because they were, I think, one of the first NA teams to really bring around McGinnis in the night shift. And to play McGinnis, you can't just play in open areas necessarily. You need to keep people like close. You can splash onto multiple people.
I just don't know if I liked him.
But
Like
as
they
you
had so
pointed
much
out,
dive,
like, the mid
bro.
boss, the walkers.
Like
I think
like
for me,
never
a
had
lot of it was
room to
about
get
these
his barrage
earns.
off.
Floorman were able to capitalize.
I don't know.
And get.
I don't know.
I think everyone except one, where Scout actually used the quantum entanglement to make sure
Like
that
we're
you
doing
dump that
another-
burn in, and the amount of souls you get from that across the entire game, if you're consistently doing this, is ridiculous.
Again,
And
I
that's
think that was
what
another
really
good
we
game though.
typically
To
get
show like
massive
if you
leads
don't have
against their
setup for
opponents was
silver,
around
like
that earn
sometimes she
control,
just isn't as
but they
good.
weren't
man.
so able to contest it anymore in this game because of the lack of
From a power
lead
perspective, I
and
think
the opposite
Apollo
of
and Silver are probably the best
headedness.
2
Is that even a
frontliners
word?
right
Yeah,
now.
headedness?
But it's like they don't synergize very well.
You know what I'm trying to say. For
Yeah, it's like
Foreman
6
and
a.m.
the
for you.
front
It's
line.
fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, I also think like having the Calico and the Page also makes it. You've got a comp that contests those earn turn in locations quite well, right?
True.
You can like captivating read down. The Calico also is like never going to give you any sort of freedom. There's always going to be able to like pursue to those objectives and stay in step with you. Regardless, we got the result we were hoping for, folks. We are heading to a game 3 in our championship match for NA. Shift number 31. It's melee creeps and floor.
Yeah.
Oh, I trolled. I fucking did that instead of pausing it.
Team. So I'll basically I'll load into a game just off of what I think is going to be strong and what's going to be weak, just based off this patch. Just get everything going, get thoughts through the game. You know, offering this, what we can do. Sure to be one of our leaders that help for melee creeps, and then
oh my God,
choosing really who's ahead of the game and who I can support to make sure that we can win our team fights the best.
I think it's interesting you say that, because that's pretty much not verbatim, but it's very similar, or like alludes to what John said about you, and that you're just kind of this like savant of this game, that you look at the patch notes, you're like, guys, I understand it all, I know exactly what we're gonna do. Which I think there are a lot of people who, in any professional environment in esports, will they'll look at the patch notes, they'll have an idea, but they'll have to like think about it, they'll have to go into like server time, etc., and try and figure it out. But that doesn't seem like the case with you. It just kind of seems, from what people have spoken about you to me, is that you're just kind of this like golden god of or golden goose egg, if you will, of understanding. That's the dumbest show I could come up with. I'm so sorry. This kind of this insane
Einstein. I don't know. Like just name a science, name a philosopher, name anything. Please.
Person who just gets it as soon as they start playing the game, as soon as they see what needs to change.
There you go.
Would you agree with that?
Fantastic.
Yeah, I would say I probably have a very good basis, but I always do like to, because I have played so many different roles on the team, so I'll basically I'll load into a game just off of what I think is going to be strong and what's going to be weak, just based off those patch notes, and then I can tell my teammates, hey, this is strong, or this is like really weak, So for example, like I'll just say this: I thought Drifter wouldn't have been that big of a change. It was a really big change. Drifter's actually really strong. So who's my Drifter player gonna be? Well, you know, it's probably gonna be like Dorian or Fishcake or.
Who's my Drifter player gonna be? That's a good question, bro.
Something. So
bro, I watched him play. He was doing with John. He's fucking insane on Drifter, by the way. He was popping the fuck off.
What I do is, because I don't play their role that much, I play this and like, wow, this is really good. So I know that they'll be able to perform that role better than me, and so then I know it's gonna be broken.
Like, to borrow the word again, like savant, like leader role. But that's also, maybe this is me projecting. It is me projecting. I'm just gonna say this straight up. That would put so much pressure on me, and I would be so terrified, because I mean, just to speak up me for a little bit, I have like stage managing background for theater, and like in a similar way, you have to know everything about this entire show, score to script to, you know, etc. And when there's a problem or there's a question, literally everyone in the building turns to you for a solution or turns to you for an explanation. And sometimes that can be incredibly overwhelming, or especially if you don't know the answer, you don't feel comfortable enough giving, you know, whatever it may be. Do you feel that pressure, or is it something that just kind of comes naturally to you, and if there is any pressure, you welcome it? You're smiling a little bit.
I did do theater too, and I think
no way, I would have never guessed that, by the way.
When I first got on that stage, I think I forgot all my lines, and so I just started improving.
Yes, let's go!
Improving for like 10 minutes straight.
Wait, what show did you do that in?
I know we did I forgot, I was like playing like a drunk or something that, like, I don't know, something tragic happened to him, so he just drank every night, and you know, he was just rude to people. So I forgot like what he said, but I started improving, and I was like, listen here, officer, I ain't going with you. You have no right to detain me.
That's a sign of a good actor, though. If you're like just there and you need to improv, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, and that's how you have to do it.
True.
Because I've been there many times.
Yeah, so I'm not really that worried about like not performing or anything. Because I do have like a backup plan.
And you don't have to answer this, but I'm curious. Has there been a time in your Melee Creeps professional career that you've been way off base and incredibly wrong? And no is a acceptable, totally, and that is a complete sentence answer.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking. I mean, I've been on this team for 2 years. You know, I got a lot of things I gotta go through. I think someone offered a character in draft, and I was like, no, that doesn't make sense. We shouldn't prior it on the third. So like, right, you know, in Deadlock, there's the first wave bands at the start, and then there's the mid bands. So they wanted to prior this character before the mid bands, and so basically, I said no.
Mid bands, bro. First phase, second phase. Come on, bro.
I'll move it to 4.
He doesn't play MOBAs. It's okay.
And they actually banned that character on the mid bands.
It's okay.
And so that actually, I think this one pick was super important. It actually costed us the game.
So though I feel like that doesn't, if you're having to think about it, it doesn't seem like a common occurrence. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Savant title stays true. You are the first person I've spoken to after the giant balance patch.
The thinker.
That, you know,
the emperor.
I hosted a tournament less than 24 hours after it was posted. And that was not fun having to go through that. I'm sure it was not fun for their players. I'm curious about what as someone who has to think, literally has to think about this every single week for DNS, your thoughts about that giant balance patch, because I think that, I mean, for me, there was like so much information to digest, but for you all, it's literally a difference between money and not money. So I'm curious to like what your thoughts were on Valve
live and die by the sword. Esports way.
That insane amount. I think 30,000 words.
No, it took me 30 minutes to read, so
my bad. It took me an hour and a half. Okay.
Oh, okay. I would say it's pretty good, to be honest. Kind of the big thing about that is it's very weird because right now I think Rem and Graves are one of the weaker characters in the game, which those are the newer characters, right? So I think they may have messed up a little bit with that balance patch, because I think there's like,
I think Rem is a piloting issue. When I watch people like Irizumi play it, bro, I feel like Rem is just a piloting issue. I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like you just have to understand macro to be good at Rem. I don't think the hero is bad. And then they just gave the unstop back. I don't think the hero is bad. I just don't. Is Graves bad? I feel like Graves is actually not that great. I think it has scaling potential and stuff, but I don't know. I was too locked in.
Get to that point in these games.
I didn't even realize draft started.
To organized games, if it works out.
Yeah.
I think Graves with the right conditions is great. But I think if those conditions are met like you saw last game,
appreciate
just
you.
Not...
So we've got the Ivy
and I don't like this
Mirage
fucking
bands
Echo Shark
basically
shit.
run
I
back
think you should
again.
just go full
Neither team wanna do this, and yeah,
hyperscaler.
this is looking
Foreman's still sticking to it.
So
Holy shit.
locked in straight away. And we know how melee creeps like to respond to this. So we'll probably see them try and go for the silver, but yeah,
Silver.
I'm starting to see the Apollo. The Apollo first pick.
I think the silver is still fine.
So it'll be 3 games running.
We're doing the Apollo first pick.
Yeah, lock it in.
I don't like this, bro. I don't like the Apollo first pick.
I don't. But I faintly remember seeing Scout try to play it, and it wasn't as good.
It's not a good pairing with silver. I don't think you first pick this. I think you first pick silver, and then try to get set up,
Kelvin early
and then see if you can fit the Apollo later.
Honestly, they could pick it as their third.
Then a door
to avoid it on the turn being banned away, but I don't want to say, or honestly, I don't want to see them have to rely on a Kelvin to win a game.
True.
I want to see them be able to play like some different things.
The go.
Ruby gets Viscous again. This pesky spirit Viscous, man.
They went silver as the third pick last time for melee creep, so there's a world where we could see it happen. And for Floorman, stick with what's working, honestly. Like, there's a world they could have won the first game without the bug happening.
Literally
I can't even fight for Geist here either. That's just going to get taken away by DMB again. Which
what
really
you thinking? What you thinking?
Like, Floorman managed to secure the Celeste and Geist.
I don't like the silver. I would go the Mina again.
Melee creeps, do they think about a more durable frontline here?
You could be giving up the silver though, but I don't think you can pair it with Kelvin.
Before we started this whole thing off, the fact that Floorman picked Ivy, Silver, Warden, and was there?
They could pick the pocket, but you could ban the pocket too.
Ivy, Silver, Warden every single game against melee creeps. In the games they won, they had McGinnis. Yeah. And they're doing it again here with Celeste Viscous Geist. They played in every single one of the series, or every
teams are loving the Celeste Mina pairing.
If it's working, you're like, why fix it? You're forcing melee to be the one to react to you and change.
If they went the Mina though, it would push the Geist to P3. And like I've been saying all day, I don't think this Geist P3 shit is real, bro. I don't think it's real.
No, very brave, especially with Kelvin. They banned the Mina instead. Why are they following the Mina ban over Pocket?
I think they're gonna pick Pocket. Because Mina kind of shreds Pocket.
Oh, they are first pick this time. That's true.
Good shit, man.
Huh.
I think we might see them take Pocket.
It's a good call.
There's no way you leave Pocket open.
It's either gonna give up the shit Pocket or
isn't it? Pocket's a real problem for
okay.
Calico.
Wow. Are they gonna go Pocket? They're kind of spirit heavy.
So maybe they're trying to force Floorman to build to go for Pocket, because I was like, Ido Pocket.
What is the punish then?
Callback?
What is the punish then for a Pocket from Floorman?
If melee creeps pick Pocket, you mean?
What if Floorman picks Pocket?
But you set it backwards.
Punish this, because they're almost like trying to lead them into it.
I almost wanted to say like GT. GT is such a good counter to Pocket, because you just blow him up with your charge shots. That I don't think
Silver
we're gonna see a GT picked up.
Billy.
And maybe Floorman is not going to fall into that trap of going for a Pocket here against melee creeps.
Are we gonna go single frontline again?
Here's the Billy.
Our
So
only
again,
frontline is gonna
really
be Apollo.
Powerful, tanky frontline has been picked up, and Floorman have
I don't think they can go
hyper
Pocket.
mobility that Silver offers. So it's going to be Ido on
Calico
something different this time
the
around.
Pocket out.
Might
They
get
go
the
Graves
Apollo.
again.
Might get something else. We're going back to the Graves. And
I don't
again,
like
we
this
saw
Graves
the
Venator
build
pairing,
from
bro.
Melee
I
Creeps
don't
now,
like
the Deadhead build. I don't think the patch change that occurred today doesn't actually.
It changed something on her. Her grasping hands are 2. It no longer spawns 2 zombies, it spawns 1.
Yeah, it didn't change her 3 at all though. So like that, you can still like try and build like ricochet split shot with like debuffs or like on hits with that. So we have double healer, Kelvin.
They can go an M1,
Dynamo.
but you could just put the guys as your P1
by melee
M1.
creeps instead. So we are sort of veering in a different direction. But yeah, once again, we're gonna have like a Paige be locked. Paige looked really good in that previous game for Floorman.
Comp looks familiar for Floorman. -1. So I'm expecting Ido to be on Calico.
I don't like this pairing. I don't like it.
I think people were saying Calico was weak, and then he played it before she got changed, and he still was able to get wins on it. So I think he likes to play.
Again, I just need Rocker to perform on the Celeste. I thought it's good.
Honestly, I'm not for some reason not a big fan of the Dynamo.
That's why I hate the Apollo, bro.
It was very.
They had to give the silver. I don't think the pairing is good. I think you saw last game. The silver was just kind of useless.
He was just in their face the whole time, punishing them.
Just getting perma-peeled.
Past that, like the singularities weren't really affected because I think Floorman just played so well around it, and there's a reason we didn't see Dynamo pick too often in Night Shift because of that fact.
And then they have cancel for the Dynamo with the Page. Yeah, I don't know. I like Floorman's draft.
Of like a Mercurial
I've been wrong all day though. You might not want to bet on me. I've been with it all day.
That actually did a lot of damage for Grave.
25 years ago, we had an idea.
Honestly,
like,
the first game though, Floorman should have won.
Like M1 damage.
And then they kind of just threw.
You do like a lot. You can do a lot with Mercurial.
I don't think that was
drafted.
drafted.
The weapon damage you need to do damage, and you're also like weakening your opponent. But also Mercurial, I think, gives you extra spirit damage on top of your M1 as well.
Mr. Kelvin.
It's like it's like a 25% of your spirit power. I think gets added onto your base bullet damage. I want to say.
I honestly.
Either way, folks, here it is: Melee Creeps versus Floorman. Gone all the way to 3, folks.
Game time.
We're getting our money's worth.
Holy long stream, almost 8 hours.
Melee Creeps had to spend a week on the sidelines after having their throne of 18 night shifts consecutively taken away from them.
I'm the hidden king, man.
To ascend once more.
I'm the hidden king,
would have a pretty short time in the sun were that to be the case. But if that last game is anything to go by, Floorman are more than ready to defend their title.
Oh, it bugged.
Going for the swap, and of course, Floorman, since they don't have Calico anymore, ABG
silver
gonna be back on
Calico.
the silver. I think this is
silver
one switch up,
Celeste. Sorry.
Did we have a build?
Can't see
in the
shit
first
with the
game
low
of the
res.
series?
One second.
That, so I can't remember.
They really like putting Goober on blue.
We have a channel set up.
Makes sense with the role he plays, but it is going to give shove, right?
So I can't remember.
They just keep playing this lane and it gives shove. So
we have a channel set up for that. I can see.
Yeah, we do. We have the draft screen. Yeah, we did.
Goober's still finding ways, timings though, but
in that first game we had
Calico Apollo into Silver Celeste, and then Page Billy into Kelvin Graves.
And he was at 35,000 souls at 6, 6, and 7.
Okay.
But of course, when you had John
Kelvin
at
Graves does not sound great.
Souls, just
sounds like a double monster round plane, just so you're not getting perma-shoved.
Yeah, he was very far ahead for that point of the game. Didn't end up going that long in the end. So we have the silver here under something. Wow, the damage came out of absolutely nowhere. Leaping Slash will do that to you. And it looks like a sigil that detonated. So you've got to fear Melee Creeps here between Calico and Apollo. They can. It's hard to trade against them. They can sort of leap at you and do large amounts of damage in a very short window. So you've got to be mindful of your positioning against this comp, especially with that Leaping Slash base damage being increased.
Yeah, I think for Floorman to get a kill, you gotta depend on that bola. Just completely limit their mobility as best you can. But then again, you have to worry about the repost. But it's also a mirror from last game. We're talking about how Saya was able to push this lane so hard with McGinnis.
Saya's gonna die.
I can't remember who his
I
was
don't
actually.
like
I thought
this
it was
Graves.
but either way,
lane,
on the other side of the map, it's an exact mirror yet again. The Page Billy just getting very aggressive on the right hand
small
side.
cam stolen.
Right at the back over onto, I believe that was Saya. So already
is this a botched dive? This is just a botched dive.
The right lane and the left lane now.
Yeah, I mean the left lane collapsed entirely. That's not
good
good
at all. With the lull. That was just a botched dive.
Dust settles. It's Rocker's the only one standing. And yeah, the Billy Page lane is good against anyone. But even the sustain, I guess, of Sire is not enough. I suppose he's too early in the game to have like enough points into Frost Grenade to really.
Scout actually moves over here. They don't find anything though.
The Graves like a fighting chance in that lane, but that's not good. Both side lanes, Melee Creeps are really.
Are we just gonna drop this blue wave?
And in mid, Floorman are kind of giving it up anyway because we've seen ABG
we're just dropping blue wave.
Like,
okay, now Gus coming back.
Frequently, Goober also is
He's
rotating to the left-hand side
Ben,
now to keep that pressure up.
He's getting traded on.
Floorman definitely exuding confidence.
Okay, he gets there in time.
Scout, he went for another early gank on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Goober
so again, giving John some early farm. You can see he's at 2.5 compared to the 1.7 of his lane mate. Maybe he's gonna go for some box running. So it seems like both teams kind of like have set on what they want to do here. Get Rocker fed and get John fed
early kills
for each respective
team.
Give him
Floorman a bump here.
And honestly, it worked really well in the last game. Rocker was able to punish Scout time and time again just by pretty much just jumping into him, hitting with every ability. It's about how it kind of plays out and how both teams kind of adapt here. More importantly for Melee Creeps, how are they going to adapt? You got to look towards Ido and Do in particular. I guess Ido, Do, and Saya, because they're all playing some different heroes here in this game that they played earlier on, except Ido on the Calico, obviously.
Light Eater, of course, going to trigger. We're going to throw some of these Advanced stacks in here to try and trade out, but it's looking a little uncomfortable here in lane for melee creeps. They just don't want to fully commit. They tend to just flit outside of your effective range for as long as they possibly can. Just like a leaping slash for Ino. Want to go for after AVG, but caught inside the daggers there. You've got to respect that.
Not bad, not bad.
Is going to be pretty crucial here for trading damage.
Saya going the gun again.
And here's the right side of the lane. Now, this is what Saya kind of has to do. Yeah. But again, he has to. Like, it's not a good lane. Like, it's rare to see a Kelvin lane that just sort of
I thought he was going to get charge punched.
Win, but they are in a lot of pressure against this classic Page Billy.
And with the high velocity rounds too, it makes it a lot easier to hit these shots so he can play on top of his ice path and just harass, you know, towards the backhand side. It's not really gonna have like a lot of sustain in this lane. They don't really
at this level. I think early healing booster probably just isn't worth
preventative damage.
Oh no, he goes 6 Okay, he's gonna do it anyways. Okay. I was like, if I'm getting like perma harassed in this lane, like, and I'm with a weak lane on like Graves, I would just want early, like extra charge in the healing booster and just perma.
Yeah, we just saw the Venator and Viscus get Dynamo, excuse me, get booted out of mid. Okay, John really wants to try and come back in, trying to gut shot there for a stun. I respect it, but Google wasn't playing yesterday.
Gets ball. I guess the early recharge into
in the early game, you're going by
into extra charge booster is actually probably pretty good too. You get your heads up more often.
Beam has to be used by Saya to try and dissuade any sort of pursuit. Now though, low as league is, it seems like Saya's feeling like there's an opportunity here, but his lane partner
is very, got a solo heal there.
The
really
drift
nice
across from John has been spotted out here by DMB, so there's no element of surprise for a potential gank on the right lane.
He did get vitality buff though, so a big win I'd say for John in this lane. Gives him extra sustain, gives him extra
Fishcake just full hiding
tankiness in this lane too, even though he does have Scout to help assist him. But he's also at 4.3.
Never is though.
Nice up. But look at the side of Florman. Every player on their side has ultimates. Melee creeps.
Oh, good fucking
one. It's a pretty big lead so far.
Mind game for Fishcake there, not to get full dove.
They have a pretty big window right now to look for fights.
They're winning all of their lanes, Jason. There's no other way of putting it. It's been a very difficult early game indeed. Well, that was a frost grenade there. Like League able to get short of it. Can this Kelvin Graves lane hold up under this level of scrutiny? Bash down on Saya. He's able to get clear, of course, and now he's in a position to be pretty spammy about that frost grenade. So this is where maybe his right hand lane can start to sustain through this pressure.
I'm gonna hit you with a fact here, Uber, that I didn't know about until I think it was last week. So the buffs that spawn, the first set you get, the second set has to be the other two buffs. You can't get like repeating buffs. And then after that set, so on set 3, it's randomized, and then set 4, it's the 2 buffs that didn't get chosen in 3. So you can kind of predict what's going to be coming up and where you want to put the emphasis on those second rounds of buffs.
That's a good way to balance it though.
But you don't know where they will spawn.
Like, just imagine you got like 4 ammo increases in a row. That'd be so OP. And you're playing like Venator or something. That'd be so broken.
And casting next. So maybe you want to put the extra emphasis because like those 2 buffs are more valuable to your team than moving and gun or movement and gun.
So you kind of know if you want to sit out of a buff rotation.
That's some Lightbringer attack.
Damn, that is some nice pressure here going on to Rocker.
Literally one.
Yeah, Eternal Sun made use of. Rocker is down and well, that Guardian is also going.
Celeste laning must be really hard, bro. There's few people I see like get out of the lane ahead.
His ass beat in mid. He's getting his cheeks.
He's also playing into Apollo Calico, so that's part of it.
He's still up on decent farm, but every time you're dead means you're not getting farm for yourself. I mean, Scout kind of needs to take it, though he's on 1 HP. I'm not sure exactly where he is. Well, he's
got traded for him, though.
I know where he is now. But the solo lead that we did have, it's not as big anymore as we did have waves finally come in, and then of course some tier 1 camps being taken. It's only a 1K difference now.
The Guardian.
Yeah, the mid Guardian matters. Picked up by melee creeps. So probably a big piece of why John is enjoying a nice little soul lead at the moment. He's definitely getting priority, of course, over the Dynamo, as you'd expect. League down on the right-hand side of the map here. Floorman really trying to dig deep and extend for that Guardian because they probably feel the pinch on the other side of the map. Melee creeps in the last 2 minutes have been able to find some really important edges. And if you look over towards the left, you can see just how low that Guardian is. I don't know what the plan is here for Rocker. Wants to try and come forward, but this Apollo Calico lane is becoming pretty troublesome.
You're going to get sent on? Calico is
not only that, the fact that I think melee creeps are also putting extra emphasis on this right lane to keep League from getting out of control like it was last game. It's forced him to rotate like in towards middle, as you see now. It's forced him to kind of play around the map a little bit more, not necessarily be so safe in the farm that he's going to get. But also at the same time, imagine that Foreman
doing a better job of funneling into John this game.
Continue to build up
this could just be because they're getting turbo shit on though.
I think more importantly, League needs to be able to survive being in
DB
the frozen shelter.
DB and John
If
are
he can
neck and neck
force
though.
outside to use
Separated
that
by like
and stay
200
alive
souls
in the shelter. It's such a big win for Florman in these skirmishes that they can easily take the series.
Florman here are going to be undercutting this wave on the right.
2K lead for Florman.
This now puts them
more
into
Guardians
the lead,
for
just
them to take too. So
Guardians really, they are down to one
could
Guardian.
grow a little bit.
Melee Creeps still have 2 in play. I could see.
I think they're worried to stack the blue wave with what happened last time.
Ideally, to try and draw Florman back as they're starting to spend some time in their neutral camps on the left side of the map. John is at 9.1k, so doing well, progressing nicely, but you know, DMB is staying in step. So both of the key gun carries here on the map are getting what they need at this stage of the game.
Funny thing is, Melee Creeps, they first picked Apollo, but in the first game that they won, Do was on Mina, and they ended up banning Mina.
Dude, isn't that hilarious? Our biggest streamer is Super
so
TF.
I think they were maybe expecting Florman to go towards that route instead.
Still kind of insane.
But I'm not sure if they wanted to actually commit, excuse me, for another Mina yet again. League being dove a bit here by Ido and Co.
It's like him or Zergy.
Comes in and he's kind of by himself, uses the rising ram to escape, only into the return to shadows out of Ido, and he's gonna fall.
Oh, why'd you go for the punch, bro? Why'd you go for the punch?
He's going to be able to get it despite the captivating read because there wasn't really anything behind that. It was just yeah, Page and a Viscous, the latter who still gets run down by
Bro, they just get caught on trying to stack Blue Wave again.
And now mid really gets cracked open. Look how quickly
that's not good. That's not good.
They do see AVG perhaps lingering within their purview. And this is buffs are up, by the way, so this is obviously a great opportunity to contest that. Also,
right, finally get a first turn pickup.
The earn for yourself. 10 minutes, obviously a big inflection point in tempo in this game.
Little soul swing there from the mid kills. Nothing crazy, but
yeah, I
mean, keeps our ahead now.
3k earn. So sometimes
so he actually went Spirit. He didn't go the booster in line.
3.6. I think it's more about the macro that you lose here and the decisions by the opposing side. Florman, and you can see they're still overloaded on the left-hand side with 2-to-1 advantage.
League's dead again,
they can
bro.
take down that Guardian. Most likely will be taken down in a second. But if they lose a player here like League in middle, it opens up opportunities for them to go for a dunk. And actually, Sai might be just running straight for the dunk here. You can see John's kind of luring him back towards the turn him. Meantime, you see AVG going for a skirmish here up against Do, and Saya, he's going to make the dunk without any contest here. So overall, a pretty big win. But that Walker is taking damage. I think Goober's just acting as like a human.
Like, I don't think they ever get this, bro.
When they're coming back
I don't think this is worth.
Yeah, a human ward, right?
Like Goober's here,
spots
but
them out. And you know,
oh my god, I don't got fucking dunked on.
He's going to get absolutely rolled. Beautifully done there.
Is he gonna kill? He's gonna kill John too.
Next challenger is going to step up here. I'd still be scared. Iradomini was made
Scout whiffs. Oh, this is a disaster for Melee Creeps, bro.
There it is. Last bolt will get the job done.
Holy shit.
Walker still lives. DMB brought down some important
That was not good.
Going to John.
That's really bad to lose Dynamo Alt. Dynamo Alt is
like a wet fart.
Like 300 seconds.
Absolutely not working out for them.
Like a wet fart, bro.
Please. Being down.
Please, save me the visual, bro. Please.
What's up?
I mean, they're kind of happy over the course of the last couple of maps here for Scout. And again, to be fair, like when you have like Cube Rescue Beam, you have like a lot of ways to like pull people out of that. It does feel like Florman have been pretty invested in like neutralizing the potential effectiveness of that Dynamo Ult.
I mean, to be fair, they killed him anyways, and the Walker didn't die, so it's not that big of a deal. But I think this is where, like, with the way Florman have been playing around it,
let's see if Florman are actually going to make this worth their while. Like trying to get this right side Walker.
Those are not going to happen.
They're putting 2 to the side. Cooper died again.
Yeah, and I think the power of
Florman having a rough early game.
Going to be basically on getting these easy kills onto 1, maybe 2 players in this like stage of the game, so you can snowball that into more. And that's a chain game that's not going to save.
They're getting farmed.
Just takes him down with a flawless advance, and this Walker. Could they actually take it? They have so many players here from Melee Creeps to actually take this Walker down.
There's only the Sylvie here to stop this. This Walker is going to die.
Silver's dead too.
That is crazy. Team is trying to do the same on the right side of the map. I think chasing John obviously away. That Walker had already been taken down.
John gonna die?
A little bit scary for the Venator. But this is starting to become a nice little lead. A tiny little 6k here for Melee Creeps picked up. They had no push on the right side. Definitely losing out in lane pressure
John actually
there.
gets out, nice.
And that's owing to DB soaking up like 15k worth of souls and being someone who is more than happy to fight John like player to player whenever.
I heard a knockdown go down.
Okay, so it ends up being a Walker trade, but
I mean, so DMB like he keeps the pressure.
It's mid-walker for side-walker though. Losing mid-walker like hurts, bro.
I mean, it's kind of like a reverse. Like
especially playing into shit like Calico
and not allowing him to get out of control.
And like Apollo, they can just run you down on blue now.
Not allowing John to get out of control. So like both teams
stop saying the colors.
I think it's like the most even matchup we have in Deadlock right now is Melee Creeps versus Floorman. It is so close every single time that they're adapting like mid-game, mid-drafts to kind of counter each other and figure out what went wrong with the last game. It's such a hard ability to have to figure out what went wrong in a game in such a tight turnaround of match 1, match 2.
Scout gets caught here though. Did not have Singularity available to them anyway.
So that Guardian too. The Guardian's helping a lot.
Some extreme scrutiny.
For Melee Creeps right now.
Kick Floorman off this. There was Floorman are expecting something here from Melee Creeps. Could be the Calico.
How many times did League died this game, bro?
Yeah, I don't know. Calico
I feel like this game's gonna be
mid,
hurt with the Billy behind.
Respect that so much. John
Okay,
trying to
gets
get
caught.
active here. Eventually, the aforementioned Calico goes down, but it's enough
We're
time
still
for
fighting on
Scout
blue,
to
guys.
return,
We're still doing this.
Alongside this Kelvin.
The Billy Ult comes out.
Hello. Caught in the chain gang now. This is dangerous. League has been getting farmed. It isn't very tanky just yet. The Essence Bomb also is going to catch on big damage. This is very disruptive for you to try and play through the Apollo. And Sigil, though, is going to at least force the Billy back. But League is healthy to continue, healthy enough rather to continue this pursuit.
Really good job by Xeno there. Good knockdown.
Parker gets shit on that fish cake.
As
That's
well.
really, really bad.
Billy has any chance of doing
gun it to this left side now.
The Rocker's fallen, and I believe it's on the left side of the map. I think he died to fish
up
cake, if I'm not
10K
mistaken,
almost now.
which is a huge victory.
They're gonna have
for
set
Fish
up on
Cake,
this
to be fair.
Earn.
He's now got a 2K lead.
They should be able to get double buff plus Earn again. The waves are really good.
I kind of
We're
want to
gonna
see...
hit the Earn, and this is where this is for sure where the next battle is gonna break out.
I just want to see Fish Cake's build, see if we're going sort of more for that Deadhead direction again. Okay, we're fighting for these Sinners around the Earn pickup location. Melee Creeps definitely feel like they
also just caught back up from their getting shit on early games. Up 16K now. League's gonna die again.
At the ready, a Frozen Shelter also at the ready. Yes, finally does get U-Cells. Concerned about Sire, and he's struggling inside that shelter, but
AVG getting
was
shit
caught
on.
in there with him.
This is even a comp thing. They're just getting like
3v1
they're losing literally every fight ever.
And there was nothing that the Silver could do.
Fish Cake full pushing this left side.
They're holding off farming. Okay, they're just. I think they might just pick it up. They're trying to hold off farming right now to get this to be a neutral turn. And if they pick it up right now, it's going to be a guaranteed comeback for Floorman, and they don't want that.
DB's trying to keep it
heads up play
even,
but they want Floorman to farm.
Fish Cake got a huge chunk on this left walker.
Is that enough for them? Okay, well, now there's a fight over it because they've held off on it, but that's probably fine for Melee Creeps. They do love fighting over these, smaller areas. They want to fight around objectives. They excels at it.
Making space, he's fine.
And, away we go. Goober does not fancy catching out of this smoke. Owen's still in place, by the way. Now picked up by League.
Terrible. Bro, Scout keeps doing that.
You are killing me. Another Singularity make use of, but it felt like more like the panic variety. Still, Xeno was going to be traded out in response. So that's both teams losing supports. And yes, that is a very comeback Earn looking position for Floorman. And a guaranteed Earn turn in as a result.
Gonna get this right push though. They got 4 here. This is
gonna
gone.
lose a Rocker for this too. So that was like the worst case.
Will Rocker be able to trade it as the bigger? Oh, Rocker trolled. He got stomped, bro.
To kind of equalize things, and maybe actually they can defend this left-hand side because we can see Item Scout to be coming in very quickly.
Dude, he literally gets it if he doesn't get stomped. By the way,
keep it alive. So they actually prevent the punishment from going really out of hand.
They do get the comeback earned now, but they lose a Walker for it.
I mean, John's on fire, Fish Cake's on fire, and so is Dew. And in that last little skirmish that we saw, Dude did a great job of just being really annoying to Xeno. Xeno was left alone in the back lines. He was just constantly harassing with the flawless advances. He had the exchange up.
I know,
Silence tempo, bro.
Silence, exactly, yeah, and that's what we're talking about.
Maybe we have to rethink this Apollo Calico mix
against this comp because as slippery as it is.
This shit is.
It doesn't do anything if they
tempo.
Are silenced down and have access to those abilities.
They just can't play the game, bro. They're just getting ran at.
And Melee Creeps here, kind of baiting a situation where they give up an Earn that was going to have a, be deep in enemy territory for a turn in, and they get to trade a Walker for it. They're going to lose that now, by the way, on this left-hand side of the map.
Mid-boss, though.
Yeah, mid-boss, exactly. So now they've set things up so that Floorman need to lose mid-boss in order to take this Walker. Okay.
What do they have?
This is Melee Creeps macro gameplay shining through again.
Cooper's not even going for it.
Yeah, I don't have anything against. You can see them not even going for it here. I think a Walker trade for mid-boss definitely worth it. They're not quite the 10K lead anymore, but with waves crashing on the left and right lane.
The lead's not that crazy, but they're going to be able to do shit with these rejuice.
I think this is more of like an advantageous take, not necessarily destined to make a push out of it, but it gives them so much more control now that they force Floorman to really respect them and be very careful about peeking out of their base to farm.
It's also the implied soul difference that having rejuve buff gives.
But yeah.
Right? So
the implications.
Fairly class lineup for Mr. John this game.
More than a 9k soul lead because of the difference. Like, how much soul is this rejuve buff?
We've been seeing Dormant or
quite significant.
Venators.
So, oh my god. Bye. Oh, the cube rescue beam. Love to see it.
W Goober. We've been seeing Venators go away from the blast cannon today. John's still feeling it.
Not yet in this game looking quite durable enough. Whereas John and Fishcake are having
with the nade nerf, I could see it actually being
very fed.
Even better now.
Obviously, you make use of this.
You're not getting as much value from the weapon damage.
Left side walker if your melee creeps. Easy enough.
Repost.
Bookworm. False advance here for the mobility. Dude does not want to fully commit to this fight.
You can flawless advance, riposte, and then you flawlessly
advance. Lane pressure is going to start to build. I don't see melee creeps going anywhere in a hurry here.
I think it's melee creeps scale too, bro.
Last, considering
Venator Graves.
I want to say the 3 carries for melee creeps are just on fire and looking so much stronger in this game compared to prior. DB's definitely had a tough time though with all these silence waves. I think we have 2 picked up right now, 1 for Ida, 1 for Do. It's very frustrating, very difficult for him to pull off a swap, but he pretty much has to invest into Dispel Magic if he's not building it already, if he wants to have that guaranteed swap come off. Or he needs to hope that he can survive long enough to actually throw it down.
Yeah, doesn't have it yet, of course. No, pretty standard stuff, right? Spirit Resilience, Radiant Regeneration. All standard stuff. Watch out, this Apollo clearly wants to fight. Oh, Dynamo in your area. Sticking around for a kinetic and then backing out. This Walker's still being defended, so all things considered, Foreman's doing a pretty good job of keeping that objective.
Despite all the griefing, they're staying in it.
It's
only down 13k.
Knowing they are going to be able to do so unfettered for the next little while.
They just need to make something happen here.
Spawned up, buffs active.
They need to not lose the Walker with rejuves.
Trying to do some split pushing here,
but they're going to lose Urn, so now they're about to be behind big.
It's much stronger than they are.
Like you might even want to just like leverage them
here.
here.
Active here, but
no,
they're all here.
Scout is all
hitting pretty hard, and running into that kinetic is a little bit scary. Rescue beam has to be used to pull DMB out of the line of fire.
Bro, this is like old school Deadlock, because there was a point we saw like double rescue beams being picked up, and I want to say this is in the Fight Night era as well. They have 1 on Goober, 1 on Xeno, and every time they get attacked, like you saw before, they got a hyperline on the DMB.
They started doing night
Goober
shift,
rescue beams him away. They had a catch on DMB there. Xeno rescue beams him away. They're making it so difficult to actually turn these
like getting a little out of hand now.
Advantages that they get for melee creeps into actual kills.
Losing the Urn.
So you really have to give credit to I think Xeno and Goober in particular, preventing a lot
of
surprised
melee creep just try to center on this left side.
Situations that could easily turn into big man advantages for melee creeps to take objectives.
20k.
And even without that, like I said, you've got like Celeste, you've got Billy, you've got Comp pretty good at evading in general. And we're gonna have to see that from DMB right here, because they were pretty deep within the enemy territory. It's the Arctic beam that would slow them down otherwise. They've got themselves out of trouble for now.
So they go, guys. It's still on the right side.
Walker, when you get yourself out of position because you're worried about getting picked off here. Time to listen. What are you doing? Unfortunate. We're back, of course. Rejuve could have been made use of, and so that's nice.
Fair post actually works.
Usable yet again. We are going to get this Walker. Seems like a fair trade. Rejuve is about to run out, so you're more than happy to give up your life.
Yeah, they just use the Rejuve to send it there.
Nothing. Frozen
Scout doesn't die, so it doesn't lose
Scout wants to
Rejuve.
die now if it's going to be at all. Rejuve
gonna
is
die.
just about to expire, but Foreman maybe take this fight or forced into this fight a little too early.
Alright, my foot's here.
Really
I think this is gonna be rough.
The Rejuve there for
this is rough for
They
Foreman.
realized they have like 30 seconds left. They got the Urn turned in, and they transitioned into a Walker take, knowing they had 3 Rejuves to play around with, and now they're sporting, getting close to a 30k lead here. This is probably one of the biggest leads we've actually had in this series if the game wasn't already over at that point. Take a look at some of these items. John's got Glass Cannon. I think it's a big switch up from his last game. I don't remember if he had it exactly, but he definitely wasn't 5-2 at 31k souls and able to get stacks on it.
Yes, this is another, a game where John is able to play from ahead. And I'll say it came off a pretty difficult start. If you remember, he and Scout were getting pummeled in that mid lane quite consistently. John has been able to well and truly get back into the game. Fishcake's been benefiting from most of the side lane farm, I thought, but we have seen John on that right-hand side of the map a little bit. Fishcake's going to now go and get some. So yeah, despite that exchange working out, the Walker finally being taken, waves are pushing against melee creeps, so there needs to be some housekeeping done here. 2 minutes until buffs, and about that long until mid-boss.
As you were talking about Fishcake here, he just got Refresher.
Okay.
So whether or not they use it to split push or they use it to just force a fight, you can't really like fight into that many zombies. I think it's like 4 zombies at a time if you double borrow decree.
Yeah.
He doesn't have lightning scroll just yet, but he has refresher, and he has those echo shard on the deadheads. Like there's a lot of damage coming out of him, and Florman can't really push into that. They have to kind of like bait it out and back away. And well, speaking of baiting, they're trying to actually force a fight here against melee creeps right in the mid lane.
Frozen Shelter is the catch good. It looks like there's no one actually in here with Sire. Still though, can force some cooldowns out of DMB, who does not have Soul Exchange quite yet. It's almost available. Shelter comes down. Soul Exchange now active for DMB, just in the nick of time that's become available, and they don't have the opportunity to make use of it. Could have been silence, could have been something else. Either way, these grenades are coming down thick and fast. You can see how frequently they're coming off cooldown when this gun damage is, returning their charges. All you got to deal with is the ability cooldown. Cube used on League, but low as they are already. They're going to try and head for the hills. No one's really been paying Rocket too much attention. They've been able to come into the fight and have good impact, but League now going down means, even that Guardian Wall being spent on trying to keep Rocket into the game. Arctic Beam means they are not going to be able to escape, as nimble as Celeste is. She can't get out.
No, Goober, he tried to cube Rocker, but I think Xeno got in the way, so he cubed Xeno instead. I think he was trying to cube Rescue Beam Rocker out of that one.
I did wonder why Xeno was so healthy. I wasn't sure why they were getting cubed. Rough. Well, here we go. Free Sinners now.
-4.
Well, I guess if it's not your Sinner, I guess it doesn't matter as much, right? Kind of disrespectful. It's like buying a bottle of champagne and pouring it down the drain. And they do that in Switzerland. They do that in Sweden. You Swedes are messed up, man. I get you all.
Like shame someone they do that?
No, they do it because they can. Like they do it because it's just like I don't get it. Like they just spend. It's just it was a weird club anyway. I don't know. You Swedes though, you're all freaky. Here, mid boss. Soul Lead is billowing out of control. 25k. John is at 35k himself. He is large and in charge. I do not want to be fighting this Venator.
This is, I mean, you can't really push into this easy. A chain gang coming through.
The singularity.
Stop him from you. Actually, Warpstone's in the singularity. They're on top of it. Huge coming out of Scout. Makes up for all those messed up ultimates before, and it gets him the 3 charges of the rejuve.
Okay, does it make up? Oh, listen, that's beside the point. That looks pretty darn good there. Beautifully done. Oh, we love that rejuvenating Aurora Max. You can just run and heal. Xeno's going to be chased down now. League is going to come back in from a really awkward position. Just not involved in the fight whatsoever. We're knocking on the front door here. This should be enough. Melee creeps might have got themselves back onto the throne. A very short-lived window for Florman. The Soul Lead is too much to deal with. There's still a walker up for melee creeps, and now they're catching people outside of the base. That is 55-second respawn timer for AVG. The base Guardians are falling, and melee creeps know it's basically all done with the crying.
Shrines are gonna fall. League, what are you gonna do in a 1-on-6? Let's technically like a 1-on-9 because of the rejuice up. You have to let these one go. At least the first stage patron should allow the respawns to come through, and Melee Creeps will give them another chance. Back it away. They have some side lanes to clean up. They have a lot of Sinners on that left-hand side, though I will say keep Sai away from those if you want to get the buffs from them. And a lot of farm. I mean, they are 50k ahead. 6,000 to spend here for Fish Cake. I don't even want to look at how much money everyone else has on the rest of Melee Creeps to use right now.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm curious to see just how much those translate into power spikes. To be honest with folks at home, there isn't really a way for Floormen to comfortably break back into this game. They've got to still deal with the sort of rejuve disparity. Johnson has like an average 12k soul lead over everybody on Floormen, which is, you know, accounting for almost half of their, a third of their net worth in general. So yeah, it's getting to that point where you definitely don't need your healing rights anymore. Colossus. Okay,
I like this.
Okay, so we are actually
Refresher.
We do not have Ricochet, but still,
I wanted the Colossus,
bro. Bouncing to another target.
Colossus in him, you just never die.
Very worth it. That debuff is great, even if you're not investing
no split shot either
ultra heavily in trying to, you know, split that inhibitor effect across an enemy team. You're still going to be
like a win more item for them, because you could just buy more damage for Floorman, but then your damage is being nerfed, and they're just going to like shut you down even more. I actually really like this pickup right now because you could go more damage, but if you just prevent them from doing more damage, can they really kill you? Especially if you stop the rejuice for their minute and 40 seconds of time. You could just go for the finish, the final blow, the final nail in the coffin of Florida.
How many times did League die this game?
Top N18.
This is a rough game for League.
Inhibitor is such a nasty item in that regard. Reduce was like a 30% damage, outgoing damage penalty. Devastating. Melee creeps here, slowly sauntering up to the throne that they only recently were forced to vacate last week. They are oozing confidence, and so they should. Patron about to go down here, and there's really not much the Floorman can do about it. They are too far ahead. Into the pit, though,
It's
Floormen go. They do not
Jover.
want to give this title up easily. Soul Exchange made use of there. Oh,
Scout got canceled.
My goodness. Okay, nice.
They're still
rallying
so behind,
charge.
doesn't even
Actually,
matter.
Interrupts the singularity.
Scout's gonna die.
Scout dies. That's
If John
fine.
dies,
Gonna be
John's
swirling
not
back
gonna
on
die,
in here. And Melee Creeps should be able to still finish this
That
game. Lead
does.
going down.
That doesn't matter.
DMB is traded out for Sire. Okay, Melee Creeps perhaps need to be a little bit careful here. Foreman really fighting doggedly for this.
It took 2 people diving him to kill him.
Down. That's 84 seconds.
I think Ido just one-shots Rocker, no?
The pit, though, to make sure they can't actually take this one down. It's invulnerable while you have 2
They
players
just
there. You
dead.
see Zeno just trying to survive as long as he possibly can.
It don't
But the last
matter.
3
It don't
players fall.
matter.
The GGs are called out here, Mitch, and we do have the Kings returning to the
Melee
throne
Creeps
once
are
again.
back. So
as Melee
fucking
Creeps
back.
come back here
Dude, I
next
was
week, taking up
catching
Foreman
L's on the Gambas
2-1.
today.
You asked the question, Jason, coming into this game.
Okay, go.
Melee Creeps are used to being on top.
fucking queen.
How are they going to deal with a loss like this? And now we have our answer. Because that wasn't the only loss that Melee Creeps have suffered over the last couple of weeks. They also, at the Freak Fest tournament, they also suffered that. The Freak Fest tournament, they suffered that same kind of loss. So they're getting a taste for it now, and I'm sure it's bitter. But they've come back into this week, with a bit of renewed vigor. And honestly, they've made this composition work for them. It's so funny to me how drastically different over the course of their win and loss games their comp appears to look. They really seem to get off to a much better start in this game number 3. But honestly, their lanes don't go that well for them. At one point, they're losing both their side lanes. And then John and Scout are fighting and actually losing some of these all-in fights in mid. How do they build back from there?
I think there's a couple of big wins too, because I think Fish Cake took down DMB in the left.
Once they fell behind, it got rough, bro. It got rough.
Win-win, right? You get more souls and they're not getting souls, so it kind of powers you up. This play right here, though, for Melee Creeps, going for the earn delays so they can get it to a neutral turn-in almost costs them quite a bit. Luckily, getting the respawns back in to make sure to defend on that left-hand walker so it didn't go down eventually saved them, and they came out technically ahead in that exchange. But
was this a copy pasta? Sounds like cope. Anyways, Ascendant player detected. Argument ended. Good luck in shitlow, small fry. You can't choose not to play on the most recent patch. Yeah, he just keeps spamming this. Okay. He's just trying to rage bait people.
Like gun damage type hero. Okay, it's kind of whatever, but no, when your survival, and your flip potential is subject to that ability, it is extremely frustrating.
Not wrong.
Yeah, just towards the end of the game, right? These frozen shelters from Sire have been fantastic. I'm going to put it out here. I'm going to put it out there. The difference between games where Sire is on the Kelvin and Sire is on the beginners in this series is pretty drastic. Now, I'm not saying that correlation is causation, but it does feel like, and I know you said you didn't want Melee Creeps to lean on, Kelvin to win, but it does feel like Sire is able to have so much more impact on this
King
hero.
Sire.
It's kind of funny too, because I can think back to maybe 4 months ago when he first played Kelvin again, and I was like, you know what, that was kind of underwhelming. It was okay, it was okay, but I expect anyone to be able to play Kelvin at an okay level at this level of play when you're a player who's a pro. Well, he's definitely improved on his Kelvin quite a bit over time. I think he's definitely focused it a bit. Obviously, there's people out there who probably say,
Who's the only one playing it for a while?
Grenades, your frozen shelter. But there's a lot of small things that Saya does on Kelvin that really impress me. The way he uses the ice path to create terrain for John to gut shot into, or to use it to just harass in lane, or to use it to
inhib?
Even body block people later on who are trying to escape. He does a great job of just surviving.
I think I go start Advent Fetcher. We're
obviously does a
overkicking
to boot.
Yeah, I mean that was
I just cannot believe that this would be better than just going
M1 combo, right? Which is brutal at the best of times. And honestly, it was a little bit rough early on, but only 2 deaths for the Kelvin. And eventually they were able to
ran it down.
Prevail.
I'm gonna be honest.
I really do like.
First time I've seen Goober
not
really do
obviously from Sire where
pop off on the biscuits too.
Return your grenade charges by doing enough gun
He's
damage.
dying a lot
you just buy
early
a
and
couple of you buy the velocity increase. You buy the sort of the point blank, and so you can make sure you can get that with regularity, and all of a sudden your sustain in lane really skyrockets.
And now that I know,
and then
they post the items and prios on their socials. I'm gonna call it there. Long stream, long night shift, delays, but love that. Love watching the night shift. Always a good time. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for chatting today. Thanks for people stopping in on the YouTubers. Always nice to see. And I don't think I'll go live tomorrow. My knee's fucking really swollen, so I don't want to like sit here again for like 8 hours. So probably gonna chill tomorrow. Probably gonna be live again Friday. And I will see you guys then. Peace, peace, peace. Have a great, great night. New patch. New patch. Victor might be back on the new patch. Who knows? Who knows? Mirage might be good. I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure it out on Friday. Have a good night. Peace, peace, peace.